costs are skyrocketing, how to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts. Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Phoenix's two basketball teams have a new owner this morning. Billionaire mortgage executive Matt Ishbia agreed to buy the Suns and Mercury in a deal worth $4 billion. That is a record price for a basketball team. Ishbia takes over for Robert Sarver, who put the franchises up for sale after an NBA investigation found that he violated workplace standards with his behavior.
Fresh off of his World Cup victory, Lionel Messi is adding a new record to his accolades. On Instagram, Messi thanked Argentina and supporters for rooting his team to the title. So this is the photo that's making all the buzz. It's now the platform's most liked post ever. The picture has been liked over 68 million times and counting since it was posted on Sunday. Argentina had a national holiday yesterday to celebrate the World Cup champs.
Writing a letter to Santa, it's a Christmas tradition for many children. And some of Santa's helpers are ensuring that the blind and visually impaired can also take part in this. From our Lancaster, Pennsylvania affiliate, WGAL, Ann Shannon has the story.
Erica Rothermel is busy this holiday season. After all, she's known at Vision Corps in Lancaster as the head elf.
Oh, people are really excited.
Erica is helping to answer special letters to Santa.
I mean, it's a long-standing tradition that people have been doing for years, but opening it up to the blind and visually impaired population is pretty new.
Last year, Vision Corps invited children and those young at heart to start sending their holiday wish lists here.
The children write a Braille letter to Santa, and I will hand the letter off to Santa personally. I will check his Braille. I will check it twice.
So far, Vision Corps has gotten letters from here in the Susquehanna Valley and around the country.
She wrote about how she's being nice to her friends this year.
Erica says it doesn't matter when you send in your letter. She's going to make sure every one of them gets answered.
We wanted it to be, when you have time, send it. It's a good opportunity to practice, and we didn't want to limit that.
The feedback has been great.
People that are blind or visually impaired find it as an opportunity to be included. And people that aren't blind and visually impaired just think it's a really cool tradition to start.
Erica's hoping it's a tradition that continues to grow.
It's very exciting to know that we're a part of something so big.
That's amazing. Our thanks to Ann for that report.
Hey, time to celebrate birthdays this Wednesday morning. Nope actor Steven Yeun is 39 years old today. 24 star Kiefer Sutherland turns 56.
Comedian Ray Romano is celebrating 65. Tennis legend Chris Evert is 68, and movie mogul Jeffrey Katzenberg 72.
Pulp Fiction icon Samuel L. Jackson celebrates 74. Oscar-winning actress Jane Fonda turns 85, and daytime talk show legend Phil Donahue is 87 years old. This is Early Today. Have a great one.
A bomb cyclone is bearing down on millions. Now that we got your attention, better buckle up for what our weather team is predicting will be the worst pre-Christmas storm in decades, complete with 70-mile-per-hour winds, blizzard conditions, 20-foot waves in Lake Michigan, and more.
Developing overnight, confirmation from the White House that President Zelensky will be in Washington today, his first trip out of Ukraine since the war started. We'll tell you why.
An NBC News exclusive with billionaire Mark Cuban, whose drug business could upend the pharmaceutical industry forever.
Our Susan McGinnis is live with details on what former President Trump paid in taxes, including how much he lost and gained, as House Democrats prepare to reveal all.
And can you guess where the happiest place in America is? We've got the list. We've checked it twice as we kick off your pre-Christmas Wednesday. Early Today starts right now.
Good morning, I'm Francis Rivera.
And I'm Philip Mena. A potential bomb cyclone is threatening to wreak havoc for tens of millions of Americans. The storm is expected to blast the country's lower 48 states with blizzard conditions, life-threatening cold, and extreme wind gusts. And as millions get ready to head home for Christmas, major U.S. airlines are already gearing up for the onslaught, issuing travel waivers ahead of this storm. NBC's Maggie Vespa starts us off.
A crippling collision course taking aim at holiday travel. A monster winter storm already blanketing the West, set to bring rain, wind, snow, and a brutal Arctic chill across some 40 states this week. Snow expected as far south as Tennessee and Arkansas, with 75 million under wind chill and freeze alerts.
Please keep all boarding passes out. Thank you.
This as 113 million Americans, a post-pandemic record, take to the roads and the skies, planning to spend the holidays with loved ones.
We wanted to be with our families, so we made sure to book for today.
The storm's strength building in the Pacific Northwest, already dumping a foot of snow in Washington as airlines brace for delays and cancellations nationwide. A growing list including United, American, Southwest, and JetBlue already waiving rebooking fees for those flying through airports in the storm's path. Officials at Chicago O'Hare, a hub for United and American, have cots ready for stranded passengers.
We're out there with trucks in place just in case we start getting sleet today.
Adding to the chaos, British Airways canceling flights, blaming a now resolved technical issue. Some passengers were told they could be here up to 4 days. This woman is 5 months pregnant and concerned she may now get caught in the storm.
Really worried. No one will help us. No one will talk to us. Can't get through on the phone.
Meanwhile, the vast majority, 102 million Americans, are hitting the roads. That drive fueled by falling gas prices, down 18 cents from a year ago.
Should they be traveling earlier to get to where they want to go for the holiday?
If you have the flexibility to get in your car and leave earlier, try to do that this week.
Good advice. Thanks to Maggie for that. Let's bring in NBC meteorologist Angie Lassman, who's been tracking this sinister-sounding storm for us, a bomb cyclone. Good morning, Angie.
Good morning, guys. And if you live in the Northeast or maybe along the East Coast, you still have time today to maybe leave early before we'll start to see that system working in. But you'll notice that there are winter alerts up for much of the country, really the midsection of the country stretching out towards the west. That is talking about the winter chill that Maggie mentioned, the Arctic air that has worked in, leaving folks as far south as Texas going to be dealing with temperatures below freezing. So a quick look at those temperatures today. We're dealing with minus 15 in places in the high plains. Oklahoma City at 46 degrees. Doesn't look all that bad, right? But then you head into tomorrow, 10 below in Sioux Falls, just 3 degrees for Wichita. And that cold air continues to spread south, impacting folks in Tallahassee with a temperature of just 39 on Saturday, 14 degrees on Friday. And the biggest problem, guys, is that there's windy conditions with this as well. Power outages along with this bitter cold will really be tough, especially heading into the holidays.
Man, what a huge blanket for so many to be involved in that. Thank you. Affected too. Now to breaking news. After years of legal battles, 6 years of former President Trump's federal tax returns are to be made public. The House Ways and Means Committee voted along party lines to release the personal and business tax records from 2015 through 2020. It could take some time to see the full records, but 2 reports released overnight are providing a preview. NBC's Susan McGinnis joins us now from D.C. And Susan, what information has been released so far?
Well, Francis, good morning. There is a report from the Joint Committee on Taxation, and it issued a report, and here is a summary of just some of the findings. It is revealing that Mr. Trump reported negative income, significant negative income, during 4 of the 6 years covered and paid no federal income tax in 2020, in fact, claiming a refund of nearly $5.5 million. Now, the report points a lot of fingers at the IRS, saying that it did not verify large cash donations to charity. The IRS also getting criticized by the House Ways and Means Committee for starting only 1 audit of Trump's returns while he was president, saying that it was very clear during the Trump administration that the mandatory audit program was not a priority. Now, Republicans are criticizing this decision to disclose the returns, saying it sets a dangerous precedent that could hurt average Americans. Committee chairman, though, Richard Neal, says he needed to review the returns to improve the audit policies and that this rises above politics.
The tax forms were really never audited, and only my sending a letter at one point prompted sort of a rearview mirror response.
Democrats on the Ways and Means Committee have unleashed a dangerous new political weapon that overturns decades of privacy protections for average taxpayers.
Now, former President Trump has not responded to the decision by the committee, but when the Supreme Court decided that the records should be handed over to Congress, he did say that created a terrible precedent. It's also not clear when the committee is going to release the full returns. There's some personal information that needs to be redacted, but those records, Francis, could become public as soon as this week.
Just adding to everything on his plate, January 6th committee recommending criminal charges, 24 run, and then some. Thank you, Susan.
Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky will visit Washington today, the White House has confirmed. President Biden welcomes him at the White House at 2 p.m. Eastern for a bilateral meeting. Zelensky will also address a joint session of Congress. This is the first trip that Zelensky is known to have taken outside Ukraine since Russia invaded in late February. A senior administration official says that during the visit, the U.S. will officially announce the shipment of a Patriot air defense system to Ukraine.
An incoming Republican congressman is being accused of making up his resume. George Santos is facing growing scrutiny after a New York Times report alleges he misrepresented much of his biography. NBC's Gabe Gutierrez is following the political bombshell.
This campaign was never about me. It was always about the people.
Just weeks after pulling off a midterm upset, New York Republican Congressman-elect George Santos is facing mounting pressure after a bombshell report in the New York Times alleging much of his life story may be fake.
He has spat in the face of every resident in the 3rd Congressional District and said that facts do not matter.
Baruch College, NYU, Goldman Sachs, and Citigroup all tell NBC News they have no record of Santos, despite being listed on his campaign biography. Also, a tax-exempt animal rescue group he claims to run is not listed on the IRS website. The Times raises questions about how Santos managed to lend his campaign $700,000. The paper also reports unresolved criminal charges against Santos involving fraudulent checks in Brazil. The local GOP chair calls the allegations serious and says he looks forward to Santos's response. Democrats are now calling for a House ethics investigation.
He's got to stand up and say whether or not he's been honest. And if he hasn't, then he should not be seated.
Santos's attorney did not respond to specifics of the Times report, but said in part it is no surprise that Congressman-elect Santos has enemies at the New York Times who are attempting to smear his good name with these defamatory allegations. Robert Zimmerman ran against him.
A number of the issues in that article were not shocking to us. It was documented in the opposition research that was done during the course of the campaign.
And yet, remarkably, the allegations did not get much traction until now, even though Santos ran unsuccessfully for Congress back in 2020. He's now expected to be sworn in next month. Back to you.
Gabe, thank you.
We are 4 days from Christmas, which means that today is the winter solstice, the shortest day of the year. Angie's back with us with more on that looming storm. Hey, Angie.
Hey there, guys. And we are really going to be feeling like winter across the area, really of most of the United States. And one of the places I want to focus on is the heavy rain and flooding threat that we're going to see in the Northeast over the coming days. Notice that the rain, the melting snow isn't going to help. But on top of that, of course, we have accumulating rainfall. We could be dealing with anywhere from 2 to 3 inches in some areas, causing problems across most of the Northeast and Mid-Atlantic. We also will have coastal flooding from those strong winds that will bring storm surge up to 3 feet. And that's a look at the big weather story of the day. And here's a closer look at your day ahead. In the high plains, temperatures already dropping, -10 in Billings, just 4 below in Rapid City. We look down to the south, a different story. Temperatures hanging on to the 50s in Lubbock at 55 degrees, down through Corpus Christi, 60 degrees with some clouds around. The cold temperatures, the heavy rain, the snow, we've got it all, guys, on this first day of winter.
Wow, chaotic and dangerous to start it off.
Crazy. We've got to take care of our animals, too, everybody else. And speaking of, the pups patrolling New York City were front and center for their close-ups. The 2023 NYPD Canine and Friends calendar is now up for sale. The calendar subjects aren't all rough and tumble. They include some of the horses that help New York's finest. The NYPD is selling the calendars for $30 with proceeds going to the Police Foundation programs.
A billionaire building a new legacy. We're back in a minute with why Mark Cuban wants to be remembered as a maverick in the world of prescription drugs. Stay with us.
This is what it looks and feels
from the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment. Whenever
it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
Now to our series Side Effects, and you might know billionaire Mark Cuban from Shark Tank or as the owner of the Dallas Mavericks, but what he really wants to be remembered for is his mission to change prescription drug pricing. Here is Cynthia McFadden.
Because you've got to have like a real office somewhere.
No, this is it.
No, this is it.
Complete with concrete floor and thrift store worthy furniture. That's when I was 16 in junior achievement.
And you were good.
Oh, I was great.
The windowless office may not be what you'd expect for someone estimated to be worth nearly $5 billion, but the confidence fits.
Put the money where it has an impact.
For the past year, Mark Cuban, the owner of the Dallas Mavericks and a regular on Shark Tank,
and so for those reasons, I'm out,
has been trying to impact the world of prescription drugs. And one of the first things you said about all of this, if I may quote you back to you, was that you intended to F up the pharma industry.
Yeah, I was comprehensive. I didn't use the word F or the letter F.
So how are you doing on that goal?
They still don't know we exist, but at the same time, we're impacting the lives of, million-plus people.
In just 10 months, he says, his 1.5 million online customers can choose from about 350 generic medications. Cuban is so confident it will work, he is funding the entire thing himself. How much has he spent?
More than a bag of chips.
100 million?
It's a lot, yeah.
More than that?
Yeah, it's a lot.
So, is it working? NBC News selected several drugs to compare, and prices are, as claimed, often lower than competitors, sometimes costing even less than a patient's copay. This leukemia drug retails at a pharmacy chain for more than $1,500 a month. With insurance, a typical copay is $30, but at Cost Plus, no insurance needed, $19.40. Are there bad guys, from your perspective, morally bad guys, driving these prices up?
I'd say that they're misleading, and they try to create the perception that the patient comes first, and they don't.
He says he's able to offer lower prices by bypassing insurers and middlemen, and even plans to make some medications in his own facility. And he says transparency is key. On his bills, customers see what Cost Plus paid for the medication, along with a 15% markup, a $3 pharmacy fee, and a $5 shipping fee.
The concept is very simple. We want to be the low-cost provider of any medication we're legally able to sell. We're a lean, mean medication-selling machine.
Cuban says he's not making money yet, but says, for now, that's okay.
It's the right thing to do. I have money. And we will make money. I don't want this to seem like it's completely altruistic. It will be profitable.
So to the cynical out there, this is a great way to suck people in, and then you raise the price.
No, it's a great way to suck people in, and where we can, lower the price. And hopefully they tell all their friends.
That is just what Christina Costa did. Her Instagram video now pinned to Cuban's feed.
I have epilepsy and brain cancer and anxiety.
Costa told NBC News she's never met Cuban, but that using Cost Plus drugs is saving her nearly 90% on her medications every month.
You know, this is the only company, the Mark Cuban Cost Plus Drugs company, is the only company I've ever put my name on, because this is what I want my kids to be proud of me for.
To that end, he says he will not be satisfied until he's able to lower the price of insulin and a host of other life-saving medications. Cynthia McFadden, NBC News, Dallas.
Fascinating insider look.
Yeah.
All right, next on Early Today, a leap of faith off a mountain on the back of a motorcycle. Tom Cruise revs up for his craziest stunt yet.
And Bark the Herald Angel sings, the adorable nativity scene winning hearts across the pond.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You were
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You were
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Pretty much the biggest stunt in cinema history. Tom Cruise just rode a motorcycle off a cliff 6 times today.
Well, that is incredible, and it's just another day in the office for Tom Cruise. The action star attempting the, quote, biggest stunt in cinematic history while filming part 1 of the upcoming Mission Impossible Dead Reckoning. So to do this, Cruise trained for over a year to drive the motorcycle off a cliff in Norway. While he is famous for performing his own stunts, he is calling this one his most dangerous one yet. I would say so. Wow. I don't know the end part of it. I guess I'm gonna have to watch the movie though. But just that is incredible.
He's very impressive when it comes to this. He's like our modern day Buster Keaton. I mean, those are the only 2 people who did what those guys are, what they're doing right now. We've never seen it before.
Everybody on set's got to be holding their breath for each take of that. That's insane.
A lot of people holding their breath, and in the movie theaters too. All right, if you don't want a red-hot Christmas, you really should heed this warning. They tell you every year the U.S. Consumer Product Safety Commission urges people to follow these steps to keep your holidays merry and safely bright. Make sure that you water your tree daily. Turn off all the decorative lights before you go to sleep or leave the house, and keep it away from potential exits as well as heat sources like candles and fireplaces. So important. That is why you guys are reminded every single year.
And our big question is, my tree a week ago stopped taking in water. I haven't had to water it at all because it's just still staying there. I guess it's better than nothing, right, when it stops taking it in. But we only got a few more days to go.
No.
All right, it's Mary and Joseph like you've never seen them before. A doggy daycare in the UK recreating the nativity scene with their pups. Daycare for Dogs says it spreads Christmas cheer by dressing them up as Santa and reindeer as well. To get these perfect poses, they practice all year round.
Like your kid's Christmas pageant. We are back with a brutal winter storm brewing from the Great Lakes to New England.
And ahead, why some families won't be rocking around the Christmas tree this year.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Well, welcome back. The holiday is right around the corner and the travel trouble starts tomorrow. We'll see it last into Friday. And as we look ahead to Christmas Eve, those lingering snow showers will be around. How about that Christmas forecast? A white Christmas in the high plains and temperatures just into the teens as we look to the Midwest. We will be right back.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested, and frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
A new report has narrowed down some of the happiest places in the country, and a hint, none of them are Disney World. Ranking a population's happiness levels based on metrics like personal finance and quality of life, the Smart Asset study found 6 of their top 10 most jubilant cities were in California. Taking the gold in the Golden State is Sunnyvale near Silicon Valley. Meanwhile, Arlington, Virginia, Bellevue, Washington, Fremont, California, and Frisco, Texas are all smiling in the top 10. And rounding out the top 10 is Plano, Texas, followed by Roseville, San Jose, Santa Clarita, and Irvine, all of them in sunny California.
A nationwide Christmas tree shortage is forcing many fresh-cut farms to close up shop early. Marissa Parra takes a closer look.
What we planted this spring should be ready, shy of problems, shy of issues. We'll be ready in 8 years.
On this farm, each and every Christmas tree is a labor of love.
They're my babies.
And those babies are in short supply.
The shortage of trees is, I would have to put it as severe.
Roger Unangst has been growing Christmas trees for 38 years, and yet no 2 years have ever been the same.
We go from a drought to too much water to high fertilizer prices to actually a few years we had too many trees.
Between the 2008 recession, the Christmas tree seedling shortage that followed, the pandemic, our current inflation, and then bad weather, a perfect storm brewed for an imperfect growing season felt years later.
We need a crystal ball that reaches out 8 years, and we just never found that crystal ball.
As word of the tree shortage traveled, so did customers eager to find theirs.
There's people from as far as Washington, D.C. this year, Baltimore, Long Island. They've come in a long way just because there's no trees between here and there.
And soon, too soon, they joined the ranks of tree farms forced to stop their selling season weeks early.
It bothers us
yes,
because you have a lot of loyal customers who come every year for that tree, and it's like, sorry, we can't get your tree this year, and they've made us part of their family tradition.
But on these vast acres, hope is growing.
Oh, that's a nice one.
These trees will be ready. They're actually ready now, but we had to save them. Numbers-wise, we had to save them until next year.
And the calculations are in. The number of trees slated for sale 2 years from now, up 40%.
We look at about 9,000 trees that'll be ready real soon, and we will no longer have a tree shortage.
The future of the trees meant to light up the home is looking bright. Marissa Parra, NBC News.
Here it comes. Blizzard conditions from Chicago to Buffalo. Thousands likely to lose power. 70-mile-per-hour winds, below zero temps. Get ready for a bomb cyclone bringing the worst pre-Christmas winter storm in decades.
Today, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky will be at the White House and meeting with President Biden in his first trip out of the war zone since last February.
Police are pleading with a woman who at first took twins from an idling car while their mom picked up takeout food. One has been returned, but one twin is still in jeopardy.
To business and the looming deal between the NFL and Google's YouTube for one of the most lucrative football deals available.
And checked out the most liked Instagram photo in the history of the world. It's Wednesday. Early Today starts right now.
Hi there, good morning. I'm Philip Mena.
Glad you're with us. I'm Frances Rivera. Tens of millions of Americans are gearing up for the worst pre-Christmas winter storm in decades. A potential bomb cyclone threatens to wreak havoc across the plains, mid-Atlantic, and Northeast. The National Weather Service is warning against life-threatening cold. Blizzard warnings and winter hazard alerts are in effect from Montana to Georgia. Not to mention thousands could be left in the dark.
And it's coming during the busiest travel time of the year as 110 million Americans gear up to hit the roads and the skies for Christmas. Several major U.S. airlines have already issued travel waivers ahead of this winter wallop. NBC's meteorologist Angie Lastman, she's been tracking this massive storm for us all week. Good morning, Angie.
Good morning, guys. And we could have a multitude of impacts from really strong winds that could bring us 20-foot waves on Lake Michigan. That's something you don't often see. I have a feeling, I grew up in Michigan. I have a feeling there will be some surfers out there, but bitter cold as well, and not to mention some snow. So let's time it all out for you. That system eventually starts to bring the Midwest some snow later today. You'll watch for that. The really impactful part of this system happens on Thursday into Friday. Snow for parts of the Midwest, the Great Lakes, and stretching as far south as Tennessee into northern parts of Mississippi as well. Heavy rain for the Northeast that could cause some coastal flooding, and we'll be dealing with the inland flooding as well, something that we'll have to monitor. So here's one of those impacts, damaging winds. This is really problematic because we not only could see these winds up to 50 miles per hour, but oftentimes that'll lead to power outages, down trees, and that causes some problems, especially when we're talking really cold, bitter temperatures across the area, guys, with power outages, something that we'll have to monitor.
There'll be a lot of headaches and problems for us. Thank you very much, Angie. Now that the U.S. Supreme Court has dealt a major blow to thousands of asylum seekers at the southern border, they have issued a temporary stay to keep Title 42 in place for now. That's the COVID restriction that allows for rapid expulsion of migrants. The Biden administration opposing the decision in a new filing, citing the CDC's position that Title 42 is not needed anymore to keep COVID at bay. Republican Governor of Texas Greg Abbott applauded the high court's stay, saying it would help prevent illegal immigration. The surge of asylum seekers is predicted if Title 42 is lifted.
At least 2 people are dead in Northern California after a 6.4 magnitude earthquake rocked Humboldt County, about 200 miles north of San Francisco. The sheriff there says dozens of devastating aftershocks followed. NBC's Miguel Almaguer has more.
Jolted out of bed and into chaos, residents in Humboldt County, California, waking up to their lives turned upside down.
A structural collapse with entrapment.
A powerful and deadly 6.4 earthquake damaging homes, destroying businesses and severing roads.
We do have a broken window and several cracks in the building.
Striking at 2:34 a.m., much of Northern California was rattled, centered 200 miles north of San Francisco and just outside the small town of Ferndale. Locals say the violent tremor shook for nearly 20 seconds.
This is ground zero. We have several of the residents that have been red tagged.
First responders say 2 people suffered medical emergencies and died. 11 others were injured. Even before sunrise, the apparent damage was widespread. Homes slid off foundations, and inside, virtually everything was strewn across floors. Over 70,000 lost power. Gas lines ruptured.
For some, there was warning. State officials say California's MyShake app alerted 3 million people the shake was coming 10 seconds before the ground started shaking.
With damage assessment underway, the quake comes exactly 1 year to the day a 6.2 tremor rocked the same region. For communities living on shaky ground, just under 100 aftershocks are rattling not just the region, but also nerves. Miguel Almaguer, NBC News.
Now to breaking news. After years of legal battles, 6 years of former President Trump's federal tax returns are to be made public. The House Ways and Means Committee voted along party lines to release the personal and business tax records from 2015 through 2020. It could take some time to see the full records, but 2 reports released overnight are providing a preview. NBC's Susan McGinnis joins us now from D.C. And Susan, good morning. What information has been released so far?
Hi, good morning, Francis. Well, the Joint Committee on Taxation released a report summarizing some of the findings, and here's just some of the things that it reveals. That Mr. Trump actually reported negative income during 4 of the 6 years, and in 2020 paid no federal income tax and claimed a refund of nearly $5.5 million. The report pointing a lot of fingers at the IRS, saying that it did not verify large cash donations to charity, and it's being criticized by the committee for starting only one audit of Trump's returns while he was president. So it says it was clear during the Trump administration that that mandatory audit program was not a priority. Now, Republicans here on Capitol Hill criticizing this disclosure as setting a very dangerous precedent that could hurt average Americans. The committee chairman, Richard Neal, says he needed to review those returns to try to improve the audit policies and process, and it rises above politics.
The tax forms were really never audited, and only my sending a letter at one point prompted sort of a rearview mirror response.
Democrats on the Ways and Means Committee have unleashed a dangerous new political weapon that overturns decades of privacy protections for average taxpayers.
Now, former President Trump has not responded to the committee's decision, but when the Supreme Court ruled that the records should be handed over to Congress, he did say then it created a terrible precedent. Now, it's still unclear when the committee is going to release the full returns. There's some redactions that have to be made of personal information, but those records could become public as soon as this week. Francis.
Could be a very, very busy end of the year for them. Susan, thank you.
In his first known foreign trip since Russia invaded Ukraine, President Volodymyr Zelensky will visit Washington today. The White House confirms President Biden will welcome him at the White House at 2 p.m. Eastern for a bilateral meeting. And then later in the evening, Zelensky will address a joint session of Congress. The White House says the visit intends to demonstrate strong bipartisan support for Ukraine. A senior administration official says that during the visit, the U.S. will officially announce the shipment of a Patriot air defense system to Ukraine.
A former Texas cop has been sentenced to nearly 12 years in prison for shooting a black woman through a window in her home. In October of 2019, Aaron Dean was responding to a welfare call in Fort Worth. When he was walking around the property, Dean saw 28-year-old Atiana Jefferson through a window holding a gun. Dean shot her dead.
Turned out Jefferson was armed because she had heard noises, unaware that police were there. She was babysitting her nephew at the time. Last week, Dean was found guilty of manslaughter. He avoided a murder conviction, which could have sent him to jail for life.
There is a statewide Amber Alert in Ohio after twin brothers were abducted during a carjacking. It happened on Monday night in Columbus. The 5-month-olds, I should say, were strapped in their car seats when their mom ran inside a pizza shop to pick up an order. Nala Jackson then jumped inside the car and drove off. One of the twins was found wrapped in a quilt in the parking lot of Dayton Airport. Police are now desperately searching for his brother.
We're begging you to please return Kassan. We can even pick him up. Just call us and tell us where you are and where Kassan is.
Authorities are asking anyone with information to call the tip line.
All right, let's check back in with Angie for today's weather. Hello again, Angie.
Hi there, guys, and a busy day ahead of us. And really, this weather is going to last for the next couple of days, so you're going to want to stay checked in with this. You can see those winter alerts are up for many locations, blizzard warnings in some spots, but most of all, winter storm watches that will continue to be added here as we go through the next day or so. The blizzard conditions that are expected, they're mainly centered around the Great Lakes region. That's where we'll look for heavy snow, as well as those strong winds gusting up to 50 miles per hour. Causing some real travel troubles as well as some power outages. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. In the high plains, temperatures below zero for Billings, Bismarck, and Fargo. 24 degrees for places in Nebraska. Right now we look down towards the Texas area, 50s across the board with a couple spots hanging on to the 60s. And it's not just the northern tier of the country, guys, that are going to deal with the cold temperatures and the winter weather. We're going to see it as the snow as far as south as places like northern Mississippi.
Man, we got to hold our breath between now and, getting through it. Thank you, Angie.
Yeah.
So to come, a new era rising for the Phoenix Suns, the bombshell deal to buy the team.
But first, going big in the fight for justice, we're back in 60 seconds with a mother's drastic measure to find her son's killers.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast.
An insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters.
Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You were
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts. Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest-running show on television. Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Leading the news, a mother's desperate plea for justice. A Michigan mom is taking her son's unsolved murder case to the public, putting up a billboard to try and finally catch her son's killer. NBC's Kathy Park has more.
A mother and beloved community activist in Michigan is calling out the police department with this billboard. Her son was shot and killed outside their home, and now she's pleading for the public's help.
Just like the billboard said, I saw who killed him. I walked outside on the porch after I heard the gunshots, and I looked right over there and I saw them running.
Shamayim Harris says her son, Chinyelu Humphrey, was on Neighborhood Watch January 26, 2021, trying to keep crime away when he was killed.
I want the killers to know that I saw you. I saw you. I saw you run away after you shot my son 5 times.
Now, nearly 2 years later and no arrests, Mama Shu, as Harris is affectionately called, is taking the case into her own hands.
I can't sit around this city and not do nothing about it.
The scene almost reminiscent of the Academy Award-winning film 3 Billboards Outside Ebbing, Missouri.
I don't know what the police are doing. I hadn't heard a word from them in 7 goddamn months. I'll tell you this, I've heard an awful lot from them since I put them billboards up.
Now the real-life scene playing out near Detroit.
My police report got lost a couple of times. I had to resubmit it twice. First, Highland Park police had it. Now it's down to Wayne County, and it's like no movement. I can't even get a call back.
The Wayne County Prosecutor's Office said they returned the case to Highland Park for further investigation in June, adding Michigan State Police are now the investigating agency. Michigan State Police say they were asked to take a look at the case last week after the billboard went up, but also say they, quote, do not have it as of yet. The issue of unsolved murders is felt beyond Mama Shu's neighborhood. In 2021, only about 50% of homicides were solved in the U.S., according to the Murder Accountability Project, which tracks a so-called clearance rate.
We don't have enough trained police. We don't have enough support personnel and laboratory capacity. We don't have enough of everything.
But in Highland Park, only 2 of the 9 homicides reported in 2021 were cleared, less than a quarter.
Their clearance data for homicide is proof that they are insufficiently resourced to meet the challenge.
The Highland Park Police Department telling NBC News, quote, we believe that there is a lot of misinformation going around regarding this case, adding it could not provide a formal response due to time constraints. Even before the 2021 homicide, Mama Shu spent more than a decade trying to save the neighborhood after her 2-year-old son died in a hit and run in 2007.
We deserve to have a quality living environment.
While celebrating victories along the way,
What you're doing is so incredible.
tragedy struck again, leaving her with few options and a renewed sense of purpose.
It'll stay up another month if I need for it to stay up another month.
Kathy Park, NBC News.
Still to come, paying up to the tune of nearly $4 billion. Wells Fargo slapped with a record-breaking fine and what it could mean for customers.
And in the red zone, YouTube on the verge of scoring big with the NFL.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast.
An insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters.
Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are.
I was
you
trying
got
to
it.
do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast.
An insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters.
Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
Wells Fargo will pay a record fine after regulators say the company financially harmed millions of customers. The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau ordered the bank to pay nearly $4 billion for an array of customer abuses tied to checking accounts, mortgages, and auto loans. The wrongdoing resulted in cars wrongly repossessed, illegal fees on home and auto loans, as well as accidental overdraft fees. The CFPB says the settlement includes a $1.7 billion civil penalty and more than $2 billion to compensate consumers.
Now to a major deal brewing that could impact millions of NFL fans and where we get our Sunday games. Let's bring in CNBC's Juliana Tattlebaum for the latest on this. Good morning, Juliana.
Hey, Philip, good morning. So the NFL is close to agreeing a deal with YouTube TV for the rights to its subscription-only games package, which you may know as Sunday Ticket. This is according to CNBC sources. The league has been in negotiations for months for the rights to this package, which were long held by DirecTV. And the goal here is for the NFL to use this partnership to broaden its reach, broaden its audience base. The deal will not include a stake in NFL media, which includes the linear cable channels, NFL NFL Network and Red Zone. The deal with YouTube TV also comes after a report suggested they were talking to the likes of Amazon, Apple, ESPN, who were also interested in these rights. And apparently, according to CNBC sources, the NFL was in close talks with Apple until very recently. So this is one to watch in the days ahead. Guys?
Oh, yeah. And the Sunday Ticket just changed the game. It changed completely how we watch games. We were kind of stuck with whatever was in our market.
Yeah.
But, you know, it'll be big for them to get that. All right, Juliana, thank you.
All right, Angie is tracking that fierce winter storm that could snarl your travel plans.
And can you guess which is the happiest place in America? We'll give you a hint. It's not a theme park.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are out.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
All right, you happy right now? Maybe it's where you live. A new report has narrowed down some of the happiest places in the country, and a hint, none of them is Disney World. Ranking a population's happiness levels based on metrics like personal finance and quality of life, the Smart Asset Study found 6 of their top 10 most jubilant cities were in California. Taking the gold in the Golden State is Sunnyvale near Silicon Valley. Meanwhile, Arlington, Virginia, Bellevue, Washington, Fremont, California, and Frisco, Texas are all in the top 5. Rounding out the top 10 is Plano, Texas, a suburb of Dallas, followed by Roseville, San Jose, Santa Clarita, and Irvine, all in sunny California.
Yeah, a lot of places that get a lot of sun, and for good reason, right? You could run into, living in places that are just full of winter weather like we have this week. Angie's back with us with a look at our holiday travel forecast.
Which, guys, really covers just about everybody here over the next couple of days. The winter weather is going to be immense as we look at the potential airport delays if you're flying. Chicago, Detroit, Cincinnati, Washington to Boston, including all of the airports in New York, all going to be problematic. If you're driving, I-90, I-70, and I-95 are locations that you'll want to watch. Blizzard conditions are likely, so travel will be difficult.
Oh, boy. All right. Despite the headaches, the holiday travel headaches, how about feeling the Christmas spirit? Meet Santa's little helpers, making sure every kid can write a letter.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested, and frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now. Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested, and frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Phoenix's two basketball teams have a new owner this morning. Billionaire mortgage executive Matt Ishbia agreed to buy the Suns and Mercury in a deal worth $4 billion. That is a record price for a basketball team. Ishbia takes over for Robert Sarver, who put the franchises up for sale after an NBA investigation found that he violated workplace standards with his behavior.
Fresh off of his World Cup victory, Lionel Messi is adding a new record to his accolades. On Instagram, Messi thanked Argentina and supporters for rooting his team to the title. So this is the photo that's making all the buzz. It's now the platform's most liked post ever. The picture has been liked over 68 million times and counting since it was posted on Sunday. Argentina had a national holiday yesterday to celebrate the World Cup champs.
Writing a letter to Santa, it's a Christmas tradition for many children. And some of Santa's helpers are ensuring that the blind and visually impaired can also take part in this. From our Lancaster, Pennsylvania affiliate, WGAL, Ann Shannon has the story.
Erica Rothermel is busy this holiday season. After all, she's known at Vision Corps in Lancaster as the head elf.
Oh, people are really excited.
Erica is helping to answer special letters to Santa.
I mean, it's a long-standing tradition that people have been doing for years, but opening it up to the blind and visually impaired population is pretty new.
Last year, Vision Corps invited children and those young at heart to start sending their holiday wish lists here.
The children write a Braille letter to Santa, and I will hand the letter off to Santa personally. I will check his Braille. I will check it twice.
So far, Vision Corps has gotten letters from here in the Susquehanna Valley and around the country.
She wrote about how she's being nice to her friends this year.
Erica says it doesn't matter when you send in your letter. She's going to make sure every one of them gets answered.
We wanted it to be, when you have time, send it. It's a good opportunity to practice, and we didn't want to limit that.
The feedback has been great.
People that are blind or visually impaired find it as an opportunity to be included. And people that aren't blind and visually impaired just think it's a really cool tradition to start.
Erica's hoping it's a tradition that continues to grow.
It's very exciting to know that we're a part of something so big.
That's amazing. Our thanks to Ann for that report.
Hey, time to celebrate birthdays this Wednesday morning. Nope actor Stephen Yeun is 39 years old today. 24 star Kiefer Sutherland turns 56.
Comedian Ray Romano is celebrating 65. Tennis legend Chris Evert is 68, and movie mogul Jeffrey Katzenberg 72.
Pulp Fiction icon Samuel L. Jackson celebrates 74. Oscar-winning actress Jane Fonda turns 85, and daytime talk show legend Phil Donahue is 87 years old. This is Early Today. Have a great one.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Stephen Romo in for Savannah Sellers today. Right now on Morning News Now, going public. Lawmakers vote to release a report on former President Trump's long-awaited tax returns. The move potentially ends years of speculation about Trump's business dealings and personal wealth. We'll explain just when we could see those documents. And in another setback for the former president this week, the January 6th report. What to expect from that full report coming out today, and the latest on the criminal referrals against Trump. Surprise visit. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky will be in Washington today in his first trip outside of Ukraine since the war started. Zelensky is expected to address Congress, the key help he is hoping to get from his U.S. visit and this high-risk situation. Bitter blast. Millions of Americans are bracing for life-threatening cold temperatures. From heavy winds to blizzards and flash freezes, the Midwest, the Northeast, and even the South will likely be dealing with the worst of this storm. We're tracking its path and what it could mean for your holiday travel plans. Also this morning, age of exploration. 2022 has been a historic year for space travel. NASA is one step closer to sending astronauts back to the moon. Plus, the future of space tourism is looking a little brighter. An astronaut joins us in studio with the biggest space stories of the year and what 2023 could hold. What a great way to end the year.
Exactly, not just any astronaut, but Astro Mike Massimino, one of our favorite guests here.
So great. I didn't know that.
Yes.
Yeah. Let's drop a name next time. It's the same astronaut. I love it. Well, we begin this morning with that battle over former President Trump's tax returns.
Yeah, the House Ways and Means Committee voted yesterday to make 6 years of Trump's tax returns public. This follows numerous attempts by Trump himself to keep his returns out of the hands of Congress. We've got a preview of those returns in a report released last night by the Joint Committee on Taxation. And it comes as the January 6th committee is also set to release its final report on the insurrection today. Now, here's what House Ways and Means Committee Chairman Richard Neal said after that Trump taxes vote.
I want to say this, after a long process, that this was not about being punitive, it was not about being malicious, and there were no leaks from the committee. We adhered carefully to the law.
Joining us now to break all of this down is NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Rafa and NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos. Ali, let's start with you. As we said, the staff of the Joint Committee on Taxation released that report last night on former President Trump's taxes. The House Ways and Means Committee also released its own separate report. So what are the big takeaways from both?
Yeah, Joe, good morning. Well, the Ways and Means Committee's 29-page report that they filed yesterday really looks into why the IRS failed to conduct this audit of former President Trump's tax returns until they were asked to do so by the House of Representatives. We know this is a process from history that all presidents and vice presidents are required to do. So that's really the crux of why this committee fought so hard for these returns, to be able to codify this process into law to ensure that it's done every single time after former President Trump promised so many times to disclose these returns and never did. The memo criticizes the IRS for dropping the ball. It says, quote, during the prior administration, it was clear that the mandatory audit program was not a priority and was not provided with the resources needed to ensure compliance by the former president. The memo even includes a memo from the IRS admitting to this lack of resources. On the other hand, you have the Joint Committee on Taxation's report that includes a summary of these returns, but not the actual returns themselves. It also criticizes the IRS, saying that they really trusted these outside accountants, this outside firm that former President Trump used for these returns, but they didn't necessarily verify the authenticity or the truthfulness of what's included in the returns. There are several things that lawmakers are undoubtedly going to be looking into when they more closely examine the details of these reports.
And Danny, let's bring you in here. So usually there's a exemption. You don't have to give your tax returns out. They're confidential for an individual under federal law. So what's the exception here? Is it because he's a former president?
Let's take a step back. This report found that Donald Trump, who told us many times, I can't release my returns because they're under audit. It may be the case that they were never under audit, despite the fact that an Internal Revenue Service manual requires them to be under audit for a president. So in other words, the entire reason he didn't release them was a reason that didn't exist, which is just breathtaking. Now, you ask about access. the committee was always going to get access to these returns because there is a law about 100 years old that requires production of the returns to the committee. The Ways and Means Committee and the Finance Committee can review these in order to discuss legislation, to possibly come up with new legislation. So access is a different issue than releasing them. So even though it should have taken 3 days, it ended up taking 3 years of court battles to release these returns. And I say release, I should say provide these returns to the committee. Now they have elected to release them, which is, given the executive summary and the report I read, very understandable because there seems to be a lot that went wrong here.
And that brings us into, I think, the number one question, Allie, people probably have this morning, which is when could we expect to see Trump's full returns? And then from there, what kind of information do lawmakers hope to find?
Yeah, the Ways and Means Committee says they can be released in a few days because of the amount of sensitive and personal information that has to be redacted from them before they're made public. And some of the things that lawmakers and others are going to be looking for in them are obviously Trump's yearly income, the sources of that income, the tax he paid on it, the state of his finances while he was president, those net losses he reported while he was in office, any conflicts of interest that he had during his presidency, any association or links to foreign bank accounts, what was donated to charity, any real estate depreciations, as well as any more insight into that IRS audit, as Danny mentioned, that former President Trump was saying was still ongoing. So there's a lot to glean from these documents that lawmakers are going to be looking over in the next few days before these are released, as well as after.
And Danny, that is a long list of stuff we could find out from these releases. What exactly will happen? What ramifications could we see if there's evidence of wrongdoing in these returns?
Yeah, Trump won't face any ramifications for fighting the release of his returns, even though it took several years. But as many have pointed out, the release of these returns I think of as a kind of flagpole planted in the ground. In other words, this is Trump committing to a particular thing so that when he's being investigated in other venues, for example, for inflating his value to get favorable loans, or deflating his value when the tax man cometh, those are the kinds of things that put a pin in what Trump at least said to the IRS about what he owes, what he's owned, what he's given as gifts. It gives the anyone investigating him plenty of evidence, but in the case of the DOJ, it may be evidence that in other ways they've long already had.
There's something else we've been talking about all week, Allie, and that is the January 6th committee's full report, which is finally set to be released today. What can we expect? Are there any surprises left to come?
It's unlikely that this final report is going to have any surprises because committee members gave us sort of a preview of what to expect in it during that last meeting that they had on Monday. They alluded to more information on the cases that they built during these 11 hearings and this last meeting that's going to be revealed in this report. More information about the cases that they built for why they referred these criminal charges to the Justice Department for former President Trump. These cases to the House Ethics Committee for their GOP colleagues in Congress, colleagues who ignored subpoenas by the January 6th committee. There's going to be more information about the interviews of those more than 1,000 witnesses that the committee interviewed, the thousands of pieces of evidence from communication between Secret Service agents and White House officials on, before, and around January 6th, as far as some of the communication from even members of Congress to the White House trying to get former President Trump to condemn the violence going on at the Capitol. So there's so much more to be learned from these this final report that we now know committee members are sharing this information with the Justice Department. But committee members did allude and give us sort of a hint of what to expect in this lengthy report.
So much to cover this morning. Allie and Danny, thank you for walking us through it all. We appreciate it. Another big story this morning, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is in Washington today, his first known trip outside Ukraine since the war with Russia began more than 300 days ago.
Yeah, Zelensky is expected to hold an extended meeting with President Biden and his national security team before addressing members of Congress. According to the Biden administration, the visit is intended to, quote, underscore the United States' enduring commitment to Ukraine. NBC News White House correspondent Carol Lee joins us now with the latest on this. Good morning to you, Carol. Obviously, just Zelensky visiting here is getting so many headlines. So what is he expected to actually talk about with Biden when he meets with him?
Well, they're expected to talk about a number of things, particularly this nearly $2 billion in aid that the U.S. is going to announce. And that includes those Patriot missile defense system, which the Ukrainians have been asking for some time. Now, in terms of the schedule, I can walk you through the president of Ukraine. He's scheduled to arrive at the White House at 2 o'clock. They'll go into a meeting, him and President Biden, to around 2:30. That's expected to last some 2 hours or more. That's on the schedule. And then at 4:30, they will have a joint press conference where they'll take questions from reporters, and then Zelensky will address a joint session of Congress later in the evening. And so in addition to the aid that the U.S. is announcing that they'll be providing to Ukraine today, they're also going to discuss the future of aid in Congress and what that looks like. There's a $45 billion aid package that's moving through Congress as part of that broad spending bill. And there's a real question about whether the U.S. is going to be there in terms of supplying Ukraine with aid in the future, as officials say that this war could drag out for some time. So you'll see President Biden, President Zelensky both trying to really keep up the momentum and keep the country united around supporting Ukraine.
Yeah, I mean, let's talk about the aid. How is Congress responding to these proposed aid packages right now? Does it seem like that is Zelensky's number one focus when he speaks to Congress later today?
Yeah, and it is, and it's partly to try to encourage lawmakers to stick with this, and also to, according to White House officials, to thank the American people for the billions and billions of dollars of aid that they've already provided Ukraine. Congress so far has maintained bipartisan support for supplying Ukraine with additional aid. Senior leaders in Congress, Republicans and Democrats, back this, but there is a growing number of Republicans within the Republican caucus who are saying, you know, look, this is too much aid. They don't want to support this. And there's some concern about that, particularly as this goes on for some time.
And Zelensky is also expected to address the American people directly. So why is that such a priority, and what are we expecting to hear?
No, I think in terms of what you're expecting to hear is we've seen President Zelensky before address bodies of lawmakers in various countries, including virtually in Congress, this Congress earlier this year, and he'll paint presumably a stark picture of what's happening in the war in Ukraine, the suffering that the Ukrainian people are going through as Russia continues to rain down bombs on the Ukrainians, and also to thank the American people for their support and try to get them to continue to stay united around supporting them. It's also worth noting that part of the President Zelensky's conversations with President Biden are likely to focus on some of the things that the U.S. is not providing that the Ukrainians would like the U.S. to provide, some of those longer range weapons, tanks, F-16s, things like that. And so there'll be some pressure on President Biden to follow through potentially with supplying some of those larger weapons.
All right, Carol Lee, thanks for that update. And be sure to tune in tonight for a closer look at how one Ukrainian town is surviving the war with Russia. Our special, titled Life, Death, and Liberation, Izium Ukraine, airs tonight at 10:30 p.m. Eastern right here on NBC News Now.
Millions of people are bracing for blizzard-like conditions and below freezing temperatures just 4 days before Christmas.
Yeah, the holiday storm is expected to bring heavy snow and winds to the Midwest and the Great Lakes states before slamming the East Coast. The winter threat is also putting a major strain on airports across the country as travelers get ready for their holiday journeys. We have everything you need to know before you head out of town this week. But first, meteorologist Angie Lastman has the latest on where that severe winter weather is going to hit the hardest. Hey, Angie.
Hey there, guys. And I think my advice to you this morning, if you live in the Northeast or the South, is leave early. That's what you're going to want to do, because as we get through the next 24 to 48 hours, things will get a little sticky there. Already expecting some snow in parts of the high plains. That's where that system will work through first, impacting folks there. And then eventually, as you mentioned, moving into the Great Lakes and having blizzard conditions as well as high winds. And then we'll see also some lake effect issues that I'll talk about as far as the freezing spray that could likely be encasing homes along the lakeshore in ice. This will be something to see, and you'll see, I'm sure, great visuals coming out of this on social media. But as we look ahead to basically tomorrow and into Friday, you can see most of the Northeast dealing with the rain impacts as that system does intensify, and eventually will move out of the picture. But we've got a multitude of impacts to talk about. So let's start with those blizzard conditions. Notice how much snow we're expecting, especially downwind of those lakes. We could see a foot of snow, and this is something that will be not just for Thursday, but lasting into Friday as well. That blowing snow will also be reducing visibility. We have the high winds that we're expecting. I'll show you those here in a moment, but just something to note, while it's snowing, the visibilities are going to be really difficult. As far as the Northeast goes, we're a little too warm. We're on the warm side of that system, so that means that it's rain that we're really going to deal with. But the problem is that rain could potentially cause some flooding. We'll have melting snow from last week's storm that will likely add to that. So the coastal flooding also on the table as well with those strong winds. We could see storm surge along the coast up to 3 feet. So we'll watch for any of those flood-prone areas here as we get through Thursday, Friday, and eventually into Saturday. We'll start to see things letting up. The winds are really concerning. 50, 60-mile-per-hour winds, and this is long-lasting. This isn't just, part of the day on Friday. This will last into Saturday, and we'll finally start to see those weaken. But we could be talking about widespread power outages, hundreds of thousands of people out of power just in time for the holidays, just in time for Christmas Eve. And that is really becomes very concerning when it comes to the temperature drop that we're going to see. So in the high plains, sub-zero temperatures, but this spreads east to those locations that we're expecting to see the power outages, and we could be dealing with 24 degrees for a high in New York on Saturday with widespread power outages. This is really concerning. A big drop in temperatures after rain. That means that ice developing on the roadways causes a lot of problems for travel. So not just the airlines, guys, also the roads, anywhere from Chicago to Boston on I-90, maybe 95, I-70, all going to be an issue.
I feel like we're hearing a lot of people who are like, I'm leaving town today or Thursday to just try and get wherever they need to get ahead of all this.
That's the best advice. Because once that system comes, it's going to be a couple days before we'll really have things under control.
Oof, couple days.
Interesting Christmas weekend. All right. Thanks, Angie.
Well, for more on the storm's potential impact, let's go to travel expert Mark Elwood. Mark, good morning to you. So according to AAA, nearly 113 million people are planning to travel for the holiday. So just give it to us straight. What can they expect at the airport and on the road?
Look, I don't want to put people off. It's going to be a tough season because everyone is traveling en masse. This is the first really post-pandemic Christmas, but we've also got this crazy weather, which is hitting so much of the country, as we've just heard. But there are some solutions. I hope I can reassure people. You can cope even when things go wrong.
That's good to hear. And airlines, of course, already trying to brace for this storm. One employee from the Chicago Department of Aviation actually spoke about the airlines possibly activating an assistance program if passengers get stranded. Let's listen.
When there is bad weather and the airlines know that some of their passengers might be rebooked on another early morning flight, the airlines request that we initiate the passenger assistance program to set up cots and other amenities past security for passengers if they choose to stay.
Not how a lot of people want to spend their holiday. Quite the warning there. So what should passengers do now? It sounds like you're saying it might not be too late. There's got to be something they can do.
Look, this is a Boy Scout moment. Always be prepared. The issue with travel problems when it comes to weather is you want to get ahead of them. You don't want to get caught up in the middle. Two things you can do. First, get in touch with your airline. Most of the airlines are offering waivers, which means that they'll let you reroute for free. They'll work with you to make sure you don't get caught up in predicted storms. Remember, you want to go down through the south in the winter. If you're connecting, look for a warm weather airport, probably less likely to have problems with snow. I'd also say download an app that I've talked about with you guys before called Flighty. That's the word flight, but with a Y on the end. It's better than any of the airlines apps at giving you notifications. It will tell you what's going on before anyone else does. And the key here is learning what's happening as quickly as you can. First flight you put into Flighty is free. If you want to pay for it and you love it, it's like $5.99 a month or something. But definitely a way to prepare yourself for the storms. I swear by it.
Well, so many people are clutching to plan A. They don't even want to think about plan B. Not really the way to go. We did want to ask, though, what are your tips for people who aren't flying, but they're going to hit the road for the holiday, which it's most people?
Yeah, absolutely. 90%, I think, of the people who are traveling probably going to be going by road. Remember, this is all about not rushing. I know we all want to get somewhere as quickly as we can. Leave earlier in the day to beat the traffic. Remember, I always give myself, in winter weather conditions like this, at least a third more time than I think I need, so that I'm never stressed by the road conditions. I can go a bit slower than I plan. Remember to charge your devices, keep those really up to date in case you do get stuck. And another really good tip, pack something bright colored that you can always tie to your car or the antenna or some way. If for some reason you do get caught in the snow, it's a great way to draw attention to yourself and really simple.
All right, some good tips there. Mark Elwood, thank you.
Pleasure.
Well, in Northern California, at least 2 people are dead and several more are injured after yesterday's 6.4 magnitude earthquake. The quake was followed by dozens of aftershocks. It left tens of thousands of people without power. NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer has the latest.
Jolted out of bed and into chaos, residents in Humboldt County, California, their lives turned upside down.
A structural collapse with entrapment.
A powerful and deadly 6.4 earthquake damaging homes, destroying businesses and severing roads.
We do have a broken window and several cracks in the building.
Much of Northern California was rattled, centered 200 miles north of San Francisco and just outside the small town of Ferndale. Locals say the violent tremor shook for nearly 20 seconds.
This is ground zero. We have several of the residents that have been red tagged.
First responders say 2 people suffered medical emergencies and died. 11 others were injured. Even before sunrise, the apparent damage was widespread. Homes slid off foundations, and inside, virtually everything was strewn across floors. Over 70,000 lost power. Gas lines ruptured.
For some, there was warning. State officials say California's MyShake app alerted 3 million people the shake was coming 10 seconds before the ground started shaking.
For communities living on shaky ground, just under 100 aftershocks are rattling not just the region, but also nerves. Miguel Almaguer, NBC News.
Coming up on Morning News Now, running out of time.
Yeah, it's deadline day for Israel's prime minister to form a new government after the country's 5th election in less than 4 years. The impact his coalition could have on U.S. relations with the country, that's coming up next.
news is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Welcome back. The Biden administration is asking the Supreme Court to lift a pandemic-era border restriction known as Title 42, but border officials warn it will lead to a sharp rise in illegal crossings. NBC News Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley reports from El Paso, where the migrant crisis is growing more desperate.
We're here in El Paso, Texas, where migrants are clamoring for a place to sleep. City officials here say that they are pushed past capacity. They don't have enough room in their shelters, and they're leaning on the federal government to do more and to send them more money. They're especially worried as soon COVID-19 restrictions could lift at the southern border, bringing even more migrants into El Paso. Here's what we learned.
Chaotic scenes in El Paso, including these migrants climbing over a border fence, others going under barbed wire put up by Texas National Guard. All part of an ongoing surge of illegal border crossings here, and coming just as the Biden administration is asking the Supreme Court to lift a pandemic border restriction known as Title 42. A move border officials say would send the number of illegal border crossings soaring even higher to a record 10,000 per day. The Supreme Court has temporarily blocked lifting Title 42 at the request of 19 Republican states. But the Biden administration asking the court to reverse that in a filing tonight saying Title 42 is no longer necessary to protect public health. Meanwhile, in El Paso, officials say they're facing a humanitarian crisis.
It's about 33 degrees here in downtown El Paso, where migrants are sleeping and huddling together for warmth. You can see the city has come through here to clean out trash. Others have donated clothes. And right now, officials say they're overwhelmed.
We spoke to Natalie, who traveled from Venezuela with her daughter Rosa, the girl without shoes in frigid temperatures after losing them on the journey. They fell off, Natalie says. Her cheeks are burned from the trip and the cold. Natalie told us she was surprised that they were able to just walk across the border into El Paso without being stopped by Border Patrol. I walked through, she told us. And then we met Gabriela.
How are you keeping warm?
Our hands are freezing, and our ribs, the headaches, the body, feet, it's unbearable, she says. El Paso is in its fourth day of a state of emergency. Officials saying city resources are maxed out, and they're pleading for federal help.
There's not enough money. There's no community that could take an influx like that.
We have seen a significant increase.
Ruben Garcia runs a network of 15 migrant shelters in El Paso and said he has had to turn migrants away because they don't have room.
What do you think things will look like here in El Paso when Title 42 is eventually lifted?
I think it's something that we probably can't even describe. The numbers will be very, very high.
Facing intense criticism over its border policies, the Biden administration is now weighing making it harder for migrants to apply for asylum at the southern border and giving them more options to apply for protections from their home countries. Meanwhile, here in El Paso, temperatures are continuing to drop and more migrants are sleeping on the streets.
Julia, thank you.
An update now to a deadly police shooting. Former Fort Worth, Texas police officer Aaron Dean was sentenced yesterday to more than 11 years in prison after being found guilty of manslaughter in the 2019 shooting death of Tatiana Jefferson. Dean shot and killed Jefferson, a black woman, through the window of her mother's home while responding to a call about an open front door. Dean pleaded not guilty in this case, with his attorneys arguing the former officer was defending himself. Prosecutors had sought a murder conviction, but the jury was allowed to consider that lesser manslaughter charge.
It's deadline day for Israel's Benjamin Netanyahu to form a new government after his far-right alliance won last month's election, the fifth election in less than 4 years there. The coalition is set to include religious ultranationalist groups like the Jewish Power Party, which holds anti-Arab and homophobic views. In 2007, its leader, Itamar Ben-Gvir, was convicted of racist incitement against Arabs and backing a group considered to be a terrorist organization by the U.S. He is expected to be named National Security Minister. Joining us now to talk more about this is Brett Bruen. He is the president of the Global Situation Room and the former director of global engagement for the Obama White House. Brett, glad to have you with us to talk about this morning. I mean, many say this could be Israel's most right-wing government in history. How concerned are you about this, and how damaging would it be for peace prospects and a future Palestinian state?
Well, I think this is a significant step in an extreme direction for the Israeli government. And obviously, it presents a real challenge to the Biden administration. How do they maintain that strategic, that strong relationship with a critical ally in the Middle East at a very fragile time? And I think ultimately this comes down to that old realpolitik of how do we find the ground on which we can collaborate while trying to contain some of the excesses that obviously some of the new ministers in Netanyahu's cabinet are likely to get up to.
Do you expect the Biden administration to react to all this, and do you worry that U.S.-Israeli relations could be harmed in the long run?
Well, this is going to strain relations. There's no doubt of it. I remember being in the White House, though, when Netanyahu came to town, he didn't bother to inform the administration and instead planned to address a joint session of Congress. And that certainly was a moment of considerable strain on our relations. But we never had these kinds of extreme elements in his government. And I think that is going to present a real challenge. The way the Biden administration's saying they're going to handle it is to hold the prime minister personally accountable for their actions. What does that mean? I think we're just going to have to wait and see.
Yeah, I mean, I guess what kind of leverage does the Biden administration have in dealing with any extremist policies the government might adopt? I mean, maybe are they going to wait and see if that's what happens? Could they cut military aid, or what are the steps here, the carrot or the stick, perhaps the stick here?
Well, you know, Joe, the challenge in using leverage is we take our most considerable leverage, that military aid that you mentioned, more than $1 billion, and remove it from the equation. I don't think the Biden administration could cut back, certainly not remove any of that aid. And so you get into a situation where we try to work around the edges. For instance, Prime Minister Netanyahu is going to want to further the Abraham Accords, deals with not only other Gulf nations, certainly Saudi Arabia, and he'll need U.S. support to do it. So those kinds of actions, I think, are ways in which the Biden administration can say, if you want our cooperation on this, we're going to need to see that.
All right, Brett Bruen, really appreciate your expertise on this morning. Thanks for joining us.
Sure thing.
Coming up, even more pharmacies are now struggling to keep up with the so-called triple-demic.
Yeah, 3 of the nation's biggest chains are now limiting how much kids' pain and cold medicine that people can buy. They're hoping to prevent a shortage, but what does it mean for parents who are actually trying to find those meds? Got that next.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
We're back now with a new warning for parents with sick kids at home.
Pharmacies and drugstores are now limiting sales of children's cold and flu medication out of fear of a nationwide shortage. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez is here with the latest on this. Gabe, good morning.
Joe and Stephen, good morning. An industry group is calling the demand for pediatric pain relievers unprecedented, but cautioned against declaring a widespread shortage. Still, for many parents, the scramble for children's medicine is hitting home right in the middle of the holidays.
This morning, Kroger is joining other major pharmacies struggling to keep up with the triple-demic. CVS, Walgreens, and now Kroger limiting sales on children's pain relief products per customer. Walgreens suggests for customers looking for items, our website updates with the latest available store inventory information frequently throughout the day. Many shelves nationwide empty, stunning doctors.
I never thought I would see anything like that in the United States in my lifetime.
And leaving families on edge.
It was scary. It was frustrating. It was infuriating.
Ashley Mishler from Memphis went to 5 different stores trying to care for her 18-month-old son.
We couldn't find his cough medicine. He had a fever and a cough. You just want relief for your children.
The triple-demic, flu, COVID, and RSV has led to a 65% increase in sales of pediatric pain and fever meds last month compared to last November. Doctors suggest families get creative.
I think in terms of some of your medications and stuff, if you can find chewable tablets, like say for amoxicillin or something like that, we can use chewable tablets for little kids.
Health experts say RSV has dropped off in the last few weeks, but flu and COVID rates keep rising, and another surge is expected in January following the holidays.
To use high-quality masks when indoors in public settings. This is especially important for people who are or who are getting together with people at increased risk for complications from COVID, RSV, or the flu.
Ashley canceled her holiday plans, deciding to celebrate only with her immediate family. She suggests reaching out to your neighbors for help if you can't find the medicine you need.
Talk to your neighbors, talk to your friends, and, try to work together as a community to say, hey, I checked this store.
Health officials say it is hard to predict where we might see additional drug shortages in the coming months. So talk to your doctor if you start to feel sick, guys. Good
important advice.
Another good reason to actually talk to your neighbors and know their names. I love that.
Yeah, that is very, very helpful.
Yeah,
exactly.
all right. Real connection.
Gabe, thank you.
Let's keep the health news going with your weekly checkup. I'm afraid we might not have good news for you if you are already on your second cup of coffee this morning.
Yeah, we're also learning if you're visiting your doctor more frequently, it may actually be a warning sign of an even larger health problem.
NBC News medical contributor Dr. Kavita Patel joins us to discuss some of the health headlines you might have missed over the last few days. Dr. Patel, good morning to you. So, all right, one of the first things many of us do, I know I do in the morning, is pour a cup of coffee. There's a new study from the American Heart Association that shows some people should stop at 1 cup. So who and why?
All right, Joe, this had me reaching for a smaller cup this morning myself. But listen, this applies. This is a large study that was done in Japan over 20 years, looking at over 18,000 men and women, trying to understand patterns associated with death from cardiovascular disease. What they found is that people who had high blood pressure, severely high blood pressure, we're talking greater than 160 over 100, which are pretty high numbers, should not drink 2 cups or more because it is associated with twice the risk of death from cardiovascular disease compared to people who did not drink any coffee. So the takeaway here is that drinking 1 cup of coffee a day is what I used to tell patients, because for some people that can actually be heart protective. And again, I think the doctor's orders in this situation, caffeine can be a friend or a foe. So you really need to understand whether you are in that bracket, know your numbers, check your blood pressure. Most people get their blood pressure checked just once a year. We like to recommend that if people are at risk for high blood pressure, or if they've had a history of high blood pressure, check it at home, get a good quality monitor, and then adjust your caffeine intake. Remember, caffeine doesn't cause the cardiac death. but it is associated with it and probably speaks to other lifestyle things that you can change, like your diet and exercise. It always comes down to some of those basics, Joe and Stephen.
Absolutely does. And sticking with heart health here, our next study found that in the weeks leading up to a cardiac arrest, a lot of people will visit their doctor more often than usual. What's the link there? Could there be more warning signs than we even know about now?
Possibly. So this is a 5-year study done by European countries, and this is really to look at sudden cardiac death. It's a very specific type of cardiac death where the heart goes through an abnormal rhythm and just beats in a different way that stops blood flow, and a person can die within 10 to 20 minutes if they don't have CPR or some sort of rescue. So part of the message is that many of these patients were actually seen by a doctor in the months prior to their cardiac arrest. And that's a signal. That means that in my world, in doctor's orders, that you really can't just rely on that 15 to 30-minute visit once a year. You really have to understand and pay attention to your body and advocate for yourself. And then also for all of us as citizens, myself included, know your ABCs of CPR. This 5-year study also looked at the rate of that rescue when someone did have a cardiac arrest, and it is unfortunately all too low, meaning we can prevent and possibly treat some of these cardiac arrests.
All right, here's something that can help your heart. We're talking about cycling. Americans have been taking to cycling more and more in the past decade. But according to the National Electronic Injury Surveillance System, that's a thing, fewer of us are getting hurt with the exception of one group. What can you tell us about that?
Joe, you'll learn there's a surveillance system for a lot of things, and we benefit from it. So that's not a bad thing. And I might be one of the only people in the pandemic that didn't go out and get a bike. So this does not apply to me, but I am going to go try to get one because exercise is a great thing. Over 10 years, this surveillance system saw that even with the increased bike riders during and even after kind of the brunt of the pandemic, that we have seen bicycle injuries on the decline. That's good news, except for people over the age of 60, where we have seen steadily those injuries increasing. Most common injuries are to the head and to the trunk. So the doctor's orders here, safety does not happen by accident. It does not matter how old you are, you need a plan. And what I tell my own kids, no helmet, no ride, applies to me too.
That is very good advice. I'm the other person who did not get a cycle or bicycle during, or a Peloton or a whatever during. Did you get one? Or?
I did not.
No.
Three amigos here did not.
All right,
do
there
it.
we go. We're the three.
There you
So in case you're wondering, you can mark it to us. All right, Dr. Patel, as always, thank you so much. Happy holidays.
Thank you.
Well, coming up on Morning News Now, Twitter shakeup.
Elon Musk says he will step down as CEO of Twitter once he finds someone, quote, foolish enough to replace him. This comes days after he posted a poll asking users whether he should leave. We're going to have the very latest in just a moment.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Welcome back. Billionaire businessman Mark Cuban is on a mission to revolutionize the pharmaceutical industry in an effort to combat rising medication costs. The entrepreneur and TV personality started an online business providing some steep discounts on prescription drugs. NBC News and senior legal and investigative correspondent Cynthia McFadden sat down with Cuban to discuss his vision for that industry.
Well, maybe you've heard of billionaire Mark Cuban because you watch Shark Tank, or perhaps it's because you are interested in the Dallas Mavericks, which he owns. But whatever your reason, the reason we went on the road to Dallas to meet him in his office was because of a new company that he's founded in this past year, in which he is determined to disrupt the pharma industry and the way they price drugs. Take a look. Because you've got to have like a real office somewhere.
No, this is it.
No, this is it.
Complete with concrete floor and thrift store worthy furniture. That's when I was 16 in junior achievement.
And you were good.
Oh, I was great. The windowless office may not be what you'd expect for someone estimated to be worth nearly $5 billion, but the confidence fits. Put the money where it has an impact. For the past year, Mark Cuban, the owner of the Dallas Mavericks and a regular on Shark Tank,
So for those reasons, I'm out.
has been trying to impact the world of prescription drugs.
And one of the first things you said about all of this, if I may quote you back to you, was that you intended to F up the pharma industry.
Yeah, I was comprehensive. I didn't use the word F or the letter F.
So how are you doing on that goal?
They still know we exist, but at the same time, we're impacting the lives of, million-plus people. In just 10 months, he says, his 1.5 million online customers can choose from about 350 generic medications. Cuban is so confident it will work, he is funding the entire thing himself. How much has he spent? More than a bag of chips.
100 million?
It's a lot, yeah.
More than that?
Yeah, it's a lot. So, is it working? NBC News selected several drugs to compare, and prices are, as claimed, often lower than competitors, sometimes costing even less than a patient's copay. This leukemia drug retails at a pharmacy chain for more than $1,500 a month. With insurance, a typical copay is $30, but at Cost Plus, no insurance needed, $19.40.
Are there bad guys, from your perspective, morally bad guys, driving these prices up?
I'd say that they're misleading, and they try to create the perception that the patient comes first, and they don't. He says he's able to offer lower prices by bypassing insurers and middlemen, and even plans to make some medications in his own facility. And he says transparency is key. On his bills, customers see what Cost Plus paid for the medication, along with a 15% markup, a $3 pharmacy fee, and a $5 shipping fee. The concept is very simple. We want to be the low-cost provider of any medication we're legally able to sell. We're a lean, mean medication-selling machine. Cuban says he's not making money yet, but says, for now, that's okay. It's the right thing to do. I have money. And we will make money. I don't want this to seem like it's completely altruistic. It will be profitable.
So to the cynical out there, this is a great way to suck people in, and then you raise the price.
No, it's a great way to suck people in, and where we can, lower the price. And hopefully they tell all their friends. That is just what Christina Costa did. Her Instagram video now pinned to Cuban's feed.
I have epilepsy and brain cancer and anxiety.
Costa told NBC News she's never met Cuban, but that using Cost Plus drugs is saving her nearly 90% on her medications every month. This is the only company, the Mark Cuban Cost Plus Drugs company, is the only company I've ever put my name on, because this is what I want my kids to be proud of me for. To that end, he says he will not be satisfied until he's able to lower the price of insulin and a host of other life-saving medications.
Cynthia
Mark
McFadden.
Cuban, not a man to bet against. Back to you.
All right, Cynthia McFadden, thank you so much. All right, to financial headlines now, starting with Elon Musk's announcement after his controversial Twitter poll results.
CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and other money news. Silvana, what's the latest on Elon?
I've got it for you. Don't you worry. All right. So Elon Musk says he'll step down as Twitter CEO once he finds someone foolish enough to take the job. In a tweet last night, Musk says he'll continue to run Twitter software and services team, signaling he still plans to be very involved in day-to-day operations. Now, this latest announcement comes just a few days after Musk posted a poll on whether he should step down, with more than 57% of people voting yes. Shares of Tesla fell more than 8% yesterday, pushing the company's market valuation below that of ExxonMobil. The decline coming after Wall Street analysts downgraded their price targets on the electric vehicle maker. Analysts are worried CEO Elon Musk is distracted by his takeover and micromanagement of Twitter, and Tesla sales in China will be impacted by the recent surge in COVID cases. Tesla is down nearly 50% this quarter, almost 30% this month, and about 61% this year, which would be the worst on record. Mortgage lending billionaire Matt Ishbia is buying the NBA's Phoenix Suns and WNBA's Phoenix Mercury for a record $4 billion. Ishbia is lending an investment group taking a controlling stake in the teams. The sale comes after the NBA suspended Suns and Mercury owner Robert Sarver for workplace conduct issues. Ishbia is CEO of United Wholesale Mortgage, the nation's largest mortgage lender, guys.
All right, Silvana, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Coming up, 2022 was a huge year for space exploration.
Yeah, the U.S. is one step closer to sending astronauts back to the moon. And for the rest of us, the idea of space tourism is becoming a bit more likely. We're breaking down the biggest space stories of the year and what the future for our galaxy exploration holds. That's coming up next.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters.
Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. The once failing revival of Funny Girl on Broadway is now one of the Great White Way's shining stars. The production took in more than $2 million over 8 performances last week. That set a record for the highest gross, not only for that show, but at the August Wilson Theater, which is Funny Girl's home. It's quite the script flip from earlier this year when the show first opened. It got off to a bit of a rough start with some bad reviews, only 1 Tony nomination. But after some high-profile casting changes back in September, we're looking at you, Leah Michelle. The show is nearly sold out every night. I can tell you from experience, I saw it before the casting changes and after the casting changes, and no offense, but it's just a stronger show, and people are enjoying it and responding to it much
proof
better.
is in the pudding.
Exactly. Folks are responding. So it's rare to see that type of revival on Broadway with a show that's about to maybe even close, and then suddenly it's like sold out all the time.
Love a comeback story.
Exactly. Very
Great
good
one. Well, speaking of comeback, time to look back at an astronomically successful year for NASA. 2022 is one for the history books with a plethora of missions and discoveries making headlines.
Yeah, from the recent Artemis 1 mission success to the never-before-seen images sent to us by the James Webb Telescope. No one better to help us break it down than our friend Mike Massimino. He is a former NASA astronaut, professor of mechanical engineering at Columbia University, senior advisor for space programs at the Intrepid Museum here in New York, and all-around nice guy. Good to have you with us. So, I mean,
good to see you, Stephen. Thanks for having me.
Let's start with Artemis 1 because we had the Orion capsule splashdown recently. NASA's administrator Bill Nelson says this was the beginning of the new beginnings. So what do you think we can expect from this one next year?
I think this is a pretty exciting story, guys. I was in Houston for the splashdown. We had our astronaut reunion, which we have every couple of years.
That's a good place to do it.
It's great. You know, it's the guys, the Apollo, Harrison Schmitt, the last person to step foot on the moon 50 years ago this week. They celebrated that anniversary, the return of that mission 50 years ago, Apollo 17. And the new astronauts who are looking to go to the moon in the future, and some of the ones like kind of mid-range experience, you know, who probably will be assigned to go to the moon, are really excited. I think being there was very meaningful because it gave me a sense of how cool this is going to be. I think we can look forward to the beginning of the year, the assignment of a crew that's going to fly to the moon. Similar to what they did with the Orion spacecraft, the Artemis 1, the Artemis 2 mission will be a similar mission, but have people inside, not quite as long of many days. So I think we can look forward to the crew being assigned for that, and then also a crew being assigned, I think shortly after that, to do the landing, which is going to be a couple years after that. So I think we can look forward to those assignments and those plans and more of the infrastructure and details of how they're going to go back to the moon and settle there.
Did you put your hat in the ring?
For real. Nah, it doesn't matter anymore. You know, they've got new people to do that. So I'll be rooting for them, though.
The next one.
That I think will be cool.
Yeah, another big win for NASA this year, though, was the DART mission, where it was like the first one for planetary defense, the first exercise to try to see that they basically, I think, smashed a spacecraft in, and they just completely changed that asteroid's orbit. So what can we see from that? Is there more developments coming from that?
I think they're going to be looking a little bit further into what actually happened with that impact that they had, that interface they had with that asteroid. So it was part of it was to deflect this thing and change its orbit, which worked. They may look into doing other things in the future to also alter the orbit to save us from an asteroid that might be impacting us. But what I think might be really cool that we might be talking about coming up this year is what they learned about what that asteroid was made of, some of the materials that they might be able to use from an asteroid, how you might be able to take those resources and use them here on Earth. So there's going to be more studying of what took place. What the reaction of that giant rock was. And they're also going to be launching another probe, probably about a year or so, it might not happen this coming year, to go and look further into what happened with the debris field that it created. So it's not just redirecting the asteroid, but it's understanding how asteroids can be used to help us here on Earth. So I think we can look forward to more of that coming up.
So much to study from that, and so much to study from the James Webb Telescope, which is just giving us these unreal images. I mean, so what's next for that? Could we get like some sort of 3D map of the universe, or what?
I think we're going to have some really exciting things happening, Joe, but I don't know if we know what exactly is going to come out of it.
Okay.
This first year was kind of like a warm-up, the way I look at it. They launched it, it was a year ago, I think on Christmas or Christmas Eve, right around this time of year. And then we started getting the images back after they warmed the spacecraft up. But those were just the early release images. And a lot of what they've done is they've looked at Hubble images and other images, and let's see what the James Webb could find. And they're finding more galaxies and more stars and more detail. I think that's what we looked at this year was kind of a warm-up, seeing what they could do with the telescope. And I think next year they're going to be making discoveries that we might not even be able to predict. And that's what happened with Hubble. Hubble, there were certain things they wanted to look at, like the existence of black holes, they found them. Planets and other solar systems, they found them. But there were things like the discovery of dark matter and dark energy that you didn't even know to ask the questions to look for these things. And that's what I think we might find to be really interesting with web. So that's going to be, who knows what's going to happen with that in this next year.
That is exciting. And those images make great backgrounds for your phones, for your computer.
Oh yeah, they work themselves into pop culture. You know, a lot of artistic interpretations of these things. So people can run wild with them.
All right, Mike Massimino, thanks so much.
You bet.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But your news continues right now. Good morning. I'm Stephen Romo, in for Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, holiday scramble for millions of Americans. Their travel plans are up in the air this morning as a massive winter storm sweeps across the country. Rain, snow, and a bitter freeze will set in from the Great Plains to the southeast, and that could create some real chaos at airports and on the road. We have a full forecast ahead, along with what you can do to get home in time for the holidays. Readying the reports. The January 6th committee is preparing to release today its full account into the attack on the Capitol and the role they say former President Trump played. This morning, Congress is also moving to publicly disclose Trump's tax returns from the years he spent in office. We're going to break down what both reports could mean for the former president and his political future. Historic visit. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky will be in Washington today, leaving his country for the first time since war broke out. We're going to walk you through how this visit came together and the impact it could have on Ukraine's conflict with Russia. And finally, this morning, we are taking a trip to the North Pole. Yeah, they might not get a lot of daylight this time of year, but one town in Alaska is still full of holiday spirit. Our own Kerry Sanders left the comfort of that Florida sunshine to head up to Greater Fairbanks, Alaska. He's checking in on Santa's workshop with just days to go until Christmas. I can tell you, I checked in yesterday with the folks at NORAD. They're going to be responsible for checking in and tracking Santa throughout Christmas Eve, overnight into Christmas. So a lot of folks are just on Santa watch right now.
An important job. Cannot forget NORAD tracking Santa.
Exactly. We're going to have more on that in a little bit. Let's begin this hour, though, with the severe weather winter threat, which is on everyone's mind, impacting the U.S. This morning, one of the worst Christmas time storms in decades is taking aim at the Midwest and the Great Lakes, and it is threatening millions of people's holiday travel plans.
Yeah, this timing is something. From lake effect snow to below freezing temperatures, experts warn the damage could be significant. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello joins us now from O'Hare International Airport in Chicago with what travelers need to know.
It's a little crazy here. Good morning. You know, O'Hare has 4 active terminals. And right now, a lot of Chicagoans and folks in the Midwest are trying to get out. They're trying to beat that storm. I just checked, and nationwide right now, we have about 200 flight cancellations and about 500 delays. That's not bad, as again, a lot of folks try to beat the storm. We are right now approaching pre-pandemic passenger levels. In all, 7.3 million of us are going to be flying through January 2nd.
At this time, we're going to go ahead and start with the pre-boarding process.
This morning, countdown to bullseye at the nation's 3rd busiest airport. Chicago O'Hare chock full of passengers. Okay. Determined to beat the winter storm, now taking aim at the Midwest.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome on board. This is
cruising altitude today is 34,000 feet.
ORD, a critical hub for both American and United, with the biggest presence here.
It's just been a really hectic day. Flights are delayed, few cancellations.
Airport execs expect the busiest day will be Thursday, hours before the storm is hitting Chicago.
We have 500 staff members who are ready to work 24/7 and 350 pieces of snow removing equipment.
In the United Ops Center here, they watch every flight to ensure it's fully crewed, catered, fueled, and on time.
We got Charlie 26 here, and they're coming from what destination?
And United is using a new computer program called Connection Saver, calculating how long they can hold a plane's departure for late connecting passengers without delaying the flight.
I'm at Charlie 9.
At gate C9, agents held the door for 18 passengers arriving late from Denver, hoping to make their Portland flight.
Were you running to get here in time?
Yeah, my heart rate's still going.
Good news is you made it.
So it's really assessing that risk of holding for that customer and not inconveniencing the rest of the folks on the airplane.
Hopper.com predicts the busiest days to depart will be this Thursday and Friday, just as the storm is rolling through the Midwest. The busiest return days, December 26th and January 2nd. Most travelers, 102 million in all, will be driving this holiday. Many are now just hours away from braving heavy snow or rain, windswept highways, and bitter temperatures, as Mother Nature tries to upend this year's December getaway.
Yeah, here we go. Okay, so if you are one of those people and you find that you need to rebook, guess what? The airlines right now are going to go ahead and drop they're waiving, rather, the rebooking fees. They're trying to allow everybody to rebook to get out ahead of the storm. If you get caught, if your flight is canceled, the best advice, try to rebook yourself online on the app. Hopefully that allows you to jump ahead of the long line at the airport of people trying to talk to an agent. You guys?
Great time to skip a line. All right, Tom, thank you.
To quote Tom Costello, yep. All right, now to NBC News correspondent Kathy Park. She's at a gas station in Crossville, Tennessee, with a closer look at how this winter weather is impacting the roads ahead of the holiday. Kathy, good morning. So what can drivers expect to see in the coming days, and what's being done everywhere to prepare for the storm?
Hey, Joe, good morning to you. Yeah, if you're not one of the millions flying this holiday season, chances are you're getting behind the wheel and driving. According to AAA, roughly 102 million Americans will be driving 50 miles or more this holiday season. That's something that we haven't seen since 2018. And you mentioned that impending winter storm. It is winding up right now. So all across the country, especially in the Midwest, crews are at the ready. They're watching the forecast very closely, and they'll be mobilizing at the first sign of precipitation. Here in Tennessee, we're told that 2.6 million people will be driving to their destination. And according to transportation officials, they will actually be suspending all construction-related lane closures starting December 23rd through January 2nd to make sure that people continue to keep moving on the roadways.
Kathy, let's talk about something that's on a lot of drivers' minds the holiday season, and hopefully this is a good thing, and that's gas prices. We've seen the costs drop significantly since the summer. So are we still seeing that trend heading into Christmas, and how is that impacting people's travel plans this holiday season? Do we think more folks are driving because of that?
Yeah, Joe, that's a great question. You know, we've been following gas prices all year long, and it's been up and down, but fortunately it's on the downward trend right now. And according to AAA, the national average for a gallon of regular is $3.14. That's actually a 12-cent drop from last week. And we're here at a very popular gas station in Crossville, Tennessee. You might have heard of it. It's a Buc-ee's, and a gallon of regular here is $2.59 a gallon. So a lot less than the national average, so possibly a little extra money for those last-minute Christmas gifts, Joe.
I actually own a Buc-ee's T-shirt. That's how much I love visiting a Buc-ee's when I'm in the South. All right, so Kathy, what tips do you have for drivers who decide to brave the harsh conditions? I mean, what should they be checking before they hit the road to stay safe?
Yeah, so Joe, obviously a lot of folks, as we mentioned, will be hitting the roadways, but that could also coincide with this inclement weather. So experts are saying, look, a couple of things to keep in mind. Just make sure that the tire pressure is adequate. Make sure that the washer fluid is full. I feel like I'm always guilty of that, especially at the worst time possible. And also consider having an emergency kit in your car as well. Throw in a blanket, some food, cell phone chargers, because you just never know when you might be stuck on the roadways, and you don't want to be stuck without anything, especially during bad weather. And according to AAA, they're anticipating rescuing 900,000 motorists this holiday season.
Wow, it's a lot of rescues when you put it out there like that with that number. Yeah. Kathy Park, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Let's get a check on your Morning News Now weather.
Meteorologist Angie Lassman joins us now with a look at that very important forecast. Good morning, Angie.
Yeah, guys, it's going to be evolving, and it is going to be so important here as people get out onto the roads and hit the air for whatever their destination may be here over the next couple of days to celebrate the holidays. We have a high-impact storm system that is now going to start to impact places in the plains and in the Midwest in the short term. As we head into tomorrow, you can see the snow stretching from basically the UP all the way into portions of northern Mississippi, and heavy rain working through parts of the mid-Atlantic and the Northeast. The flood threat will be there. The strong winds will be there. We're dealing with drastic temperature drops. So really, this storm is going to pack a punch, and it has all sorts of things that I want you to be aware of. So let's start with the winter weather. The blizzard conditions that I mentioned are going to be happening, focus mainly around the Great Lakes. You can see these snowfall accumulations, that bright pink, that's over a foot of snow. We'll likely see that downwind of the lake. This will be something that'll be ongoing here as we get into tomorrow and into the later parts of the work week as well. Really a dusting of snow, at least for a lot of places, though. So that we know is going to cause some issues out on the roadways. We also have that rain that I mentioned. We're on the warmer side of that front for the northeast and stretching into the mid-Atlantic, and we could see anywhere from 2 to 3 inches of rain. That on top of the melting snow really could be a problem, especially for those more vulnerable areas for flooding. We also will have that potential to see some coastal flooding thanks to these very strong winds that we're also going to see. Really impressive wind gusts expected as we get into Friday, especially for the northeast and the mid-Atlantic and stretching back into places like Chicago. Check out Detroit's peak wind gusts, 54 miles per hour. That will be a prolonged event. It's not just going to be part of the day. It'll be something that you'll see that's going to create visibility issues, power outage issues. And when we talk about the cold air, brutal in Bozeman, minus 15. That's the actual temperature. And when you add in those wind gusts that I just showed you, we're dealing with ridiculous temperatures, minus 50, minus 60, those temperatures that when you get outside for 5 minutes, you're at risk of frostbite. So the cold continues to sink south, places like Chicago ending up at just a high of 1 degree for Friday. Again, actual temperatures not accounting for the winds. Saturday, Sunday, you get back into 10, 12 kind of range, but still, as we get to Raleigh, look at the temperature difference from Friday to Sunday, guys. 50 degrees on Friday, 34 on Sunday. Similar story for New York, where we are going to deal with some of the rain. And those temperature drops are going to happen quick, especially Friday into Saturday. That's where we're watching for the potential for some flash freezing. That's when you have basically water on the roadways, and then we have a quick temperature drop, so black ice is more likely to form. But, you know, it's not all bad news.
Yeah.
A white Christmas for many. I know there's people out there that like the cold weather and snow.
Yeah, sorry, but a white Christmas is not worth all that to me. But my personal opinion there.
As long as you have power, I mean, that'll be the key. So maybe stock up on some flashlights and candles before, just in case. All right. Good advice.
Exactly.
Thanks, Angie.
All right, and now to the January 6th committee's final report, which is due out later today.
Yeah, the committee is set to release its findings, wrapping up a nearly 18-month probe, culminating in the recommendation of criminal charges against former President Trump and some of his allies. The report release comes just a day after the House Ways and Means Committee voted to make 6 years of former President Trump's tax returns public. Joining us now to break down all this, NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Rafa and NBC News legal analyst Glenn Kirshner. Thank you both for being here. And Ali, let's start with you. We saw that executive summary earlier this week of the final report, and we're expecting the full thing out today. Do we know what we're looking for here?
Yeah, good morning, guys. Well, this is going to include all of the things that the committee couldn't fit into this nearly 18-month-long investigation and what they couldn't present in those 11 public hearings and that final meeting they had on Monday. It's going to include the granular detail of their cases for why they referred those criminal charges to the Justice Department for former President Trump and others who they think are criminally responsible for the events of January 6th. It's going to explain their cases for these House Ethics Committees referrals that they issued for their House GOP colleagues for ignoring the subpoenas from this committee. It'll also include more information they alluded to on witness tampering and witness intimidation efforts during their investigation. Remember, during that hearing on Monday, they talked about how former President Trump was one of the people they know reached out to some of the witnesses that they talked to. It'll also include pieces of communication and testimony from Secret Service agents, White House staffers, even members of Congress on and around January 6th. It'll also include some pieces of testimony that committee members are saying are from witnesses that were, quote, unnecessarily combative. So all of the requirements and testimony of this report are really part of the legacy this committee is going to be leaving behind before it disbands on the 31st, ahead of when the Republicans take back control of the House next month, you guys.
Glenn, let's talk more about that witness tampering angle. As Ali just mentioned, committee members indicated they suspect witness tampering occurred. So let's listen to what Congresswoman Zoe Lofgren said about that. Then we'll chat with you on the other side.
We've also obtained evidence of efforts to provide or offer employment to witnesses. One lawyer told a witness the witness could, in certain circumstances, tell the committee that she didn't recall facts when she actually did recall them. We've learned that a client was offered potential employment that would make her, quote, financially very comfortable.
So, Glenn, here's the deal, though. Witness tampering was not included in the committee's criminal referrals. So I guess the question is, could this be something that maybe the Justice Department is looking into for its own investigation? Is that a type of issue they would be looking into that they might be interested in pursuing?
You know, Joe, I can all but guarantee that Jack Smith and his team will be and already are looking into witness tampering or urging witnesses to testify falsely, all of which constitutes obstructing justice or obstructing official proceedings. You know, witness tampering is one of those crimes that is almost in a category all its own. And the courts have said over and over again that witness tampering strikes right at the very heart of the integrity of the criminal justice system. So these kinds of crimes are important for a couple of reasons. One, they're criminal offenses in and of themselves. But two, they demonstrate a consciousness of guilt for Donald Trump and others who are involved in a conspiracy to tamper with witnesses. And that makes it kind of a 2-for-1 for prosecutors, because if you can use the crime to also show consciousness of guilt, that helps provide incriminating information about other crimes. Because you know what? You don't need to tell a witness to lie if the witness's truthful testimony will not incriminate you.
And Ali, the committee said it's referring Trump, John Eastman, and others to the DOJ, but they didn't say who those others were. Do we expect that to be in this final report?
Absolutely. And there will be cases made for those other people for possibly crimes that are less severe than the ones we saw referred to the Justice Department for former President Trump and John Eastman, something the committee will be sure to lay out in this report. They don't necessarily have to be to the Justice Department. These could be referrals to, for instance, the House Ethics Committee, like we saw those GOP members, or it could be things to, referrals to possibly the Bar Association for Trump's lawyers, possibly Rudy Giuliani, who the committee says and has said in past public hearings was making baseless claims of election fraud, and then sort of didn't pan out with the same testimony during their investigation. So these are several things the committee is likely to lay out in this final report that we expect today.
All right. Ali and Glenn, thank you both for your analysis and reporting. We appreciate it very much.
All right, turning now to the ongoing war in Ukraine. President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, is expected to meet with President Biden and Congress. It's all to discuss the future aid for the war against Russia. NBC News Chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander joins us now with more on that visit. Peter, good morning to you. This is the first time President Zelensky is leaving Ukraine since the war started, 10 months ago now? So what message is he trying to send here?
Yeah, Stephen, that's exactly right. This came together over the course of the last several days. We were told that President Biden invited Zelensky to come to Washington about a week and a half ago, then formally exactly a week ago. But only in the last few days was this trip confirmed, and they kept it secret because of security concerns. The message with Zelensky coming here is really one to the U.S. to thank them for their support and an opportunity for the United States to reaffirm its commitment to President Zelensky and, more importantly, to the Ukrainians at large here. I've been speaking to national security officials, and they say this is particularly an important time for this visit to take place, that the Russian President Vladimir Putin has been stepping up his attacks on civilian targets throughout Ukraine, and really that Putin has been trying to weaponize winter in Ukraine right now, trying to knock out power to plunge Ukraine into the depths of the cold and darkness of these months right now. So it's a critical opportunity for the two to stand side by side today, and ultimately for that joint address to Congress to take place for Zelensky this evening. Stephen.
Okay, so that's Zelensky's goal here, but what about the Biden administration? What's their goal? I know there have been some objections from Republicans on this issue. Could this be a response to that at all?
Yeah, that's exactly right. I think it's important to note that obviously the Republicans will control the House in just a matter of weeks from now, and some in that incoming House Republican majority have expressed skepticism, reservations about continuing to give aid to Ukraine. Zelensky will have a chance to speak to them directly today, but President Biden, we are told, will be announcing a new capability that the U.S. is going to be sending to Ukraine, a Patriot missile defense system. This is a highly sophisticated system. I'm told that the U.S. troops will be training those Ukrainians who will be using it in a third country right now. This is a chance to sort of fight back against the Russian missile and drone attacks right now. And Congress, as we speak, Stephen, is discussing another $45 billion in aid that's going to be directed to Ukraine if it gets the proper sign-off. So obviously there's a real urgency to these conversations.
Absolutely, as there has been. And we know, Peter, that Zelensky is expected to bring a Ukrainian flag back from the front lines as sort of a thank you from the troops there. And meanwhile, the U.S. expected to make an announcement about that new security assistance. What more can you tell us about that?
Yeah, you're right. So just yesterday, we saw pictures of Zelensky arriving on the front lines in eastern Ukraine, where the reporters on scene say he was presented a Ukrainian flag that had been signed by some of those soldiers to deliver to the U.S. Congress. Zelensky saying he would present it to President Biden upon his arrival here. As it relates to that new announcement, there's $2 billion in new aid that we just noted that includes that Patriot missile defense system. That $45 billion that they're talking about is important. It's a part of what they call that omnibus, about $1.7 trillion in spending that's being negotiated right now. But given the reservations we've heard from some Republicans, this could potentially be the last aid package to Ukraine if it passes for quite some time. That's really where you should keep your eyes going forward, how long the U.S. can continue this effort with the support of Congress. But President Biden, it really wants to use this as an opportunity to demonstrate the bipartisan support for Ukraine right now. Stephen.
All right, some important messages to watch for. Peter Alexander, thank you. And we want to make sure we tune in tonight for a closer look at how one Ukrainian town is surviving the war with Russia. Our special Life, Death, and Liberation Museum. Ukraine starts at 10:30 p.m. Eastern right here on NBC News Now.
Coming up right now on Morning News Now, more fallout from the Supreme Court's decision to extend that pandemic-era immigration policy.
Yeah, the Biden administration is now weighing in on how it wants to resolve the legal dispute. When we come back, we'll take you live to the southern border as the crisis there shows no signs of slowing down.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters.
Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece of the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments.
We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters.
Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
To the southern border, where the battle over the policy known as Title 42 deepens. The Biden administration is calling on the Supreme Court to end the pandemic-era measure, but also requesting a delay until after Christmas. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky joins us now from Mission, Texas, with the latest. Morgan, good morning.
Yeah, Joe, good morning. And with illegal crossings across the Rio Grande facing record highs, everyone agrees something needs to be done along the Rio Grande. But right now, that compromise has yet to be seen. And now, with Title 42 likely lasting through Christmas, some fear it's only delaying an inevitable migration boom.
Turned away at the Texas border. The National Guard blocking migrants from entering the United States. One official telling them to try an official port of entry instead. It's a snapshot of El Paso under a state of emergency amid a growing border crisis.
The Biden administration has no plan on how to deal with this situation at the border once Title 42 goes away.
In response to the Supreme Court's pause of Title 42, the Biden administration asking the High Court to delay its expiration until after Christmas. But ultimately, it wants the court to reject efforts by Republican-led states to keep the pandemic-era policy in place permanently. In a Tuesday filing, the White House acknowledging the end of Title 42 will likely lead to disruption and a temporary increase in unlawful border crossings. Immigration advocates echoing the need for change.
This was a public health measure, not an immigration enforcement measure. We need to get rid of Title 42.
We visited this migrant camp in Reynosa, Mexico, where Pastor Hector Silva de Luna told us immigration policies mean little to those chasing the potential of a better life.
Do people come up to you and ask you about Title 42?
They don't know what Title 42 it means.
He tells us over the last year, Venezuelans, Haitians, and Nicaraguans waiting to claim asylum have quadrupled the size of this tent city. Back in El Paso, despite DHS and Border Patrol moving out more than 10,000 migrants this week alone, Shelter Director Ruben Garcia fears an even bigger spike if Title 42 ends.
I believe Border Patrol is going to be processing 5,000-6,000 refugees per day, possibly even more.
For now, they pray with a future as uncertain as ever.
Now, as for the fate of Title 42, the Supreme Court could let it expire per the Biden administration's request in just a few days' time, or the High Court could choose for the next few weeks or even months to study this challenge posed by those Republican-led states. Joe?
All right, Morgan, thank you so much. Now to some sad news from the world of sports. Hall of Fame running back Franco Harris has died. The four-time Super Bowl champion played most of his storied career with the Pittsburgh Steelers and was perhaps best known for scoring a legendary yet controversial game-winning touchdown on the heels of the immaculate reception in a playoff game against the Oakland Raiders back in 1972. Harris was 72 years old.
All right, turning now to international headlines. And Canadian police have arrested 8 teenage girls for a brutal murder in Toronto.
NBC's Claudio Lavanga joined us from Rome with that and other world news. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning. Yes, it was a crime that has really shocked the nation. In Canada now, 8 girls between the age of 13 and 16 were charged with second-degree murder after a 59-year-old man was stabbed to death in Toronto on Sunday. Now, the authorities say that the teenage girls, who got to know each other on social media, met in downtown Toronto, and then at some point they tried to take a bottle of alcohol from the man before he got stabbed. Police say the girls acted in a swarming mob mentality and may have wanted to make a name for themselves on social media. Let's go to Afghanistan, where the Taliban banned all female students from universities. The Taliban's education ministry said that the rule will take immediate effect and that all current female university students will be suspended until further notice. The Taliban have been rolling back women's rights and freedom in the country since they took power last year. The latest decision sparked international condemnation, with the United Nations Special Rapporteur to Afghanistan calling it a new law further violating the rights right to equal education that deepens the erasure of women from Afghan society. And let's move to Buenos Aires, where on Tuesday, Argentina's soccer team was greeted by millions of people after winning the World Cup in Qatar. Lionel Messi and his teammates had to abandon an open-top bus parade as it couldn't make its way through the approximately 4 million people that flooded the city to celebrate them. They were eventually whisked on a helicopter so they could enjoy the rest of the celebration with a bird's view. And what an amazing view that must have been, guys.
No kidding. Wow. Quite the party they're having there.
Still partying. I love that. All right, Claudio, thank you.
2022 was indeed a busy year for politics.
Yeah, you can say that again. And who better than NBC News national political correspondent Steve Kornacki to bring us a roundup of all the highlights as we take a look back at the year that was.
All right, well, we started 2022 asking if there'd be a big Republican wave. We end 2022 knowing that there wasn't. Republicans do get control of the House, but they get it by a very slim margin, and they end up losing a Senate seat. So what happened? What did we learn from this midterm cycle? Well, one thing that I think really stands out is Joe Biden, Democrats had a good midterm cycle politically, relatively speaking, in spite of the unpopularity of the president, 44%. This number is from the exit poll on Election Day, only a 44% job approval rating for Biden. You know, we've been trained, we've seen in modern elections, this kind of number for a president in a midterm election has always, in modern times, meant political catastrophe for the president's party. I mean, just take a look here. These are recent presidents. This is their approval rating during midterm elections. Trump in 2018, Barack Obama in 14 and in 10, George W. Bush in 2006. Their approval ratings all basically right where Joe Biden's was this year. And you remember, 18 was a disaster for Republicans. They lost 40 seats in the House. 14 was a disaster for Democrats, especially on the Senate side. They lost 9 Senate seats. And that House 13-seat loss for Democrats in 2014, they didn't have that many seats left to lose. Otherwise, that number probably would have been bigger. 63-seat loss in 2010, 30-seat loss for Republicans, and big on the Senate side. This is what a low approval rating has meant in modern times. And Biden's number, a lot of Republicans were expecting, a lot of Democrats were fearing it was going to mean something similarly politically catastrophic, and yet it didn't. Why? What broke in Democrats' favor? Well, I think what really stands out is this. What you're looking at here is the independent vote in the midterm elections, and Democrats actually won the independent vote by 2 points. And all of these recent presidents we were just going through who had rough midterm elections, you see in their midterms, the independents broke for the opposition party by double digits. That's what we've kind of been conditioned to expect. If a president is unpopular, the independents go to the opposition party, and they do it in big numbers. They didn't do that this year, even though Biden still wasn't that popular. So let's dig into those numbers a little bit more. Let's take a look at independents. And again, I say Biden was not that popular. That was especially true, is especially true with independent voters. 60% of independents said in the exit poll they got an unfavorable view of Biden, a majority an unfavorable view of the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party, Joe Biden, not popular with independents. But you can see it here. The Republican Party, and especially Donald Trump, even less popular, significantly less popular with independent voters. So I think you start to see here, we typically think of these midterm elections, it's a referendum on the president, a referendum on the president's party. That's typically how they've run. I think there was probably a referendum aspect here on the opposition party and the man who most recently led the opposition party this year. It's a dynamic you don't usually have in midterm elections. Also, take a look at this. When you ask, talk about the role of Donald Trump, his sort of lingering presence in the center stage of American politics, the January 6th hearings this summer, asking independent voters about the state of democracy. Nearly 3/4 said they feel democracy is threatened. And just look at how these voters split. Those independents who said democracy is threatened went for Democrats by a 16-point margin. Those who said they consider it secure voted for Republicans by a 6-point margin. And just a lot more independents said they considered democracy threatened. So an unusual result. An unpopular president and his party wins the independent vote and staves off what I think a lot of people that started this year expected to be a political disaster for Democrats. Instead, they gain a seat in the House, and they come within 5 in the Senate, and they come within 5 of hanging on to the House.
An unusual year. Our thanks to Steve Kornacki for that report. And 2023 will certainly be a year to watch as well, with the former president's legal troubles, the rise of his potential 2024 Republican challengers, and the slight momentum President Biden and Democrats have gained fresh off those midterms.
Coming up on Morning News Now, picking up the pieces.
Yeah, recovery efforts are ongoing this morning after that 6.4 magnitude earthquake rattled the northern part of California. We'll have more in a live report when we come back.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters.
Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back, and turning now to the growing frustration over the investigation into the killings of 4 Idaho college students. That investigation now in its 6th week, and still there have been no breakthroughs. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson is live now to get us caught up on the latest here. Steve.
Hey, Stephen, good morning. Police have received over 10,000 tips related to the murders near the University of Idaho campus. Just yesterday, there was news of a white Hyundai Elantra that crashed in Oregon, captured the attention of authorities as well as internet sleuths, but it was later determined not to be connected. Take a look.
What I want people to know is this is a Moscow Police Department investigation.
Moscow's police chief taking full ownership of a case with few clues and no named suspects so far.
My command team oversees this. We have 94 years of experience between us, and we're going to continue to work this case.
Vowing not to give up after the lawyer for one of the victims' families criticized law enforcement on Today.
I'm not sure they are capable of handling a quadruple murder. And maybe they should be getting more help, and maybe there should be some different lead investigators on the case.
Police also say they know about a surveillance video that appears to be from the night of the murders. Police say they've identified the Adam named in the video and that he's cooperating with detectives. Investigators have been searching for information about a white Hyundai Elantra that they say was close to the scene of the murders of the 4 college students last month. Hopes lifted yesterday when police took a closer look at one car matching the description that crashed in Eugene, Oregon, some 500 miles from Moscow. But they later said the owner is not believed to be related to the murders. Also this morning, some more background emerging. An apparent police body cam video posted to social media by a News Nation correspondent purportedly showing Moscow police called to the same house for a noise complaint months earlier on September 1st. Police later making contact with a woman who identifies herself as Maddie Mogan, who confirmed she lives there.
None of the occupants that live at this address are here right now. So now you have a house full of random people.
NBC News has not verified the video. A community still hoping they're one step closer to the truth.
NBC News has reached out to Moscow police for comment on what appears to be that September body cam footage, but we have not heard back. Meanwhile, my gosh, these families are about to experience their first Christmas without their families. Kaylee's father, Steve Gonzalez, has essentially said Christmas just doesn't make sense this year because his family is so close to the case. Ethan Chapin was a triplet, all three of his siblings attending that school together. His mother telling us that her children need to be lifted up after the loss of their brother. Stephen?
Bizarre and heartbreaking. All right, Steve, thanks.
Now to Northern California, where the cleanup is underway after a 6.4 magnitude earthquake shook Humboldt County on Tuesday. At least 2 people were killed, 11 more were injured. Now thousands are without power this morning as officials race to repair the damage. NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer reports.
Well, this part of Northern California is earthquake country. They're used to rattlers, but this one struck in the middle of the night, and it was a large one. Officials say they're lucky the damage wasn't worse.
Splitting open homes, destroying businesses, and severing roads. The quake struck at 2:34 a.m. Tuesday as most were fast asleep.
All of a sudden, there was this huge boom. Everything started shaking.
With violent shaking reported for up to 20 seconds, the tremor was centered 200 miles north of San Francisco, just outside the small town of Ferndale.
This is ground zero. We have several of the residents that have been red tagged.
Authorities now say 2 people suffered medical emergencies and died. 11 others were injured. As homes slid off foundations, bridges cracked and roadways splintered. More than 70,000 lost power. But for some, there was a warning. State officials say California's MyShake app alerted 3 million users a quake was coming, 10 critical seconds before the ground rumbled. While experts say tremors may relieve some seismic pressure, there's no way to predict when the next big one is coming.
This is just a reminder that California is earthquake country.
Urging residents to tie down furniture that can easily tip over. Authorities say this quake is also a reminder to store extra water, non-perishable foods, and medicine before the next big one hits. Tuesday's quake came exactly 1 year to the day. A 6.2 tremor rocked the same area. Now, as dozens of aftershocks rattle the region, this is another unsettling reminder tens of millions are living on shaky ground.
This morning, electrical crews are still restoring power across the area as folks continue to clean up just a few days before Christmas. Back to you.
All right, Miguel Almaguer, thank you.
Well, today, the winter solstice, which marks the beginning of winter. And while record low temperatures are nothing new for places like Alaska, they may come as a bitter cold reality to our Miami-based correspondent, Kerry Sanders. NBC News sent Kerry to the North Pole to see how he would do in some of the most extreme winter conditions. Here's what he found.
Today is the winter solstice. That is the shortest day of the year. And I'll tell you what, we could use some sun because it's 40 degrees below zero. But as the shortest day of the year is underway, in just a few days, another guy who lives here in the North Pole is about to begin his longest day of the year. He's got the reindeer ready to go. He's excited. It's all about ho, ho, ho.
It's a late start this day for third-generation Alaskan Corey Eberhardt, 8:40 a.m. The sun still won't be up until 11 a.m. But darkness and extreme cold are no excuses to put off chores at his aptly named Taste of Alaska Lodge.
Feels like the middle of the night. The moon is up and it's really dark.
Yeah, sometimes you wake up and you find out it's still 3 in the morning and you think it could be 6.
Today on this, the shortest day of the year, the sun in the greater Fairbanks area will hug the horizon for only 3 hours, 42 minutes. In that darkness, life goes on.
All right, hey.
Dogs still pull sleds here, but 23-year-old native musher Izzy Rice tells me more often it's to give tourists a sense of what Alaskans hold dear, while in the process, dispelling myths.
But we got regular houses just like everybody else up here.
And everybody wonders if you live in igloos?
Yeah.
And did you take a dog sled to school as a kid?
I did not. No, I rode a bus.
Even locals say 4 months of more darkness than light can be depressing. But during these very long dark days, there are some magical moments. The Northern Lights.
It's like colorful wind through the sky.
Alaska, our 49th state, a spot of stunning beauty that draws tourists from around the world, but rarely in winter.
Love it.
Yeah.
Is there any beauty in this darkness?
I think so. You can really see the stars. The stars are amazing, too.
Alaska's indigenous people long ago celebrated the Chena Hot Springs.
When you use the healing waters, it makes you 10 years younger, and you feel like a young rooster.
But first, there's a rule for visitors from the lower 48, liquid courage. The springs are a steaming 106 degrees.
Oh, it's warm.
The largest group bobbing right now, Alaskans.
I just feel a little frozen and crispy.
The ironically named Summers family often goes viral.
We were praying for snow, then we got it.
Explaining how they survived this brutal environment.
Stay inside. Yeah, we do stay inside.
Okay, I'm freezing. Let's get in here. Everybody warm me up here. Come on.
There we go.
The Christmas spirit, infectious.
Yeah. You like magic?
Yeah.
Well, so do I.
With just days to go.
And from the North Pole, Merry Christmas! Ho, ho, ho!
I asked Santa, could I hitch a ride with his sleigh to get out of these crazy temperatures? It's 112 degrees warmer where I live in Florida. But he told me, I'm sorry, Carrie, no room on the sleigh because there's just been so many good boys and girls this year.
Wow, what a wild ride. Nobody does it like Carrie Sanders.
My goodness, that looked cold, but also fun. It was cold, but I kind of think I want to go.
Yeah,
maybe.
Very effective.
We'll see.
Advertising there, all right.
Thank you, Carrie. Coming up, NBA Hall of Famer David Robinson was one of the sport's biggest stars during the 90s.
Yeah, and now he's opening up about the biggest secret to his success, both on the court and off. That's next.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
NBC News, streaming free now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters.
Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts. Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
Welcome back. Elon Musk says he will step down as CEO of Twitter just days after users voted in favor of him resigning in a poll that he posted on his page. Musk tweeted, quote, "I will resign as CEO as soon as I find someone foolish enough to take the job. After that, I will just run the software and servers teams." The news comes amid a turbulent time for the social media platform, which has seen changes to its privacy policy and the controversial suspension and reinstatement of journalists' accounts. So stay tuned on that.
Now to more of today's top financial headlines. The NFL is close to finalizing a deal for the rights to its Sunday ticket package.
CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and other money news. Silvana, good morning.
Joe, Stephen, good morning. That's right. So the NFL is reportedly finalizing a deal with YouTube TV for the exclusive rights to the Sunday ticket package, which has been held for years by DirecTV. Now, it's unclear what YouTube TV, which is owned by Google's parent company Alphabet, is paying, but the NFL has reportedly been seeking up to $3 billion. Sources say the deal will not include a stake in NFL Media, which includes the NFL Network and Red Zone channels. General Motors is recalling 140,000 Chevy Bolt electric vehicles in North America because of fire risks. GM says in rare cases, the floor carpet could catch fire in a crash when the seatbelt safety system deploys. The recall affects certain 2017 to 2023 models of the Bolt. Delta Airlines is expected to roll out free Wi-Fi for passengers early next year. The Wall Street Journal reports Delta will initially offer free internet on a significant number of planes before turning on the service on more of its fleet throughout 2023. Delta has declined to comment, but says it's in the process of testing Wi-Fi with various offerings to select customers on select routes. Delta first tested free Wi-Fi on domestic flights in 2019 and later switched to a new service charging a flat $5 fee. So could be some good news for travelers.
Yeah, Wi-Fi makes those plane rides go a lot faster.
Free Wi-Fi?
All right.
We'll take it. All right. Thank you,
Right.
Silvana. 10-time NBA All-Star David Robinson was an undeniable talent on the court. The Hall of Famer brought home 2 NBA World Championships for the San Antonio Spurs. His secret, faith. NBC sports reporter Corey Robinson is more on the private moments that played the biggest role in Robinson's public success.
The San Antonio Spurs are your world champions.
He was one of the greatest basketball centers of all time. David Robinson's nickname was the Admiral, a nod to his time serving in the Navy. But thanks to a growth spurt, reaching 7'1", he became too tall to serve on naval ships, and life took him down another path.
How are you able to adjust to God's plan for you?
Well, for me, I don't think I understood it was God's plan for me at that time.
But he trusted the process, and part of the new plan was the NBA.
Robinson with the move change, number 5.
In his first 6 seasons on the San Antonio Spurs, David Robinson, who also happens to be my father, won Rookie of the Year, MVP, and was a member of the original 1992 Olympic Dream Team.
That you had fame, you had fortune, you had it all by most people's standards. But you said something was missing. What was that thing?
It seemed like I was doing really well. I knew that I was chasing the world. Everyone's telling me, oh, you should be like Michael Jordan, or you should be like Patrick Ewing. And I remember thinking to myself, I'm not any of those guys. I had to understand that God was gonna make room for me. I didn't have to be those guys. And so that's how my faith really played a big role for me. It allowed me to relax a little bit and just be myself.
And in the world of professional sports where ego can rule the playing field, my dad became known for his ability to help his teammates shine. That led the San Antonio Spurs to 2 world championships.
How do you help younger players and put them in position to be successful as you age as a superstar?
Yeah. Again, I think it goes back to perspective, right? Understanding being a part of something greater than yourself. I think my experience in the military really taught me that when the team is successful, each of us is going to be successful.
It also led my dad to be part of another team over 20 years ago, at-risk students in our community of San Antonio, Texas. In 2001, in between those 2 NBA championship seasons, my dad founded the Carver Academy, now the Idea Carver Academy, a tuition-free school for underprivileged students to get the best education.
We just had a meeting the other day, right? Yes. So what did we talk about the other day?
Mental health.
Mental health.
100% of its students have gone on to college, and my dad knows them all.
We were just talking about wisdom and integrity in our last meetings, and I just really appreciate that he does this for our school.
What is the importance of these images for these young kids then?
Yeah, they can see the journey. They see the process, that you're not a finished product at any given time, right?
And my dad would be the first one to tell you, at 57, he too is a work in progress.
All the things I can do by my own strength are not very impressive. You know, they're things anyone could do. But when I trust in what God has placed in me, and then I just let him work through me, incredible things happen. I've watched the accomplishments in my life surpass anything I would have thought. I mean, and so to me, it's just been an incredible journey.
How cool is that? Our thanks to Corey Robinson for that story.
Well, coming up on Morning News Now, the season of giving.
We're going to bring you the story of one girl who's making it her mission to give back, and this one is sure to put you in the holiday spirit.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. Times Square is one big step closer to being ready to ring in the new year. The 7-foot-tall lights displaying 2023 arrived in New York Tuesday. The numbers went on a coast-to-coast tour first. It started in Los Angeles and made stops all across the country, and now they're in Times Square. They'll stay on the ground so people can pose with them for those Instagram photos until noon on Friday. After that, they'll take their place on top of one Times Square to get ready for that big countdown, and I'm guessing some pretty big crowds of people out there, Joe.
Yeah, I think it'll be a big year this year as folks wish in 2023. Thank you, Stephen, for that. Finally this hour, an act of kindness from a teenager in Texas. Nightly News anchor Lester Holt met with 13-year-old Lily DuBose to show us how she's brightening the holidays for kids in need.
She's only 13, but she's making spirits bright for thousands of kids this holiday season with a little help from a major league star. At Thornwood Elementary in Houston, Texas, holiday gifts are piled high, ready to be opened by some deserving students, all thanks to Lily DuBose.
I love kids, and the joy that I see on their faces when they get a toy just makes me feel so happy, and my heart's so complete that it's just such a blessing to me.
The 13-year-old started Lily's Toy Box back in 2017 after hearing about some children who lost everything during Hurricane Harvey.
When I saw other kids leaving their homes, evacuating, and their houses being flooded, leaving everything behind, I just felt devastated. It was so sad.
Lily wanted to help, so she gave away 10 toys. But she didn't stop there. Lily's Toy Box is now a nonprofit, and with the help of donations and toy drives, Lily has given away 40,000 toys to date to kids in need and whose families may be struggling.
It's so fun wrapping toys with all my friends and family and volunteers. I love doing it.
And this holiday season, she's hit a home run with a little help from her friend, Houston Astros third baseman Alex Bregman, and his wife Reagan.
It's nice to be in the holiday spirit this time of year. It's so much fun to be here.
We have toys for you.
Little faces lighting up as they open everything from
dinosaurs
to
Jingle and Squiggle caterpillar.
It's just awesome to see the smile on all their faces.
It means a lot because we don't get this a lot.
One thing that's important to Lily, putting the student's name on their presents.
I just want their name to be on it because it's more special.
Kayla.
Ava D. Emily.
Together, the trio handed out 1,500 presents. Actually, make that 1,501. One lucky student got a FaceTime with her favorite player.
Say hi.
Astros shortstop Jeremy Pena.
This is Avery. She's going to be the first ever girl drafted by the Houston Astros, she said.
A holiday to remember, and a girl hoping to inspire others with the gift of giving this Christmas.
Love the reaction from that one kid at the end, jumping up and down. Or thanks to Lester Holt for that report. By the way, the first toy Lily says she chose to give away was a Lego set, not a bad one, and her nonprofit has grown from there. She says she's so grateful for the success she has seen. We are grateful to her.
Yeah, so great. Can't beat that. And Lego's a great way to go.
There you go. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
Yeah, but your news continues right now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Stephen Romo in for Savannah Sellers today. Right now on Morning News Now, going public. Lawmakers vote to release a report on former President Trump's long-awaited tax returns. The move potentially ends years of speculation about Trump's business dealings and personal wealth. We'll explain just when we could see those documents. And in another setback for the former president this week, the January 6th report. What to expect from that full report coming out today, and the latest on the criminal referrals against Trump. Surprise visit. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky will be in Washington today in his first trip outside of Ukraine since the war started. Zelensky is expected to address Congress, the key help he is hoping to get from his U.S. visit and this high-risk situation. Bitter blast. Millions of Americans are bracing for life-threatening cold temperatures. From heavy winds to blizzards and flash freezes, the Midwest, the Northeast, and even the South will likely be dealing with the worst of this storm. We're tracking its path and what it could mean for your holiday travel plans. Also this morning, age of exploration. 2022 has been a historic year for space travel. NASA is one step closer to sending astronauts back to the moon. Plus, the future of space tourism is looking a little brighter. An astronaut joins us in studio with the biggest space stories of the year and what 2023 could hold. What a great way to end the year.
Exactly. Not just any astronaut, but Astro Mike Massimino, one of our favorite guests here.
Oh,
really fun
great.
To chat
I
with
didn't
him.
know that.
Yes.
Yeah. Let's drop a name next time. It's the same astronaut. I love it. Well, we begin this morning with that battle over former President Trump's tax returns.
Yeah, the House Ways and Means Committee voted yesterday to make 6 years of Trump's tax returns public. This follows numerous attempts by Trump himself to keep his returns out of the hands of Congress. We've got a preview of those returns in a report released last night by the Joint Committee on Taxation. And it comes as the January 6th committee is also set to release its final report on the insurrection today. Now, here's what House Ways and Means Committee Chairman Richard Neal said after that Trump taxes vote.
I want to say this, after a long process, that this was not about being punitive, it was not about being malicious, and there were no leaks from the committee. We adhered carefully to the law.
Joining us now to break all of this down is NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Rafa and NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos. Ali, let's start with you. As we said, the staff of the Joint Committee on Taxation released that report last night on former President Trump's taxes. The House Ways and Means Committee also released its own separate report. So what are the big takeaways from both?
Yeah, Joe, good morning. Well, the Ways and Means Committee's 29-page report that they filed yesterday really looks into why the IRS failed to conduct this audit of former President Trump's tax returns until they were asked to do so by the House of Representatives. We know this is a process from history that all presidents and vice presidents are required to do. So that's really the crux of why this committee fought so hard for these returns, to be able to codify this process into law to ensure that it's done every single time after former President Trump promised so many times to disclose these returns and never did. The memo criticizes the IRS for dropping the ball. It says, quote, during the prior administration, it was clear that the mandatory audit program was not a priority and was not provided with the resources needed to ensure compliance by the former president. The memo even includes a memo from the IRS admitting to this lack of resources. On the other hand, you have the Joint Committee on Taxation's report that includes a summary of these returns, but not the actual returns themselves. It also criticizes the IRS, saying that they really trusted these outside accountants, this outside firm that former President Trump used for these returns, but they didn't necessarily verify the authenticity or the truthfulness of what's included in the returns. There are several things that lawmakers are undoubtedly going to be looking into when they more closely examine the details of these reports.
And Danny, let's bring you in here. So usually there's a exemption. You don't have to give your tax returns out. They're confidential for an individual under federal law. So what's the exception here? Is it because he's a former president?
Let's take a step back. This report found that Donald Trump, who told us many times, I can't release my returns because they're under audit. It may be the case that they were never under audit, despite the fact that an Internal Revenue Service manual requires them to be under audit for a president. So in other words, the entire reason he didn't release them was a reason that didn't exist, which is just breathtaking. Now, you ask about access. The committee was always going to get access to these returns because there is a law about 100 years old that requires production of the returns to the committee. The Ways and Means Committee and the Finance Committee can review these in order to discuss legislation, to possibly come up with new legislation. So access is a different issue than releasing them. So even though it should have taken 3 days, it ended up taking 3 years of court battles to release these returns. And I say release, I should say provide these returns to the committee. Now they have elected to release them, which is, given the executive summary and the report I read, very understandable, because there seems to be a lot that went wrong here.
And that brings us into, I think, the number one question, Allie, people probably have this morning, which is when could we expect to see Trump's full returns? And then from there, what kind of information do lawmakers hope to find?
Yeah, the Ways and Means Committee says they can be released in a few days because of the amount of sensitive and personal information that has to be redacted from them before they're made public. And some of the things that lawmakers and others are going to be looking for in them are obviously Trump's yearly income, the sources of that income, the tax he paid on it, the state of his finances while he was president, those net losses he reported while he was in office, any conflicts of interest that he had during his presidency, any association or links to foreign bank accounts, what was donated to charity, any real estate depreciations, as well as any more insight into that IRS audit, as Danny mentioned, that former President Trump was saying was still ongoing. So there's a lot to glean from these documents that lawmakers are going to be looking over in the next few days before these are released, as well as after.
And Danny, that is a long list of stuff we couldn't find out from these releases. What exactly would happen? What ramifications could we see if there's evidence of wrongdoing in these returns?
Yeah, Trump won't face any ramifications for fighting the release of his returns, even though it took several years. But as many have pointed out, the release of these returns I think of as a kind of flagpole planted in the ground. In other words, this is Trump committing to a particular thing so that when he's being investigated in other venues, for example, for inflating his value to get favorable loans or deflating his value when the tax man cometh, those are the kinds of things that put a pin in what Trump at least said to the IRS about what he owes, what he's owned, what he's given as gifts. It gives the anyone investigating him plenty of evidence, but in the case of the DOJ, it may be evidence that in other ways they've long already had.
There's something else we've been talking about all week, Allie, and that is the January 6th committee's full report, which is finally set to be released today. What can we expect? Are there any surprises left to come?
It's unlikely that this final report is going to have any surprises because committee members gave us sort of a preview of what to expect in it during that last meeting that they had on Monday. They alluded to more information on the cases that they built during these 11 hearings in this last meeting that's going to be revealed in this report. More information about the cases that they built for why they referred these criminal charges to the Justice Department for former President Trump. These cases to the House Ethics Committee for their GOP colleagues in Congress, colleagues who ignored subpoenas by the January 6th committee. There's going to be more information about the interviews of those more than 1,000 witnesses that the committee interviewed, the thousands of pieces of evidence from communication between Secret Service agents and White House officials on, before, and around January 6th, as far as some of the communication from even members of Congress to the White House trying to get former President Trump to condemn the violence going on at the Capitol. So there's so much more to be learned from these this final report that we now know committee members are sharing this information with the Justice Department. But committee members did allude and give us sort of a hint of what to expect in this lengthy report.
So much to cover this morning. Allie and Danny, thank you for walking us through it all. We appreciate it. Another big story this morning, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is in Washington today, his first known trip outside Ukraine since the war with Russia began more than 300 days ago.
Yeah, Zelensky is expected to hold an extended meeting with President Biden and his national security team before addressing members of Congress. According to the Biden administration, the visit is intended to, quote, underscore the United States' enduring commitment to Ukraine. NBC News White House correspondent Carol Lee joins us now with the latest on this. Good morning to you, Carol. Obviously, just Zelensky visiting here is getting so many headlines. So what is he expected to actually talk about with Biden when he meets with him?
Well, they're expected to talk about a number of things, particularly this nearly $2 billion in aid that the U.S. is going to announce. And that includes those Patriot missile defense system, which the Ukrainians have been asking for some time. Now, in terms of the schedule, I can walk you through the president of Ukraine. He's scheduled to arrive at the White House at 2 o'clock. They'll go into a meeting, him and President Biden, to around 2:30. That's expected to last some 2 hours or more. That's on the schedule. And then at 4:30, they will have a joint press conference where they'll take questions from reporters, and then Zelensky will address a joint session of Congress later in the evening. And so in addition to the aid that the U.S. is announcing that they'll be providing to Ukraine today, they're also going to discuss the future of aid in Congress and what that looks like. There's a $45 billion aid package that's moving through Congress as part of that broad spending bill. And there's a real question about whether the U.S. is going to be there in terms of supplying Ukraine with aid in the future, as officials say that this war could drag out for some time. So you'll see President Biden, President Zelensky both trying to really keep up the momentum and keep the country united around supporting Ukraine.
Yeah, I mean, let's talk about the aid. How is Congress responding to these proposed aid packages right now? Does it seem like that is Zelensky's #1 focus when he speaks to Congress later today?
Yeah, and that it is. And it's partly to try to encourage lawmakers to stick with this, and also to, according to White House officials, to thank the American people for the billions and billions of dollars of aid that they've already provided Ukraine. Congress so far has maintained bipartisan support for supplying Ukraine with additional aid. Senior leaders in Congress, Republicans and Democrats, back this, but there is a growing number of Republicans within the Republican caucus who are saying, you know, look, this is too much aid. They don't want to support this. And there's some concern about that, particularly as this goes on for some time.
And Zelensky is also expected to address the American people directly. So why is that such a priority, and what are we expecting to hear?
No, I think in terms of what you're expecting to hear is we've seen President Zelensky before address bodies of lawmakers in various countries, including virtually in this Congress earlier this year, and he'll paint presumably a stark picture of what's happening in the war in Ukraine, the suffering that the Ukrainian people are going through as Russia continues to rain down bombs on the Ukrainians, and also to thank the American people for their support and try to get them to continue to stay united around supporting them. It's also worth noting that part of the President Zelensky's conversations with President Biden are likely to focus on some of the things that the U.S. is not providing that the Ukrainians would like the U.S. to provide, some of those longer range weapons, tanks, FC-16s, things like that. And so there'll be some pressure on President Biden to follow through potentially with supplying some of those larger weapons.
All right, Carol Lee, thanks for that update. And be sure to tune in tonight for a closer look at how one Ukrainian town is surviving the war with Russia. Our special, titled Life, Death, and Liberation, Izium Ukraine, airs tonight at 10:30 p.m. Eastern right here on NBC News Now.
Millions of people are bracing for blizzard-like conditions and below freezing temperatures just 4 days before Christmas.
Yeah, the holiday storm is expected to bring heavy snow and winds to the Midwest and the Great Lakes states before slamming the East Coast. The winter threat is also putting a major strain on airports across the country as travelers get ready for their holiday journeys. We have everything you need to know before you head out of town this week. But first, meteorologist Angie Lastman has the latest on where that severe winter weather is going to hit the hardest. Hey, Angie.
Hey there, guys. And I think my advice to you this morning, if you live in the Northeast or the South, is leave early. That's what you're going to want to do, because as we get through the next 24 to 48 hours, things will get a little sticky there. Already expecting some snow in parts of the high plains. That's where that system will work through first, impacting folks there. And then eventually, as you mentioned, moving into the Great Lakes and having blizzard conditions as well as high winds. And then we'll see also some lake effect issues that I'll talk about as far as the freezing spray that could likely be encasing homes along the lakeshore in ice. This will be something to see, and you'll see, I'm sure, great visuals coming out of this on social media. But as we look ahead to basically tomorrow and into Friday, you can see most of the Northeast dealing with the rain impacts as that system does intensify, and eventually will move out of the picture. But we've got a multitude of impacts to talk about. So let's start with those blizzard conditions. Notice how much snow we're expecting, especially downwind of those lakes. We could see a foot of snow, and this is something that will be not just for Thursday, but lasting into Friday as well. That blowing snow will also be reducing visibility. We have the high winds that we're expecting. I'll show you those here in a moment, but just something to note, while it's snowing, the visibilities are going to be really difficult. As far as the Northeast goes, we're a little too warm. We're on the warm side of that system, so that means that it's rain that we're really going to deal with. But the problem is that rain could potentially cause some flooding. We'll have melting snow from last week's storm that will likely add to that. So the coastal flooding also on the table as well with those strong winds. We could see storm surge along the coast up to 3 feet. So we'll watch for any of those flood-prone areas here as we get through Thursday, Friday, and eventually into Saturday. We'll start to see things letting up. The winds are really concerning. 50, 60 mile per hour winds, and this is long lasting. This isn't just, part of the day on Friday. This will last into Saturday, and we'll finally start to see those weaken. But we could be talking about widespread power outages, hundreds of thousands of people out of power just in time for the holidays, just in time for Christmas Eve. And that is really becomes very concerning when it comes to the temperature drop that we're going to see. So in the high plains, sub-zero temperatures, but this spreads east to those locations that we're expecting to see the power outages, and we could be dealing with 24 degrees for a high in New York on Saturday with widespread power outages. This is really concerning. A big drop in temperatures after rain. That means that ice developing on the roadways causes a lot of problems for travel. So not just the airlines, guys, also the roads, anywhere from Chicago to Boston on I-90, maybe 95, I-70, all going to be an issue.
I feel like we're hearing a lot of people who are like, I'm leaving town today or Thursday to just try and get wherever they need to get ahead of all this.
That's the best advice, because once that system comes, it's going to be a couple days before we'll really have things under control.
Oof, couple days.
Interesting Christmas weekend. All right. Thanks, Angie.
Well, for more on the storm's potential impact, let's go to travel expert Mark Elwood. Mark, good morning to you. So according to AAA, nearly 113 million people are planning to travel for the holiday. So just give it to us straight. What can they expect at the airport and on the road?
Look, I don't want to put people off. It's going to be a tough season because everyone is traveling en masse. This is the first really post-pandemic Christmas, but we've also got this crazy weather, which is hitting so much of the country, as we've just heard. But there are some solutions. I hope I can reassure people. You can cope even when things go wrong.
That's good to hear. And airlines, of course, already trying to brace for this storm. One employee from the Chicago Department of Aviation actually spoke about the airlines possibly activating an assistance program if passengers get stranded. Let's listen.
When there is bad weather and the airlines know that some of their passengers might be rebooked on another early morning flight, the airlines request that we initiate the passenger assistance program. We'll set up cots and other amenities past security for passengers if they choose to stay.
Not how a lot of people want to spend their holiday. Quite the warning there. So what should passengers do now? It sounds like you're saying it might not be too late. There's got to be something they can do.
Look, this is a Boy Scout moment. Always be prepared. The issue with travel problems when it comes to weather is you want to get ahead of them. You don't want to get caught up in the middle. Two things you can do. First, get in touch with your airline. Most of the airlines are offering waivers, which means that they'll let you reroute for free. They'll work with you to make sure you don't get caught up in predicted storms. Remember, you want to go down through the south in the winter. If you're connecting, look for a warm weather airport, probably less likely to have problems with snow. I'd also say download an app that I've talked about with you guys before called Flighty. That's the word flight, but with a Y on the end. It's better than any of the airlines apps at giving you notifications. It will tell you what's going on before anyone else does. And the key here is learning what's happening as quickly as you can. First flight you put into Flighty is free. If you want to pay for it and you love it, it's like $5.99 a month or something. But definitely a way to prepare yourself for the storms. I swear by it.
Well, so many people are clutching to plan A. They don't even want to think about plan B. Not really the way to go. We did want to ask, though, what are your tips for people who aren't flying, but they're going to hit the road for the holiday, which it's most people?
Yeah, absolutely. 90%, I think, of the people who are traveling probably going to be going by road. Remember, this is all about not rushing. I know we all want to get somewhere as quickly as we can. Leave earlier in the day to beat the traffic. Remember, I always give myself, in winter weather conditions like this, at least a third more time than I think I need, so that I'm never stressed by the road conditions. I can go a bit slower than I plan. Remember to charge your devices. Keep those really up to date in case you do get stuck. And another really good tip, pack something bright colored that you can always tie to your car or the antenna or some way. If for some reason you do get caught in the snow, it's a great way to draw attention to yourself and really simple.
All right, some good tips there. Mark Elwood, thank you.
Pleasure.
Well, in Northern California, at least 2 people are dead and several more are injured after yesterday's 6.4 magnitude earthquake. The quake was followed by dozens of aftershocks. It left tens of thousands of people without power. NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer has the latest.
Jolted out of bed and into chaos, residents in Humboldt County, California, their lives turned upside down.
A structural collapse with entrapment.
A powerful and deadly 6.4 earthquake damaging homes, destroying businesses and severing roads.
We do have a broken window and several cracks in the building.
Much of Northern California was rattled, centered 200 miles north of San Francisco and just outside the small town of Ferndale. Locals say the violent tremor shook for nearly 20 seconds.
This is ground zero. We have several of the residents that have been red tagged.
First responders say 2 people suffered medical emergencies and died. 11 others were injured. Even before sunrise, the apparent damage was widespread. Homes slid off foundations, and inside, virtually everything was strewn across floors. Over 70,000 lost power. Gas lines ruptured. For some, there was warning. State officials say California's MyShake app alerted 3 million people the shake was coming 10 seconds before the ground started shaking. For communities living on shaky ground, just under 100 aftershocks are rattling not just the region, but also nerves. Miguel Almaguer, NBC News.
Coming up on Morning News Now, running out of time.
Yeah, it's deadline day for Israel's prime minister to form a new government after the country's 5th election in less than 4 years. The impact his coalition could have on U.S. relations with the country, that's coming up next.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece of the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are out.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest-running show on television.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are out.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece of the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest-running show on television.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. The Biden administration is asking the Supreme Court to lift a pandemic-era border restriction known as Title 42. But border officials warn it will lead to a sharp rise in illegal crossings. NBC News Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley reports from El Paso, where the migrant crisis is growing more desperate.
We're here in El Paso, Texas, where migrants are clamoring for a place to sleep. City officials here say that they are pushed past capacity. They don't have enough room in their shelters, and they're leaning on the federal government to do more and to send them more money. They're especially worried as soon COVID-19 restrictions could lift at the southern border, bringing even more migrants into El Paso. Here's what we learned.
Chaotic scenes in El Paso, including these migrants climbing over a border fence, others going under barbed wire put up by Texas National Guard. All part of an ongoing surge of illegal border crossings here, and coming just as the Biden administration is asking the Supreme Court to lift a pandemic border restriction known as Title 42. A move border officials say would send the number of illegal border crossings soaring even higher to a record 10,000 per day. The Supreme Court has temporarily blocked lifting Title 42 at the request of 19 Republican states. But the Biden administration asking the court to reverse that in a filing tonight saying Title 42 is no longer necessary to protect public health. Meanwhile, in El Paso, officials say they're facing a humanitarian crisis.
It's about 33 degrees here in downtown El Paso, where migrants are sleeping and huddling together for warmth. You can see the city has come through here to clean out trash. Others have donated clothes. And right now, officials say they're overwhelmed. We spoke to Natalie, who traveled from Venezuela with her daughter Rosa, the girl without shoes in frigid temperatures after losing them on the journey. They fell off, Natalie says. Her cheeks are burned from the trip and the cold. Natalie told us she was surprised that they were able to just walk across the border into El Paso without being stopped by Border Patrol. I walked through, she told us. And then we met Gabriela. How are you keeping warm?
Our hands are freezing, and our ribs, the headaches, the body, feet, it's unbearable, she says. El Paso is in its 4th day of a state of emergency. Officials saying city resources are maxed out, and they're pleading for federal help.
There's not enough money. There's no community that could take an influx like that.
We have seen a significant increase.
Ruben Garcia runs a network of 15 migrant shelters in El Paso and said he has had to turn migrants away because they don't have room.
What do you think things will look like here in El Paso when Title 42 is eventually lifted?
I think it's something that we probably can't even describe. The numbers will be very, very high.
Facing intense criticism over its border policies, the Biden administration is now weighing making it harder for migrants to apply for asylum at the southern border and giving them more options to apply for protections from their home countries. Meanwhile, here in El Paso, temperatures are continuing to drop and more migrants are sleeping on the streets.
Julia, thank you.
An update now to a deadly police shooting. Former Fort Worth, Texas police officer Aaron Dean was sentenced yesterday to more than 11 years in prison after being found guilty of manslaughter in the 2019 shooting death of Tatiana Jefferson. Dean shot and killed Jefferson, a black woman, through the window of her mother's home while responding to a call about an open front door. Dean pleaded not guilty in this case, with his attorneys arguing the former officer was defending himself. Prosecutors had sought a murder conviction, but the jury was allowed to consider that lesser manslaughter charge.
It's deadline day for Israel's Benjamin Netanyahu to form a new government after his far-right alliance won last month's election, the 5th election in less than 4 years there. The coalition is said to include religious ultranationalist groups like the Jewish Power Party, which holds anti-Arab and homophobic views. In 2007, its leader, Itamar Ben-Gvir, was convicted of racist incitement against Arabs and backing a group considered to be a terrorist organization by the U.S. He is expected to be named National Security Minister. Joining us now to talk more about this is Brett Bruin. He is the president of the Global Situation Room and the former director of global engagement for the Obama White House. Brett, glad to have you with us to talk about this morning. I mean, many say this could be Israel's most right-wing government in history. How concerned are you about this, and how damaging would it be for peace prospects and a future Palestinian state?
Well, I think this is a significant step in an extreme direction for the Israeli government. And obviously, it presents a real challenge to the Biden administration. How do they maintain that strategic, that strong relationship with a critical ally in the Middle East at a very fragile time? And I think ultimately this comes down to that old realpolitik of how do we find the ground on which we can collaborate while trying to contain some of the excesses that obviously some of the new ministers in Netanyahu's cabinet are likely to get up to.
Expect the Biden administration to react to all this, and do you worry that U.S.-Israeli relations could be harmed in the long run?
Well, this is going to strain relations. There's no doubt of it. I remember being in the White House, though, when Netanyahu came to town, he didn't bother to inform the administration and instead planned to address a joint session of Congress. And that certainly was a moment of considerable strain on our relations. But we never had these kinds of extreme elements in his government. And I think that is going to present a real challenge. The way the Biden administration's saying they're going to handle it is to hold the prime minister personally accountable for their actions. What does that mean? I think we're just going to have to wait and see.
Yeah, I mean, I guess what kind of leverage does the Biden administration have in dealing with any extremist policies the government might adopt? I mean, maybe are they going to wait and see if that's what happens? Could they cut military aid, or what are the steps here, the carrot or the stick? Perhaps the stick here.
Well, you know, Joe, the challenge in using leverage is we take our most considerable leverage, that military aid that you mentioned, more than $1 billion, and remove it from the equation. I don't think the Biden administration could cut back, certainly not remove any of that aid. And so you get into a situation where we try to work around the edges. For instance, Prime Minister Netanyahu is going to want to further the Abraham Accords, deals with not only other Gulf nations, certainly Saudi Arabia, and he'll need U.S. support to do it. So those kinds of actions, I think, are ways in which the Biden administration can say, if you want our cooperation on this, we're going to need to see that.
All right, Brett Bruin, really appreciate your expertise on this morning. Thanks for joining us.
Sure thing.
Coming up, even more pharmacies are now struggling to keep up with the so-called triple demic.
Yeah, 3 of the nation's biggest chains are now limiting how much kids' pain and cold medicine that people can buy. They're hoping to prevent a shortage, but what does it mean for parents who are actually trying to find those meds? Got that next.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
We're back now with a new warning for parents with sick kids at home.
Pharmacies and drugstores are now limiting sales of children's cold and flu medication out of fear of a nationwide shortage. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez is here with the latest on this. Gabe, good morning.
Joe and Stephen, good morning. An industry group is calling the demand for pediatric pain relievers unprecedented, but cautioned against declaring a widespread shortage. Still, for many parents, the scramble for children's medicine is hitting home right in the middle of the holidays.
This morning, Kroger is joining other major pharmacies struggling to keep up with the triple-demic. CVS, Walgreens, and now Kroger limiting sales on children's pain relief products per customer. Walgreens suggests for customers looking for items, our website updates with the latest available store inventory information frequently throughout the day. Many shelves nationwide empty, stunning doctors.
I never thought I would see anything like that in the United States in my lifetime.
And leaving families on edge.
It was scary. It was frustrating. It was infuriating.
Ashley Mishler from Memphis went to 5 different stores trying to care for her 18-month-old son.
We couldn't find his cough medicine. He had a fever and a cough. You just want relief for your children.
The triple-demic, flu, COVID, and RSV, has led to a 65% increase in sales of pediatric pain and fever meds last month compared to last November. Doctors suggest families get creative.
I think in terms of some of your medications and stuff, if you can find chewable tablets, like say for amoxicillin or something like that, we can use chewable tablets for little kids.
Health experts say RSV has dropped off in the last few weeks, but flu and COVID rates keep rising, and another surge is expected in January following the holidays.
To use high-quality masks when indoors in public settings. This is especially important for people who are or who are getting together with people at increased risk for complications from COVID, RSV, or the flu.
Ashley canceled her holiday plans, deciding to celebrate only with her immediate family. She suggests reaching out to your neighbors for help if you can't find the medicine you need.
Talk to your neighbors, talk to your friends, and, try to work together as a community to say, hey, I checked this store.
Health officials say it is hard to predict where we might see additional drug shortages in the coming months. So talk to your doctor if you start to feel sick, guys. Good
important advice.
Another good reason to actually talk to your neighbors and know their names. I love that.
Yeah, that is very, very helpful.
Yeah.
Exactly.
All right. Real connection.
Gabe, thank you.
Let's keep the health news going with your weekly checkup. I'm afraid we might not have good news for you if you are already on your second cup of coffee this morning.
Yeah, we're also learning if you're visiting your doctor more frequently, it may actually be a warning sign of an even larger health problem.
NBC News medical contributor Dr. Kavita Patel joined us to discuss some of the health headlines you might have missed over the last few days. Dr. Patel, good morning to you. So, all right, one of the first things many of us do, I know I do in the morning, is pour a cup of coffee. There's a new study from the American Heart Association that shows some people should stop at 1 cup. So who and why?
All right, Joe, this had me reaching for a smaller cup this morning myself. But listen, this applies. This is a large study that was done in Japan over 20 years, looking at over 18,000 men and women, trying to understand patterns associated with death from cardiovascular disease. What they found is that people who had high blood pressure, severely high blood pressure, we're talking greater than 160 over 100, which are pretty high numbers, should not drink 2 cups or more because it is associated with twice the risk of death from cardiovascular disease compared to people who did not drink any coffee. So the takeaway here is that drinking 1 cup of coffee a day is what I used to tell patients, because for some people that can actually be heart protective. And again, I think the doctor's orders in this situation, caffeine can be a friend or a foe. So you really need to understand whether you are in that bracket, know your numbers, check your blood pressure. Most people get their blood pressure checked just once a year. We like to recommend that if people are at risk for high blood pressure, or if they've had a history of high blood pressure, check it at home, get a good quality monitor, and then adjust your caffeine intake. Remember, caffeine doesn't cause the cardiac death, but it is associated with it and probably speaks to other lifestyle things that you can change, like your diet and exercise. It always comes down to some of those basics, Joe and Stephen.
Absolutely does. And sticking with heart health here, our next study found that in the weeks leading up to a cardiac arrest, a lot of people will visit their doctor more often than usual. What's the link there? Could there be more warning signs than we even know about now?
Possibly. So this is a 5-year study done by European countries, and this is really to look at sudden cardiac death. It's a very specific type of cardiac death where the heart goes through an abnormal rhythm and just beats in a different way that stops blood flow, and a person can die within 10 to 20 minutes if they don't have CPR or some sort of rescue. So part of the message is that many of these patients were actually seen by a doctor in the months prior to their cardiac arrest. And that's a signal. That means that in my world, in doctor's orders, that you really can't just rely on that 15 to 30-minute visit once a year. You really have to understand and pay attention to your body and advocate for yourself. And then also for all of us as citizens, myself included, know your ABCs of CPR. This 5-year study also looked at the rate of that rescue when someone did have a cardiac arrest, and it is unfortunately all too low, meaning we can prevent and possibly treat some of these cardiac arrests.
All right, here's something that can help your heart. We're talking about cycling. Americans have been taking to cycling more and more in the past decade. But according to the National Electronic Injury Surveillance System, that's a thing, fewer of us are getting hurt with the exception of one group. What can you tell us about that?
Joe, you'll learn there's a surveillance system for a lot of things, and we benefit from it. So that's not a bad thing. And I might be one of the only people in the pandemic that didn't go out and get a bike. So this does not apply to me, but I am going to go try to get one because exercise is a great thing. Over 10 years, this surveillance system saw that even with the increased bike riders during and even after kind of the brunt of the pandemic, that we have seen bicycle injuries on the decline. That's good news, except for people over the age of 60, where we have seen steadily those injuries increasing. Most common injuries are to the head and to the trunk. So the doctor's orders here, safety does not happen by accident. It does not matter how old you are, you need a plan. And what I tell my own kids, no helmet, no ride, applies to me too.
That is very good advice. I'm the other person who did not get a cycle or bicycle during, or a Peloton or a whatever during. Did you get one? Or
I did not.
No.
Three amigos here did not.
All right,
do it.
there we go. We're the three.
There you
So
go.
in case you're wondering, you can mark it to us. All right, Dr. Patel, as always, thank you so much. Happy holidays.
Thank you.
Well, coming up on Morning News Now, Twitter shakeup.
Elon Musk says he will step down as CEO of Twitter once he finds someone, quote, foolish enough to replace him. This comes days after he posted a poll asking users whether he should leave. We're going to have the very latest in just a moment.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
This is what it looks and feels
from the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Welcome back. Billionaire businessman Mark Cuban is on a mission to revolutionize the pharmaceutical industry in an effort to combat rising medication costs. The entrepreneur and TV personality started an online business providing some steep discounts on prescription drugs. NBC News and senior legal and investigative correspondent Cynthia McFadden sat down with Cuban to discuss his vision for that industry.
Well, maybe you've heard of billionaire Mark Cuban because you watch Shark Tank, or perhaps it's because you are interested in the Dallas Mavericks, which he owns. But whatever your reason, the reason we went on the road to Dallas to meet him at his office was because of a new company that he's founded in this past year in which he is determined to disrupt the pharma industry and the way they price drugs. Take a look. Because you've got to have like a real office somewhere.
No, this is it.
No, this is it.
Complete with concrete floor and thrift store worthy furniture. That's when I was 16 in junior achievement.
And you were good.
Oh, I was great. The windowless office may not be what you'd expect for someone estimated to be worth nearly $5 billion, but the confidence fits. Put the money where it has an impact. For the past year, Mark Cuban, the owner of the Dallas Mavericks and a regular on Shark Tank,
And so for those reasons, I'm out.
has been trying to impact the world of prescription drugs.
And one of the first things you said about all of this, if I may quote you back to you, was that you intended to F up the pharma industry.
Yeah, I was comprehensive. I didn't use the word F or the letter F.
So how are you doing on that goal?
They still don't know we exist, but at the same time, we're impacting the lives of, million-plus people. In just 10 months, he says, his 1.5 million online customers can choose from about 350 generic medications. Cuban is so confident it will work, he is funding the entire thing himself. How much has he spent? More than a bag of chips.
100 million?
It's a lot, yeah.
More than that?
Yeah, it's a lot. So, is it working? NBC News selected several drugs to compare, and prices are, as claimed, often lower than competitors, sometimes costing even less than a patient's copay. This leukemia drug retails at a pharmacy chain for more than $1,500 a month. With insurance, a typical copay is $30, but at Cost Plus, no insurance needed, $19.40.
Are there bad guys, from your perspective, morally bad guys, driving these prices up?
I'd say that they're misleading, and they try to create the perception that the patient comes first, and they don't. He says he's able to offer lower prices by bypassing insurers and middlemen, and even plans to make some medications in his own facility. And he says transparency is key. On his bills, customers see what Cost Plus paid for the medication, along with a 15% markup, a $3 pharmacy fee, and a $5 shipping fee. The concept is very simple. We want to be the low-cost provider of any medication we're legally able to sell. We're a lean, mean medication selling machine. Cuban says he's not making money yet, but says, for now, that's okay. It's the right thing to do. I have money. And we will make money. I don't want this to seem like it's completely altruistic. It will be profitable.
So to the cynical out there, this is a great way to suck people in, and then you raise the price.
No, it's a great way to suck people in, and where we can, lower the price. And hopefully they tell all their friends. That is just what Christina Costa did. Her Instagram video now pinned to Cuban's feed.
I have epilepsy and brain cancer and anxiety.
Costa told NBC News she's never met Cuban, but that using Cost Plus drugs is saving her nearly 90% on her medications every month. This is the only company, the Mark Cuban Cost Plus Drugs company, is the only company I've ever put my name on, because this is what I want my kids to be proud of me for. To that end, he says he will not be satisfied until he's able to lower the price of insulin and a host of other life-saving medications.
Mark Cuban, not a man to bet against. Back to you.
All right, Cynthia McFadden, thank you so much. All right, to financial headlines now, starting with Elon Musk's announcement after his controversial Twitter poll results.
NBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and other money news. Silvana, what's the latest on Elon?
I've got it for you. Don't you worry. All right, so Elon Musk says he'll step down as Twitter CEO once he finds someone foolish enough to take the job. In a tweet last night, Musk says he'll continue to run Twitter software and services team, signaling he still plans to be very involved in day-to-day operations. Now, this latest announcement comes just a few days after Musk posted a poll on whether he should step down, with more than 57% of people voting yes. Shares of Tesla fell more than 8% yesterday, pushing the company's market valuation below that of ExxonMobil. The decline coming after Wall Street analysts downgraded their price targets on the electric vehicle maker. Analysts are worried CEO Elon Musk is distracted by his takeover and micromanagement of Twitter, and Tesla sales in China will be impacted by the recent surge in COVID cases. Tesla is down nearly 50% this quarter, almost 30% this month, and about 61% this year, which would be the worst on record. Mortgage lending billionaire Matt Ishbia is buying the NBA's Phoenix Suns and WNBA's Phoenix Mercury for a record $4 billion. Ishbia is lending an investment group taking a controlling stake in the teams. The sale comes after the NBA suspended Suns and Mercury owner Robert Sarver for workplace conduct issues. Ishbia is CEO of United Wholesale Mortgage, the nation's largest mortgage lender, guys.
All right, Savannah, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Coming up, 2022 was a huge year for space exploration.
Yeah, the U.S. is one step closer to sending astronauts back to the moon. And for the rest of us, the idea of space tourism is becoming a bit more likely. We're breaking down the biggest space stories of the year and what the future for our galaxy exploration holds. That's coming up next.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
This is what it looks and feels
from the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments.
We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are out.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Welcome back. The once failing revival of Funny Girl on Broadway is now one of the Great White Way's shining stars. The production took in more than $2 million over 8 performances last week. That set a record for the highest gross, not only for that show, but at the August Wilson Theater, which is Funny Girl's home. It's quite the script flip from earlier this year when the show first opened. It got off to a bit of a rough start with some bad reviews, only 1 Tony nomination. But after some high-profile casting changes back in September, we're looking at you, Leah Michelle. The show is nearly sold out every night. I can tell you from experience, I saw it before the casting changes and after the casting changes, and no offense, but it's just a stronger show and people are enjoying it and responding to it much better.
Proof is in the pudding.
Exactly. Folks are responding. So it is rare to see that type of revival on Broadway with a show that's about to maybe even close and then suddenly it's like sold out all the time.
Love a comeback story.
Exactly. Very
Great
good
one. Well, speaking of comeback, time to look back at an astronomically successful year for NASA. 2022 is one for the history books with a plethora of missions and discoveries making headlines.
Yeah, from the recent Artemis 1 mission success to the never-before-seen images sent to us by the James Webb Telescope. No one better to help us break it down than our friend Mike Massimino. He is a former NASA astronaut, professor of mechanical engineering at Columbia University, senior advisor for space programs at the Intrepid Museum here in New York, and all-around nice guy. Good to have you with us. So,
That's true.
I mean,
good to see you, Stephen. Thanks for having me.
Let's start with Artemis 1 because we had the Orion capsule splashdown recently. NASA's Administrator Bill Nelson says this was the beginning of the new beginnings. So what do you think we can expect from this one next year?
I think this is a pretty exciting story, guys. I was in Houston for the splashdown. We had our astronaut reunion, which we have every couple of years.
That's a good place to do it.
It's great. You know, it's the guys, the Apollo, Harrison Schmitt, the last person to step foot on the moon, 50 years ago this week. They celebrated that anniversary, the return of that mission 50 years ago, Apollo 17. And the new astronauts who are looking to go to the moon in the future, and some of the ones like kind of mid-range experience, you know, who probably will be assigned to go to the moon, are really excited. And I think being there was very meaningful because it gave me a sense of how cool this is going to be. I think we can look forward to the beginning of the year, the assignment of a crew that's going to fly to the moon. Similar to what they did with the Orion spacecraft, the Artemis 1, the Artemis 2 mission will be a similar mission, but have people inside, not quite as long of many days. So I think we can look forward to the crew being assigned for that, and then also a crew being assigned, I think shortly after that, to do the landing, which is going to be a couple years after that. So I think we can look forward to those assignments and those plans and more of the infrastructure and details of how they're going to go back to the moon and settle there.
Did you put your hat in the ring?
For real. Nah, it doesn't matter anymore. You know, they've got new people to do that. So they've got, I'll be rooting for them, though.
The next one.
That I think will be cool.
Yeah, another big win for NASA this year, though, was the DART mission, where it was like the first one for planetary defense, the first exercise to try to see that they basically, I think, smashed a spacecraft in, and they just completely changed that asteroid's orbit. So what can we see from that? Is there more developments coming from that?
I think they're going to be looking a little bit further into what actually happened with that impact that they had, that interface they had with that asteroid. So it was part of it was to deflect this thing and change its orbit, which worked. They may look into doing other things in the future to also alter the orbit to save us from an asteroid that might be impacting us. But what I think might be really cool that we might be talking about coming up this year is what they learned about what that asteroid was made of, some of the materials that they might be able to use from an asteroid, how you might be able to take those resources and use them here on Earth. So there's going to be more studying of what took place. What the reaction of that giant rock was. And they're also going to be launching another probe, probably about a year or so, it might not happen this coming year, to go and look further into what happened with the debris field that it created. So it's not just redirecting the asteroid, but it's understanding how asteroids can be used to help us here on Earth. So I think we can look forward to more of that coming up.
So much to study from that, and so much to study from the James Webb Telescope, which is just giving us these unreal images. I mean, so what's next for that? Could we get like some sort of 3D map of the universe, or what?
I think we're going to have some really exciting things happening, Joe, but I don't know if we know what exactly is going to come out of it. Okay. This first year was kind of like a warm-up, the way I look at it. They launched it, it was a year ago, I think on Christmas or Christmas Eve, right around this time of year. And then we started getting the images back after they warmed the spacecraft up. But those were just the early release images. And a lot of what they've done is they've looked at Hubble images and other images, and let's see what the James Webb could find. And they're finding more galaxies and more stars and more detail. I think that's what we looked at this year was kind of a warm-up, seeing what they could do with the telescope. And I think next year they're going to be making discoveries that we might not even be able to predict. And that's what happened with Hubble. Hubble, there were certain things they wanted to look at, like the existence of black holes, they found them. Planets and other solar systems, they found them. But there were things like the discovery of dark matter and dark energy that you didn't even know to ask the questions to look for these things. And that's what I think we might find to be really interesting with Webb. So that's going to be, who knows what's going to happen with that in this next year.
That is exciting. And those images make great backgrounds for your phones, for your computer.
Oh yeah, they work themselves into pop culture, you know, a lot of artistic interpretations of these things. So people can run wild with them.
All right, Mike Massimino, thanks so much.
You bet.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But your news continues right now. Good morning. I'm Stephen Romo in for Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, holiday scramble for millions of Americans. Their travel plans are up in the air this morning as a massive winter storm sweeps across the country. Rain, snow, and a bitter freeze will set in from the Great Plains to the southeast, and that could create some real chaos at airports and on the road. We have a full forecast ahead, along with what you can do to get home in time for the holidays. Readying the reports. The January 6th committee is preparing to release today its full account into the attack on the Capitol and the role they say former President Trump played. This morning, Congress is also moving to publicly disclose Trump's tax returns from the years he spent in office. We're going to break down what both reports could mean for the former president and his political future. Historic visit. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky will be in Washington today, leaving his country for the first time since war broke out. We're going to walk you through how this visit came together and the impact it could have on Ukraine's conflict with Russia. And finally, this morning, we are taking a trip to the North Pole. Yeah, they might not get a lot of daylight this time of year, but one town in Alaska is still full of holiday spirit. Our own Kerry Sanders left the comfort of that Florida sunshine to head up to Greater Fairbanks, Alaska. He's checking in on Santa's workshop with just days to go until Christmas. I can tell you, I checked in yesterday with the folks at NORAD. They're going to be responsible for checking in and tracking Santa throughout Christmas Eve, overnight into Christmas. So a lot of folks are just on Santa watch right now.
An important job. You cannot forget NORAD tracking Santa.
Exactly. We're going to have more on that in a little bit. Let's begin this hour, though, with the severe weather winter threat, which is on everyone's mind, impacting the U.S. This morning, one of the worst Christmas time storms in decades is taking aim at the Midwest and the Great Lakes, and it is threatening millions of people's holiday travel plans.
Yeah, this timing is something. From lake effect snow to below freezing temperatures, experts warn the damage could be significant. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello joins us now from O'Hare International Airport in Chicago with what travelers need to know.
It's a little crazy here. Good morning. You know, O'Hare has 4 active terminals. And right now, a lot of Chicagoans and folks in the Midwest are trying to get out. They're trying to beat that storm. I just checked, and nationwide right now, we have about 200 flight cancellations and about 500 delays. That's not bad, as again, a lot of folks try to beat the storm. We are right now approaching pre-pandemic passenger levels. In all, 7.3 million of us are going to be flying through January 2nd.
At this time, we're going to go ahead and start with the pre-boarding process.
This morning, countdown to bullseye at the nation's 3rd busiest airport. Chicago O'Hare chock full of passengers. Determined to beat the winter storm, now taking aim at the Midwest.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome on board. This is cruising altitude today is 34,000 feet.
ORD, a critical hub for both American and United, with the biggest presence here.
It's just been a really hectic day. Flights are delayed, few cancellations.
Airport execs expect the busiest day will be Thursday, hours before the storm is hitting Chicago.
We have 500 staff members who are ready to work 24/7 and 350 pieces of snow removing equipment.
In the United Ops Center here, they watch every flight to ensure it's fully crewed, catered, fueled, and on time.
We got Charlie 26 here, and they're coming from what destination?
And United is using a new computer program called Connection Saver, calculating how long they can hold a plane's departure for late connecting passengers without delaying the flight.
I'm at Charlie 9.
At gate C9, agents held the door for 18 passengers arriving late from Denver, hoping to make their Portland flight. Were you running to get here in time?
Yeah, my heart rate's still going.
Good news is you made it.
So it's really assessing that risk of holding for that customer and not inconveniencing the rest of the folks on the airplane.
Hopper.com predicts the busiest days to depart will be this Thursday and Friday, just as the storm is rolling through the Midwest. The busiest return days, December 26th and January 2nd. Most travelers, 102 million in all, will be driving this holiday. Many are now just hours away from braving heavy snow or rain, windswept highways, and bitter temperatures, as Mother Nature tries to upend this year's December getaway. Yeah, here we go. Okay, so if you are one of those people and you find that you need to rebook, guess what? The airlines right now are going to go ahead and drop they're waiving the rebooking fees. They're trying to allow everybody to rebook to get out ahead of the storm. If you get caught, if your flight is canceled, the best advice, try to rebook yourself online on the app. Hopefully that allows you to jump ahead of the long line at the airport of people trying to talk to an agent. You guys?
Great time to skip a line. All right, Tom, thank you.
To quote Tom Costello, yep. All right, now to NBC News correspondent Kathy Park. She's at a gas station in Crossville, Tennessee, with a closer look at how this winter weather is impacting the roads ahead of the holiday. Kathy, good morning. So what can drivers expect to see in the coming days, and what's being done everywhere to prepare for the storm?
Hey, Joe, good morning to you. Yeah, if you're not one of the millions flying this holiday season, chances are you're getting behind the wheel and driving. According to AAA, roughly 102 million Americans will be driving 50 miles or more this holiday season. That's something that we haven't seen since 2018. And you mentioned that impending winter storm. It is winding up right now. So all across the country, especially in the Midwest, crews are at the ready. They're watching the forecast very closely, and they'll be mobilizing at the first sign of precipitation. Here in Tennessee, we're told that 2.6 million people will be driving to their destination, and according to transportation officials, they will actually be suspending all construction-related lane closures starting December 23rd through January 2nd to make sure that people continue to keep moving on the roadways.
Kathy, let's talk about something that's on a lot of drivers' minds the holiday season, and hopefully this is a good thing, and that's gas prices. We've seen the costs drop significantly since the summer. So are we still seeing that trend heading into Christmas? And how is that impacting people's travel plans this holiday season? Do we think more folks are driving because of that?
Yeah, Joe, that's a great question. You know, we've been following gas prices all year long, and it's been up and down, but fortunately it's on the downward trend right now. And according to AAA, the national average for a gallon of regular is $3.14. That's actually a 12-cent drop from last week. And we're here at a very popular gas station in Crossville, Tennessee. You might have heard of it. It's a Buc-ee's, and a gallon of regular here is $2.59 a gallon. So a lot less than the national average, so possibly a little extra money for those last-minute Christmas gifts, Joe. I
actually own a Buc-ee's T-shirt. That's how much I love visiting a Buc-ee's when I'm in the South. All right, so Kathy, what tips do you have for drivers who decide to brave the harsh conditions? I mean, what should they be checking before they hit the road to stay safe?
Yeah, so Joe, obviously a lot of folks, as we mentioned, will be hitting the roadways, but that could also coincide with this inclement weather. So experts are saying, look, a couple of things to keep in mind. Just make sure that the tire pressure is adequate. Make sure that the washer fluid is full. I feel like I'm always guilty of that, especially at the worst time possible. And also consider having an emergency kit in your car as well. Throw in a blanket, some food, cell phone chargers, because you just never know when you might be stuck on the roadways, and you don't want to be stuck without anything, especially during bad weather. And according to AAA, they're anticipating rescuing 900,000 motorists this holiday season.
Oh, it's a lot of rescues when you put it out there like that with that number. Yeah. Kathy Park, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Let's get a check on your morning news now weather.
Meteorologist Angie Lassman joins us now with a look at that very important forecast. Good morning, Angie.
Yeah, guys, it's going to be evolving. It is going to be so important here as people get out onto the roads and hit the air for whatever their destination may be here over the next couple of days to celebrate the holidays. We have a high impact storm system that is now going to start to impact places in the plains and in the Midwest in the short term. As we head into tomorrow, you can see the snow stretching from basically the UP all the way into portions of northern Mississippi, and heavy rain working through parts of the mid-Atlantic and the Northeast. The flood threat will be there. The strong winds will be there. We're dealing with drastic temperature drops. So really this storm is going to pack a punch, and it has all sorts of things that I want you to be aware of. So let's start with the winter weather. The blizzard conditions that I mentioned are going to be happening, focused mainly around the Great Lakes. You can see these snowfall accumulations, that bright pink, that's over a foot of snow. We'll likely see that downwind of the lake. This will be something that will be ongoing here as we get into tomorrow and into the later parts of the work week as well. Really a dusting of snow, at least for a lot of places, though. So that we know is going to cause some issues out on the roadways. We also have that rain that I mentioned. We're on the warmer side of that front for the Northeast and stretching into the mid-Atlantic, and we could see anywhere from 2 to 3 inches of rain. That on top of the melting snow really could be a problem, especially for those more more vulnerable areas for flooding. We also will have that potential to see some coastal flooding thanks to these very strong winds that we're also going to see. Really impressive wind gusts expected as we get into Friday, especially for the Northeast and the Mid-Atlantic and stretching back into places like Chicago. Check out Detroit's peak wind gusts, 54 miles per hour. That will be a prolonged event. It's not just going to be part of the day. It'll be something that you'll see that's going to create visibility issues, power outage issues. And when we talk about the cold air, brutal in Bozeman, minus 15. That's the actual temperature. And when you add in those wind gusts that I just showed you, we're dealing with ridiculous temperatures, minus 50, minus 60, those temperatures that when you get outside for 5 minutes, you're at risk of frostbite. So the cold continues to sink south, places like Chicago ending up at just a high of 1 degree for Friday. Again, actual temperatures not accounting for the winds. Saturday, Sunday, you get back into 10, 12 kind of range, but still, as we get to Raleigh, look at the temperature difference from Friday to Sunday, guys. 50 degrees on Friday, 34 on Sunday. Similar story for New York, where we are going to deal with some of the rain. And those temperature drops are going to happen quick, especially Friday into Saturday. That's where we're watching for the potential for some flash freezing. That's when you have basically water on the roadways, and then we have a quick temperature drop, so black ice is more likely to form. But, you know, it's not all bad news.
Yeah.
A white Christmas for many. I know there's people out there that like the cold weather and snow.
Yeah, sorry, but a white Christmas is not worth all that to me, but my personal opinion there.
As long as you have power, I mean, that'll be the key. So maybe stock up on some flashlights and candles before, just in case. All right.
Good advice.
Exactly.
Thanks, Angie.
All right, and now to the January 6th committee's final report, which is due out later today.
Yeah, the committee is set to release its findings, wrapping up a nearly 18-month probe, culminating in the recommendation of criminal charges against former President Trump and some of his allies. The report release comes just a day after the House Ways and Means Committee voted to make 6 years of former President Trump's tax returns public. Joining us now to break down all this, NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Rafa and NBC News legal analyst Glenn Kirshner. Thank you both for being here. And Ali, let's start with you. We saw that executive summary earlier this week of the final report, and we're expecting the full thing out today. Do we know what we're looking for here?
Yeah, good morning, guys. Well, this is going to include all of the things that the committee couldn't fit into this nearly 18-month-long investigation and what they couldn't present in those 11 public hearings and that final meeting they had on Monday. It's going to include the granular detail of their cases for why they referred those criminal charges to the Justice Department for former President Trump and others who they think are criminally responsible for the events of January 6th. It's going to explain their cases for these House Ethics Committees referrals that they issued for their House GOP colleagues for ignoring the subpoenas from this committee. It'll also include more information they alluded to on witness tampering and witness intimidation efforts during their investigation. Remember, during that hearing on Monday, they talked about how former President Trump was one of the people they know reached out to some of the witnesses that they talked to. It'll also include pieces of communication and testimony from Secret Service agents, White House staffers, even members of Congress on and around January 6th. It'll also include some pieces of testimony that committee members are saying are from witnesses that were, quote, unnecessarily combative. So all of the requirements and testimony of this report are really part of the legacy this committee is going to be leaving behind before it disbands on the 31st, ahead of when the Republicans take back control of the House next month, you guys.
Glenn, let's talk more about that witness tampering angle. As Ali just mentioned, committee members indicated they suspect witness tampering occurred. So let's listen to what Congresswoman Zoe Lofgren said about that. Then we'll chat with you on the other side.
We've also obtained evidence of efforts to provide or offer employment to witnesses. One lawyer told a witness the witness could, in certain circumstances, tell the committee that she didn't recall facts when she actually did recall them. We've learned that a client was offered potential employment that would make her, quote, financially very comfortable.
So, Glenn, here's the deal, though. Witness tampering was not included in the committee's criminal referrals. So I guess the question is, could this be something that maybe the Justice Department is looking into for its own investigation? Is that a type of issue they would be looking into that they might be interested in pursuing?
You know, Joe, I can all but guarantee that Jack Smith and his team
will be and already are looking into witness tampering or urging witnesses to testify falsely, all of which constitutes obstructing justice or obstructing official proceedings. You know, witness tampering is one of those crimes that is almost in a category all its own. And the courts have said over and over again that witness tampering strikes right at the very heart of the integrity of the criminal justice system. So these kinds of crimes are important for a couple of reasons. One, they're criminal offenses in and of themselves. But two, they demonstrate a consciousness of guilt for Donald Trump and others who are involved in a conspiracy to tamper with witnesses. And that makes it kind of a 2-for-1 for prosecutors, because if you can use the crime to also show consciousness of guilt, that helps provide incriminating information about other crimes, because you know what? You don't need to tell a witness to lie if the witness's truthful testimony will not incriminate you.
And Ali, the committee said it's referring Trump, John Eastman, and others to the DOJ, but they didn't say who those others were. Do we expect that to be in this final report?
Absolutely. And there will be cases made for those other people for possibly crimes that are less severe than the ones we saw referred to the Justice Department for former President Trump and John Eastman, something the committee will be sure to lay out in this report. They don't necessarily have to be to the Justice Department. These could be referrals to, for instance, the House Ethics Committee, like we saw those GOP members, or it could be things to, referrals to possibly the Bar Association for Trump's lawyers, possibly Rudy Giuliani, who the committee says and has said in past public hearings was making baseless claims of election fraud, and then sort of didn't pan out with the same testimony during their investigation. So these are several things the committee is likely to lay out in this final report that we expect today.
All right. Ali and Glenn, thank you both for your analysis and reporting. We appreciate it very much.
All right, turning now to the ongoing war in Ukraine. President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, is expected to meet with President Biden and Congress. It's all to discuss the future aid for the war against Russia. NBC News Chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander joins us now with more on that visit. Peter, good morning to you. This is the first time President Zelensky is leaving Ukraine since the war started, 10 months ago now? So what message is he trying to send here?
Yeah, Stephen, that's exactly right. This came together over the course of the last several days. We were told that President Biden invited Zelensky to come to Washington about a week and a half ago, then formally exactly a week ago. But only in the last few days was this trip confirmed, and they kept it secret because of security concerns. The message with Zelensky coming here is really one to the U.S. to thank them for their support and an opportunity for the United States to reaffirm its commitment to President Zelensky and, more importantly, to the Ukrainians at large here. I've been speaking to national security officials, and they say this is particularly an important time for this visit to take place, that the Russian President Vladimir Putin has been stepping up his attacks on civilian targets throughout Ukraine, and really that Putin has been trying to weaponize winter in Ukraine right now, trying to knock out power to plunge Ukraine into the depths of the cold and darkness of these months right now. So it's a critical opportunity for the two to stand side by side today, and ultimately for that joint address to Congress to take place for Zelensky this evening. Stephen.
Okay, so that's Zelensky's goal here, but what about the Biden administration? What's their goal? I know there have been some objections from Republicans on this issue. Could this be a response to that at all?
Yeah, that's exactly right. I think it's important to note that obviously the Republicans will control the House in just a matter of weeks from now, and some in that incoming House Republican majority have expressed skepticism, reservations about continuing to give aid to Ukraine. Zelensky will have a chance to speak to them directly today, but President Biden, we are told, will be announcing a new capability that the U.S. is going to be sending to Ukraine, a Patriot missile defense system. This is a highly sophisticated system. I'm told that the U.S. troops will be training those Ukrainians who will be using it in a third country right now. This is a chance to sort of fight back against the Russian missile and drone attacks right now. And Congress, as we speak, Stephen, is discussing another $45 billion in aid that's going to be directed to Ukraine if it gets the proper sign-off. So obviously there's a real urgency to these conversations.
Absolutely, as there has been. And we know, Peter, that Zelensky is expected to bring a Ukrainian flag back from the front lines as sort of a thank you from the troops there. And meanwhile, the U.S. expected to make an announcement about that new security assistance. What more can you tell us about that?
Yeah, you're right. So just yesterday, we saw pictures of Zelensky arriving on the front lines in eastern Ukraine, where the reporters on scene say he was presented a Ukrainian flag that had been signed by some of those soldiers to deliver to the U.S. Congress. Zelensky saying he would present it to President Biden upon his arrival here. As it relates to that new announcement, there's $2 billion in new aid that we just noted that includes that Patriot missile defense system. That $45 billion that they're talking about is important. It's a part of what they call that omnibus, about $1.7 trillion in spending that's being negotiated right now. But given the reservations we've heard from some Republicans, this could potentially be the last aid package to Ukraine if it passes for quite some time. That's really where you should keep your eyes going forward, how long the U.S. can continue this effort with the support of Congress. But President Biden, it really wants to use this as an opportunity to demonstrate the bipartisan support for Ukraine right now. Stephen.
All right, some important messages to watch for. Peter Alexander, thank you. And we want to make sure we tune in tonight for a closer look at how one Ukrainian town is surviving the war with Russia. Our special Life, Death, and Liberation Museum. Ukraine starts at 10:30 p.m. Eastern right here on NBC News Now.
Coming up right now on Morning News Now, more fallout from the Supreme Court's decision to extend that pandemic-era immigration policy.
Yeah, the Biden administration is now weighing in on how it wants to resolve the legal dispute. When we come back, we'll take you live to the southern border as the crisis there shows no signs of slowing down.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes. New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Lynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
To the southern border, where the battle over the policy known as Title 42 deepens. The Biden administration is calling on the Supreme Court to end the pandemic-era measure, but also requesting a delay until after Christmas. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky joins us now from Mission, Texas, with the latest. Morgan, good morning.
Yeah, Joe, good morning. And with illegal crossings across the Rio Grande facing record highs, everyone agrees something needs to be done along the Rio Grande. But right now, that compromise has yet to be seen. And now, with Title 42 likely lasting through Christmas, some fear it's only delaying an inevitable migration boom.
Turned away at the Texas border. The National Guard blocking migrants from entering the United States. One official telling them to try an official port of entry instead. It's a snapshot of El Paso under a state of emergency amid a growing border crisis.
The Biden administration has no plan on how to deal with this situation at the border once Title 42 goes away.
In response to the Supreme Court's pause of Title 42. The Biden administration asking the High Court to delay its expiration until after Christmas. But ultimately, it wants the court to reject efforts by Republican-led states to keep the pandemic-era policy in place permanently. In a Tuesday filing, the White House acknowledging the end of Title 42 will likely lead to disruption and a temporary increase in unlawful border crossings. Immigration advocates echoing the need for change.
This was a public health measure, not an immigration enforcement measure. We need to get rid of Title 42.
We visited this migrant camp in Reynosa, Mexico, where Pastor Hector Silva de Luna told us immigration policies mean little to those chasing the potential of a better life.
Do people come up to you and ask you about Title 42?
They don't know what Title 42 means.
He tells us over the last year, Venezuelans, Haitians, and Nicaraguans waiting to claim asylum have quadrupled the size of this tent city. Back in El Paso, despite DHS and Border Patrol moving out more than 10,000 migrants this week alone, Shelter Director Ruben Garcia fears an even bigger spike if Title 42 ends.
I believe Border Patrol is going to be processing 5,000-6,000 refugees per day, possibly even more.
For now, they pray with a future as uncertain as ever.
Now, as for the fate of Title 42, the Supreme Court could let it expire per the Biden administration's request in just a few days' time, or the High Court could choose for the next few weeks or even months to study this challenge posed by those Republican-led states. Joe?
All right, Morgan, thank you so much. Now to some sad news from the world of sports. Hall of Fame running back Franco Harris has died. The four-time Super Bowl champion played most of his storied career with the Pittsburgh Steelers and was perhaps best known for scoring a legendary yet controversial game-winning touchdown on the heels of the immaculate reception in a playoff game against the Oakland Raiders back in 1972. Harris was 72 years old.
All right, turning now to international headlines. And Canadian police have arrested 8 teenage girls for a brutal murder in Toronto.
NBC's Claudio Lavanga joins us from Rome with that and other world news. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning. Yes, it was a crime that has really shocked the nation. In Canada now, 8 girls between the age of 13 and 16 were charged with second-degree murder after a 59-year-old man was stabbed to death in Toronto on Sunday. Now, the authorities say that the teenage girls who got to know each other on social media met in downtown Toronto, and then at some point they tried to take a bottle of alcohol from the man before he got stabbed. Police say the girls acted in a swarming mob mentality and may have wanted to make a name for themselves on social media. Let's go to Afghanistan, where the Taliban banned all female students from universities. The Taliban's education ministry said that the rule will take immediate effect and that all current female university students will be suspended until further notice. The Taliban have been rolling back women's rights and freedom in the country since they took power last year. The latest decision sparked international condemnation, with the United Nations Special Rapporteur to Afghanistan calling it a new law further violating the rights rights to equal education that deepens the erasure of women from Afghan society. And let's move to Buenos Aires, where on Tuesday, Argentina's soccer team was greeted by millions of people after winning the World Cup in Qatar. Lionel Messi and his teammates had to abandon an open-top bus parade as it couldn't make its way through the approximately 4 million people that flooded the city to celebrate them. They were eventually whisked on a helicopter so they could enjoy the rest of the celebration with a bird's view. And what an amazing view that must have been, guys.
No kidding. Wow. Quite the party they're having there.
Still partying. I love that. All right, Claudio, thank you.
2022 was indeed a busy year for politics.
Yeah, you can say that again. And who better than NBC News national political correspondent Steve Kornacki to bring us a roundup of all the highlights as we take a look back at the year that was.
All right, well, we started 2022 asking if there'd be a big Republican wave. We end 2022 knowing that there wasn't. Republicans do get control of the House, but they get it by a very slim margin, and they end up losing a Senate seat. So what happened? What did we learn from this midterm cycle? Well, one thing that I think really stands out is Joe Biden, Democrats had a good midterm cycle politically, relatively speaking, in spite of the unpopularity of the president, 44%. This number is from the exit poll on Election Day, only a 44% job approval rating for Biden. You know, we've been trained, we've seen in modern elections, this kind of number for a president in a midterm election has always, in modern times, meant political catastrophe for the president's party. I mean, just take a look here. These are recent presidents. This is their approval rating during midterm elections. Trump in 2018, Barack Obama in 14 and in 10, George W. Bush in 2006. Their approval ratings all basically right where Joe Biden's was this year. And you remember, 18 was a disaster for Republicans. They lost 40 seats in the House. 14 was a disaster for Democrats, especially on the Senate side. They lost 9 Senate seats. And that House 13-seat loss for Democrats in 2014, they didn't have that many seats left to lose. Otherwise, that number probably would have been bigger. 63-seat loss in 2010, 30-seat loss for Republicans, and big on the Senate side. This is what a low approval rating has meant in modern times. And Biden's number, a lot of Republicans were expecting, a lot of Democrats were fearing it was going to mean something similarly politically catastrophic, and yet it didn't. Why? What broke in Democrats' favor? Well, I think what really stands out is this. What you're looking at here is the independent vote in the midterm elections, and Democrats actually won the independent vote by 2 points. And all of these recent presidents we were just going through who had rough midterm elections, you see in their midterms, the independents broke for the opposition party by double digits. That's what we've kind of been conditioned to expect. If a president is unpopular, the independents go to the opposition party, and they do it in big numbers. They didn't do that this year, even though Biden still wasn't that popular. So let's dig into those numbers a little bit more. Let's take a look at independents. And again, I say Biden was not that popular. That was especially true, is especially true with independent voters. 60% of independents said in the exit poll they got an unfavorable view of Biden, a majority an unfavorable view of the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party, Joe Biden, not popular with independents. But you can see it here. The Republican Party, and especially Donald Trump, even less popular, significantly less popular with independent voters. So I think you start to see here, we typically think of these midterm elections, it's a referendum on the president, a referendum on the president's party. That's typically how they've run. I think there was probably a referendum aspect here on the opposition party and the man who most recently led the opposition party this year. It's a dynamic you don't usually have in midterm elections. Also, take a look at this. When you ask, talk about the role of Donald Trump, his sort of lingering presence in the center stage of American politics, the January 6th hearings this summer, asking independent voters about the state of democracy. Nearly 3/4 said they feel democracy is threatened. And just look at how these voters split. Those independents who said democracy is threatened went for Democrats by a 16-point margin. Those who said they consider it secure voted for Republicans by a 6-point margin. And just a lot more independents said they considered democracy threatened. So an unusual result, an unpopular president and his party wins the independent vote and staves off what I think a lot of people that started this year expected to be a political disaster for Democrats. Instead, they gain a seat in the House and they come within 5 in the Senate, and they come within 5 of hanging on to the House.
An unusual year. Our thanks to Steve Kornacki for that report. And 2023 will certainly be a year to watch as well, with the former president's legal troubles, the rise of his potential 2024 Republican challengers, and the slight momentum President Biden and Democrats have gained fresh off those midterms.
Coming up on Morning News Now, picking up the pieces.
Yeah, recovery efforts are ongoing this morning after that 6.4 magnitude earthquake rattled the northern part of California. We'll have more in a live report when we come back.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece of the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
NBC News, streaming free now. NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back, and turning now to the growing frustration over the investigation into the killings of 4 Idaho college students. That investigation now in its 6th week, and still there have been no breakthroughs. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson is live now to get us caught up on the latest here. Steve.
Hey, Stephen, good morning. Police have received over 10,000 tips related to the murders near the University of Idaho campus. Just yesterday, there was news of a white Hyundai Elantra that crashed in Oregon, captured the attention of authorities as well as internet sleuths, but it was later determined not to be connected. Take a look.
What I want people to know is this is a Moscow Police Department investigation.
Moscow's police chief taking full ownership of a case with few clues and no named suspects so far.
My command team oversees this. We have 94 years of experience between us, and we're going to continue to work this case.
Vowing not to give up after the lawyer for one of the victims' families criticized law enforcement on Today.
I'm not sure they are capable of handling a quadruple murder. And maybe they should be getting more help, and maybe there should be some different lead investigators on the case.
Police also say they know about a surveillance video that appears to be from the night of the murders.
What did you say to Adam? I told Adam.
Police say they've identified the Adam named in the video and that he's cooperating with detectives. Investigators have been searching for information about a white Hyundai Elantra that they say was close to the scene of the murders of the 4 college students last month. Hopes lifted yesterday when police took a closer look at one car matching the description that crashed in Eugene, Oregon, some 500 miles from Moscow. But they later said the owner is not believed to be related to the murders. Also this morning, some more background emerging. An apparent police body cam video posted to social media by a News Nation correspondent purportedly showing Moscow police called to the same house for a noise complaint months earlier on September 1st. Police later making contact with a woman who identifies herself as Maddie Mogan, who confirmed she lives there.
None of the occupants that live at this address are here right now. So now you have a house full of random people.
NBC News has not verified the video. A community still hoping they're one step closer to the truth.
NBC News has reached out to Moscow police for comment on what appears to be that September body cam footage, but we have not heard back. Meanwhile, my gosh, these families are about to experience their first Christmas without their families. Kaylee's father, Steve Gonzalez, has essentially said Christmas just doesn't make sense this year because his family is so close to the case. Ethan Chapin was a triplet, all three of his siblings attending that school together. His mother telling us that her children need to be lifted up after the loss of their brother. Stephen?
Bizarre and heartbreaking. All right, Steve, thanks.
Now to Northern California, where the cleanup is underway after a 6.4 magnitude earthquake shook Humboldt County on Tuesday. At least 2 people were killed, 11 more were injured. Now thousands are without power this morning as officials race to repair the damage. NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer reports.
Well, this part of Northern California is earthquake country. They're used to rattlers, but this one struck in the middle of the night, and it was a large one. Officials say they're lucky the damage wasn't worse.
Splitting open homes, destroying businesses, and severing roads. The quake struck at 2:34 a.m. Tuesday as most were fast asleep.
All of a sudden, there was this huge boom. Everything started shaking.
With violent shaking reported for up to 20 seconds, the tremor was centered 200 miles north of San Francisco, just outside the small town of Ferndale.
This is ground zero. We have several of the residents that have been red tagged.
Authorities now say 2 people suffered medical emergencies and died. 11 others were injured. As homes slid off foundations, bridges cracked and roadways splintered. More than 70,000 lost power. But for some, there was a warning. State officials say California's MyShake app alerted 3 million users a quake was coming, 10 critical seconds before the ground rumbled. While experts say tremors may relieve some seismic pressure, there's no way to predict when the next big one is coming.
This is just a reminder that California is earthquake country.
Urging residents to tie down furniture that can easily tip over. Authorities say this quake is also a reminder to store extra water, non-perishable foods, and medicine before the next big one hits. Tuesday's quake came exactly 1 year to the day. A 6.2 tremor rocked the same area. Now, as dozens of aftershocks rattle the region, this is another unsettling reminder tens of millions are living on shaky ground.
This morning, electrical crews are still restoring power across the area as folks continue to clean up just a few days before Christmas. Back to you.
All right, Miguel Almaguer, thank you.
Well, today, the winter solstice, which marks the beginning of winter. And while record low temperatures are nothing new for places like Alaska, they may come as a bitter cold reality to our Miami-based correspondent, Kerry Sanders. NBC News sent Kerry to the North Pole to see how he would do in some of the most extreme winter conditions. Here's what he found.
Today is the winter solstice. That is the shortest day of the year. And I'll tell you what, we could use some sun because it's 40 degrees below zero. But as the shortest day of the year is underway, in just a few days, another guy who lives here in the North Pole is about to begin his longest day of the year. He's got the reindeer ready to go. He's excited. It's all about ho, ho, ho.
It's a late start this day for third-generation Alaskan Corey Eberhardt, 8:40 a.m. The sun still won't be up until 11 a.m. But darkness and extreme cold are no excuses to put off chores at his aptly named Taste of Alaska Lodge.
Feels like the middle of the night. The moon is up and it's really dark.
Yeah, sometimes you wake up and you find out it's still 3 in the morning and you think it could be 6.
Today on this, the shortest day of the year, the sun in the greater Fairbanks area will hug the horizon for only 3 hours, 42 minutes. In that darkness, life goes on.
All right, hey.
Dogs still pull sleds here, but 23-year-old native musher Izzy Rice tells me more often it's to give tourists a sense of what Alaskans hold dear, while in the process, dispelling myths.
But we got regular houses just like everybody else up here.
And everybody wonders if you live in igloos?
Yeah.
And did you take a dog sled to school as a kid?
I did not. No, I rode a bus.
Even locals say 4 months of more darkness than light can be depressing. But during these very long dark days, there are some magical moments. The Northern Lights.
It's like colorful wind through the sky.
Alaska, our 49th state, a spot of stunning beauty that draws tourists from around the world, but rarely in winter.
Love it.
Yeah,
Is there any beauty in this darkness?
I think so. You can really see the stars. The stars are amazing too.
Alaska's indigenous people long ago celebrated the Chena Hot Springs.
When you use the healing waters, it makes you 10 years younger, and you feel like a young rooster.
But first, there's a rule for visitors from the lower 48, liquid courage. The springs are a steaming 106 degrees.
Oh, it's warm.
The largest group bobbing right now, Alaskans.
I just feel a little frozen and crispy.
The ironically named Summers family often goes viral,
We were praying for snow, then we got it.
explaining how they survived this brutal environment.
Stay inside. Yeah, we do stay inside.
Okay, I'm freezing. Let's get in here. Everybody warm me up here. Come on.
There we go.
The Christmas spirit, infectious.
You like magic?
Yeah.
Well, so do I.
With just days to go.
And from the North Pole, Merry Christmas! Ho, ho, ho!
I asked Santa, could I hitch a ride with his sleigh to get out of these crazy temperatures? It's 112 degrees warmer where I live in Florida. But he told me, I'm sorry, Carrie, no room on the sleigh because there's just been so many good boys and girls this year.
Wow, what a wild ride. Nobody does it like Carrie Sanders.
My goodness, that looked cold, but also fun. It was cold, but I kind of think I want to go.
Yeah,
Maybe.
very
We'll
effective
see. All right.
advertising there. All right.
Thank you, Carrie. Coming up, NBA Hall of Famer David Robinson was one of the sport's biggest stars during the 90s.
Yeah, and now he's opening up about the biggest secret to his success, both on the court and off. That's next.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts. The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest-running show on television. Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. Elon Musk says he will step down as CEO of Twitter just days after users voted in favor of him resigning in a poll that he posted on his page. Musk tweeted, quote, "I will resign as CEO as soon as I find someone foolish enough to take the job. After that, I will just run the software and servers teams." The news comes amid a turbulent time for the social media platform, which has seen changes to its privacy policy and the controversial suspension and reinstatement of journalists' accounts. So stay tuned on that.
Now to more of today's top financial headlines. The NFL is close to finalizing a deal for the rights to its Sunday ticket package.
CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and other money news. Silvana, good morning.
Joe, Stephen, good morning. That's right. So the NFL is reportedly finalizing a deal with YouTube TV for the exclusive rights to the Sunday ticket package, which has been held for years by DirecTV. Now, it's unclear what YouTube TV, which is owned by Google's parent company Alphabet, is paying, but the NFL has reportedly been seeking up to $3 billion. Sources say the deal will not include a stake in NFL Media, which includes the NFL Network and Red Zone channels. General Motors is recalling 140,000 Chevy Bolt electric vehicles in North America because of fire risks. GM says in rare cases, the floor carpet could catch fire in a crash when the seatbelt safety system deploys. The recall affects certain 2017 to 2023 models of the Bolt. Delta Airlines is expected to roll out free Wi-Fi for passengers early next year. The Wall Street Journal reports Delta will initially offer free internet on a significant number of planes before turning on the service on more of its fleet throughout 2023. Delta has declined to comment, but says it's in the process of testing Wi-Fi with various offerings to select customers on select routes. Delta first tested free Wi-Fi on domestic flights in 2019 and later switched to a new service charging a flat $5 fee. So could be some good news for travelers.
Yeah, Wi-Fi makes those plane rides go a
free
lot
Wi-Fi?
faster. All right.
We'll take it. All right. Thank
All
you,
right.
Silvana. 10-time NBA All-Star David Robinson was an undeniable talent on the court. The Hall of Famer brought home 2 NBA World Championships for the San Antonio Spurs. His secret, faith. NBC Sports reporter Corey Robinson has more on the private moments that played the biggest role in Robinson's public success.
The San Antonio Spurs are your world champion.
He was one of the greatest basketball centers of all time. David Robinson's nickname was the Admiral, a nod to his time serving in the Navy. But thanks to a growth spurt, reaching 7'1", he became too tall to serve on naval ships, and life took him down another path.
How were you able to adjust to God's plan for you?
Well, for me, I don't think I understood it was God's plan for me at that time.
But he trusted the process, and part of the new plan was the NBA.
Robinson with the move.
In his first 6 seasons on the San Antonio Spurs, David Robinson, who also happens to be my father, won Rookie of the Year, MVP, and was a member of the original 1992 Olympic Dream Team.
That you had fame, you had fortune, you had it all by most people's standards. But you said something was missing. What was that thing?
It seemed like I was doing really well. I knew that I was chasing the world. Everyone's telling me, oh, you should be like Michael Jordan, or you should be like Patrick Ewing. And I remember thinking to myself, I'm not any of those guys. I had to understand that God was going to make room for me. I didn't have to be those guys. And so that's how my faith really played a big role for me. It allowed me to relax a little bit and just be myself.
And in the world of professional sports where ego can rule the playing field, my dad became known for his ability to help his teammates shine. That led the San Antonio Spurs to 2 world championships.
How do you help younger players and put them in position to be successful as you age as a superstar?
Again, I think it goes back to perspective, right? Understanding being a part of something greater than yourself. I think my experience in the military really taught me that when the team is successful, each of us is going to be successful.
It also led my dad to be part of another team over 20 years ago, at-risk students in our community of San Antonio, Texas. In 2001, in between those two NBA championship seasons, my dad founded the Carver Academy, now the Idea Carver Academy, a tuition-free school for underprivileged students to get the best education.
We just had a meeting the other day, right? Yes. So what did we talk about the other day?
Mental health.
Mental health.
100% of its students have gone on to college, and my dad knows them all.
We were just talking about wisdom and integrity in our last meetings, and I just really appreciate that he does this for our school.
What is the importance of these images for these young kids then?
Yeah, they can see the journey. They see the process, that you're not a finished product at any given time, right?
And my dad would be the first one to tell you, at 57, he too is a work in progress.
All the things I can do by my own strength are not very impressive. You know, they're things anyone could do. But when I trust in what God has placed in me, and then I just let him work through me, incredible things happen. I've watched the accomplishments in my life surpass anything I would have thought. I mean, and so to me, it's just been an incredible journey.
How cool is that? Our thanks to Corey Robinson for that story.
Well, coming up on Morning News Now, the season of giving.
We're going to bring you the story of one girl who's making it her mission to give back, and this one is sure to put you in the holiday spirit.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Welcome back. Times Square is one big step closer to being ready to ring in the new year. The 7-foot-tall lights displaying 2023 arrived in New York Tuesday. The numbers went on a coast-to-coast tour first. It started in Los Angeles and made stops all across the country, and now they're in Times Square. They'll stay on the ground so people can pose with them for those Instagram photos until noon on Friday. After that, they'll take their place on top of one Times Square to get ready for that big countdown, and I'm guessing some pretty big crowds of people out there, Joe.
Yeah, I think it'll be a big year this year as folks wish in 2023. Thank you, Stephen, for that. Finally this hour, an act of kindness from a teenager in Texas. Nightly News anchor Lester Holt met with 13-year-old Lily Dubose to show us how she's brightening the holidays for kids in need.
She's only 13, but she's making spirits bright for thousands of kids this holiday season with a little help from a major league star. At Thornwood Elementary in Houston, Texas, holiday gifts are piled high, ready to be opened by some deserving students, all thanks to Lily Dubose.
I love kids, and the joy that I see on their faces when they get a toy just makes me feel so happy and my heart's so complete that it's just such a blessing to me.
The 13-year-old started Lily's Toy Box back in 2017 after hearing about some children who lost everything during Hurricane Harvey.
When I saw other kids leaving their homes, evacuating, and their houses being flooded, leaving everything behind, I just felt devastated. It was so sad.
Lily wanted to help, so she gave away 10 toys. But she didn't stop there. Lily's Toy Box is now a nonprofit, and with the help of donations and toy drives, Lily has given away 40,000 toys to date to kids in need and whose families may be struggling.
It's so fun wrapping toys with all my friends and family and volunteers. I love doing it.
And this holiday season, she's hit a home run with a little help from her friend, Houston Astros third baseman Alex Bregman, and his wife Reagan.
It's nice to be in the holiday spirit this time of year. It's so much fun to be here.
We have toys for you.
Little faces lighting up as they open everything from
Dinosaurs
to
Jingle and Squiggle Caterpillar.
It's just awesome to see the smile on all their faces.
It means a lot because we don't get this a lot.
One thing that's important to Lily, putting the student's name on their presents.
I just want their name to be on it because it's more special.
Kayla.
Ava D. Emily.
Together, the trio handed out 1,500 presents. Actually, make that 1,501. One lucky student got a FaceTime with her favorite player.
Say hi.
Astros shortstop Jeremy Pena.
This is Avery. She's going to be the first ever girl drafted by the Houston Astros, she said.
A holiday to remember, and a girl hoping to inspire others with the gift of giving this Christmas.
Love the reaction from that one kid at the end, jumping up and down. Or thanks to Lester Holt for that report. By the way, the first toy Lily says she chose to give away was a Lego set, not a bad one, and her nonprofit has grown from there. She says she's so grateful for the success she has seen. We are grateful to her.
Yeah, so great. Can't beat that. And Lego's a great way to go.
There you go. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
Yeah, but your news continues right now. Good morning. I'm Stephen Romo, in for Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, holiday scramble for millions of Americans. Their travel plans are up in the air this morning as a massive winter storm sweeps across the country. Rain, snow, and a bitter freeze will set in from the Great Plains to the southeast, and that could create some real chaos at airports and on the road. We have a full forecast ahead, along with what you can do to get home in time for the holidays. Readying the reports. The January 6th committee is preparing to release today its full account into the attack on the Capitol and the role they say former President Trump played. This morning, Congress is also moving to publicly disclose Trump's tax returns from the years he spent in office. We're going to break down what both reports could mean for the former president and his political future. Historic visit. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky will be in Washington today, leaving his country for the first time since war broke out. We're going to walk you through how this visit came together and the impact it could have on Ukraine's conflict with Russia. And finally, this morning, we are taking a trip to the North Pole. Yeah, they might not get a lot of daylight this time of year, but one town in Alaska is still full of holiday spirit. Our own Kerry Sanders left the comfort of that Florida sunshine to head up to Greater Fairbanks, Alaska. He's checking in on Santa's workshop with just days to go until Christmas. I can tell you, I checked in yesterday with the folks at NORAD. They're going to be responsible for checking in and tracking Santa throughout Christmas Eve, overnight into Christmas. So a lot of folks are just on Santa watch right now.
An important job. You cannot forget NORAD tracking Santa.
Exactly. We're going to have more on that in a little bit. Let's begin this hour, though, with the severe weather winter threat, which is on everyone's mind, impacting the U.S. This morning, one of the worst Christmas time storms in decades is taking aim at the Midwest and the Great Lakes, and it is threatening millions of people's holiday holiday travel plans.
Yeah, this timing is something. From lake effect snow to below freezing temperatures, experts warn the damage could be significant. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello joins us now from O'Hare International Airport in Chicago with what travelers need to know.
It's a little crazy here. Good morning. You know, O'Hare has 4 active terminals, and right now, a lot of Chicagoans and folks in the Midwest are trying to get out. They're trying to beat that storm. I just checked, and nationwide right now, we have about 200 flight cancellations and about 500 delays. That's not bad, as again, a lot of folks try to beat the storm. We are right now approaching pre-pandemic passenger levels. In all, 7.3 million of us are going to be flying through January 2nd.
At this time, we're going to go ahead and start with the pre-boarding process.
This morning, countdown to bullseye at the nation's 3rd busiest airport. Chicago O'Hare chock full of passengers. Determined to beat the winter storm, now taking aim at the Midwest.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome on board. This is
cruising altitude today is 34,000 feet.
ORD, a critical hub for both American and United, with the biggest presence here.
It's just been a really hectic day. Flights are delayed, few cancellations.
Airport execs expect the busiest day will be Thursday, hours before the storm is hitting Chicago.
We have 500 staff members who are ready to work 24/7 and 350 pieces of snow removing equipment.
In the United Ops Center here, they watch every flight to ensure it's fully crewed, catered, fueled, and on time.
We got Charlie 26 here, and they're coming from what destination?
And United is using a new computer program called Connection Saver, calculating how long they can hold a plane's departure for late connecting passengers without delaying the flight.
I'm at Charlie 9.
At gate C9, agents held the door for 18 passengers arriving late from Denver, hoping to make their Portland flight. Were you running to get here in time?
Yeah, my heart rate's still going.
Good news is you made it.
So it's really assessing that risk of holding for that customer and not inconveniencing the rest of the folks on the airplane.
Hopper.com predicts the busiest days to depart will be this Thursday and Friday, just as the storm is rolling through the Midwest. The busiest return days, December 26th and January 2nd. Most travelers, 102 million in all, will be driving this holiday. Many are now just hours away from braving heavy snow or rain, windswept highways, and bitter temperatures, as Mother Nature tries to upend this year's December getaway. Yeah, here we go. Okay, so if you are one of those people and you find that you need to rebook, guess what? The airlines right now are going to go ahead and drop they're waiving the rebooking fees. They're trying to allow everybody to rebook to get out ahead of the storm. If you get caught, if your flight is canceled, the best advice, try to rebook yourself online on the app. Hopefully that allows you to jump ahead of the long line at the airport of people trying to talk to an agent. You guys?
Great time to skip a line. All right, Tom, thank you.
To quote Tom Costello, yep. All right, now to NBC News correspondent Kathy Park. She's at a gas station in Crossville, Tennessee, with a closer look at how this winter weather is impacting the roads ahead of the holiday. Kathy, good morning. So what can drivers expect to see in the coming days, and what's being done everywhere to prepare for the storm?
Hey, Joe, good morning to you. Yeah, if you're not one of the millions flying this holiday season, chances are you're getting behind the wheel and driving. According to AAA, roughly 102 million Americans will be driving 50 miles or more this holiday season. That's something that we haven't seen since 2018. And you mentioned that impending winter storm. It is winding up right now. So all across the country, especially in the Midwest, crews are at the ready. They're watching the forecast very closely, and they'll be mobilizing at the first sign of precipitation. Here in Tennessee, we're told that 2.6 million people will be driving to their destination, and according to transportation officials, they will actually be suspending all construction-related lane closures starting December 23rd through January 2nd to make sure that people continue to keep moving on the roadways.
Kathy, let's talk about something that's on a lot of drivers' minds the holiday season, and hopefully this is a good thing, and that's gas prices. We've seen the costs drop significantly since the summer. So are we still seeing that trend heading into Christmas? And how is that impacting people's travel plans this holiday season? Do we think more folks are driving because of that?
Yeah, Joe, that's a great question. You know, we've been following gas prices all year long, and it's been up and down, but fortunately it's on the downward trend right now. And according to AAA, the national average for a gallon of regular is $3.14. That's actually a 12-cent drop from last week. And we're here at a very popular gas station in Crossville, Tennessee. You might have heard of it. It's a Buc-ee's, and a gallon of regular here is $2.59 a gallon. So a lot less than the national average, so possibly a little extra money for those last-minute Christmas gifts, Joe.
I actually own a Buc-ee's T-shirt. That's how much I love visiting a Buc-ee's when I'm in the South. All right, so Kathy, what tips do you have for drivers who decide to brave the harsh conditions? I mean, what should they be checking before they hit the road to stay safe?
Yeah, so Joe, obviously a lot of folks, as we mentioned, will be hitting the roadways, but that could also coincide with this inclement weather. So experts are saying, look, a couple of things to keep in mind. Just make sure that the tire pressure is adequate. Make sure that the washer fluid is full. I feel like I'm always guilty of that, especially at the worst time possible. And also consider having an emergency kit in your car as well. Throw in a blanket, some food, cell phone chargers, because you just never know when you might be stuck on the roadways, and you don't want to be stuck without anything, especially during bad weather. And according to AAA, they're anticipating rescuing 900,000 motorists this holiday season.
Wow, it's a lot of rescues when you put it out there like that with that number. Yeah. Kathy Park, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Let's get a check on your morning news now weather.
Meteorologist Angie Lashman joins us now with a look at that very important forecast. Good morning, Angie.
Yeah, guys, it's going to be evolving. It is going to be so important here as people get out onto the roads and hit the air for whatever their destination may be here over the next couple of days to celebrate the holidays. We have a high impact storm system that is now going to start to impact places in the plains and in the Midwest in the short term. As we head into tomorrow, you can see the snow stretching from basically the UP all the way into portions of northern Mississippi, and heavy rain working through parts of the mid-Atlantic and the Northeast. The flood threat will be there. The strong winds will be there. We're dealing with drastic temperature drops. So really this storm is going to pack a punch, and it has all sorts of things that I want you to be aware of. So let's start with the winter weather. The blizzard conditions that I mentioned are going to be happening, focus mainly around the Great Lakes. You can see these snowfall accumulations, that bright pink, that's over a foot of snow. We'll likely see that downwind of the lake. This will be something that'll be ongoing here as we get into tomorrow and into the later parts of the work week as well. Really a dusting of snow, at least for a lot of places, though. So that we know is going to cause some issues out on the roadways. We also have that rain that I mentioned. We're on the warmer side of that front for the Northeast and stretching into the mid-Atlantic, and we could see anywhere from 2 to 3 inches of rain. That on top of the melting snow really could be a problem, especially for those more vulnerable areas for flooding. We also will have that potential to see some coastal flooding thanks to these very strong winds that we're also going to see. Really impressive wind gusts expected as we get into Friday, especially for the Northeast and the Mid-Atlantic and stretching back into places like Chicago. Check out Detroit's peak wind gusts, 54 miles per hour. That will be a prolonged event. It's not just going to be part of the day. It'll be something that you'll see that's going to create visibility issues, power outage issues. And when we talk about the cold air, brutal in Bozeman, minus 15. That's the actual temperature. And when you add in those wind gusts that I just showed you, we're dealing with ridiculous temperatures, minus 50, minus 60, those temperatures that when you get outside for 5 minutes, you're at risk of frostbite. So the cold continues to sink south, places like Chicago ending up at just a high of 1 degree for Friday. Again, actual temperatures not accounting for the winds. Saturday, Sunday, you get back into 10, 12 kind of range, but still, as we get to Raleigh, look at the temperature difference from Friday to Sunday, guys. 50 degrees on Friday, 34 on Sunday. Similar story for New York, where we are going to deal with some of the rain. And those temperature drops are going to happen quick, especially Friday into Saturday. That's where we're watching for the potential for some flash freezing. That's when you have basically water on the roadways, and then we have a quick temperature drop, so black ice is more likely to form. But, you know, it's not all bad news. Yeah. A white Christmas for many. I know there's people out there that like the cold weather and snow.
Yeah, sorry, but a white Christmas is not worth all that to me. But my personal opinion there.
As long as you have power, I mean, that'll be the key. So maybe stock up on some flashlights and candles
exactly.
before, just in case. All right.
Yeah.
Good advice. Exactly. Thanks, Angie.
All right, and now to the January 6th committee's final report, which is due out later today.
Yeah, the committee is set to release its findings, wrapping up a nearly 18-month probe, culminating in the recommendation of criminal charges against former President Trump and some of his allies. The report release comes just a day after the House Ways and Means Committee voted to make 6 years of former President Trump's tax returns public. Joining us
now to break down all this, NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Rafa and NBC News legal analyst Glenn Kirshner. Thank you both for being here. And Ali, let's start with you. We saw that executive summary earlier this week of the final report, and we're expecting the full thing out today. Do we know what we're looking for here?
Yeah, good morning, guys. Well, this is going to include all of the things that the committee couldn't fit into this nearly 18-month-long investigation and what they couldn't present in those 11 public hearings and that final meeting they had on Monday. It's going to include the granular detail of their cases for why they referred those criminal charges to the Justice Department for former President Trump and others who they think are criminally responsible for the events of January 6th. It's going to explain their cases for these House Ethics Committees referrals that they issued for their House GOP colleagues for ignoring the subpoenas from this committee. It'll also include more information they alluded to on witness tampering and witness intimidation efforts during their investigation. Remember, during that hearing on Monday, they talked about how former President Trump was one of the people they know reached out to some of the witnesses that they talked to. It'll also include pieces of communication and testimony from Secret Service agents, White House staffers, even members of Congress on and around January 6th. It'll also include some pieces of testimony that committee members are saying are from witnesses that were, quote, unnecessarily combative. So all of the requirements and testimony of this report are really part of the legacy this committee is going to be leaving behind before it disbands on the 31st, ahead of when the Republicans take back control of the House next month, you guys.
Glenn, let's talk more about that witness tampering angle. As Ali just mentioned, committee members indicated they suspect witness tampering occurred. So let's listen to what Congresswoman Zoe Lofgren said about that. Then we'll chat with you on the other side.
We've also obtained evidence of efforts to provide or offer employment to witnesses. One lawyer told a witness the witness could, in certain circumstances, tell the committee that she didn't recall facts when she actually did recall them. We've learned that a client was offered potential employment that would make her, quote, financially very comfortable.
So, Glenn, here's the deal, though. Witness tampering was not included in the committee's criminal referrals. So I guess the question is, could this be something that maybe the Justice Department is looking into for its own investigation? Is that a type of issue they would be looking into that they might be interested in pursuing?
You know, Joe, I can all but guarantee that Jack Smith and his team will be and already are looking into witness tampering or urging witnesses to testify falsely, all of which constitutes obstructing justice or obstructing official proceedings. You know, witness tampering is one of those crimes that is almost in a category all its own. And the courts have said over and over again that witness tampering strikes right at the very heart of the integrity of the criminal justice system. So these kinds of crimes are important for a couple of reasons. One, they're criminal offenses in and of themselves. But two, they demonstrate a consciousness of guilt for Donald Trump and others who are involved in a conspiracy to tamper with witnesses. And that makes it kind of a 2-for-1 for prosecutors, because if you can use the crime to also show consciousness of guilt, that helps provide incriminating information about other crimes, because you know what? You don't need to tell a witness to lie if the witness's truthful testimony will not incriminate you.
And Ali, the committee said it's referring Trump, John Eastman, and others to the DOJ, but they didn't say who those others were. Do we expect that to be in this final report?
Absolutely. And there will be cases made for those other people for possibly crimes that are less severe than the ones we saw referred to the Justice Department for former President Trump and John Eastman, something the committee will be sure to lay out in this report. They don't necessarily have to be to the Justice Department. These could be referrals to, for instance, the House Ethics Committee, like we saw those GOP members, or it could be things to, referrals to possibly the Bar Association for Trump's lawyers, possibly Rudy Rudy Giuliani, who the committee says and has said in past public hearings was making baseless claims of election fraud, and then sort of didn't pan out with the same testimony during their investigation. So these are several things the committee is likely to lay out in this final report that we expect today.
All right. Allie and Glenn, thank you both for your analysis and reporting. We appreciate it very much.
All right, turning now to the ongoing war in Ukraine. President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, is expected to meet with President Biden and Congress. It's all to discuss the future aid for the war against Russia. NBC News Chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander joins us now with more on that visit. Peter, good morning to you. This is the first time President Zelensky is leaving Ukraine since the war started, 10 months ago now? So what message is he trying to send here?
Yeah, Stephen, that's exactly right. This came together over the course of the last several days. We were told that President Biden invited Zelensky to come to Washington about a week and a half ago, then formally exactly a week ago. But only in the last few days was this trip confirmed, and they kept it secret because of security concerns. The message with Zelensky coming here is really one to the U.S. to thank them for their support and an opportunity for the United States to reaffirm its commitment to President Zelensky and, more importantly, to the Ukrainians at large here. I've been speaking to national security officials, and they say this is particularly an important time for this visit to take place, that the Russian President Vladimir Putin has been stepping up his attacks on civilian targets throughout Ukraine, and really that Putin has been trying to weaponize winter in Ukraine right now, trying to knock out power to plunge Ukraine into the depths of the cold and darkness of these months right now. So it's a critical opportunity for the two to stand side by side today, and ultimately for that joint address to Congress to take place for Zelensky this evening. Stephen.
Okay, so that's Zelensky's goal here, but what about the Biden administration? What's their goal? I know there have been some objections from Republicans on this issue. Could this be a response to that at all?
Yeah, that's exactly right. I think it's important to note that obviously the Republicans will control the House in just a matter of weeks from now, and some in that incoming House Republican majority have expressed skepticism, reservations about continuing to give aid to Ukraine. Zelensky will have a chance to speak to them directly today, but President Biden, we are told, will be announcing a new capability that the U.S. is going to be sending to Ukraine, a Patriot missile defense system. This is a highly sophisticated system. I'm told that the U.S. troops will be training those Ukrainians who will be using it in a third country right now. This is a chance to sort of fight back against the Russian missile and drone attacks right now. And Congress, as we speak, Stephen, is discussing another $45 billion in aid that's going to be directed to Ukraine if it gets the proper sign-off. So obviously there's a real urgency to these conversations.
Absolutely, as there has been. And we know, Peter, that Zelensky is expected to bring a Ukrainian flag back from the front lines as sort of a thank you from the troops there. And meanwhile, the U.S. expected to make an announcement about that new security assistance. What more can you tell us about that?
Yeah, you're right. So just yesterday, we saw pictures of Zelensky arriving on the front lines in eastern Ukraine, where the reporters on scene say he was presented a Ukrainian flag that had been signed by some of those soldiers to deliver to the U.S. Congress. Zelensky saying he would present it to President Biden upon his arrival here. As it relates to that new announcement, there's $2 billion in new aid that we just noted that includes that Patriot missile defense system. That $45 billion that they're talking about is important. It's a part of what they call that omnibus, about $1.7 trillion in spending that's being negotiated right now. But given the reservations we've heard from some Republicans, this could potentially be the last aid package to Ukraine if it passes for quite some time. That's really where you should keep your eyes going forward, how long the U.S. can continue this effort with the support of Congress. But President Biden, it really wants to use this as an opportunity to demonstrate the bipartisan support for Ukraine right now. Stephen.
All right, some important messages to watch for. Peter Alexander, thank you. And we'll want to make sure we tune in tonight for a closer look at how one Ukrainian town is surviving the war with Russia. Our special Life, Death, and Liberation Museum. Ukraine starts at 10:30 p.m. Eastern right here on NBC News Now.
Coming up right now on Morning News Now, more fallout from the Supreme Court's decision to extend that pandemic-era immigration policy.
Yeah, the Biden administration is now weighing in on how it wants to resolve the legal dispute. When we come back, we'll take you live to the southern border as the crisis there shows no signs of slowing down.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts. Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television. Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts. Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television. For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was
you
trying
got
to
it.
do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
To the southern border, where the battle over the policy known as Title 42 deepens, the Biden administration is calling on the Supreme Court to end the pandemic-era measure, but also requesting a delay until after Christmas. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky joins us now from Mission, Texas, with the latest. Morgan, good morning.
Yeah, Joe, good morning. And with illegal crossings across the Rio Grande facing record highs, everyone agrees something needs to be done along the Rio Grande. But right now, that compromise has yet to be seen. And now, with Title 42 likely lasting through Christmas, some fear it's only delaying an inevitable migration boom.
Turned away at the Texas border. The National Guard blocking migrants from entering the United States. One official telling them to try an official port of entry instead. It's a snapshot of El Paso under a state of emergency amid a growing border crisis.
The Biden administration has no plan on how to deal with this situation at the border once Title 42 goes away.
In response to the Supreme Court's pause of Title 42, the Biden administration asking the High Court to delay its expiration until after Christmas. But ultimately, it wants the court to reject efforts by Republican-led states to keep the pandemic-era policy in place permanently. In a Tuesday filing, the White House acknowledging the end of Title 42 will likely lead to disruption and a temporary increase in unlawful border crossings. Immigration advocates echoing the need for change.
This was a public health measure, not an immigration enforcement measure. We need to get rid of Title 42.
We visited this migrant camp in Reynosa, Mexico, where Pastor Hector Silva de Luna told us immigration policies mean little to those chasing the potential of a better life.
Do people come up to you and ask you about Title 42?
They don't know what Title 42 it means.
He tells us over the last year, Venezuelans, Haitians, and Nicaraguans waiting to claim asylum have quadrupled the size of this tent city. Back in El Paso, despite DHS and Border Patrol moving out more than 10,000 migrants this week alone, Shelter Director Ruben Garcia fears an even bigger spike if Title 42 ends.
I believe Border Patrol is going to be processing 5,000-6,000 refugees per day, possibly even more.
For now, they pray with a future as uncertain as ever.
Now, as for the fate of Title 42, the Supreme Court could let it expire per the Biden administration's request in just a few days' time, or the High Court could choose for the next few weeks or even months to study this challenge posed by those Republican-led states. Joe?
All right, Morgan, thank you so much. Now to some sad news from the world of sports. Hall of Fame running back Franco Harris has died. The four-time Super Bowl champion played most of his storied career with the Pittsburgh Steelers and was perhaps best known for scoring a legendary yet controversial game-winning touchdown on the heels of the immaculate reception in a playoff game against the Oakland Raiders back in 1972. Harris was 72 years old.
All right, turning now to international headlines. And Canadian police have arrested 8 teenage girls for a brutal murder in Toronto.
NBC's Claudio Lavanga joins us from Rome with that and other world news. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning. Yes, it was a crime that has really shocked the nation in Canada. Now, 8 girls between the age of 13 and 16 were charged with second-degree murder after a 59-year-old man was stabbed to death in Toronto on Sunday. Now, the authorities say that the teenage girls, who got to know each other on social media, met in downtown Toronto, and then at some point they tried to take a bottle of alcohol from the man before he got stabbed. Police say the girls acted in a swarming mob mentality and may have wanted to make a name for themselves on social media. Let's go to Afghanistan, where the Taliban banned all female students from universities. The Taliban's education ministry said that the rule will take immediate effect and that all current female university students will be suspended until further notice. The Taliban have been rolling back women's rights and freedom in the country since they took power last year. The latest decision sparked international condemnation, with the United Nations Special Rapporteur to Afghanistan calling it a new law further violating the right to equal education that deepens the erasure of women from Afghan society. And let's move to Buenos Aires, where on Tuesday, Argentina's soccer team was greeted by millions of people after winning the World Cup in Qatar. Lionel Messi and his teammates had to abandon an open-top bus parade as it couldn't make its way through the approximately 4 million people that flooded the city to celebrate them. They were eventually whisked on a helicopter so they could enjoy the rest of the celebration with a bird's view. And what an amazing view that must have been, guys.
No kidding. Wow. Quite the party they're having there.
Still partying. I love that. All right, Claudio, thank you.
2022 was indeed a busy year for politics.
Yeah, you can say that again. And who better than NBC News national political correspondent Steve Kornacki to bring us a roundup of all the highlights as we take a look back at the year that was.
All right, well, we started 2022 asking if there'd be a big Republican wave. We end 2022 knowing that there wasn't. Republicans do get control of the House, but they get it by a very slim margin, and they end up losing a Senate seat. So what happened? What did we learn from this midterm cycle? Well, one thing that I think really stands out is Joe Biden, Democrats had a good midterm cycle politically, relatively speaking, in spite of the unpopularity of the president, 44%. This number is from the exit poll on Election Day, only a 44% job approval rating for Biden. You know, we've been trained, we've seen in modern elections, this kind of number for a president in a midterm election has always, in modern times, meant political catastrophe for the president's party. I mean, just take a look here. These are recent presidents. This is their approval rating during midterm elections. Trump in 2018, Barack Obama in 14 and in 10, George W. Bush in 2006. Their approval ratings all basically right where Joe Biden's was this year. And you remember, 18 was a disaster for Republicans. They lost 40 seats in the House. 14 was a disaster for Democrats, especially on the Senate side. They lost 9 Senate seats. And that House 13-seat loss for Democrats in 2014 meaning they didn't have that many seats left to lose. Otherwise, the number probably would have been bigger. 63-seat loss in 2010, 30-seat loss for Republicans, and big on the Senate side. This is what a low approval rating has meant in modern times. And Biden's number, a lot of Republicans were expecting, a lot of Democrats were fearing it was going to mean something similarly politically catastrophic, and yet it didn't. Why? What broke in Democrats' favor? Well, I think what really stands out is this. What you're looking at here is the independent vote in the midterm elections, and Democrats actually won the independent vote by 2 points. And all of these recent presidents we were just going through who had rough midterm elections, you see in their midterms, the independents broke for the opposition party by double digits. That's what we've kind of been conditioned to expect. If a president is unpopular, the independents go to the opposition party, and they do it in big numbers. They didn't do that this year, even though Biden still wasn't that popular. So let's dig into those numbers a little bit more. Let's take a look at independents. And again, I say Biden was not that popular. That was especially true, is especially true with independent voters. 60% of independents said in the exit poll they got an unfavorable view of Biden, a majority an unfavorable view of the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party, Joe Biden, not popular with independents. But you can see it here. The Republican Party, and especially Donald Trump, even less popular, significantly less popular with independent voters. So I think you start to see here, we typically think of these midterm elections, it's a referendum on the president, a referendum on the president's party. That's typically how they've run. I think there was probably a referendum aspect here on the opposition party and the man who most recently led the opposition party this year. It's a dynamic you don't usually have in midterm elections. Also, take a look at this. When you ask, talk about the role of Donald Trump, his sort of lingering presence in the center stage of American politics, the January 6th hearings this summer, asking independent voters about the state of democracy. Nearly 3/4 said they feel democracy is threatened. And just look at how these voters split. Those independents who said democracy is threatened went for Democrats by a 16-point margin. Those who said they consider it secure voted for Republicans by a 6-point margin. And just a lot more independents said they considered democracy threatened. So an unusual result. An unpopular president and his party wins the independent vote and staves off what I think a lot of people that started this year expected to be a political disaster for Democrats. Instead, they gain a seat in the House, and they come within 5 in the Senate, and they come within 5 of hanging on to the House.
An unusual year. Our thanks to Steve Kornacki for that report. And 2023 will certainly be a year to watch as well, with the former president's legal troubles, the rise of his potential 2024 Republican challengers, and the slight momentum President Biden and Democrats have gained fresh off those midterms.
Coming up on Morning News Now, picking up the pieces.
Yeah, recovery efforts are ongoing this morning after that 6.4 magnitude earthquake rattled the northern part of California. We'll have more and a live report when we come back.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest-running show on television. Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts. Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest-running show on television. For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest-running show on television.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest-running show on television.
Welcome back, and turning now to the growing frustration over the investigation into the killings of 4 Idaho college students. That investigation now in its 6th week, and still there have been no breakthroughs. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson is live now to get us caught up on the latest here. Steve.
Hey, Stephen, good morning. Police have received over 10,000 tips related to the murders near the University of Idaho campus. Just yesterday, there was news of a white Hyundai Elantra that crashed in Oregon, captured the attention of authorities as well as internet sleuths, but it was later determined not to be connected. Take a look.
What I want people to know is this is a Moscow Police Department investigation.
Moscow's police chief taking full ownership of a case with few clues and no named suspects so far.
My command team oversees this. We have 94 years of experience between us, and we're going to continue to work this case.
Vowing not to give up after the lawyer for one of the victims' families criticized law enforcement on Today.
I'm not sure they are capable of handling a quadruple murder. And maybe they should be getting more help, and maybe there should be some different lead investigators on the case.
Police also say they know about a surveillance video that appears to be from the night of the murders. Police say they've identified the Adam named in the video and that he's cooperating with detectives. Investigators have been searching for information about a white Hyundai Elantra that they say was close to the scene of the murders of the 4 college students last month. Hopes lifted yesterday when police took a closer look at one car matching the description that crashed in Eugene, Oregon, some 500 miles from Moscow. But they later said the owner is not believed to be related to the murders. Also this morning, some more background emerging. An apparent police body cam video posted to social media by a News Nation correspondent purportedly showing Moscow police called to the same house for a noise complaint months earlier on September 1st. Police later making contact with a woman who identifies herself as Maddie Mogan, who confirmed she lives there.
None of the occupants that live at this address are here right now. So now you have a house full of random people.
NBC News has not verified the video. A community still hoping they're one step closer to the truth. NBC News has reached out to Moscow police for comment on what appears to be that September body cam footage, but we have not heard back. Meanwhile, my gosh, these families are about to experience their first Christmas without their families. Kaylee's father, Steve Gonzalez, has essentially said Christmas just doesn't make sense this year because his family is so close to the case. Ethan Chapin was a triplet, all 3 of his siblings attending that school together. His mother telling us that her children need to be lifted up after the loss of their brother. Stephen?
Bizarre and heartbreaking. All right, Steve, thanks.
Now to Northern California, where the cleanup is underway after a 6.4 magnitude earthquake shook Humboldt County on Tuesday. At least 2 people were killed, 11 more were injured. Now thousands are without power this morning as officials race to repair the damage. NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer reports.
Well, this part of Northern California is earthquake country. They're used to rattlers, but this one struck in the middle of the night, and it was a large one. Officials say they're lucky the damage wasn't worse.
Splitting open homes, destroying businesses, and severing roads. The quake struck at 2:34 a.m. Tuesday as most were fast asleep.
All of a sudden, there was this huge boom. Everything started shaking.
With violent shaking reported for up to 20 seconds, the tremor was centered 200 miles north of San Francisco, just outside the small town of Ferndale.
This is ground zero. We have several of the residents that have been red tagged.
Authorities now say 2 people suffered medical emergencies and died. 11 others were injured. As homes slid off foundations, bridges cracked and roadways splintered. More than 70,000 lost power. But for some, there was a warning. State officials say California's MyShake app alerted 3 million users a quake was coming, 10 critical seconds before the ground rumbled. While experts say tremors may relieve some seismic pressure, there's no way to predict when the next big one is coming.
This is just a reminder that California is earthquake country.
Urging residents to tie down furniture that can easily tip over. Authorities say this quake is also a reminder to store extra water, non-perishable foods, and medicine before the next big one hits. Tuesday's quake came exactly 1 year to the day. A 6.2 tremor rocked the same area. Now, as dozens of aftershocks rattle the region, this is another unsettling reminder tens of millions are living on shaky ground.
This morning, electrical crews are still restoring power across the area as folks continue to clean up just a few days before Christmas. Back to you.
All right, Miguel Almaguer, thank you.
Well, today, the winter solstice, which marks the beginning of winter. And while record low temperatures are nothing new for places like Alaska, they may come as a bitter cold reality to our Miami-based correspondent, Kerry Sanders. NBC News sent Kerry to the North Pole to see how he would do in some of the most extreme winter conditions. Here's what he found.
Today is the winter solstice. That is the shortest day of the year. And I'll tell you what, we could use some sun because it's 40 degrees below zero. But as the shortest day of the year is underway, in just a few days, another guy who lives here in the North Pole is about to begin his longest day of the year. He's got the reindeer ready to go. He's excited. It's all about ho, ho, ho.
It's a late start this day for third-generation Alaskan Corey Eberhardt, 8:40 a.m. The sun still won't be up until 11 a.m. But darkness and extreme cold are no excuses to put off chores at his aptly named Taste of Alaska Lodge.
Feels like the middle of the night. The moon is up and it's really dark.
Yeah, sometimes you wake up and you find out it's still 3 in the morning and you think it could be 6.
Today on this, the shortest day of the year, the sun in the greater Fairbanks area will hug the horizon for only 3 hours, 42 minutes. In that darkness, life goes on.
All right, hey.
Dogs still pull sleds here, but 23-year-old native musher Izzy Rice tells me more often it's to give tourists a sense of what Alaskans hold dear, while in the process, dispelling myths.
But we got regular houses just like everybody else up here.
And everybody wonders if you live in igloos?
Yeah.
And did you take a dog sled to school as a kid?
I did not. No, I rode a bus.
Even locals say 4 months of more darkness than light can be depressing.
But during these very long dark days, there are some magical moments. The Northern Lights.
It's like colorful wind through the sky.
Alaska, our 49th state, a spot of stunning beauty that draws tourists from around the world, but rarely in winter.
Love it.
Yeah,
Is there any beauty in this darkness?
I think so. You can really see the stars. The stars are amazing too.
Alaska's indigenous people long ago celebrated the Chena Hot Springs.
When you use the healing waters, it makes you 10 years younger, and you feel like a young rooster.
But first, there's a rule for visitors from the lower 48, liquid courage. The springs are a steaming 106 degrees.
Oh, it's warm.
The largest group bobbing right now, Alaskans.
I just feel a little frozen and crispy.
The ironically named Summers family often goes viral,
We were praying for snow, then we got it.
explaining how they survived this brutal environment.
Stay inside. Yeah, we do stay inside.
Okay, I'm freezing. Let's get in here. Everybody warm me up here. Come on.
There we go. The Christmas spirit, infectious.
You like magic?
Yeah.
Well, so do I.
With just days to go.
And from the North Pole, Merry Christmas! Ho, ho, ho!
I asked Santa, could I hitch a ride with his sleigh to get out of these crazy temperatures? It's 112 degrees warmer where I live in Florida. But he told me, I'm sorry, Carrie, no room on the sleigh because there's just been so many good boys and girls this year.
Wow, what a wild ride. Nobody does it like Carrie Sanders.
My goodness, that looked cold, but also fun. It was cold, but I kind of think I want to go.
Yeah,
Maybe.
very
We'll
effective.
see. All right.
Advertising there, all right.
Thank you, Carrie. Coming up, NBA Hall of Famer David Robinson was one of the sport's biggest stars during the 90s.
Yeah, now he's opening up about the biggest secret to his success, both on the court and off. That's next.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was
you
trying
got
to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts. Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Welcome back. Elon Musk says he will step down as CEO of Twitter just days after users voted in favor of him resigning in a poll that he posted on his page. Musk tweeted, quote, "I will resign as CEO as soon as I find someone foolish enough to take the job. After that, I will just run the software and servers teams." The news comes amid a turbulent time for the social media platform, which has seen changes to its privacy policy and the controversial suspension and reinstatement of journalists' accounts. So stay tuned on that.
Now to more of today's top financial headlines. The NFL is close to finalizing a deal for the rights to its Sunday ticket package.
CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and other money news. Silvana, good morning.
Joe, Stephen, good morning. That's right. So the NFL is reportedly finalizing a deal with YouTube TV for the exclusive rights to the Sunday ticket package, which has been held for years by DirecTV. Now, it's unclear what YouTube TV, which is owned by Google's parent company Alphabet, is paying, but the NFL has reportedly been seeking up to $3 billion. Sources say the deal will not include a stake in NFL Media, which includes the NFL Network and Red Zone channels. General Motors is recalling 140,000 Chevy Bolt electric vehicles in North America because of fire risks. GM says in rare cases, the floor carpet could catch fire in a crash when the seatbelt safety system deploys. The recall affects certain 2017 to 2023 models of the Bolt. Delta Airlines is expected to roll out free Wi-Fi for passengers early next year. The Wall Street Journal reports Delta will initially offer free internet on a significant number of planes before turning on the service on more of its fleet throughout 2023. Delta has declined to comment, but says it's in the process of testing Wi-Fi with various offerings to select customers on select routes. Delta first tested free Wi-Fi on domestic flights in 2019 and later switched to a new service charging a flat $5 fee. So could be some good news for travelers.
Yeah, Wi-Fi makes those plane rides go a
free
lot
Wi-Fi?
faster. All right.
We'll take it. All right. Thank
All
you,
right.
Silvana. 10-time NBA All-Star David Robinson was an undeniable talent on the court. The Hall of Famer brought home 2 NBA World Championships for the San Antonio Spurs. His secret, faith. NBC Sports reporter Corey Robinson is more on the private moments that played the biggest role in Robinson's public success.
The San Antonio Spurs are your world champions.
He was one of the greatest basketball centers of all time. David Robinson's nickname was the Admiral, a nod to his time serving in the Navy. But thanks to a growth spurt, reaching 7'1", he became too tall to serve on naval ships, and life took him down another path.
How were you able to adjust to God's plan for you?
Well, for me, I don't think I understood it was God's plan for me at that time.
But he trusted the process, and part of the new plan was the NBA.
Robinson with the move exchange that counts on the foul.
In his first 6 seasons on the San Antonio Spurs, David Robinson, who also happens to be my father, won Rookie of the Year, MVP, and was a member of the original 1992 Olympic Dream Team.
That you had fame, you had fortune, you had it all by most people's standards. But you said something was missing. What was that thing?
It seemed like I was doing really well. I knew that I was chasing the world. Everyone's telling me, oh, you should be like Michael Jordan, or you should be like Patrick Ewing. And I remember thinking to myself, I'm not any of those guys. I had to understand that God was gonna make room for me. I didn't have to be those guys. And so that's how my faith really played a big role for me. It allowed me to relax a little bit and just be myself.
And in the world of professional sports where ego can rule the playing field,
my dad became known for his ability to help his teammates shine. That led the San Antonio Spurs to 2 world championships.
How do you help younger players, and put them in position to be successful as you age as a superstar?
Yeah. Again, I think it goes back to perspective, right? Understanding being a part of something greater than yourself. I think my experience in the military really taught me that when the team is successful, each of us is going to be successful.
It also led my dad to be part of another team over 20 years ago, at-risk students in our community of San Antonio, Texas. In 2001, in between those 2 NBA championship seasons, my dad founded the Carver Academy, now the Idea Carver Academy, a tuition-free school for underprivileged students to get the best education.
We just had a meeting the other day, right? Yes. So what did we talk about the other day?
Mental health.
Mental health.
100% of its students have gone on to college, and my dad knows them all.
We were just talking about wisdom and integrity in our last meetings, and I just really appreciate that he does this for our school.
What is the importance of these images for these young kids then?
Yeah, they can see the journey. They see the process, that you're not a finished product at any given time, right?
And my dad would be the first one to tell you, at 57, he too is a work in progress.
All the things I can do by my own strength are not very impressive. You know, they're things anyone could do. But when I trust in what God has placed in me, and then I just let him work through me, incredible things happen. I've watched the accomplishments in my life surpass anything I would have thought. I mean, and so to me, it's just been an incredible journey.
How cool is that? Our thanks to Corey Robinson for that story.
Well, coming up on Morning News Now, the season of giving.
We're going to bring you the story of one girl who's making it her mission to give back, and this one is sure to put you in the holiday spirit.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started a vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. Yeah. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started a vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. Yeah. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television. Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Welcome back. Times Square is one big step closer to being ready to ring in the new year. The 7-foot-tall lights displaying 2023 arrived in New York Tuesday. The numbers went on a coast-to-coast tour first. It started in Los Angeles and made stops all across the country, and now they're in Times Square. They'll stay on the ground so people can pose with them for those Instagram photos until noon on Friday. After that, they'll take their place on top of one Times Square to get ready for that big countdown, and I'm guessing some pretty big crowds of people out there, Joe.
Yeah, I think it'll be a big year this year as folks wish in 2023. Thank you, Stephen, for that. Finally this hour, an act of kindness from a teenager in Texas. Nightly News anchor Lester Holt met with 13-year-old Lily Dubose to show us how she's brightening the holidays for kids in need.
She's only 13, but she's making spirits bright for thousands of kids this holiday season with a little help from a major league star. At Thornwood Elementary in Houston, Texas, holiday gifts are piled high, ready to be opened by some deserving students, all thanks to Lily Dubose.
I love kids, and the joy that I see on their faces when they get a toy just makes me feel so happy and my heart's so complete that it's just such a blessing to me.
The 13-year-old started Lily's Toy Box back in 2017 after hearing about some children who lost everything during Hurricane Harvey.
When I saw other kids leaving their homes, evacuating, and their houses being flooded, leaving everything behind, I just felt devastated. It was so sad.
Lily wanted to help, so she gave away 10 toys. But she didn't stop there. Lily's Toy Box is now a nonprofit, and with the help of donations and toy drives, Lily has given away 40,000 toys to date to kids in need and whose families may be struggling.
It's so fun wrapping toys with all my friends and family and volunteers. I love doing it.
And this holiday season, she's hit a home run with a little help from her friend, Houston Astros third baseman Alex Bregman, and his wife Reagan.
It's nice to be in the holiday spirit this time of year. It's so much fun to be here.
We have toys for you.
Little faces lighting up as they open everything from
Dinosaurs
to
Jiggle and Squiggle Caterpillar.
It's just awesome to see the smile on all their faces.
It means a lot because we don't get this a lot.
One thing that's important to Lily, putting the student's name on their presents.
I just want their name to be on it because it's more special.
Kayla.
Ava D. Emily.
Together, the trio handed out 1,500 presents. Actually, make that 1,501. One lucky student got a FaceTime with her favorite player.
Say hi.
Astros shortstop Jeremy Pena.
This is Avery. She's going to be the first ever girl drafted by the Houston Astros, she said.
A holiday to remember, and a girl hoping to inspire others with the gift of giving this Christmas.
Love the reaction from that one kid at the end, jumping up and down. Or thanks to Lester Holt for that report. By the way, the first toy Lily says she chose to give away was a Lego set, not a bad one, and her nonprofit has grown from there. She says she's so grateful for the success she has seen. We are grateful to her.
Yeah, so great. Can't beat that. And Lego's a great way to go.
There you go. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
Yeah, but your news continues right now.
Good Wednesday to you. We're so glad you could join us here. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Wednesday, December 21st. Getting out of town, a major winter storm is bringing snow, wind, flash freezing to the Midwest and the Northeast. The bad weather now disrupting millions of Americans' plans who are really just hoping to travel for Christmas.
Holiday surprise. We are hours away from President Biden welcoming Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky to the White House. This will be his first trip since the Russian invasion 10 months ago.
I will resign. Elon Musk will step down as CEO of Twitter, but there is a catch. This all comes after a poll that he posted, which showed that most users actually do not want him as a leader.
I Spy. A New Jersey mom banned from seeing the Rockettes with her daughter because of her job, and the venue identified her using facial recognition. We'll explain.
All right, so we start with holiday travel this Wednesday. Now under threat, a major winter storm is moving across the U.S., bringing intense winter weather conditions to millions of people.
Yeah, from the Midwest to New England and down the East Coast, blizzard conditions and torrential rain will disrupt travel. Flights across the country are expected to be delayed and canceled. This all happening just before Christmas, with flash freezing making roads undrivable potentially. We have NBC News meteorologist Bill Caron standing by, tracking the storm. But first, let's head over to NBC News correspondent Kathy Park, who is in Crossville, Tennessee, with the potential dangerous driving conditions there. Good to see you.
Hey there, Kathy. Every state just west of the Rockies will see wind gusts of at least 30 miles per hour. I mean, what can drivers expect? And really, what are the tips that, we can share with them before they hit the road?
Hey, Morgan. So, yeah, if you're not one of the millions flying to your holiday destination, chances are you'll be getting behind the wheel and driving. According to AAA, between December 23rd and January 2nd, roughly 100 million Americans will be hitting the roadway. So you will be joined by a crush of travelers in the coming days. But obviously, you mentioned that massive winter storm. It's going to have a crippling effect for so many of us, even here in Tennessee. We know that in the Midwest, they are mobilizing crews right now, obviously watching the forecast very closely, but we're told here in the state of Tennessee, they're actually suspending all construction-related lane closures on interstates and state highways to ensure that people continue to keep moving. Guys?
Kathy, travelers will find a silver lining at the pump, though gas prices are continuing to fall. So talk to us about how drivers are going to be able to save.
Yeah, so, you know, we've been tracking the gas prices all year long. It's been up and down, but now it's trending in the right direction, which is down. At last check, the national average for a gallon of regular is $3.11, which is 50 cents lower than last month. And here in Tennessee, we're actually seeing one of the least expensive gas prices. In fact, we're at a gas station here in Crossville, Tennessee, and at last check, it's $2.59 a gallon. And some of the neighboring gas stations, it's even lower than that. So that is some extra spending money for some last-minute Christmas gifts. But we should note that if you do plan on heading out on the roadways, a couple of things to keep in mind, especially if you have to drive in that inclement weather. Experts are saying, look, do a quick checkup of your vehicle. Make sure that you have the adequate tire pressure, the windshield wipers are working, the washer fluid is also full, and then not a bad idea to have an emergency kit just kind of in your car as well, just in case you are stranded on the roadways. Have a blanket, some food, some chargers as well for your cell phone, because AAA once again saying that they anticipate rescuing roughly 900,000 stranded motorists this holiday season.
900,000, wow. I know. You got to have that water and always have the snacks. Yeah. All right, NBC News correspondent Kathy Park. Kathy, thank you.
All right, let's go ahead and bring in NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns, who has been tracking the storm. Bill, you've been following this since the beginning. What are you seeing right about now?
The storm has started. Now we're finally seeing the impacts. And the thing with this storm is that it's going to affect so many people, everyone pretty much east of the Rockies, and how quickly the weather is going to change is really going to be one of the stories. So the snow has already begun in Minneapolis. It's -5 and snowing. You know, if you ever heard the myth, you know, it's too cold to snow, it's a myth. It can be that cold in snow, but it's a light, powdery. You don't need a shovel. Just take your leaf blower and just blow it out of the way. So the temperatures are now plunging in areas of Montana all the way down into Wyoming. Here's some of our current wind chill values. Fargo, -30, Sheridan, -40, and eventually Denver is going to be about 50 degrees at noon today. By midnight, they're going to be 0. I'm not talking wind chill. I'm talking the actual temperature is going to drop 50 degrees in 12 hours in Denver. And where is all that cold air right now? Look at the wind chill values right now in Montana. You want to talk about dangerous? It is -60 wind chill in Malta. Ooh. I mean, that is, I saw a -64 this morning. That's one of the lowest I've seen all day long. But this is the source of the cold air that's going to plunge all the way down to the Gulf Coast as we go throughout the next 2 days. So that's why we have about 91 million people under wind chill advisories or warnings. Cold that a lot of people haven't seen in a long time. So here's how the forecast looks. Friday morning is the coldest for you along the Gulf Coast. Wind chill of almost 0. We have a chance of negative wind chills in Houston. I mean, that's extremely rare. And then by the time we get to Saturday, all of that cold air rushes to the East Coast. Central Florida will have a wind chill in the 20s. Orlando right now forecast is about 31 degrees Saturday morning. So a chance of a frost, and if not, possibly isolated areas with a freeze. And then the East Coast, you can deal with that single digits, a shock to the system, but not the brutal stuff like in Montana. So one of the huge impacts of this storm is going to be the winds. This is going to be such a strong wind engine when the storm is mature Friday and Saturday here in southern portions of Quebec that it's going to put 50 to 70 mile-per-hour wind gusts from the lower Great Lakes through northern New England. That is going to cause power outages, even without leaves on the trees. The snow is going to be, 6 to 12 inches in the higher totals, maybe off the lake a little more, but it's the wind guys that I'm concerned with. That's where we could see power crews taking all Christmas weekend to get the power back on in some areas. So again, flash freeze, cold, snow, coastal flooding. This has it all.
I mean, I got to say, you lost me at -60. I think my brain couldn't even comprehend what that must feel like.
I've never felt it that cold.
Yeah, wow. All right, NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns for us. Bill, thank you.
We want to turn now to Washington, where the president of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, is arriving soon for a visit here in the U.S.
Now, this is his first known trip outside of Ukraine since the war began in February. Zelensky is going to meet with President Biden there at the White House, and then later he will address a joint session of Congress. So with us now, we have NBC News White House correspondent Monica Alba live from Washington, D.C. Monica, this is interesting because, you know, this visit was finalized just 4 days ago, and typically Zelensky's travel, it's highly protective, it's highly secretive. We actually learn about his movements often, you know, after he's already gotten to a place of safety, but not this time. They gave us a warning that he was coming. You know, I have to ask the obvious question, like, how? I mean, why are they publicizing this visit ahead of time, and how are they even to pull it off given the security risks?
Yeah, that's the question, Morgan and Vicki. And let me tell you, if it were up to some of these U.S. officials, they wouldn't have had this leak ahead of time. This was information that came out from several sources around Washington, D.C. Of course, when you're planning a major visit with an international player like this, there are going to be a lot of moving parts, and sometimes that information will get out. But it speaks to just how careful the White House wanted to be, because up until the very last minute before President Zelensky took off, they were saying all of this could change, all of this could be jeopardized given security concerns, and because of how complicated it would be for him to leave his country for the first time since the beginning of the Russian invasion in February. All of that said, it appears that so far things are working as intended, with President Zelensky set to touch down here in the Washington area in the next couple of hours. And then, yes, he will have a very complicated, delicate diplomatic dance of meeting with the president, then going to Capitol Hill. And overall, this is something that the president extended an invitation for in the last couple of weeks. It took President Zelensky a little bit of time to accept the invitation, and once that was set, they put this all into motion. But it was absolutely something they were worried was not even going to be pulled off until it's actually now in the works.
Well, Monica, the cat is out of the bag. So Zelensky will address Congress tonight. We know that's scheduled to happen at 7:30 p.m. Eastern. This, as Democrats in the House are preparing to hand over control to the Republican majority. So talk about the significance of all of this timing of this speech, Monica.
And as the Congress is set to vote on more than $45 billion in additional aid to Ukraine as part of that government funding bill, the government shutdown is looming if it doesn't get resolved by Friday. That's a key part of it. So that is why President Zelensky is going to go to the Hill to make that request and to continue and to thank, we're told, the American people and lawmakers for that support of his own country in this war. But it does come at a time when Republicans have already signaled that they don't anticipate wanting to keep providing what they call a blank check to Ukraine. So that bipartisan support is still there to help the country, but is it going to shift dramatically with Republicans taking over? That's a major question for both presidents today.
And a lot of money on the line. NBC News White House correspondent Monica Alba. Monica, thank you.
It is time now for our CNBC Money Minute. FTX CEO Sam Bankman-Fried is officially coming back here to the United States. So he signed extradition papers in the Bahamas and is set to return home actually today. He's facing 8 criminal charges for mishandling billions of dollars worth of customer deposits.
Yeah, we have CNBC's Frank Holland joining us now. So Frank, let's talk about this. Now that Bankman-Fried is on his way back, expecting to touch down, when can we actually expect to see him in court?
Well, while we don't have an exact date yet, Sam Bankman-Fried will be arraigned in Manhattan Federal District Court once he gets back. He faces charges including wire fraud, securities fraud, and money laundering, all relating to the collapse of his crypto exchange, FTX. Prosecutors say he used $8 billion worth of customer assets for massive real estate purchases and other projects. He could remain free while trial proceedings unfold. Also, the U.S. Postal Service is going green. It's planning to buy at least 66,000 electric delivery vehicles, making up more than half of its mail trucks. Excuse me. It's purchasing between now and 2028 as part of the Postal Service's push to transform and replace its aging fleet of 220,000 vehicles. It also comes after environmental groups sued the post office last spring for not conducting sufficient environmental analysis on its mail trucks. And you could have a new way to stream Sunday football. The NFL is close to a deal with Google's YouTube TV that would give the streaming service rights to the Sunday Ticket game package, which broadcasts regular season games that you can't get on your local affiliate. DirecTV has held those rights since 2015, paying $1.5 billion a year for it. Back over to you.
Frank Collins, someone get this man some water. Thank you. You're working so hard for us with all these stories. We appreciate you.
Thank you, guys.
All right, a holiday warning after a popular toy lands a baby girl in the hospital. Straight ahead, what her mother wants other parents to know. You're watching NBC News Daily.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We're back now with an important warning from a mother who is taking to social media to warn parents about a popular toy after it nearly killed her baby girl. NBC News correspondent Valerie Castro spoke to the woman who says her daughter accidentally swallowed a water bead and it nearly cost her her life.
Baby Kennedy now eating and smiling, but last month her mom says she had a near-death experience, undergoing several emergency surgeries to clear a blockage in her small intestine, all because she accidentally swallowed a small toy.
It was really scary. It was the hardest time in my life to be there for my child, but not be able to physically help her.
Her mom, Felicia Mitchell, saying it was a water bead, part of an activity kit given to an older sibling.
She's on a ventilator and a lot of different medicines.
Mitchell documenting the horrifying ordeal on social media, updating her daughter's milestones and setbacks.
Today's 3 weeks that we've been here, and I'm just very discouraged because I don't even have the privilege of doing the most basic thing for her, which is feeding her.
What were they telling you about her chance of survival?
There were a couple times that her chance of survival was 50-50. They couldn't tell me that she was going to be okay or that she would make it.
After 5 surgeries and countless long nights, Kennedy and her mom are back home.
She has 3 older brothers, and they all missed her a lot. It's been great to just have us together as a family again.
According to the National Poison Control Center, swallowing a water bead can cause life-threatening intestinal damage since it can expand up to 200 times its initial size when it absorbs water. After Kennedy's story went viral in November, Target pulled the toy by Chuckle and Roar that included water beads from their shelves. Target telling NBC News the item was removed while they addressed these concerns with the vendor. And we are treating the situation very seriously and send our heartfelt sympathy to this family. Chuckle and Roar's parent company, Buffalo Games, did not return NBC's request for comment. There is a warning label on the box saying it's a choking hazard and meant for ages 4 and up. But Mitchell thinks that doesn't go far enough.
I just don't think they're an appropriate toy.
For now, Mitchell is just happy to have her baby back in her arms.
You know, it's a long recovery still for her, but I'm always going to be here for her, and I just feel incredibly lucky to have her.
Valerie Castro, NBC News.
New leadership coming to Twitter. Elon Musk tweeting that he plans to step down as CEO as soon as he finds a replacement, following a pretty informal poll asking users if he should step down. Well, a majority voted yes. NBC News technology correspondent Jake Ward joins us now. Jake, this is an interesting move, right? This is one of his many polls we've seen since he sort of joined the helm there. What's behind this particular move? And frankly, who are the top faces? Who do we think could actually replace him?
Well, Morgan, as you pointed out, this is not a formal move. Any new CEO needs to be approved by the board, and Elon Musk doesn't need anybody's opinion online to make this kind of move. Whether or not, he goes ahead with this, it's also not entirely clear who would want this job or could conceivably do this job. He has a sort of constellation of people that he has kept with him throughout time. He's used Tesla engineers, brought them over. He's had certain heads of Tesla come over and be part of it. Any one of those people could conceivably be somebody in this position. But you have to remember, even if he appoints someone as CEO, he still owns the company. And even though he has said that he wants to then only head the software and servers team, I think you and I are familiar enough at this point with Elon Musk and his management style to know that he's not going to be reporting up to anybody. And so the idea that someone is going to come in from the outside, be put in this position and somehow be fully in charge of that company just doesn't square with his ownership of it outright, which has, of course, been the center of our attention for so long here, Morgan.
Which is a fair point. You just mentioned Tesla a moment ago and the fact that he's brought some of those workers over. It's interesting just financially looking at that because shares of Musk's company, Tesla, they've been down pretty severely since he took over at Twitter. What's going on there? What's the connection?
It is really amazing to watch. And, on the sort of just alone, you look at the drop in the share price at Tesla, and that is a big deal, right? It went from over $600 a share back in May to it's below $200 a share right now. It's at a 52-week low. And that's, of course, bad news for the company, but it's also bad news for Elon Musk, who guaranteed his loan against those shares. As they continue to fall, his ability to borrow money against them to fund this acquisition of Twitter is in danger, too. So all of this coming together for Elon Musk right now, Morgan.
Wow. All right, NBC News technology correspondent Jake Ward for us. Jake, thank you.
Coming up, a dead end for Idaho investigators trying to track down a suspect in the brutal killings of 4 college students. More details straight ahead. You are watching NBC News Daily.
NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest-running show on television.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
As unrest in Iran enters its third month, injured protesters, well, they're now turning to social media for medical treatment. NBC News Now correspondent Maura Barrett tells us how one U.S.-based doctor is now helping treat people from thousands of miles away. We do want to warn you, however, that some of these images are disturbing.
For us to be able to go see a physician or go to a hospital when we need, it's the most basic thing we can ask for as a human being. None of that is principle right now in Iran.
For 3 months, protests in Iran have swept the country. In response, authorities have unleashed a violent and deadly crackdown. One doctor tells us many injured protesters are now turning to social media for treatment, too afraid to seek care at a hospital.
Every doctor swore an oath to save a person's life regardless of their political beliefs, their gender, but some doctors are not doing that.
Dr. Kayvan Mirhadi is an internal medicine specialist in the U.S., and on any given day, he says he receives hundreds of messages on Instagram from protesters asking for his help.
It's a thing I've never thought I would do, having to help people on Instagram. People put pictures of them on vacation on Instagram. They don't send pictures of injuries to a doctor, thousands of miles away.
The situation is so dire, Dr. Mirhadi says some protesters would rather suffer at home than seek treatment.
I've had so many people message me, like, I've been in the house for a week and my leg is infected. I'd rather die here than go to the hospital and get captured and be in the prison and be tortured.
Dr. Mirhadi says his Instagram account first started gaining traction during the pandemic as a medical resource for Farsi speakers. Today, he has over 1 million followers.
The page kind of became a source of medical information for the Iranian people. It was steady until the protests in Iran started and people started sending me pictures. So I tried to be creative and tell them how to take care of their wounds. And some of them I couldn't.
During the early days of the pandemic, Dr. Mirhadi says he became friends with a number of doctors in Iran. Doctors who he now says risk their lives to help many of the patients who message him.
Usually I find out where that patient lives, and the doctor that lives close to there, I try to make the connection. They tell me, listen, if you tell me you think this person is safe, I'll go to their house and I'll stitch their wound. I'll go and fix that broken bone, and they're doing it.
A high-risk situation for everyone involved.
You're dealing with a situation where the authorities are looking for these individuals that are shot. And many times I would get suspicious messages about, oh, I'm also hurt. Can you direct me to a doctor who would help me out? But I don't know if that's a real person.
Dr. Mirhadi is now worried about the well-being of one of his colleagues.
A few days ago, there was a surgical resident in Sanandaj. It's a part of Iran where there was a lot of protests, and almost it was like a war zone, and he's been missing. These things happen, and it's very hard. I don't know.
While grateful for the opportunity to serve his home country in some capacity, Dr. Mirhadi says he often feels powerless.
I would say the theme of Dr. K right now is helplessness. I get so many nice, kind messages like, you're doing great, you're helping people in your country, but a doctor cannot help people when they're not in touch with them.
Like so many others of the Iranian diaspora, Dr. Mirhadi hopes to amplify the voices of protesters, letting them know they have his full support.
I think all of us Iranians that live outside, we're really not living outside. Our mind and our heart is in Iran right now. And we're all 100% behind this movement.
Maura Barrett, NBC News.
Remarkable. Well, the Taliban is releasing 2 Americans who had been detained in Afghanistan. State Department spokesperson Ned Price calling this a goodwill gesture. The 2 Americans are not being identified at this point. This news comes the same day as the Taliban cracking down on women's rights by banning them from attending all public and private universities in the country.
Is it an invasion of privacy or just another layer of protection? Still ahead, the fresh controversy over facial recognition technology. You're watching NBC News Daily, and don't forget, you can also watch us for free 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on our streaming network, NBC News Now, and that's wherever you stream. For example, you can head over to YouTube, you can go to Hulu, you can go to Roku. Look at this whole list of names on the board. I know.
Fubo,
that is Vicky's favorite. Fubo, Plex, Zumo, you name it. We've got all that and more. Just follow us there, NBC News Now, wherever you stream. All your news continuing right after this.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Welcome back. We're so glad to have you with us this Wednesday. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. Making news right now. Congress has voted to make former President Donald Trump's tax returns public. The House Ways and Means Committee is releasing 6 years of the financial documents. A committee report found that over the first 3 years in office, then President Trump paid $1.1 million in federal income taxes. But in 2020, his final year in office, Trump paid nothing. The process to make the tax returns public is expected to begin today.
Legendary football player Franco Harris has died. The Steelers running back made one of the most famous plays in American football history, dubbed as the Immaculate Reception. His death comes 2 days before the play's 50th anniversary. Franco was 72 years old.
And NASA is retiring one of its Mars landers after 4 years of service. The lander, known as InSight, had decreasing power levels for months due to the amount of red dust covering its solar panels. NASA said it was unable to contact InSight after 2 consecutive attempts, leading them to conclude the Mars lander has run out of energy. Thank you for your service.
That's right. Well, in Idaho, police are now ruling on a connection between a white Hyundai found abandoned in Oregon and the investigation into the murder of 4 college students more than a month ago.
It is just one in a mountain of clues that law enforcement is sifting through. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson has the very latest on the search for answers.
This investigation. What I want people to know is this is a Moscow Police Department investigation.
Moscow's police chief taking full ownership of a case with few clues and no named suspects so far.
My command team oversees this. We have 94 years of experience between us, and we're going to continue to work this case.
Vowing not to give up after the lawyer for one of the victims' families criticized law enforcement on Today.
I'm not sure they are capable of handling a quadruple murder. And maybe they should be getting more help, and maybe there should be some different lead investigators on the case.
Police also say they know about a surveillance video that appears to be from the night of the murders. Police say they've identified the Adam named in the video and that he's cooperating with detectives. Investigators have been searching for information about a white Hyundai Elantra that they say was close to the scene of the murders of the 4 college students last month. Hopes lifted yesterday when police took a closer look at one car matching the description that crashed in Eugene, Oregon, some 500 miles from Moscow. But they later said the owner is not believed to be related to the murders. Some more background emerging. An apparent police body cam video posted to social media by a News Nation correspondent purportedly showing Moscow police called to the same house for a noise complaint months earlier on September 1st. Police later making contact with a woman who identifies herself as Maddie Mogan, who confirmed she lives there.
None of the occupants that live at this address are here right now. So now you have a house full of random people.
NBC News has not verified the video. A community still hoping they're one step closer to the truth. Steve Patterson, NBC News.
Well, Morgan, we turn now to a new inside look at the U.S. workplace and how people are feeling. Despite headlines of mass layoffs in the tech sector this year, an overwhelming majority of American workers, they're not concerned about losing their jobs. They even believe their companies are prepared to withstand a potential recession. This is all according to a new CNBC survey. CNBC senior personal finance correspondent Sharon Epperson has more on this report. Sharon, great to see you. So this is like a very rosy outlook. It sounds like people aren't worried about being laid off because they're really confident they can quickly find a new gig. So walk us through the survey findings. What did you think?
Well, only about 2 out of 5 workers, or 39%, are actually concerned that they or someone in their household will be laid off or lose their job in the next few months. And that's as the overwhelming majority of them, 74% of those surveyed, some 10,000 workers, say their company is prepared to handle a recession if one occurs. Now, they're still concerned about inflation growing. More than 2/3 of workers, 67%, say the biggest threat to their job is an economic downturn, and that is 7 percentage points higher than it was in June of 2019 when CNBC last polled workers.
So this is a big survey, 10,000 workers. We have seen big tech take a big hit with layoffs in recent months. But what about other industries that are typically vulnerable to layoffs or budget cuts? Talk to us about which ones those are, as well as the ones that are more on the safe side.
Well, this is according to what the workers that we surveyed showed. And the ones who were most concerned about job cuts, they worked in these industries: in food and beverage, in transportation and delivery, business support and logistics, automotive, as well as the tech industry, as you mentioned. And those who were least stressed about job cuts actually had government jobs, or they were in real estate or legal or consulting and research, airlines and aerospace. So a broad swath of industries that were surveyed, and a lot of people are still worried.
Sharon, the survey also measured the latest numbers on workplace morale. People are really happy. We were talking earlier about the return of the office party. Why are we feeling so good at work?
Well, people are feeling happy at work, and a lot of the reason is because they think that their company can handle a recession. 86% of those who say that the morale in their company is excellent also say that their company is prepared to handle a recession, and that's more than double the number of those who say that morale at their company is poor. So that variation there is a big reason probably why you're seeing these factors of some people being pretty happy at work.
Yeah, it makes sense. If you think your company is healthy, you're a happy worker. CNBC senior personal finance correspondent.
Absolutely.
Sharon Epperson. Sharon, thank you.
All right, so Vicki, imagine going to see the Rockettes in New York City and then being turned away because facial recognition identified you as a safety threat. That's exactly what happened to the mother of a Girl Scout this week. The technology discovered she worked at a firm that had ongoing litigation with Madison Square Garden Entertainment. So with us now is attorney Mark Rash. He's a former Justice Department computer crimes prosecutor. Mark, this is a really fascinating case. I mean, this woman was banned from the Rockettes because of her job, but she doesn't work on the cases against MSG Entertainment, and those cases aren't even against the Rockettes or Radio City Music Hall. So what does the company sort of seek to gain by even using this type of technology to pinpoint people?
Well, that's an excellent question. And, look, after September 11th, a lot of large venues started using facial recognition technology to try to identify.
Mark, I think we may have lost your signal. Let me just give it one more moment to see if we can get you back here online. Hopefully we can come to Mark a little bit later in the program. But again, a really interesting story that shows further implications of how we use this type of new technology in our everyday lives. So, Vicki, I'm going to turn to you. We have a next story coming up, learning to conquer severe parental anxiety. That's going to be here just after the break. But, Vicki, let's talk about the Grand Central renovation.
Yeah, Morgan, that is absolutely wild. We talked about this earlier, the mom being pulled out of Radio City. We really hope to get Mark back on that. Meanwhile, we're going to turn to the biggest mass transit project that is happening right now in this country. New York officials announcing a major facelift to the city's iconic Grand Central Terminal that reels in tourists every single year. Now, those renovations took 15 years to complete with a massive price tag, cost $11 billion. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello, he got an exclusive tour before the terminal's grand opening. Take a look.
It is among the world's most visited tourist sites, 750,000 visitors a day. Opened in 1913, that four-faced opal clock makes Grand Central instantly recognizable. Now, this iconic 20th century American landmark is jumping into the 21st century.
Certainly the temple of mass transit in the United States, and we built a whole new railroad terminal right underneath.
For 15 years, crews have been dynamiting and boring right under the existing Grand Central. With a staggering price tag of $11 billion, it's the biggest expansion since 1910.
In New York, transit is like air and water. It's the only way we can survive.
MTA Chairman and CEO Janno Lieber gave us an exclusive behind-the-scenes tour. Marble walls, mosaic artwork, more retail space, and New York-themed quotes from the likes of Jerry Seinfeld, Jay-Z, and Alicia Keys.
We're going even deeper and deeper underground.
Oh, yeah. This is all about getting into the bedrock. Remember, we did 8 miles of tunnel boring just to create this.
To understand why this is a big deal for New Yorkers, look at the map. Until now, commuters on the railroad from Long Island have had to travel all the way to Penn Station on the west side of Manhattan, then backtrack to work on the east side. Now they'll be getting off at Grand Central Madison on the east side, cutting travel times by up to 40 minutes and doubling capacity on the Long Island Railroad.
What a difference 100 years makes. The new Grand Central Madison, 8 blocks long, 13 miles of new tunnels, 40 miles of new track, and the biggest mass transit project in America.
CEO Lieber took us 150 feet below ground to see the dynamite fractures in the bedrock from the early 1900s. That is what Grand Central and Manhattan were built on.
We're constantly building on what we inherited from our forebears, constantly using it, because it was great construction. These people really knew what they're doing.
And here you are 110 years later.
And we're going to use it all.
We were on one of the first test train rides through the tunnels with a new control center monitoring every train in the system.
It's work 24/7 every second of the day because the dispatchers that are here are monitoring those train movements.
Construction workers worked round the clock even as COVID devastated the city. Now the last-minute fixes. New York Governor Kathy Hochul.
We were hit so hard during the pandemic, but to be able to have this new terminal open, the first major terminal like this in 67 years, this says that New York is exceptional.
Not just a facelift, a new Grand Central for the next 100 years and beyond. Tom Costello, NBC News, New York.
That's incredible, all that happening underground
right?
like that. Well, it is called anxious parenting. Tens of millions of moms and dads experience it every day. We're going to tell you about the warning signs and how to keep from passing your anxiety onto your kids. Straight ahead, more NBC News Daily right after this.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television. Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
Learning to conquer severe parental anxiety. It's clear that parenting is stressful, but what actually happens when the burden simply becomes unbearable?
Yeah, experts say mom or dad stress almost always spreads throughout the entire family. Joining us now to talk about all of this, licensed marriage and family therapist, Dr. George James. Dr. James, good to have you with us. Lots of questions here. So first, take us through what this stress looks like and what takes it beyond like the normal ups and downs of parenting. And also, how does it affect the kids?
Yeah, Vicki, what happens for lots of parents is that we all get anxious at some point or another. But for some parents, they can feel that anxiety in an overwhelming way, where what they start to feel like is that they want to protect their children from everything, which is shielding behaviors, or they sometimes are talking about how nervous they are around their children, or just become so overwhelmed with their child or things that can happen, which is called catastrophizing, that now they focus their whole life on trying to prevent these things. And it's just so overwhelming that not only do they feel it, but their children feel it as well.
Speaking of which, I mean, it's pretty easy to suggest therapy to a parent when they're feeling this way, but it's not always financially or logistically even possible for a lot of families. So what's your advice to parents who are facing anxiety but sort of can't access just adequate professional help?
For a lot of parents, it's being able to recognize what might be some of the things that might be causing it for them. What are some of the things that might have started this for them? And sometimes they don't always know. Well, that maybe it's their own personal history, or maybe it's something they've experienced, or maybe it's just something that was there from before. But some things that parents can do to really think about ways to manage this is to talk to other parents. Exercise is always great. It helps to calm us down. Breathing is also something that's great. And I mentioned catastrophizing, being ways to think about the facts so that you don't bring up or make up things that are not really true. Once again, maybe even talking to a partner in confidence. These are all ways that can help you that are financially affordable. And then, of course, a therapist is also something that's good.
Oh, I like that. Those are really useful ways that we can help ourselves. Let's switch gears a little and talk about unconventional parenting styles. When I think about this, I think of the sitcoms where they make fun of the parent who's like, I don't say no to my child. We never say no. It's Jimmy. Let's do this instead. But, there are many ways to parent. No, not in my house either. Not in my house.
Wow, that doesn't even sound familiar.
But let's say you feel like you may be targeted or people are ridiculing you for doing things a little differently, maybe than you were raised. What are ways that you can steal your own confidence and feel good about the way that you are raising your children?
Yeah, the truth is that every parent or family system veers off in one way or another, does something that's different than what is the norm of the day. And so you have to have confidence in yourself that you're doing that for a particular reason. Confidence in you and your partner and your family system say, this is what we feel is right. And my thing is, as long as you're not causing significant harm to your child or children, then that's fine. And, like I know in my household, right, we weren't going to call adults by their first name. That's just not possible. Right?
Ooh,
but
not even
some
out the
other
house.
people, that might be okay, right? So, there's some things that you adjust as you parent, and you take those chances. And if it doesn't work, you switch it up and try something else.
Be flexible. I like that.
Yeah, so interesting. I mean, it's so different, right? Family to family, country to country, regional differences, right? I mean, there's a lot to sort of think about there. But do you find that sort of in your experience that parental anxiety is seen sort of almost exclusively as a new mom or dad phenomenon? I mean, what about parents who are just dealing with kids who are going through different transitional phases in their life, going through puberty or their teenage years? I mean, is it possible that parental anxiety can strike then?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, big time. I think like when there's major events, traumatic events, difficult events, we've seen the impact of the pandemic, of racial reckoning, right? All those things. Injustice has caused a huge spike in anxiety for parents. I don't want my child or children to be hurt because of these things, but also transitional things. And also when we see our children struggling, when you see them struggling in school or struggling to meet new friends or to get on the athletic team or whatever it might be, those things can spike our anxiety because we want to care. We just want to hug them. We just want to here, come to daddy, come to mommy. We'll take care of you.
I know. It's not just the babies and the new parents. You're right. As you move through the stages, adolescence can put a lot of stress on mom and dad. On that note, is it different for parents? I mean, in terms of like, does this hit mom differently than it hits dad? And how do you cope if you're the parent, the male or the female?
I think outwardly it looks different, right? Typically, right? This is just, stereotypically in some of the things I've seen, you'll see a lot of moms will be more engaged, sometimes more hands-on, kind of like fully in the midst of whatever is going on. And dads can seem like they're a little bit like on the surface, but internally, they're worrying, they're concerned, they're probably talking to their friends, right? So it comes out in different ways. And I think this is where, if they're partners, you can level up in different ways. Yeah. The father can say a little bit more, and maybe mom can hold back a little bit. And that's where you can work together.
It's funny, we have a role reversal in our family.
What do you mean?
But what if you're a single parent? Like, I'm more the not surface person.
The not-surface person?
I'm the man. In
that's interesting.
With that, the worrying
like
and the whatnot.
You'll show it a little bit less. Oh,
yeah, exactly. Very much so. Real quick, what about a single parent? Because you talk about relying on your partner, which is vital. But what if you don't have that other partner there?
Yeah, the shout out to all the single parents out there. Lots of credit in all the work that you do. I think it's having a system, having support. Who can you connect with?
All right, really important information. Licensed family and marriage therapist, Dr. George James. Dr. James, thank you so much for joining us.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
All year, we have been sharing the stories of nurses and frontline healthcare workers who go above and beyond with the help of our sponsor, Johnson & Johnson.
Well, NBC News Now host Savannah Sellers spoke with a woman so inspired by the team who treated her cancer that she decided to make helping others her complete life's mission.
Molly Sue Pratt, cum laude.
For 24-year-old nursing student Molly Pratt, college graduation was a moment that seemed nearly impossible just 4 years ago.
I couldn't even get out of bed without having help because I was just too weak to even move.
At just 16 years old, Molly was diagnosed with Hodgkin's lymphoma, a cancer of the immune system that started a years-long battle.
Prior to hearing that diagnosis, what had you been thinking about? hanging out with my friends, ACTs, maybe what college I'll be going to, thinking ahead, what my life was going to look like. It completely changed with the cancer diagnosis. I was really scared I was going to die.
Molly underwent 6 outpatient chemotherapy treatments and 5 months later entered remission.
Every time you go through that scanner, it is like you pray that it's not there.
But in 2016, it was. Not 1, but 2 recurrences sent Molly to the hospital. Her next round of treatments were more aggressive. Molly received a stem cell transplant, and courses of chemotherapy left her weak.
I was in a wheelchair for quite a few months. I had to use a cane, I've used a walker.
At Beaumont Royal Oak Hospital outside of Detroit, Molly found a silver lining, comfort in the care of the pediatric and adolescent nursing staff.
They would always bring the fun to me, so we would have game nights and stuff, and it just took me out of the headspace that I was in the hospital and more like just spending time with my friends and family.
The nurses didn't just become Molly's family, they became her inspiration.
At what point did you start thinking about becoming a nurse yourself? I was like, oh, what they do is really great. I want to be able to impact others the way they have impacted me. Once I got into treatment, I started thinking about being a nurse.
Karen MacDonald, one of Molly's nurses, saw her potential right away.
I had an inkling even before Molly, knew she really wanted to be a nurse. When she'd come in for her visits, like when I was listening to her heart or listening to her lungs, she would ask questions.
So Molly turned her diagnosis into her calling, joining the nursing program at Saginaw Valley State University with one goal in mind, to become a pediatric nurse, just like the ones that helped save her life.
Having cancer, I feel like it was one of the best things that ever happened to me because it showed me my true path in being a pediatric nurse.
I'm so happy you're a nurse.
Now, Molly is cancer-free, and her journey is coming full circle. Next month, she'll begin working in the very same pediatric unit at the hospital where she received treatment, working alongside some of the women who carried her through her darkest days.
She saved my life and she changed it. She made me realize that nursing was my true calling for life. How much does that mean to hear?
It touches my heart. It really does. It makes me very, very proud.
Her teachers and mentors say the industry needs more nurses like Molly.
If we could take Molly's heart and put her in the bodies of other people, it would solve our nursing crisis.
I see her really changing the face of nursing wherever she goes.
Molly, ready to use her own experience to touch the lives of others.
I'm looking forward to just being that light in everyone's dark tunnel. I want to be that little ray of sunshine in their care, be able to share kind of my experiences with them too, be just like the nurses that I had in my care.
Savannah Sellers, NBC News.
All right, so here's what's trending now. The holidays are a time for feeling merry and bright, but not for everyone. Little Frankie was clearly not feeling the holiday spirit during his class's Christmas performance.
No.
So cute. His mom posted this video on Instagram asking, is anyone else's kid Frankie in the class? Of course we get it. The holidays, look, it can get a little stressful.
Oh my God,
Feeling
the sweater
vibes.
though, the sweater.
It's the grumpy face.
I know, it's the whole thing.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. You're watching NBC News Daily. And by the way, you can also watch us free 24/7. That's 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. On our streaming network, it's NBC News Now. Look for us in all of those places you see right there on your screen. The news continues after this.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts. Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey everyone, we hope you're having a good Wednesday. We're happy you're with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
Thanks so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford, and NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Wednesday, December 21st. Cold Christmas as millions of Americans prepare to travel for the holidays. A major winter storm is bringing dangerous winds and extreme cold.
Paying a visit. Soon, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky will meet with President Biden at the White House. This will be his first trip outside of Ukraine since Russia invaded nearly 10 months ago.
Sit back, relax. Most parents have moments of anxiety, but research shows that long-term stress can affect the entire family. We'll have an expert walk us through how to get help.
On the upside, while many in the tech and media industry are facing layoffs, those in the overall workforce aren't concerned about their jobs generally. According to a new CNBC survey, worker morale is reaching new highs.
And that is good news.
Yeah,
Welcome to NBC
right.
News Daily. We begin with a massive winter storm that is threatening holiday travel nationwide.
That's right. Roads in some areas will be just undrivable this week as blizzard conditions threaten parts of the Midwest as well as the Northeast. Torrential rain and ice will create pretty slippery conditions up and down the East Coast.
Yeah, and if you are flying home for Christmas, get ready. There may be some serious flight problems. Dangerously high winds will cause mass delays and cancellations.
But thankfully, to give us all the information, we have NBC News meteorologist Bill Karen standing by with the latest. But first, we go to NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa, who's live for us at Chicago's O'Hare International Airport, one of the busiest in the country there.
And it has been every day we've seen you there, Maggie. So we're talking about a potential mess at airports across the country this week. What can flyers expect to see?
Well, guys, as you said, it's been busy here every day, but starting now and likely only getting worse as we move forward, they can expect to see people waiting in long lines like this one behind me because their flights are delayed or canceled. A lot of people in that line are trying to get to places, especially out west like Seattle. We talked to one person trying to get to Vancouver, BC, even down to Texas, and we're starting to see the delays and the cancellations rippling across the country. We also talked to a lot of people who are trying to rearrange their flights and get out early to beat this storm. In particular, one woman who actually had parents coming in from Cincinnati. They were due in tomorrow night. She moved their flight up to today to get them in time. Take a listen.
You don't want to be traveling on the roads, and there will be delays. And with airlines, you have to pay attention to where the plane's coming from. So I had no idea where this plane was coming from before Cincinnati, if that would be even more delayed by everything that was out west.
Yeah, she was just really cognizant of not wanting her parents to get caught up in the ripple effect of delays and cancellations, because as we know, guys, one big airport kind of gets caught by this storm, and that ripples across the country quickly, and experts say this one could last for days, guys.
Good daughter, smart traveler.
Right?
Yeah.
And Maggie, I mean, what do travelers sort of need to know before they actually go to the airport, just in case their flight is delayed or even canceled?
Definitely. A big one is that the airlines, and we've been saying this, are waiving all rebooking fees. So if you want to try to get on an earlier flight, that is completely free of charge. And that's becoming standard for a lot of big storms now. The airports also want to make sure that, again, you sign up for the flight's alerts and have yourself up to speed on those apps, getting those alerts, getting the heads up early if your flight is delayed or canceled. If it's delayed or canceled, they say it probably won't help you to come to the airport and try to figure it out here. And what they're trying to avoid is the video that we've all seen like last holiday season and over the summer of people on cots, on the floor, and just mass pandemonium at the airports. That just makes all of this worse. So they're just asking everyone, have a backup plan, get those notifications early, and just be ready to be flexible as this storm rolls through, guys.
All right, NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa for us there in Chicago. Maggie, thank you.
We want to now bring in NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns, who is tracking this big storm for us. Bill, where are we going to see this snow?
So many areas are going to get a little bit of snow, but a ton of wind, power outages. We got so many aspects of this storm that are going to cause problems. So the storm is now forming. It's right over the top of Nebraska and where it meets with Wyoming. Temperatures are plunging. Snow's breaking out in Rapid City. It's snowing in areas in Minnesota where the temperature is -5, by the way, and snow. So it's a light powdery snow going to blow all over the place. Current wind chills, -40 in Sheridan. The really heart of the cold air has been in Montana, and now it is beginning to spread southwards. Scott Bluff is 19. Denver is 48 degrees right now. By midnight, your temperature will be 0, and your wind chill will be about -20, because that is the heart of the cold air right here. We're at about -58 is the peak I'm seeing in Montana right now. That is all heading due south. That's going to make its way all the way to the Gulf Coast. You won't see numbers that low. It'll moderate a little bit by the time it gets there, but it'll still be brutally cold all the way through this region. Now even New Orleans is under a wind chill advisory. So here's the wind chill forecast. Friday morning is the coldest for New Orleans, Houston, Dallas -2, and then -20 in Kentucky. Then as we go into Saturday morning, that's the coldest morning and coldest wind chills on the East Coast. Again, it moderates, so it's about the single digits, but even Central Florida is at 22. The winds with this storm. This storm is going to be an incredibly strong storm system. You know, one of the strongest ones we've seen in southern Quebec. And the winds around that are going to be 50 to 70 miles per hour. The higher elevations have the best chance of getting the damaging winds, and coastal areas of southern New England and coastal Maine. Look at Bar Harbor, Maine, expecting 65-mile-per-hour wind gusts. That's like a strong tropical storm moving through. Thankfully, there's no leaves on the trees, but we still will get some branches and trees that come down. And here's our new power outage forecast. Anywhere in the yellow, isolated power outages. When you get to the orange, that's scattered. Chicago, Detroit, Toledo, right along Lake Erie here to Buffalo. Some areas in red, though, are in the northern portions of New England. Some of the mountainous areas up around Burlington, those could have power outages for days. And finally, the snowfall forecast. A lot of people are going to get snow, but the heaviest snow will be in areas of Michigan. That's 6 to 12 inches for some people. So you get the picture. It's not really the snow with the storm. It's going to be the wind and the cold.
And that wind chill, we don't normally see those hot pinks all over the map like that, Bill. We don't like it.
No, no one likes it. And, you know, the flash freeze, I don't even talk about the flash freeze. And that's going to be a huge issue, too. So careful on the roads and even sidewalks.
That is all good to know. Bill, thank you so much.
Today, all eyes are on Washington, where the president of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, is making a surprise visit.
Now, in the next hour, he is expected to meet with President Biden at the White House, and tonight he will address Congress. It is his first known trip outside of Ukraine since the war began back in February. We have NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli joining us now live from the White House. Mike, good to see you. So here's the deal. This finalized just 4 days ago. It was leaked. This is not typically what people want out there, but the information is out. Zelensky's travel is normally very protective and secretive. What we want to know is just talk to us about the behind the scenes. How did this actually happen? How are they going to keep him safe?
Yeah, Vicki, as you'd expect, these kind of movements in and out of a war zone from prominent officials, the sensitivity, the secrecy, the security are at the highest level possible. Just as an example, I was part of a small group of reporters in May that traveled into Ukraine with the First Lady, Jill Biden, and we weren't able to report the visit had even happened until we had just about crossed the border back into Slovakia. And so what we saw last night was that some initial reporting about 7 o'clock Eastern time last night that Washington was preparing for this visit, but it wasn't until about 1 a.m. Eastern time that the White House officially confirmed this once it was felt that he was safely out of Ukrainian and even European airspace. And so the timeline of how this all came together is so interesting. President Biden, President Zelensky spoke by phone about 10 days ago, and this visit was first discussed in that meeting. 3 days later, the White House formally invited Zelensky to come. He officially agreed on the 18th, and the wheels have been in motion to get him here. And I can tell you, just in the last 20 minutes or so, a long motorcade arrived just outside of the gates here at the White House, where we understand President Zelensky is now taking some downtime after a long flight at Blair House, which is where we typically see visiting heads of state stay while they're in Washington.
Speaking of that, Mike, can we just talk about the timing here for a minute, especially, you know, here at home? When you go to Washington, you're looking at the fact that Zelensky is also going to address Congress tonight at 7:30 p.m. Eastern. And this is just before House leadership is going to change hands in the new year. So what could sort of President Biden be angling at by giving him the floor in this particular moment?
Yeah, the timing is not lost on any of us, right, Morgan? Here, we're looking into a new Congress led by Republicans in which the potential future Speaker of the House, Kevin McCarthy, has suggested Ukraine will no longer have the kind of blank check that we've seen when Democrats had total control here in Washington. And so having President Zelensky speak to members of Congress tonight, as one White House official put it, will be an injection of momentum and sustenance in this relationship. And it'll come just as lawmakers in the House and Senate in the next 24, 48 hours are going to approve $44 billion in additional funding for Ukraine that will stretch into the new year. I think it's important to note as well what we're also going to see tonight, which is House Speaker Nancy Pelosi presiding for the last time in the 8 years she served as Speaker over a joint session of Congress. She's been very proud of the bipartisan efforts to support Ukraine throughout this, and this will be a special moment for her as well.
A big moment indeed. NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli. Mike, thank you. It is time now for our CNBC Money Minute. FTX CEO Sam Bankman-Fried is officially coming back here to the United States. So he signed extradition papers in the Bahamas and is set to return home actually today. He's facing 8 criminal charges for mishandling billions of dollars worth of customer deposits.
Yeah, we have CNBC's Frank Holland joining us now. So Frank, let's talk about this. Now that Bankman-Fried is on his way back, expecting to touch down, when can we actually expect to see him in court?
Well, while we don't have an exact date yet, Sam Bankman-Fried will be arraigned in Manhattan Federal District Court once he gets back. He faces charges including wire fraud, securities fraud, and money laundering, all relating to the collapse of his crypto exchange, FTX. Prosecutors say he used $8 billion worth of customer assets for massive real estate purchases and other projects. He could remain free while trial proceedings unfold. Also, the U.S. Postal Service is going green and is planning to buy at least 66,000 electric delivery vehicles, making up more than half of its mail trucks. Excuse me. It's purchasing between now and 2028 as part of the Postal Service's push to transform and replace its aging fleet of 220,000 vehicles. It also comes after environmental groups sued the post office last spring for not conducting sufficient environmental analysis on its mail trucks. And you could have a new way to stream Sunday football. The NFL is close to a deal with Google's YouTube TV that would give the streaming service rights to the Sunday Ticket game package, which broadcasts regular season games that you can't get on your local affiliate. DirecTV has held those rights since 2015, paying $1.5 billion a year for it. Back over to you.
Frank Holland, someone get this man some water. Thank you. You're working so hard for us with all these stories. We appreciate you.
Thank you, Kelsey.
Well, still ahead, a children's toy is being pulled off the shelves after one little girl was nearly killed. We'll detail the dangers of water beads as the holiday season is upon us. You're watching NBC News Daily.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast. An insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
We're back now with an important warning from a mother who is taking to social media to warn parents about a popular toy after it nearly killed her baby girl. NBC News correspondent Valerie Castro spoke to the woman who says her daughter accidentally swallowed a water bead and it nearly cost her her life.
Baby Kennedy now eating and smiling, but last month her mom says she had a near-death experience, undergoing several emergency surgeries to clear a blockage in her small intestine, all because she accidentally swallowed a small toy.
It was really scary. It was the hardest time in my life to be there for my child, but not be able to physically help her.
Her mom, Felicia Mitchell, saying it was a water bead, part of an activity kit given to an older sibling.
She's on a ventilator and a lot of different medicines.
Mitchell documenting the horrifying ordeal on social media, updating her daughter's milestones and setbacks.
Today's 3 weeks that we've been here, and I'm just very discouraged because I don't even have the privilege of doing the most basic thing for her, which is feeding her.
What were they telling you about her chance of survival?
There were a couple times that her chance of survival was 50-50. They couldn't tell me that she was gonna be okay or that she would make it.
After 5 surgeries and countless long nights, Kennedy and her mom are back home.
She has 3 older brothers and they all missed her a lot. It's been great to just have us together as a family again.
According to the National Poison Control Center, swallowing a water bead can cause life-threatening intestinal damage since it can expand up to 200 times its initial size when it absorbs water. After Kennedy's story went viral in November, Target pulled the toy by Chuckle and Roar that included water beads from their shelves. Target telling NBC News the item was removed while they addressed these concerns with the vendor. And we are treating the situation very seriously and send our heartfelt sympathy to this family. Chuckle and Roar's parent company, Buffalo Games, did not return NBC's request for comment. There is a warning label on the box saying it's a choking hazard and meant for ages 4 and up. But Mitchell thinks that doesn't go far enough.
I just don't think they're an appropriate toy.
For now, Mitchell is just happy to have her baby back in her arms.
You know, it's a long recovery still for her, but I'm always going to be here for her, and I just feel incredibly lucky to have her.
Valerie Castro, NBC News.
New leadership coming to Twitter. Elon Musk tweeting that he plans to step down as CEO as soon as he finds a replacement, following a pretty informal poll asking users if he should step down. Well, a majority voted yes. NBC News technology correspondent Jake Ward joins us now. Jake, this is an interesting move, right? This is one of his many polls we've seen since he sort of joined the helm there. What's behind this particular move? And frankly, who are the top faces? Who do we think could actually replace him?
Well, you know, Morgan, as you pointed out, this is not a formal move. Any new CEO needs to be approved by the board, and Elon Musk doesn't need anybody's opinion online to make this kind of move. Whether or not, he goes ahead with this, it's also not entirely clear who would want this job or could conceivably do this job. He has a sort of constellation of people that he has kept with him throughout time. He's used Tesla engineers, brought them over. He's had certain heads of Tesla come over and be part of it. You know, any one of those people could conceivably be somebody in this position. But you have to remember, even if he appoints someone as CEO, he still owns the company. And even though he has said that he wants to then only head the software and servers team, I think you and I are familiar enough at this point with Elon Musk and his management style to know that he's not going to be reporting up to anybody. And so the idea that someone is going to come in from the outside, be put in this position and somehow be fully in charge charge of that company just doesn't square with his ownership of it outright, which has, of course, been the center of our attention for so long here, Morgan.
You know, which is a fair point. You just mentioned Tesla a moment ago and the fact that he's brought some of those workers over. It's interesting just financially looking at that because shares of Musk's company Tesla, they've been down pretty severely since he took over at Twitter. What's going on there? What's the connection?
You know, it is really amazing to watch. And, you know, on the sort of just alone, you look at the drop in the share price at Tesla, and that is a big deal, right? It went from over $600 a share back in May to it's below $200 a share right now. It's at a 52-week low. And that's, of course, bad news for the company, but it's also bad news for Elon Musk, who guaranteed his loan against those shares. As they continue to fall, his ability to borrow money against them to fund this acquisition of Twitter is in danger, too. So all of this coming together for Elon Musk right now, Morgan.
Wow. All right, NBC News technology correspondent Jake Ward for us. Jake, thank you.
Coming up, a dead end for Idaho investigators trying to track down a suspect in the brutal killings of 4 college students. More details straight ahead. You are watching NBC News Daily.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
As unrest in Iran enters its 3rd month, injured protesters, well, they're now turning to social media for medical treatment. NBC News Now correspondent Maura Barrett tells us how one U.S.-based doctor is now helping treat people from thousands of miles away. We do want to warn you, however, that some of these images are disturbing.
For us to be able to go see a physician or go to a hospital when we need, it's the most basic thing we can ask for as a human being. None of that is principle right now in Iran.
For 3 months, protests in Iran have swept the country. In response, authorities have unleashed a violent and deadly crackdown. One doctor tells us many injured protesters are now turning to social media for treatment, too afraid to seek care at a hospital.
Every doctor swore an oath to save a person's life regardless of their political beliefs, their gender, but some doctors are not doing that.
Dr. Kayvan Mirhadi is an internal medicine specialist in the U.S., and on any given day, he says he receives hundreds of messages on Instagram from protesters asking for his help.
It's a thing I've never thought I would do, you know, having to help people on Instagram. People put pictures of them on vacation on Instagram. They don't send pictures of injuries to a doctor, thousands of miles away.
The situation is so dire, Dr. Mirhadi says some protesters would rather suffer at home than seek treatment.
I've had so many people message me, like, I've been in the house for a week and my leg is infected. I'd rather die here than go to the hospital and get captured and be in the prison and be tortured.
Dr. Mirhadi says his Instagram account first started gaining traction during the pandemic as a medical resource for Farsi speakers. Today, he has over 1 million followers.
The page kind of became a source of medical information for the Iranian people. It was steady until the protests in Iran started and people started sending me pictures. So I tried to be creative and tell them how to take care of their wounds, and some of them I couldn't.
During the early days of the pandemic, Dr. Mirhadi says he became friends with a number of doctors in Iran. Doctors who he now says risk their lives to help many of the patients who message him.
Usually I find out where that patient lives, and the doctor that lives close to there, I try to make the connection. They tell me, listen, if you tell me you think this person is safe, I'll go to their house and I'll stitch their wound. I'll go and fix that broken bone, and they're doing it.
A high-risk situation for everyone involved.
You're dealing with a situation where the authorities are looking for these individuals that are shot. And many times I would get suspicious messages about, oh, I'm also hurt. Can you direct me to a doctor who would help me out? But I don't know if that's a real person.
Dr. Mirhadi is now worried about the well-being of one of his colleagues.
A few days ago, there was a surgical resident in Sanandaj. It's a part of Iran where there was a lot of protests, and almost it was like a war zone, and he's been missing. These things happen, and it's very hard. I don't know.
While grateful for the opportunity to serve his home country in some capacity, Dr. Mirhadi says he often feels powerless.
I would say the theme of Dr. K right now is helplessness. I get so many nice, kind messages like, you're doing great, you're helping people in your country, but a doctor cannot help people when they're not in touch with them.
Like so many others of the Iranian diaspora, Dr. Mirhadi hopes to amplify the voices of protesters, letting them know they have his full support.
I think all of us Iranians that live outside, we're really not living outside. Our mind and our heart is in Iran right now. And we're all 100% behind this movement.
Maura Barrett, NBC News.
Remarkable. Well, the Taliban is releasing 2 Americans who had been detained in Afghanistan. State Department spokesperson Ned Price calling this a goodwill gesture. The 2 Americans are not being identified at this point. This news comes the same day as the Taliban cracking down on women's rights by banning them from attending all public and private universities in the country.
Is it an invasion of privacy or just another layer of protection? Still ahead, the fresh controversy over facial recognition technology. You're watching NBC News Daily, and don't forget, you can also watch us for free 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on our streaming network, NBC News Now, and that's wherever you stream. For example, you can head over to YouTube, you can go to Hulu, you can go to Roku. Look at this whole list of names on the board. I know.
Fubo.
That is Vicky's favorite. Fubo, Plex, Zumo, you name it. We've got all that and more. Just follow us there, NBC News Now, wherever you stream. All your news continuing right after this.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back again, and thanks so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn, making news right now. Congress has voted to make former President Donald Trump's tax returns public. The House Ways and Means Committee is releasing 6 years of the financial documents. A committee report found over the first 3 years in office, then President Trump paid $1.1 million in federal income taxes. But in 2020, his final year in office, he paid nothing. The process to make the tax returns public is expected to begin today.
Legendary football player Franco Harris has died. The Steelers running back made one of the most famous plays in American football history, dubbed as the Immaculate Reception. His death comes 2 days before the play's 50th anniversary. Franco was 72 years old.
NASA is retiring one of its Mars landers after 4 years of service. You're looking at it there. The lander was called InSight. It had decreasing power levels for months because of the amount of red dust. You see it there covering those solar panels. NASA says it was unable to contact InSight after 2 consecutive tries. So the agency concluded the Mars lander has run out of energy. We appreciate the service.
That's right. In Idaho, police are now ruling out a connection between a white Hyundai found abandoned in Oregon and the investigation into the murder of 4 college students more than a month ago.
It is just one in a mountain of clues that law enforcement is still sifting through. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson has the very latest on the search for this killer.
In this investigation, what I want people to know is this is a Moscow Police Department investigation.
Moscow's police chief taking full ownership of a case with few clues and no named suspects so far.
My command team oversees this. We have 94 years of experience between us, and we're going to continue to work this case.
Vowing not to give up after the lawyer for one of the victims' families criticized law enforcement on Today.
I'm not sure they are capable of handling a quadruple murder. And maybe they should be getting more help, and maybe there should be some different lead investigators on the case.
Police also say they know about a surveillance video that appears to be from the night of the murders. Police say they've identified the Adam named in the video and that he's cooperating with detectives. Investigators have been searching for information about a white Hyundai Elantra that they say was close to the scene of the murders of the 4 college students last month. Hopes lifted yesterday when police took a closer look at one car matching the description that crashed in Eugene, Oregon, some 500 miles from Moscow. But they later said the owner is not believed to be related to the murders. Some more background emerging. An apparent police body cam video posted to social media by a News Nation correspondent purportedly showing Moscow police called to the same house for a noise complaint months earlier on September 1st. Police later making contact with a woman who identifies herself as Maddie Mogan, who confirmed she lives there.
None of the occupants that live at this address are here right now. So now you have a house full of random people.
NBC News has not verified the video. A community still hoping they're one step closer to the truth. Steve Patterson, NBC News.
Morgan, we turn to a new inside look at the U.S. workplace and how everybody feels, the sentiment. And it's good news. Despite headlines of mass layoffs in the tech sector this year, an overwhelming majority of American workers, they are not concerned about losing their jobs. They even believe their companies are well prepared to withstand a potential recession. This is all according to a new CNBC survey. CNBC senior personal finance correspondent Sharon Epperson has a look at the report. Sharon, it's so great to have you with us. This is a really rosy outlook. It sounds like people are not worried about being laid off because they're very confident they can quickly find a new gig. So walk us through these survey findings.
Well, there are about 1,000
10,000 workers that were polled in this survey, and only about 2 out of 5 workers, or 39%, are concerned they or someone in their household will be laid off or lose their job in the next few months. And as you said, the overwhelming majority, 74% of those surveyed, say their company is prepared to handle recession if one does occur. So there's still, though, many inflation concerns that are growing. More than 2/3 of workers, 67%, say the biggest threat to their job is an economic downturn. And that was 7 percentage points higher than when this survey was done in June of 2019. That was the last time that workers were asked this question.
Sharon, we have seen big tech take a big hit with their layoffs in recent months, a lot of companies. But what other industries are also vulnerable to layoffs and budget cuts? And then talk to us about the ones that are typically more on the safe side.
Well, in terms of the industries where people are working where they're most concerned about job cuts, this survey found that food and beverage, transportation and delivery, business support and logistics, as well as automotive and, like you said, technology industries, those are the people that are most concerned about potential layoffs. In terms of those who are least stressed about job cuts, those are folks who are working for the government. They're in real estate, legal, consulting and research, or the airline industry. So in those industries, people were not as concerned about potential layoffs and job cuts.
Yeah, we see the demand in airlines for sure. Sharon, this survey, it also measured the latest numbers on workplace morale, and it found people are really happy. Talk to us about why.
Well, you know, with all these headlines on layoffs, that seems a bit surprising, but the survey found that workplace satisfaction is, in fact, a key factor in whether employees believe that their company can handle a recession. And 86% of those who say that overall the morale at the company is excellent say that their company is prepared to handle recession. That's more than double the number of those who say that the morale at their company is poor. So the outlook on your company and your own job security has a lot to do with how happy you're feeling at work, and that's what this survey found.
It makes sense. If you think you work at a healthy company, you're more likely to be relaxed and feel secure. CNBC senior personal finance correspondent Sharon Epperson. Sharon, thank you. Morgan?
Now, Vicki, imagine going to see the Rockettes here in New York City and then being turned away because of facial recognition and the fact that it identified you as a safety threat. Well, that's exactly what happened to the mother of a Girl Scout this week. The technology discovered she worked at a firm that had ongoing litigation with Madison Square Garden Entertainment. With us now is attorney Mark Rash. He's a former Justice Department computer crimes prosecutor. Mark, it's good to see you this Wednesday. First off, let's just sort of be clear. This woman was banned from the Rockettes because of her job, but she does not actually work on the cases against MSG Entertainment. And those cases aren't even against the Rockettes or Radio City Music Hall. So what does the company sort of ultimately seek to gain by using this type of technology to even pinpoint people in the first place?
Well, that's a fascinating question. We really don't know what MSG is doing. And I think that's part of the problem, is that they are not clear and open and transparent about their policies. Now, what happened in this particular case is that this woman worked for a law firm that had litigation against one of the affiliates of the Madison Square Garden conglomerate. She gets to the Rockette show with the Girl Scout troop, and she is turned away because the cameras captured her face, ran it against facial recognition, against some picture that some part of the conglomerate had captured, and told her that she wasn't welcome there. And so this raises a whole host of questions about how companies are using facial recognition, what they're doing with the data, the amount of data they're using, and even what their policies are about who is and is not allowed onto their venues.
Which is really interesting because, I mean, when security actually approached this woman, they already knew her name and the firm where she worked. So how ethical is it, though, I mean, for performance venues to use this type of technology? And are other companies, as you mentioned, sort of taking the ethics, not just the legal portion, but the ethical portion into account?
And I'm glad you made that distinction between law and ethics, because a lot of what is happening here is probably legal in most jurisdictions. Illinois has a law on biometric capture, but most states don't. So after September 11th, a lot of big venues like Super Bowls and stadiums and stuff started using facial recognition to identify possible security threats, known terrorist profiles, things like that. But now that they have this technology and it's easy and cheap to use, they're starting to use it for a whole host of potentially unethical purposes. We, quite frankly, don't have any idea what they're capturing, what they're measuring it against, and what their policies are. And that's the problem.
I do want to, though, address then the legal aspect of this also. I mean, an MSG Entertainment spokesperson says that they've issued a straightforward policy that, quote, precludes attorneys pursuing active litigation against the company from attending events at our venues until that litigation has been resolved, end quote. So what might the future look like? I mean, if more and more companies deploy this kind of legal strategy, and honestly, I'm just sort of thinking, Mark, about, you know, journalists, right? If someone doesn't like one of our stories, are you going to tell us we can't go see a Bad Bunny concert because you didn't like the press, right? That'd be bad. That's like a big deal. So right, like, what are you going to do at that point?
First of all, it's anything but a straightforward policy. We don't even know what the policy is, where it's published, where you can find it. That's number one. Number two, she wasn't an attorney pursuing litigation against MSG. So even if there was a straightforward policy, they're not following it. Third, this means if she buys tickets to see a Rangers game or a Knicks game and goes to an event, they can say, you can never go to a Rangers game. You can never go to Disney on Ice. You can't go to any one of these events at any of the venues that we own or control because somebody in your law firm is doing something we don't like. This is not a security issue. This person does not pose a security threat to anybody.
It feels so retaliatory. It feels like a college move. Like, I don't like you, you can't come to our party type.
This is just the tip of the iceberg, too. We're talking about lawsuits. What about a lawsuit that she could potentially file in this case? Wow, Mark.
Think about that.
Well, I think she's hinting at that because she's saying because they have a liquor license, they have to serve people.
Wow, Mark with the hot takes this Wednesday. We appreciate it, Mark Rash. Thank you so much.
I learned a bunch. He was right on point. I really like that discussion.
Yeah, that was great.
Well, straight ahead, it is called anxious parenting, and tens of millions of moms and dads experience it every day. We're going to tell you the warning signs and how to keep from passing it on to your kids. Straight ahead. More NBC News Daily right after this.
This is what it looks and feels
from the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes. New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Learning to conquer severe parental anxiety. It's clear that parenting is stressful, but what actually happens when the burden simply becomes unbearable?
Yeah, experts say mom or dad stress almost always spreads throughout the entire family. Joining us now to talk about all of this, licensed marriage and family therapist, Dr. George James. Dr. James, good to have you with us. Lots of questions here. So first, take us through what this stress looks like and what takes it beyond like the normal ups and downs of parenting. And also, how does it affect the kids?
Yeah, Vicki, what happens for lots of parents is that we all get anxious at some point or another. But for some parents, they can feel that anxiety in an overwhelming way, where what they start to feel like is that they want to protect their children from everything, which is shielding behaviors, or they sometimes are talking about how nervous they are around their children, or just become so overwhelmed with their child or things that can happen, which is called catastrophizing, that now they focus their whole life on trying to prevent these things. And it's just so overwhelming that not only do they feel it, but their children feel it as well.
Speaking of which, I mean, it's pretty easy to suggest therapy to a parent when they're feeling this way, but it's not always financially or logistically even possible for a lot of families. So what's your advice to parents who are facing anxiety but sort of can't access just adequate professional help?
For a lot of parents, it's being able to recognize what might be some of the things that might be causing it for them. What are some of the things that might have started this for them? And sometimes they don't always know. Well, that maybe it's their own personal history, or maybe it's something they've experienced, or maybe it's just something that was there from before. But some things that parents can do to really think about ways to manage this is to talk to other parents. Exercise is always great. It helps to calm us down. Breathing is also something that's great. And I mentioned catastrophizing, being ways to think about the facts so that you don't bring up or make up things that are not really true. Once again, maybe even talking to a partner in confidence. These are all ways that can help you that are financially affordable. And then, of course, a therapist is also something that's good.
Oh, I like that. Those are really useful ways that we can help ourselves. Let's switch gears a little and talk about unconventional parenting styles. When I think about this, I think of the sitcoms where they make fun of the parent who's like, I don't say no to my child. We never say no. It's Jimmy. Let's do this instead. But, there are many ways to parent.
No, not in my house either. Not in my house. Wow, that doesn't even sound familiar.
But let's say you feel like you may be targeted or people are ridiculing you for doing things a little differently, maybe than you were raised. What are ways that you can steal your own confidence and feel good about the way that you are raising your children?
Yeah, the truth is that every parent or family system veers off in one way or another, does something that's different than what is the norm of the day. And so you have to have confidence in yourself that you're doing that for a particular reason. Confidence in you and your partner and your family system say, this is what we feel is right. And my thing is, as long as you're not causing significant harm to your child or children, then that's fine. And, like I know in my household, right, we weren't going to call adults by their first name. That's just not possible. Right.
Ooh,
but
not even
some
out the
other people
house.
that might be okay, right? So, there's some things that you adjust as you parent, and you take those chances. And if it doesn't work, you switch it up and try something else.
Be flexible. I like that.
Yeah, so interesting. I mean, it's so different, right? Family to family, country to country, regional differences, right? I mean, there's a lot to sort of think about there. But do you find that sort of in your experience that parental anxiety is seen sort of almost exclusively as a new mom or dad phenomenon? I mean, what about parents who are just dealing with kids who are going through different transitional phases in their life, going through puberty or their teenage years? I mean, is it possible that parental anxiety can strike then?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, big time. I think like when there's major events, traumatic events, difficult events, we've seen the impact of the pandemic, of racial reckoning, right? All those things. Injustice has caused a huge spike in anxiety for parents. I don't want my child or children to be hurt because of these things, but also transitional things. And also when we see our children struggling, when you see them struggling in school or struggling to meet new friends or to get on the athletic team or whatever it might be, those things can spike our anxiety because we want to care. We just want to hug them. We just want to like, here, come to daddy, come to mommy. We'll take care of you.
I know. It's not just the babies and the new parents. You're right. As you move through the stages, adolescence can put a lot of stress on mom and dad. On that note, is it different for parents? I mean, in terms of like, does this hit mom differently than it hits dad? And how do you cope if you're the parent, the male or the female?
I think outwardly it looks different, right? Typically, right? This is just, stereotypically in some of the things I've seen, you'll see a lot of moms will be more engaged, sometimes more hands-on, kind of like fully in the midst of whatever is going on. And dads can seem like they're a little bit like on the surface, but internally, they're worrying, they're concerned, they're probably talking to their friends, right? So it comes out in different ways, and I think this is where, if they're partners, you can level up in different ways.
Yeah.
The father can say a little bit more, and maybe mom can hold back a little bit, and that's where you can work together.
It's funny, we have a role reversal in our family.
What do you mean?
But what if you're a single parent? Like, you know, I'm more the not surface person.
The not surface person?
I'm the man. In
that's
like
interesting.
with that, the worrying
like
and
you'll
the whatnot.
show it a little bit less. Oh,
yeah, exactly. Very much so. Real quick, what about a single parent? Because you talk about relying on your partner, which is vital. But what if you don't have that other partner there?
Yeah, the shout out to all the single parents out there. Lots of credit in all the work that you do. I think it's having a system, having support. Who can you connect with?
All right, really important information. Licensed family and marriage therapist, Dr. George James. Dr. James, thank you so much for joining us.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
All year, we have been sharing the stories of nurses and frontline healthcare workers who go above and beyond with the help of our sponsor, Johnson & Johnson.
Well, NBC News Now host Savannah Sellers spoke with a woman so inspired by the team who treated her cancer that she decided to make helping others her complete life's mission.
Molly Sue Pratt, cum laude.
For 24-year-old nursing student Molly Pratt, college graduation was a moment that seemed nearly impossible just 4 years ago.
I couldn't even get out of bed without having help because I was just too weak to even move.
At just 16 years old, Molly was diagnosed with Hodgkin's lymphoma, a cancer of the immune system that started a years-long battle.
Prior to hearing that diagnosis, what had you been thinking about? Hanging out with my friends, ACTs, maybe what college I'll be going to, thinking ahead, what my life was going to look like. It completely changed with the cancer diagnosis. I was really scared I was going to die.
Molly underwent 6 outpatient chemotherapy treatments and 5 months later entered remission.
Every time you go through that scanner, it is like you pray that it's not there.
But in 2016, it was. not one but 2 recurrences sent Molly to the hospital. Her next round of treatments were more aggressive. Molly received a stem cell transplant, and courses of chemotherapy left her weak.
I was in a wheelchair for quite a few months. I had to use a cane, I've used a walker.
At Beaumont Royal Oak Hospital outside of Detroit, Molly found a silver lining, comfort in the care of the pediatric and adolescent nursing staff.
They would always bring the fun to me, so we would have game nights and stuff, and it just took me out of the headspace that I was in the hospital and more like just spending time with my friends and family.
The nurses didn't just become Molly's family, they became her inspiration.
At what point did you start thinking about becoming a nurse yourself? I was like, oh, what they do is really great. I want to be able to impact others the way they have impacted me. Once I got into treatment, I started thinking about being a nurse.
Karen MacDonald, one of Molly's nurses, saw her potential right away.
I had an inkling even before Molly, knew she really wanted to be a nurse. When she'd come in for her visits, like when I was listening to her heart or listening to her lungs, she would ask questions.
So Molly turned her diagnosis into her calling, joining the nursing program at Saginaw Valley State University with one goal in mind, to become a pediatric nurse, just like the ones that helped save her life.
Having cancer, I feel like it was one of the best things that ever happened to me because it showed me my true path in being a pediatric nurse.
I'm so happy you're a nurse.
Now, Molly is cancer-free, and her journey is coming full circle. Next month, she'll begin working in the very same pediatric unit at the hospital where she received treatment, working alongside some of the women who carried her through her darkest days.
She saved my life and she changed it. She made me realize that nursing was my true calling for life. How much does that mean to hear?
It touches my heart. It really does. It makes me very, very proud.
Her teachers and mentors say the industry needs more nurses like Molly.
If we could take Molly's heart and put her in the bodies of other people, it would solve our nursing crisis.
I see her really changing the face of nursing wherever she goes.
Molly, ready to use her own experience to touch the lives of others.
I'm looking forward to just being that light in everyone's dark tunnel. I want to be that little ray of sunshine in their care, be able to share kind of my experiences with them too, be just like the nurses that I had in my care.
Savannah Sellers, NBC News.
All right, so here's what's trending now. The holidays are a time for feeling merry and bright, but not for everyone. Little Frankie was clearly not feeling the holiday spirit during his class's Christmas performance.
No.
So cute. His mom posted this video on Instagram asking, is anyone else's kid Frankie in the class? Of course we get it. The holidays, look, it can get a little stressful.
Oh my God,
Feeling
the sweater, the sweater.
It's the grumpy face.
I know, it's the whole thing.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. You're watching NBC News Daily. And by the way, you can also watch us free 24/7. That's 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on our streaming network. It's NBC News Now. Look for us in all of those places you see right there.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
This is an NBC News special report. Here's Lester Holt.
Good day, everyone. We're coming on the air with breaking news. We want to show you a live shot of the White House where just moments from now, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is expected to arrive for a meeting with President Biden. It is President Zelensky's first trip to this country since his country was invaded by Russia last February. In fact, it's his first time leaving his country since then, and the trip, as you might imagine, shrouded in secrecy amid fears that Russia might try to target him, either coming or going. Shortly after Zelensky's arrival, the two presidents will meet inside the Oval Office, then later this afternoon hold a joint press conference. And tonight, President Zelensky will address a joint session of Congress. Of course, the goal is to drum up further support for Ukraine's fight against Russia. Today, the U.S. pledging an additional $1.85 billion in military assistance, including the first ever transfer of the Patriot air and missile defense system, a quite capable long-range system capable of intercepting high-flying missiles and aircraft from considerable distances. Let's get right to Chief White House Correspondent Peter Alexander. Peter, this all came together over the last several days.
Yeah, Lester, that's exactly right. This is a dramatic visit, and it's also a pre-holiday surprise, days of secret planning with President Biden first offering the invitation to Vladimir Zelensky to visit the White House about a week and a half ago, the formal invitation exactly a week ago, but it wasn't finalized till Sunday, and it was so secret that literally until Tuesday night, many of those here at the White House did not know about it, as there were real concerns about the security of Vladimir Zelensky, not just leaving his country, but also arriving here in the U.S. As we see his motorcade now moving, as you indicate, he'll be visiting with President Biden, an opportunity at first to reaffirm the U.S.'s commitment to Ukraine before Zelensky heads to Capitol Hill for that address this evening. And it comes at a precarious time in this war, as Vladimir Putin and the Russians have really stepped up their efforts to try to plunge the Ukrainian people and that whole country into the depths of cold and darkness right now, targeting civilian targets as well as the power grid there. Notably, when President Zelensky goes to the Hill this evening, he will also be speaking to some of his biggest skeptics, including members of the incoming House majority, with the top Republican Kevin McCarthy just yesterday saying that there would be no blank checks beginning in the new year for Ukraine. Among the questions will be for Vladimir Zelensky if he can convince those skeptics that the money is being spent wisely and being spent well, and that this is an effort not just for Ukraine, but for all of the West to push back against Russia. Again, as we wait for Vladimir Zelensky to arrive here now, as you note, this is his first trip outside of his borders since the war began 300 days ago today. Notably, 24 hours ago, he was literally on the front lines in eastern Ukraine, meeting with some of his own Ukrainian forces who provided him with a flag that they had signed and told him to give it to the people of the United States of America. Lester?
Yeah, notably President Zelensky arriving aboard a U.S. military transport, a joint base, Andrews, under that shroud of security that we have talked about. There, of course, the President and First Lady, Dr. Jill Biden, now awaiting the arrival of President Zelensky. Question is, does he have a shopping list of weapon systems that he has previously been denied, but that he still seeks? We'll recall earlier in the conflict, he was hoping to get U.S. fighter aircraft. Here's President Zelensky.
Ready, close. Ready, shut. Ready, face. Forward, forward. On the Пане президенте, з якими результатами плануєте поїхати з Вашингтона?
You hear questions being fired, both, we believe, in Ukrainian and English, but it's to get down to business time for these two presidents now as they enter the White House, the one-on-one meeting with the president, security staff at some point to discuss as well some of the things on President Zelensky's mind. Let's go to Chief Foreign Affairs Correspondent Richard Engel now. Richard, as I noted a moment ago, there are certain things that Zelensky has wanted in the past. The U.S. has incrementally stepped up the capability of weapons. If he asks for tanks, if he asks for airplanes, if he asks for long-range missiles that could strike inside Russia, would that still be a non-starter in your view?
I think it would be very difficult. He has asked for combat aircraft. He's asked for a no-fly zone. Instead, the United States and other NATO allies have responded by providing missile defense systems. And you just mentioned a short while ago the Patriot missile defense systems. So they have been providing longer-range artillery. There has been a decisive effort recently to provide air defense systems, and they're very effective. I just returned from Ukraine, and the air defense systems are generally knocking down the majority of incoming rockets and missiles. The air defense systems, however, don't stop artillery because it flies too quickly and the range is too short. They don't stop the drones, although Ukraine does have some effective anti-drone technology that is getting better the more they use it. But I think this visit is significant because it allows Zelensky to speak directly, not just to the White House, but to other members of Washington, to reach out directly to the American people. This is a trip that is so long in the making. When the war began 300 days ago, and in the previous days right before the invasion, the United States and other countries, this administration, President Biden, was encouraging Zelensky to leave. They thought he would lose very quickly, that he would have to form a government in exile. President Zelensky has told me this story personally, how numerous heads of state were telling him, it's time to go, the Russians are going to take over your country, you should go. Instead, he stayed, the Ukrainians fought, and incrementally, the United States, particularly the Biden administration, has been providing them weapons, ever sophisticated, ever more powerful weapon systems. So I think this is an opportunity for Zelensky to say thank you to the American people, to say thank you to the Biden administration. And yes, I think there are absolutely some things on his shopping list that he will use this opportunity to ask for.
All right, Richard, I'll ask you to stand by as I turn to Andrea Mitchell, NBC's chief Washington correspondent. Andrea, what message is this sending Vladimir Putin, watching these two men on U.S. soil meeting for the first time since the war?
Well, they were literally arm in arm. They are solidly together, that the U.S. is supporting Ukraine going forward, as President Biden has said, as long as it takes. There's another message, of course, in addition to the message of solidarity in Congress, despite some of the things that have been said by Kevin McCarthy, that there's no blank check, that you're probably going to hear much more support from Congress after the tangible, visible, physical presence of Volodymyr Zelensky in the chamber tonight. But the other piece of this is diplomacy. And John Kirby said to me that diplomacy is absolutely on the table, but in the context of not the U.S. pushing Ukraine to give in or concede or to make, some other, deal with Vladimir Putin, but to give him what he needs, to give him the leverage to go head-to-head in diplomacy with Vladimir Putin, that everyone knows that there is no end to this war unless there is something on the table, a diplomatic solution. This is a really careful balancing act. It has to be terribly delicate and artfully done to not appear that the U.S. is pushing him to concede anything, particularly Crimea, which, of course, Russia took in 2014, and go back to those boundaries, going back to before last February 24th. So that is also on the table. Kirby said so. They are not going to concede anything or say that they are pushing him to do anything, but that they have to give him the leverage to let him decide when it is time. And frankly, so far, Vladimir Putin has not been willing to negotiate seriously. There's one other thing, Lester, that we should point out. There's been a lot of pressure around the world, and certainly in the U.S. on particular sides, to for the U.S. to declare Russia and Putin a state sponsor of terror. And what John Kirby from the White House, from the National Security Council, said to me today is that that is something that non-governmental groups do not want. It freezes a lot of action, and it does not permit real diplomacy. So they may agree on something today, which is a sponsor of aggression, since they are the invaders, but not state sponsor of terror, Lester.
All right, Andrea, thank you. As we noted, of course, President Zelensky will cap this visit with an address before a joint session of Congress tonight. Ryan Nobles is our Capitol Hill correspondent there. Ryan, you heard Andrea mention a moment ago, not only is there a message to Russia being sent, but perhaps a message being sent to reluctant members of Congress. President Zelensky well aware that there's going to be a change in power in Washington. What can you tell us about the level of support that he has right now in Congress?
Well, Lester, there's no doubt that there are more members of Congress, both Republicans and Democrats, that are supportive of the Ukrainian war effort than there are that don't. But the changeover in power from Democrats to Republican in the House of Representatives creates a complicating scenario for the Biden administration and the federal government in general, because there is a vocal and soon-to-be powerful caucus of Republicans that are very much opposed to this idea of a blank check for this war effort, as Andrea talked about. And so the House and Senate are set to pass a massive spending plan here in the next 24 to 48 hours, of which there will be more than $45 billion in aid to Ukraine. But that's the only guarantee of funding that Ukraine has in the near future. And it is going to be difficult for them to convince Republicans to go along with future funding in this next Congress. That's why they want Zelensky here, to make that direct appeal to these members of Congress that are going to be taking power here in the next few weeks. Lester?
All right, Ryan, thanks very much. That video on the left, again, the arrival of President Zelensky of Ukraine just a few minutes ago. The two presidents are meeting now. And again, later we'll see that that address before a joint session of Congress. That concludes this special report. We will join you again throughout the day for updates following meetings between President Biden and President Zelensky, including their joint press conference. Of course, we're following all developments on NBC Nightly News as well. I'm Lester Holt. Good day, everyone.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest-running show on television.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast.
An insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters.
Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. But let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Hi, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow. NBC News Daily starts right now. Today, Wednesday, December 21st, 2022, ticket to nowhere. Our airline passengers from coast to coast scrambling to get out ahead of a massive winter storm. What you need to know before you go and when that powerful system is going to hit.
The Trump taxes. After years of legal wrangling, Congress releases 5 years of the former president's tax returns. What's in them and why lawmakers are doing it now.
And dire shortage, a severe cold and flu season among children leading to a low supply of medicines for kids. What you need to know if your child gets sick.
And we begin this hour with millions of Americans on storm watch today. The window to fly or drive to your Christmas destination is closing fast.
Snow is falling in the west and Midwest as a major winter storm moves across the country. The Great Lakes are bracing for blizzard conditions. Strong winds could trigger widespread power outages.
Millions will likely face dangerously cold temperatures in the coming days, including people in Texas, the northern part of that state expecting some of the lowest temperatures since the freeze last February that killed nearly 250 people.
Meteorologist Bill Cairns is timing it all out for us this storm, but we begin with Maggie Vespa. She's at Chicago O'Hare International Airport. Maggie, I've been seeing huge crowds all day behind you. What should people planning to fly ahead of the holiday weekend know?
Sure. Well, Kate, Aaron, two things. Number one, delays and cancellations are already stacking up out west as this storm makes its way again, as you said, toward the Rockies, into the Midwest and the Great Plains. So know that that's already happening and rippling across the country. And number two, the airlines have waived rebooking fees. So if you're planning to fly right now, tomorrow, especially tomorrow night into Friday, experts say those are going to be the worst times colliding with this storm. So you're going to want to try to move that flight up to today, tonight, tomorrow morning, if you can, to try to get out in time. But they also say definitely have a backup plan in case your flight is grounded overall. We've been seeing lines building throughout the day as people try to get their flights rebooked, knowing this is a near record, a post-pandemic record. 7 million Americans hoping to get on the road for the holidays, or I should say, take to the skies as this weather moves east. Aaron, Kate, back to you.
Let's talk a little bit more about that weather. Maggie, thank you. Bill, what do you see as the most dangerous part of this storm, and who's going to be impacted by it?
The wind chills and the wind. We're already watching. Look at Montana. Geyser, Montana's negative 59 wind chill. So the extreme cold is in place, and now it's beginning to dive southwards. Eventually, we're going to see it all the way down to the Gulf Coast. We have warnings all the way down to Brownsville and watches, New Orleans into wind chill advisory. You get the idea. This cold air is not going to stop once it gets even down to the middle of the country. It's heading all the way down to the Gulf Coast. So here we are Friday morning. Dallas, -6 is your forecast. 3 in Houston. These are the wind chill values. By the time we get into Saturday morning, that cold arrives on the East Coast. Raleigh, -1. And then, of course, we're going to have these high winds. I think power outages will last through Christmas weekend in the Great Lakes.
Wow. Okay, Bill Cairns, Maggie Vespa, thanks to you both.
On Capitol Hill now, there is double trouble for former President Donald Trump. Any moment now, the January 6th committee from the House will release its final report. This comes 2 days after referring Trump to the Justice Department for criminal charges. We're also waiting for the release of Trump's tax returns. Last night, the House Ways and Means Committee voted to make them public. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Rafa is joining us now. So, Ali, the House committee released 2 reports last night after the vote to release the Trump tax returns. Talk to us about what they reveal about his finances.
Yeah, Aaron, so this 29-page report from the House Ways and Means Committee really goes into why the IRS failed to conduct this tax audit until it was asked to do so by the House of Representatives. It goes into their argument why this should be codified into law, this process, since it's historically required of every president to be able to do this. It also criticizes the IRS for dropping the ball, saying, including a memo from the IRS that says that the IRS didn't have enough resources to be able to do that. And then you juxtapose that with this other memo by the Joint Committee on Taxation that really talks about the summary of Trump's tax returns rather than all of them as a whole. It talks about some discrepancies that were included in this, including a loss of more than $16 million in 2019, several incomes listed in negatives. So that's something that lawmakers are going to be looking into, some red flags in these tax returns that they're going to be looking further into.
All right, Ali Rafa, thank you. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
A new chapter today in the drama at Twitter. Elon Musk now says he will step down as the CEO, quote, as soon as I find someone foolish enough to take the job. CNBC's Steve Kovac is following all this for us. Steve, he says he's stepping down as CEO, but not leaving the company. What would he still be doing at Twitter?
Yeah, well, according to him, he's going to be running software and servers, which I'm not entirely sure what that means. I guess some sort of chief product officer is what they call that in the tech world, meaning he'd be focused on the product of Twitter, while this theoretical CEO who's too foolish to take over runs the business and the advertising and things like that. That's my read into it, Kate.
Musk got a lot of his wealth from his other big company, right? Tesla. Tesla stock not doing very well right now. On Tuesday, it hit the lowest point in a year. How significant is that, what's happening at Tesla, when it comes to the decisions that he's making at Twitter?
Very significant, Kate. In fact, this is what we've been talking about a lot at CNBC, because the bulk of Elon Musk's wealth is tied to Tesla and Tesla stock, which has been falling off a cliff ever since he announced that he wants to buy the company, and especially since he took over in late October. And so he keeps having to go back to Tesla as his piggy bank as advertisers run away from the platform. He needs to keep the lights on in there, so he keeps running over to Tesla, cashing out his shares in order to keep things afloat there, and that angers Tesla investors. Tesla investors want his time and attention and focus on Tesla. They want to see that stock price go up, not down, and it's tied to Elon Musk's behavior and his attention to Tesla. So there's a big hope among the Tesla crowd, the Tesla fans, the Tesla investors to get Musk away from Twitter, stop this distraction, and get him focused on the real company that's the source of their wealth and his.
CNBC's Steve Kovac, thank you.
Thank you.
The founder of the bankrupt cryptocurrency exchange FTX is on his way to the United States today from the Bahamas. Sam Bankman-Fried appeared before a judge there this morning, and he agreed not to fight extradition. Bankman-Fried is facing charges of fraud after he allegedly misused customers' money to prop up a separate crypto company that he started. NBC News technology correspondent Jake Ward is joining us. He's been tracking this story from the beginning. So, Jake, there's been a lot of legal drama in the Bahamas to get SBF back here to the States. Where are we now in this whole process? How do we get to this point?
Well, as you know, Aaron, Bahamian authorities took Sam Bankman-Fried into custody at the behest of federal authorities here in the United States. There's a long-standing extradition agreement between the two nations. And so when they took him into custody at his multi-million-dollar apartment complex in the island of New Providence in the Bahamas, it was pretty much clear that he would be bound for extradition. But here's the thing. That kind of treaty actually makes it possible for somebody in SBF's position to contest their extradition, and that can drag this out for months or years. Now, we had understood over the weekend that he was not intending to contest his extradition. Then he gets to court on Monday. He's visibly shaking. He's obviously out of sorts, and he begins to demand to see charging documents. And suddenly everyone is panicking on both the prosecution and the defense side, thinking this guy is going to start fighting this stuff, and we're going to be stuck here in the Bahamas as opposed to getting him back to the United States. Then, after a couple of trips back and forth to the local prison, he seems to change his mind. And now, as of this morning, his signature is on documents that show he will be sent back to the United States, possibly as early as today. Once he's here, of course, he faces federal charges, 8 counts that could be incredibly difficult to get around. And then, of course, the civil charges from the SEC, Aaron.
So you mentioned the charges here, right? But what do we know about what happens when he actually is physically back in the United States? What happens next here leading up to a trial?
Well, here's the really interesting part. Right at this point, we know from the New York Times, whose reporting suggests that there is basically a bail discussion going on between prosecutors and SBF's defense attorneys. Now, it would, of course, be up to a judge whether he gets bail, but one thing that those kinds of discussions inevitably center on is whether someone is a flight risk. And so once he arrives in the United States, once he's in U.S. custody, will he then have the wherewithal to, or the financial means to perhaps run if he wanted to? And so will they impose some sort of house arrest on him? That's what they did to Bernie Madoff when he made bail. So we suddenly, have more gears of the lawmaking machine to go here, Aaron, but he'll be back on U.S. soil soon.
All right, Jake Ward for us today. Jake, thank you.
Up next, an Ohio family's desperate search for a missing 5-month-old kidnapped in a stolen car. You're watching NBC News Daily.
We are also streaming free 24/7 on NBC News Now. You can watch us wherever you stream live. The news continues right after this.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast.
An insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters.
Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
Northern California is recovering from the aftermath of that 6.4 magnitude earthquake. Police say the quake killed 2 people, a 72-year-old and an 83-year-old. Both died from medical emergencies. It's estimated 150 people could be displaced because of the damage to structures, and thousands are still without power. Governor Gavin Newsom has declared a state of emergency to deploy federal resources in that area.
2 people are recovering in the hospital after a train derailment in Tennessee. It happened Tuesday afternoon after a train hit a tractor trailer that was carrying a 130-foot-long concrete beam. Police say at least 16 train cars derailed there. The truck driver was not hurt.
A high school swimmer from Texas has broken the record for the 400-meter individual medley event. It's a record previously set by Olympic gold medalist Michael Phelps. Sophomore Maximus Williamson, this is incredible, completed the race with a time of 3 minutes and 39 seconds, smashing the previous time set by Phelps back in 2002. Williamson said he was speechless just to be compared to the greatest of all time. As a swim mom, that is an amazing time.
20 years. I mean, it's about time, right?
Yeah.
Well, we are staying on top of some breaking news for you at this hour. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is in Washington right now for a high-stakes visit with President Biden and to address the U.S. Congress.
His trip to the U.S. comes at a pivotal moment for the war in Ukraine. There's been growing fear that Russia may be planning some kind of new attack, and that could mean Ukraine needs more support from the West. We already know that President Zelensky is going to be asking for military aid, for various kinds of help, or we expect that's what he's asking inside the Oval Office.
You're looking at some of the images of Zelensky arriving at the White House, meeting with the president outside before making that move inside the White House. Now, a special report.
This is an NBC News special report. Here's Lester Holt.
Good day. We're coming back on the air with breaking news. Within the last hour, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky arrived at the White House for a meeting with President Biden for his first in-person conversation with the commander-in-chief since Ukraine was invaded by Russia last February. And just moments ago, the 2 presidents met in the Oval Office with Mr. Biden, vowing continued cooperation between our 2 nations. Here's some of what we saw and heard.
Get her. Wait till everyone's in. Okay, do that. Well, Mr. President, it's good to have you back. I'm delighted you're able to make the trip to be here, and it's an honor to be by your side in the united defense against what is a brutal, brutal war being waged by Putin. 300 days. Hard to believe. 300 days been going through this, and Putin has waged a brutal assault on the Ukraine's right to exist as a nation, and the attack on innocent Ukrainian people for no reason other than intimidating. And he's escalated his assault on civilians after hitting schools, orphanages, hospitals, landmarks. And he's trying to use winter as a weapon. But the Ukrainian people continue to inspire the world. I mean that sincerely. Not just inspire us, but inspire the world with their courage and how they have chose their resilience and resolve for their future. And the American people have stood proudly with them, Democrats and Republicans, together with our allies in Europe, Japan, and other places, to make sure you have the financial, humanitarian, and security assistance that is needed. We're going to talk about that today. And we're going to continue to strengthen Ukraine's ability to defend itself, particularly air defense, and that's why we're going to be providing Ukraine with Patriot missile battery. And and training your forces to be able to accurately use it. Together with our partners, we're also going to continue to impose costs on the Kremlin, and we'll support Ukraine in pursuing a just peace. President Zelensky, the United States stands with the brave people of Ukraine. We stand with you. You've been a great leader. And by the way, we have a famous thing that occurs once a year. We pick the Man of the Year in Time magazine. You are the Man of the Year in the United States of America. And so welcome. We have a lot to talk about, and the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Great honor for me to be here. Dear journalists, I thank you so much for the invitation. I really wanted to come earlier. Mr. President knows about it, but I couldn't do it because the situation was so difficult. And now, if I came, I mean that we control the situation, and because of support. And first of all, because of your support, and I understand that we have very important topics, and we'll discuss them, everything, so many challenges in Ukraine, in Europe, in the world, and from energy to the situation on battlefield. But first of all, I really, all my appreciations from my heart, from the heart of Ukrainians, all Ukrainians, from our nation, strong nations, all the appreciation to you, first of all, Mr. President, for your big support and leadership. Of course, Europe, many countries helped us and are helping now, because the war is not over. It's a bit, but anyway, but that is your leadership. Thank you, first of all. Thank you so much, Mr. President. Of course, thanks my partisan support, thanks Congress, and thanks from our just ordinary people to your ordinary people, Americans. I really appreciate. I think it's very difficult to understand what does it mean when we say appreciate, but you really have to feel it. And thank you so much. Great honor to be here. And yesterday I was on Donbass in Bakhmut. That is the place on the east of our country. You know all the details. We had so many phone calls and spoke detailedly about it. And I want to give you something. One guy, he's really a real hero, real captain, and he asked me to pass his award. And he asked me to pass his award to President Biden. And you will understand, he is the captain of HIMARS battery. Yes, he's very brave, and he said, give it to a very brave president. And I want to give you, that is the cross from military merit. That is one.
Oh, God love you.
Yes, that is from him, and I have the list. He wrote the list. Yes, I didn't read, Mr. President. I can't read. It's not it's in Ukrainian language, but here the translation. It's from him.
And his name is, I have his name, I could contact him?
Yes. Pavlo. Tak.
Well, undeserved, but much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
He said that many his brothers, this system saved. So thank you very much.
Well, we have a tradition here, and I will give it to him. My son, who fought in Iraq, they have what they call a command coin. You've seen those coins we have in the battlefield. I will make sure that he gets one of those.
Great. Give me, I will give.
Well, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate it. What a great honor.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, press. Appreciate it.
President Biden with President Zelensky of Ukraine sitting together as a photo op and what we call a spray in the business of the two presidents. They will be in detailed meetings today, but you saw the gift, if you will, the medal that President Zelensky passed along to President Biden. President Biden also confirming what has been widely reported, that the U.S. is sending Patriot missile battery, a sophisticated air defense weapon, to Ukraine soon. Let's go to Chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander. Peter, there will be much to talk about. Do we know what the agenda is as the afternoon goes forward?
Well, Lester, that fireside summit now begins, and I was just struck by the image we saw there at the arrival and now in the Oval Office. President Biden, of course, in his traditional suit, but Volodymyr Zelensky there dressed in his green sweater, his cargo pants and boots, his wartime attire, literally 24 hours removed from the battlefield, having just been on the front lines in eastern Ukraine just yesterday. As you note, there is a lot for these two men to discuss. Most notably from the Ukrainian perspective is an opportunity to say thank you to the American people, and for Volodymyr Zelensky tonight as he speaks before Congress to present to the American people what their efforts and their money has done so far to allow Ukraine to fight back against Russia. And while President Biden has now just announced nearly $2 billion in additional assistance, including that Patriot missile battery, that highly sophisticated air defense system, that's largely a symbolic effort by the U.S. It alone will not change the situation on the ground, but there is another $44 billion that's being debated right now as one part of a $1.7 trillion package being discussed in Congress, and it's that money that really could be a difference maker going forward. As both sides discuss it, some popular and top Republicans have expressed reservations about it, notably Kevin McCarthy saying there won't be a blank check for Ukraine going forward. Lester.
Peter Alexander at the White House. That concludes this NBC News special report. We'll be back again when Presidents Biden and Zelensky hold a joint news conference later this afternoon. For now, I'm Lester Holt. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you a bit later on.
Democrats and Republicans, together with our allies in Europe and other places.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast.
An insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters.
Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are out.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece of the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
And welcome back to NBC News Daily. The families of the 4 college students murdered in Moscow, Idaho, are growing more frustrated with the lack of answers. Police are now ruling out a connection to a white Hyundai found abandoned in Oregon, and the search for a suspect, I should say. Here's NBC's Steve Patterson.
In this investigation, what I want people to know is this is a Moscow Police Department investigation.
Moscow's police chief taking full ownership of a case with few clues and no named suspects so far.
My command team oversees this. We have 94 years of experience between us, and we're going to continue to work this case.
Vowing not to give up after the lawyer for one of the victims' families criticized law enforcement on Today.
I'm not sure they are capable of handling a quadruple murder. And maybe they should be getting more help, and maybe there should be some different lead investigators on the case.
Police also say they know about a surveillance video that appears to be from the night of the murders. Police say they've identified the Adam named in the video and that he's cooperating with detectives. Investigators have been searching for information about a white Hyundai Elantra that they say was close to the scene of the murders of the 4 college students last month. Hopes lifted yesterday when police took a closer look at one car matching the description that crashed in Eugene, Oregon, some 500 miles from Moscow. But they later said the owner is not believed to be related to the murders. Some more background emerging. An apparent police body cam video posted to social media by a News Nation correspondent purportedly showing Moscow police called to the same house for a noise complaint months earlier on September 1st. Police later making contact with a woman who identifies herself as Maddie Mogan, who confirmed she lives there.
None of the occupants that live at this address are here right now. So now you have a house full of random people.
NBC News has not verified the video. A community still hoping they're one step closer to the truth. Steve Patterson, NBC News.
Right now in Columbus, Ohio, an Amber Alert is in effect. Police are desperately searching for a 5-month-old boy. He was abducted along with his twin brother from their mother's car.
One of the babies was found. The search for the other is now underway. NBC's Lindsay Reiser is joining us now. So, Lindsay, walk us through what we know about this abduction at this point.
Aaron, there are so many questions right now. The search for 5-month-old Kasan Thomas is now in its 2nd day. I want to show you a picture of him with his twin brother. Police say they were both in the backseat of their mother's running car when it was stolen from outside a pizza restaurant Monday night. She told police she left the car running and unlocked while she picked up a food order. When she looked back, she saw a woman get into her car and drive off. The police chief says the suspect is a homeless woman who was inside the store at the time. She has been identified as 24-year-old Nala Jackson. Early yesterday morning, Kasan's twin, Kyer, was found abandoned at the Dayton International Airport, more than 70 miles from Columbus. Police say a traveler found him in a car seat in the Economy parking lot and called 911. Take a listen.
When I pulled into the lot, I met another family here. We're all unloading our bags, and there's a baby in a baby car carrier sitting in the parking lot by itself.
Police say it's unclear why the suspected kidnapper would leave one of the babies but keep the other. We heard from the grandmother of the twins today, who has this message for Jackson.
I don't know you. You don't know me.
We are both mothers. If you look at him and you see anything, see a precious child that's longing for his mother. Your children long for you. He is longing for his mother. We ask you, we beg you, please, please, please do the right thing. Please do the right thing. And just bring my baby home.
The Columbus Police Department says at least 60 officers are working around the clock until Kazan is back home safe. Aaron and Kate.
That is hard to watch. Lindsay, what more do we know about this suspect that you're talking about?
All right, so Kate, we're getting new images today of the person of interest. Police say the image of Nala Jackson with the stolen vehicle, a black Honda Accord, is on your screen. That was taken at a gas station in a suburb near Dayton. She allegedly asked an employee for money, and investigators say this was shortly before she dropped off one of the twins at that airport. Aaron and Kate.
All right, Lindsay Reiser, thank you. There is more news ahead.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast.
An insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters.
Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Times Square is one step closer to being ready to ring in the new year.
Yeah, that 7-foot-tall set of lights displaying 2023, it has arrived here in New York City. The numbers went on a coast-to-coast tour that started in Los Angeles and made stops all across the country.
Now that they're in Times Square, they're going to stay on the ground so people can pose with the numbers until noon on Friday. After that, they'll take their place on top of one Times Square to get ready for the big countdown.
And today is the first day of astronomical winter in the Northern Hemisphere.
It's the shortest day of the year. In some parts of the world, that can mean as little as 4 hours of daylight. Places like where our own Carrie Sanders went to take a look at what it's like to live near the North Pole.
Today is the winter solstice. That is the shortest day of the year. And I'll tell you what, we could use some sun because it's 40 degrees below zero. But as the shortest day of the year is underway, in just a few days, another guy who lives here in the North Pole is about to begin his longest day of the year. He's got the reindeer ready to go. He's excited. It's all about ho, ho, ho. It's a late start this day for third-generation Alaskan Corey Eberhardt, 8:40 a.m. The sun still won't be up until 11 a.m. But darkness and extreme cold are no excuses to put off chores at his aptly named Taste of Alaska Lodge. Feels like the middle of the night. The moon is up and it's really dark.
Yeah, sometimes you wake up and you find out it's still 3 in the morning and you think it could be 6.
Today on this, the shortest day of the year, the sun in the greater Fairbanks area will hug the horizon for only 3 hours, 42 minutes. In that darkness, life goes on.
All right, hey.
Dogs still pull sleds here, but 23-year-old native musher Izzy Rice tells me more often it's to give tourists a sense of what Alaskans hold dear, while in the process, dispelling myths.
But we got regular houses just like everybody else up here.
And everybody wonders if you live in igloos?
Yeah.
And did you take a dog sled to school as a kid?
I did not. No, I rode a bus.
Even locals say 4 months of more darkness than light can be depressing. But during these very long dark days, there are some magical moments. The Northern Lights.
It's like colorful wind through the sky.
Alaska, our 49th state, a spot of stunning beauty that draws tourists from around the world, but rarely in winter.
Love it.
Yeah,
Is there any beauty in this darkness?
I think so. You can really see the stars. The stars are amazing too.
Alaska's indigenous people long ago celebrated the Chena Hot Springs.
When you use the healing waters, it makes you 10 years younger, and you feel like a young rooster.
But first, there's a rule for visitors from the lower 48, liquid courage. The springs are a steaming 106 degrees.
Oh, it's warm.
The largest group bobbing right now, Alaskans.
I just feel a little frozen and crispy.
The ironically named Summers family often goes viral,
We were praying for snow, then we got it.
explaining how they survived this brutal environment.
Stay inside. Yeah, we do stay inside.
Okay, I'm freezing. Let's get in here. Everybody warm me up here. Come on. There we go. The Christmas spirit, infectious.
You like magic?
Yeah.
Well, so do I.
With just days to go.
And from the North Pole, Merry Christmas! Ho, ho, ho!
I asked Santa, could I hitch a ride with his sleigh to get out of these crazy temperatures? It's 112 degrees warmer where I live in Florida. But he told me, I'm sorry, Carrie, no room on the sleigh because there's just been so many good boys and girls this year.
Lots of presents. Carrie, thank you. What an amazing place.
It really is. Just the visuals of it all. And I can't imagine that feeling. He said, what is it, 100 degrees warmer in Miami?
Yeah, more than that, yeah. It's cold. It's really cold. But it's going to be that cold in parts of the northern plains this week, too.
Good point.
But what a beautiful, beautiful spot. And those hot springs. I could do that.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
I'm Kate Snow. You are watching NBC News Daily. We're also streaming for free 24/7 on NBC News Now. You can watch us wherever you stream live. Look at all those names on your screen. That's where you can see us. The news continues right after this.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested, and frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. NBC News Daily starts right now. Today, Wednesday, December 21st, 2022. Breaking news, visit to America. Ukrainian President Zelensky and President Biden meeting in the Oval Office. The new round of aid now coming from the U.S.
Bracing for cold, snow has already started falling in some parts of the country as states as far south as Texas brace for extreme wind chill temperatures. What you need to know as you prepare for your holiday travel. Child's
play. If you're getting ready to hit the road or fly with a toddler, we have the tips and tricks to make your journey meltdown free.
And Musk go. Elon Musk announces he will step down as CEO of Twitter eventually. Why that announcement comes with one big caveat. We begin this hour, though, with the breaking news from our nation's capital. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is with President Biden at the White House right now.
Now, Zelensky arrived at the White House this afternoon saying it was a, quote, great honor to visit the United States. It is his first international trip since the war in Ukraine began 10 months ago. Now, the two presidents will hold a joint news conference later today. Zelensky will then head to Capitol Hill for a meeting with House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. He will then address a joint session of Congress tonight.
NBC News White House correspondent Monica Alba joins us now. Monica, we saw the two leaders together before they went behind closed doors. What did they say?
Yeah, and this is an extended fireside chat, if you will, Kate. You see the both of the presidents there. They were last together in that same room in the Oval Office last year in September. Of course, a very different circumstance now, given we are going on about the 300th day of the war in Ukraine after the Russian invasion. So the president spoke about what a great honor they felt it was for each of them to be meeting together. As you see there, President Biden dressed in his suit as he normally is, but President Zelensky dressed more in wartime apparel, in his boots, green sweater, and cargo pants. Here's a little bit of what each leader had to say to the other.
We're going to continue to strengthen Ukraine's ability to defend itself, particularly air defense, and that's why we're going to be providing Ukraine with Patriot missile battery.
I really wanted to come earlier. Mr. President knows about it, but I couldn't do it because the situation was so difficult. And now, if I'm calm, I came in that we control the situation and because of support.
The U.S., of course, pledging that major emergency aid, including the Patriot missile defense system, something Ukraine has been asking for a long time, but also up for debate tonight whether Ukraine is going to be getting that additional nearly $45 billion in emergency aid that lawmakers expect to vote on in the coming days. Kate.
All right, Monica Alba for us in Washington. Monica, thank you.
And be sure to stay with NBC News tonight as we bring you President Zelensky's address to Congress. That's expected around 7:30 Eastern time. Our team will bring you a special report on your local NBC station and here on NBC News Now.
The window to fly or drive to your Christmas destination is getting smaller as nearly a third of the country is under winter alerts at this hour.
Snow is already coming down, but the real danger of this system is strong wind and dangerously cold conditions. For some people, power could be knocked out for days. Texas is one of the states set to see negative wind chill temperatures. People there are being asked to start winterizing their homes. And earlier today, the governor of Kentucky begged his citizens to take this seriously.
It's going to be really dangerous. This is really, really cold. After tornadoes and floods, pandemics, multiple ice storms just these last 3 years, I don't want to lose one person to this Arctic front that is coming through.
Meteorologist Bill Cairns is timing out the storm for us. Kathy Park following road conditions from Tennessee. Let's start, though, with Maggie Vespa at Chicago O'Hare Airport for us today. Maggie, it's not unusual to see that airport as busy as it has been around this time of the year. What should travelers who haven't left yet know about their flights?
Sure, definitely a couple of things. Again, the further we get, obviously, into this weekend and Thursday and Friday, and as the storm progresses, these delays and cancellations will be stacking up, and that's already started. So for people who are thinking they're going to fly out tomorrow or Friday, again, they should keep in mind, if they can move their flight up to today or tomorrow morning, that would be ideal. Number two, they can do that because the airlines have already waived rebooking fees and are asking people to navigate their trip around this storm's path. That being said, also the old standbys always hold true. Sign up for the alerts on your airline's app and make sure you monitor that as your flight approaches. Really, more than anything, guys, travel experts are stressing that everybody just have a backup plan. And if you see that your flight has been canceled, contrary to popular belief, it's not always the best thing to just show up at the airport. That kind of adds to the chaos here. They're asking people to go through the app and call numbers, again, if their flights are experiencing delays and cancellations, which we're seeing out west. It's already permeating across the country, guys.
All right, thanks, Maggie. Let's go to Kathy to talk to us about the roads. What are drivers saying out there about current conditions? What's it like?
Yeah, Kate, if you plan on driving, you certainly won't be alone. According to AAA, you'll be joining roughly 100 million Americans who will be hitting the roadways, and that window will be December 23rd through January 2nd. Of course, when you add in this major winter storm, it could lead to some treacherous travel, and crews are mobilizing all across the country. Even here in Tennessee, they plan on suspending construction-related lane closures on interstates and state highways. And earlier today, we had a chance to speak with some travelers who decided to get out and beat the storm. Take a listen. How do the gas prices look?
Better than they have been looking. Hopefully they get better the further west we head.
I do snow removal in St. Louis, Missouri, and we had to cut our week-long vacation a little early so I can go back to work.
Yeah. Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
It's a bad thing.
Oh, no.
I would rather vacation than work.
So, Kate and Aaron, if you do plan on driving, experts say do some basic maintenance on your car, check the windshield wipers, make sure the washer fluid is full. Also, not a bad idea to have an emergency kit in your car as well in case you get stranded. Throw in blankets, water, some snacks, and also cell phone chargers as well. And according to AAA, they're saying that they anticipate rescuing roughly 900,000 stranded motorists this holiday season. Guys?
I'm taking notes over here.
Yeah, and we appreciate the guys who are going to do the work with these storms. They come through for us every time. I do want to turn to Bill Cairns now. He's been tracking this system as it starts to build up. So, Bill, what do you see as the most dangerous part of this storm, and who's it going to impact?
It's how quickly things are going to change almost everywhere through the lower 48 east of the Rockies. The storm is now on the move. Snow breaking out in Rapid City. We've had light snow in Minneapolis, and now the temperatures are going to begin to drop and plunge, especially in areas of the southern portions of Wyoming. We're seeing temperatures right now in Denver at 50 degrees. This temperature in Denver is going to drop to 0 by midnight. So it's that rapid change of temperatures that's going to be a problem for so many people out there. And eventually all the snow will head towards areas like Kansas City in the morning. You're going to wake up and be driving in snow. St. Louis tomorrow afternoon and evening, and even Chicago, you're going to have snowy weather to be dealing with too as we go throughout tomorrow evening. We're not under a blizzard warning, by the way, in the Chicago area. We're under a winter storm warning, but there are blizzard warnings in place around Des Moines, southern Minnesota, and also northern portions of Indiana. And this storm system, as we've been mentioning, guys, will make it to the East Coast by the time we get to Friday.
All right, Bill Cairns, Maggie Vespa, Kathy Park, thank you all.
The back-and-forth legal battle over a Trump-era public health policy meant to deter migrants from seeking asylum during the pandemic could be decided after Christmas. In the meantime, migrants are waiting in rows of tents to enter the U.S. Take a look at this new drone video we have from the Mexican side of the border. There are still a lot of questions over how the Biden administration plans to manage immigration policy if the pandemic-era policy known as Title 42 gets lifted. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas is in Mexico for us near the border. Guad, you've been on both sides of the border. I've seen you the past few days. What are you seeing now?
Kate, well, here on the Mexican side in Juarez, we essentially have two different types of migrants. We have crowds of migrants that say they don't want to try crossing now. They want to wait and see if Title 42 is lifted. Although they don't really understand immigration policy, they say that they've been told something will change that will make it easier for them to ask for asylum. Most of these migrants that are not trying to cross now are Venezuelan. And then you have the other group of migrants, the ones that are crossing the river right now. Now, yesterday, there was a different point here along the fence. that the National Guard and Texas State troopers blocked off. They installed concertina wire, and they told migrants they could no longer access that point. And just less than a mile east of there, this line has formed. We've been here all day. The line has only gotten bigger. There's a couple hundred migrants. I counted earlier about 400 to 500, and Border Patrol is allowing them to enter the country and request asylum in groups of 15. That is what's happening right now here in Ciudad Juarez, with the asylum seekers lining up at the moment.
And so the Biden administration, as I understand it, has asked the Supreme Court to keep Title 42 in place at least until December 27th. They don't want it, but they want it until the 27th. How are officials in Texas preparing for what happens if it does expire?
So, Kate, when we've spoken to officials on the American side in El Paso County and city officials, they tell us that regardless of what happens in the courts, they are preparing for a new surge. They are preparing for an increase in the number of migrants that are arriving at the U.S.-Mexico border here in El Paso and essentially everywhere along the border. They're making the necessary preparations because most of the migrants that are arriving, they don't even understand what's going to happen at the courts. They know that something is changing, so cities like El Paso are making the necessary preparations to have this influx. And that means perhaps more shelters, more clothing when it gets cold, and ways to help them go to cities that they want to go to, and all these necessary things when that many asylum seekers are released into the country to continue that process, if that were to happen, Kate.
All right, Guad Venegas out there for us. Guad, thank you.
The Phoenix Suns could soon have a new owner and another big departure possibly from the DC comic movie universe.
Christina Partsinevelos joins us now with today's CNBC Money Minute. Hi, Christina.
Hi. So let's start with that big shakeup in the NBA. The Phoenix Suns will reportedly have a new owner. Billionaire mortgage lender Matt Ishbia has agreed to purchase a majority stake in the team, as well as WNBA team, the Phoenix Mercury. At 42 years old, Ishbia would become the youngest principal owner in the NBA. Core Scientific, one of the largest publicly traded crypto mining companies in the United States, is filing for bankruptcy. But despite this filing, the company is still generating revenue and plans to continue mining, that's crypto mining, while paying its debt holders. And Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson says that his character, Black Adam, will no longer be part of the DC universe. This announcement comes as Warner Brothers continues to restructure its film and TV units. Black Adam had mixed reviews upon release and underperformed at the box office. However, it's on my bucket list to watch over the holidays, guys.
There you go. We've got one fan. Christina Partsinevelos, thank you.
Thanks.
Coming up, how disgraced movie mogul Harvey Weinstein dodged a longer prison sentence after being convicted of rape. You're watching NBC News Daily.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
So Elon Musk now says he will step down as CEO of Twitter. The social media company's new owner said he would follow the results of a Twitter poll that he asked for, where a majority of users voted to have him step down. Musk says he will resign, quote, as soon as he finds someone foolish enough to take the job. After that, he says he will run the software and server teams.
The founder of the bankrupt cryptocurrency exchange FTX is on his way to the United States today from the Bahamas. Sam Bankman-Fried appeared before a judge there this morning and agreed not to fight extradition. Bankman-Fried is facing charges of fraud after he allegedly misused customers' money to prop up a separate crypto company that he started. NBC News technology correspondent Jake Ward is joining us again on this. So, Jake, there's been a lot of legal drama in the Bahamas to get Bankman-Fried to the U.S. Where are we now with this whole process? How do we get to this point?
Well, I mean, Aaron, as you'll recall, Sam Bankman-Fried himself said this has been a bad month, and that is absolutely correct, right? The gentleman not only was, fell from grace at the head of what was supposed to be the great sort of legitimizing force in cryptocurrency. He's now under federal charges and has been grabbed by Bahamian authorities under the request, at the request of American officials. We thought that he was going to just sort of slide right through this process, even against the advice of his lawyers. But then when he turned up in court on Monday, of course, he fought against it a little bit. He demanded to see federal charging documents, and that set off speculation that he might fight this in the Bahamas for a while. But now, as you mentioned, he is on his way to the United States after putting his name on a document that cleared the way to extradition this morning. So all of this, just a rapid turn of events for what, a man who was a multi-billionaire, the face of legitimizing crypto, and suddenly he's going to be in the U.S. in court.
And so, Jake, when he gets back into the U.S., what do we know about what happens next here leading up to an eventual trial?
Well, the really interesting part this morning is new reporting from the New York Times that suggests that both prosecutors and his legal team are now negotiating over whether or not he's going to get bail, what kind of conditions might be set there. And of course, if they are meeting about that, they must undoubtedly be talking about the chances that he might flee. With his prior wealth, he could be empowered to fly anywhere in the country or in the world. But, now he's supposedly, according to himself, has only about $100,000 to his name. And so presumably his lawyers are arguing that he is not a flight risk. We'll see how that one shakes out, Aaron.
All right, Jake Ward for us today. Jake, thank you.
Moving now to disgraced movie mogul and convicted rapist Harvey Weinstein. He has avoided an enhanced prison sentence in Los Angeles. Weinstein faces 18 years in prison on top of the crimes that he was convicted of in New York and the sentence in New York. On Tuesday, a jury was deadlocked on two aggravating factors that would have potentially made his sentence longer. It's all related to Weinstein's rape and sexual assault charges. NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos joins us now. Danny, can you explain what happened yesterday, the aggravating factors that the jury was looking at and how that works in California?
In sentencing, aggravating and mitigating factors are factors that either aggravate, make the sentence worse, or mitigate, make the sentence less than it ordinarily would be. And in this case, in California, a jury has to find those aggravating factors. There are additional facts that have to be found. The idea being that when you get to sentencing, it can't just be something that the judge says, well, I find that you did this to a particularly vulnerable person. So in California, under the law, and it's a relatively new law, the jury had to find two aggravating factors, and they did not, or they deadlocked, that the victim was particularly vulnerable and that the defendant planned the crime. And because they deadlocked, those aggravating factors will not apply at sentencing. But that does not mean that Weinstein will get off easy when it comes to sentencing.
So what happens now in the L.A. case? Could he be retried on some things? And I'm wondering how it all relates to the New York case, because I know he's appealed in New York.
In theory, he could, the government, or excuse me, the state could retry all deadlocked charges, but it becomes a political or a business decision, so to speak. Do you want to spend the money to try this case again, knowing that the outcome is anything but certain? In some cases, that's a resounding yes. In other cases, sometimes, for the state, at least in this case, they've gotten a couple big wins. They may decide that they've done enough here, they don't need to re-prosecute. How it affects his sentencing in California is very interesting because in his New York case, he was not a prior felon. Now he is, and that makes a huge difference at sentencing.
Danny Savalos, thanks so much.
And still ahead, why police are ruling out what they thought was a potential break in the Idaho murder mystery. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Ransomware hackers appear to have a new target, college students. A small liberal arts school in Illinois says a group known as Hive broke into its computer system earlier this month. The group then sent a message to students threatening to sell everything from their Social Security numbers to their medical records. NBC News reporter Kevin Collier is following that story and joins us now. So, Kevin, do we know why this small college, Knox College, was targeted here and what the impact has been at this point?
By all indications, this was a target of opportunity. Knox was the 41st American college or university that we know of that was hit with a ransomware attack this year. You know, the effects were pretty extreme. The school shut down essentially all campus computers to contain the virus from spreading, essentially as a quarantine measure. That meant no campus Wi-Fi. You know, they told the students to go to the local town library if they needed to. Everyone who had a school-issued computer had to keep it turned off until they got it personally, physically approved by campus IT. They're on winter break right now, so professors couldn't submit anyone's grades, and students don't know how they did this term.
So what's the school doing here, Kevin? Is it negotiating with this hacking group?
As far as we can tell, yes. Really, they're in a lose-lose situation. They either can pay a substantial ransom to international cyber criminals, which of course no one ever wants to do, or they can be forced to watch as their students' sensitive personal information is shared on the dark web. Groups like Hive, it's really organized crime, almost industry at this point. They follow kind of the same pattern, group by group. They each keep their own blog on the dark web, where they list each new victim that they acquire and post their hacked files for anyone to use or abuse.
So you said this was the 41st school to deal with this problem, right? What are some of the things people can do to try to protect themselves against attacks like these?
Well, like I said, these are always crimes of opportunity, or usually are. So the more software vulnerabilities you can patch with updating, the better. But realistically speaking, these attacks they happen so frequently because hackers can always find some way in. So the better advice might be to simply have a game plan for what to do when you are hacked.
Wow. All right, Kevin Collier for us today. Kevin, thank you. Appreciate it.
Temperatures are definitely dropping these days, but prices not so much. This time of year, inflation can be especially challenging for small businesses that rely on holiday sales. Joining us now is NBC News correspondent Katie Beck. Katie, how is inflation affecting all these businesses? I know you've looked at this. They really rely on holiday shoppers.
That's right, Kate. Especially those small businesses. This is really the make or break time for their entire year. And you've got to think that they've faced that squeeze from the pandemic, seeing customers leave the stores, seeing sales decline. They're now seeing a return at the register. But the bummer is that inflation is cutting into some of those sales. We know that shoppers this season are set to spend between 6% and 8% more than they did this time last year. But you have to also take into account that inflation makes up about 8% of that. It takes up, from October numbers, inflation was at about 8%. So they're not going to be seeing that huge spike that they would like to. They're not going to be seeing that massive rebound that they had hoped because they're faced with this new challenge, this new hurdle, and their costs are going up. The cost to customers are going up, and especially for these small businesses. It's one thing for the big box retailers that buy in bulk, but for the mom and pop shops that barely survived the pandemic, this has been a real struggle to now kind of emerge from that and enter into a different type of challenge is a little bit difficult. They say they're still feeling very positive about this holiday season. We did speak to one store owner in Alexandria, Virginia, who shared her perspective on things, on the way things have been and the way she says things are going this year.
We will do half of our business in the last 3 months of this year. Our vendors, their shipping's gone up, their cost of materials has gone up, so they then have to pass that on to me, and then I have to pass it on to my customers. Okay.
Now, she says this is a boutique store that she's had a long time. She's well known in the community. She has been able to weather the storm and keep her employees. But she says there's a lot of shops around her that simply had to close their doors. They couldn't keep customers in the store. They couldn't keep them making those purchases. And she hopes that this time at Christmas, seeing all of these people return is really encouraging, and hopeful that maybe the economy at some point will leave this phase and she'll be able to return to the sales she was making before. Kate.
Yeah, you see that in towns all over the country. Katie Beck, thank you. You can catch Katie Beck's full report, by the way, tonight on NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
And coming up, the damage in Northern California as aftershocks from yesterday's big earthquake continue to rattle the region. You're watching NBC News Daily.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
A 1-2 punch for former President Donald Trump. The January 6th committee will release its final report today. This comes 2 days after the panel referred Trump to the Justice Department for criminal charges. The House Ways and Means Committee is also preparing to release Trump's tax returns. That's after voting to make them public last night. The committee says the IRS delayed mandatory audits while Trump was in office.
Florida prosecutors have determined that no charges will be filed against former NFL wide receiver Antonio Brown after the alleged victim recanted her previous allegations. Investigators also reviewed body camera footage from the incident in Tampa last month. A warrant for Brown's arrest has been canceled.
NASA's InSight lander rover, which has been exploring Mars for the last 4 years, has reached the end of its mission. This is the final image taken from the lander. NASA announced that the battery had finally exhausted due to dust buildup on the red planet. The lander was able to help scientists conduct experiments and learn more about what's below the planet's surface.
The families of the 4 college students murdered in Moscow, Idaho, are growing more frustrated by the day. More than 6 weeks later, and investigators have very few answers. Police are now ruling out a connection between a white Hyundai found abandoned in Oregon and their search for a suspect. Here's NBC's Steve Patterson.
What I want people to know is this is a Moscow Police Department investigation.
Moscow's police chief taking full ownership of a case with few clues and no named suspects so far.
My command team oversees this. We have 94 years of experience between us, and we're going to continue to work this case.
Vowing not to give up after the lawyer for one of the victims' families criticized law enforcement on Today.
I'm not sure they are capable of handling a quadruple murder. And maybe they should be getting more help, and maybe there should be some different lead investigators on the case.
Police also say they know about a surveillance video that appears to be from the night of the murders. Police say they've identified the Adam named in the video and that he's cooperating with detectives. Investigators have been searching for information about a white Hyundai Elantra that they say was close to the scene of the murders of the 4 college students last month. Hopes lifted yesterday when police took a closer look at one car matching the description that crashed in Eugene, Oregon, some 500 miles from Moscow. But they later said the owner is not believed to be related to the murders. Some more background emerging. An apparent police body cam video posted to social media by a News Nation correspondent purportedly showing Moscow police called to the same house for a noise complaint months earlier on September 1st. Police later making contact with a woman who identifies herself as Maddie Mogan, who confirmed she lives there.
None of the occupants that live at this address are here right now. So now you have a house full of random people.
NBC News has not verified the video. A community still hoping they're one step closer to the truth. Steve Patterson, NBC News.
We have an update now on the search for a missing 11-year-old girl in North Carolina. Police have released video footage from the last known time that Madalina Kojikari was seen. It shows the 6th grader getting off the bus at her stop on November 21st at 4:59 in the afternoon. Her mom and stepfather didn't report her missing until December 15th. They're both in jail, charged with failure to report Madalina missing.
Tens of thousands of people in Northern California are cleaning up today after the earthquake that rattled that region. It killed at least 2 people. The 6.4 magnitude quake damaged roads and homes, too. A state of emergency now in effect for Humboldt County. That's roughly 200 miles north of San Francisco. NBC's Nayela Charles is joining us, tracking the story today. Nayela, it's been about 24 hours since that earthquake. You've been looking into the damage today. Where is the worst of it?
Aaron, the worst of it is a couple miles off the Northern California coast in the small city of Rio Dell in Humboldt County, like you mentioned. It's near the California-Oregon border. Take a look at this video we have here showing some of the damage inside a home. Items from cabinets and shelves on the floor, broken glass everywhere. Dozens of homes have so much damage, people have been ordered out of them. Roads are cracked and businesses are destroyed. In Humboldt County, more than 5,000 people still don't have power more than 24 hours later. Water is also a major concern now, too. Many don't have running water, Aaron. There's a boiling water advisory out now, and even porta potties have been brought in for residents. Officials say the two people who died, a 72-year-old and 83-year-old, had medical emergencies when the quake hit, and because of the earthquake, first responders couldn't get to them in time. The governor has declared a state of emergency, and officials are still assessing the damage. Aaron?
And Nayela, how much of a concern is the possibility for more strong aftershocks at this point?
So far, the region has had about 100 aftershocks, and officials warn there could be more as they continue to assess the damage done already. In case of aftershocks, officials are telling people in the area to tie down furniture that can easily tip over in their homes, and they're also saying to heed this earthquake as a warning before the next time a big one hits by storing their homes with extra water, perishable foods, water, and medicine. Aaron?
All right, Nayela Charles at our Los Angeles Bureau today. Nayela, thank you.
Now to a story from the southern border. This one about two brothers from Afghanistan. Both worked alongside American troops in that country, but now their stories couldn't be more different. One is in America, living freely with a visa. The other is in detention. NBC's Julia Ainsley has more.
These two Afghan brothers put their lives at risk to help Americans in the fight against the Taliban. From 2010 to 2019, Sammy as a translator and Wasi as a member of Afghan Special Forces.
He's my brother. We lived through struggle and stress. We lived every moment of our life together.
Today, Sammy is living freely in Houston thanks to a visa he earned for his service to the U.S. But Wasi is in federal prison, facing charges for crossing the U.S. border illegally.
Nobody answered my question, why I'm here.
We spoke to Wasi by phone from his prison in Eden, Texas.
Everyone just say you're illegally crossed, but no one hear my reason.
His reason, Wasi says, is he was running from Taliban soldiers who wanted him dead. Wasi tried to get a special immigrant visa like his brother, but was told he did not qualify because he was not paid directly by the U.S. for his service in Afghanistan. After the fall of Afghanistan, he was one of the thousands of Afghans attempting to flee on one of the last flights out of the airport in Kabul. Having no such luck, he escaped to Pakistan and got a humanitarian visa to Brazil. From there, he traveled as so many migrants do, thousands of miles through the dangerous Darien Gap, into Panama, and finally up through Mexico to the U.S. border. Sammy, who earned his visa to the U.S. in 2015, waited to hear from his brother on each leg of the trip. Sammy said his brother was beaten and tortured along the way.
So it was the hardest reality, and him finding himself in most difficult moments of his life where he's being called terrorist, where everywhere he was going, being tortured, and different types of torture he received from different countries. He thought that if he comes to America, he will be treated as a hero.
Instead, he was apprehended by the Border Patrol and prosecuted for crossing the border illegally. The charge is a misdemeanor under U.S. law, and many thousands of migrants are released daily without prosecution for committing the same crime. Other migrants who crossed with Wasi were also released. The Justice Department said they could not comment on Wasi's case beyond what has been filed in court. Court papers show he is being detained without bond, not because he poses a threat to national security, but because the judge considers him a flight risk.
They help everyone, but they didn't help me. Now I come here by myself to save my life. Now they send me to jail.
Sammy says he now has trouble sleeping and is distressed that he cannot help his little brother, being held in prison in the same state he now calls home.
I'm coming from a family that we have done nothing but sacrifice for this country.
He said his brother is paying the price of a failed U.S. evacuation.
So what's my brother's fault in this whole situation? When the collapse happened, he deserved to be evacuated.
And Julia Ainsley joins us now. Julia, what is Sammy doing to try to help his brother get out of detention?
Well, he's doing everything he can. He's writing letters to the president, to members of Congress, and trying to get the word out. And you can learn more about those efforts and what he's trying to do for his brother at justiceforwasi.com.
And Julia, while I have you, I can see you're in El Paso, Texas, and there's been that surge of migrants trying to come into the United States in recent days. You just spoke with residents and migrants. What are they telling you?
That's right. We're talking to a number of people who have been sleeping on the streets. A lot of the shelters here are full. We met a mother and her young child yesterday. Here's what they had to say.
Oh my God, this is a shock. It's very shocking to see this. We never seen this. Yes, we always help. We always took clothing to Juarez and food to Juarez and here and there, but you know, on the street you give a little here, a little there. Never like this, and it breaks my heart to know that these people are exposed to this.
So that is a woman who's actually taking people into their home now. They're over here as volunteers because they saw that so many people, even young children, end up sleeping on the streets. They've never seen anything like this in their city, they said.
Julia Ainsley following that for us. Julia, thank you for both stories.
And coming up, avoiding turbulence. An expert shares his tips for making traveling with kids a little bit easier. More NBC News Daily right after this.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Well, on today's Modern Parenting, we're tackling a very topical conversation, the do's and don'ts of traveling with a toddler. As we gear up for the holiday weekend, a lot of us are going to be forced to deal with long lines, traffic, unpredictable schedules, and all of it can be kind of overwhelming for both parents and young children, but it doesn't have to be. Joining us now is pediatrician and child development expert, Dr. Harvey Karp. It's nice to meet you. Nice to see you virtually. So let's just start with tips. Let's just start with tips for parents to ease the stress of traveling with a younger child. What are your best tips?
Well, it's more the don'ts than the do's. I mean, if you can avoid it, of course. We're actually in New York visiting our granddaughter because we didn't want them to have to travel. Because, you know, when kids are in a new environment, number one, there are all sorts of accidents that occur. Pulling on cords and pulling over Christmas trees. One of the good things to do is just get on your hands and knees when you're in a new environment and crawl around and see where the fuzz balls and the staples and the pieces of plastic that kids are going to choke on. Of course, when you're traveling to the place, you really, especially if you're on an airplane, everyone wants to wear a mask because there are a lot of infections out there right now, like influenza and RSV. And washing hands is a good idea as well. But for little kids, drinking on takeoff and landing can help to equalize the pressure in the ears so they don't have ear pain. And it's not right when you take off. It's really about 10, 15 minutes into it when you're climbing. Yeah. And it's not right when you land. It's about 30 minutes before you land.
And for really small infants, I remember nursing, you know, during takeoff and landing can actually help too, right? Or giving a bottle. Or giving a bottle.
Not right at the moment. Not right at the moment of takeoff and landing. It's 10 minutes in and it's about 30 minutes before you land.
Right. Exactly.
It's good also, wherever you're going, to be prepared for illness. Right. So know where the emergency room is or the best hospital, you know, ask around to try to get that information and bring a first aid kit with, you know, maybe some cold type medicine like saline nose drops or some Benadryl type medicine and some ibuprofen type medicine for fever, you know, just in case, just to be prepared.
Plane rides can be really hard. I'm thinking back to a horror story that we had where my child, I don't even want to get into it, but made a huge scene on an airplane. Any tips on air travel with younger kids?
Well, you know, you want to be able to entertain them. Of course, first thing is to keep them from having pain, and that's where that swallowing on takeoff and landing can be helpful. And then entertainment. And listen, we all know that kids are too exposed to digital entertainment, but man, oh man, it can be a big help if you're on a long flight. So sometimes you have to bend the rules. Also, other little books that they haven't seen, little stickers and toys, simple things that you can just pack, and don't show them ahead of time. So it's a little surprise along the way. That sometimes can help get you through a long plane ride.
That is a great pro tip. Dr. Harvey Karp, thanks so much. Appreciate it.
And a warning today about water beads after one mom says the toy nearly killed her baby girl. She says her daughter accidentally swallowed a single bead and that led to an emergency surgery. NBC's Valerie Castro has the story.
Baby Kennedy now eating and smiling, but last month her mom says she had a near-death experience, undergoing several emergency surgeries to clear a blockage in her small intestine, all because she accidentally swallowed a small toy.
It was really scary. It was the hardest time in my life to be there for my child, but not be able to, physically help her.
Her mom, Felicia Mitchell, saying it was a water bead, part of an activity kit given to an older sibling.
She's on a ventilator and a lot of different medicines.
Mitchell documenting the horrifying ordeal on social media, updating her daughter's milestones and setbacks.
Today's 3 weeks that we've been here. And I'm just very discouraged because I don't even have the privilege of doing the most basic thing for her, which is feeding her.
What were they telling you about her chance of survival?
There were a couple times that her chance of survival was 50-50. They couldn't tell me that she was gonna be okay or that she would make it.
After 5 surgeries and countless long nights, Kennedy and her mom are back home.
She has 3 older brothers and they all missed her a lot. It's been great to just have us together as a family again.
According to the National Poison Control Center, swallowing a water bead can cause life-threatening intestinal damage since it can expand up to 200 times its initial size when it absorbs water. After Kennedy's story went viral in November, Target pulled the toy by Chuckle and Roar that included water beads from their shelves. Target telling NBC News the item was removed while they addressed these concerns with the vendor. And we are treating the situation very seriously and send our heartfelt sympathy to this family. Chuckle and Roar's parent company, Buffalo Games, did not return NBC's request for comment. There is a warning label on the box saying it's a choking hazard and meant for ages 4 and up. But Mitchell thinks that doesn't go far enough.
I just don't think they're an appropriate toy.
For now, Mitchell is just happy to have her baby back in her arms.
You know, it's a long recovery still for her, but I'm always going to be here for her, and I just feel incredibly lucky to have her.
The mother of 4 says her youngest was hospitalized for several weeks and she is still dealing with health problems. She's now hoping to warn other parents.
There's much more news ahead.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. But let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Now that the dust has finally settled on the midterm elections, we're able to look back and dissect what happened.
NBC News national political correspondent Steve Kornacki shows us what we learned from this year's political cycle.
All right, well, we started 2022 asking if there'd be a big Republican wave. We end 2022 knowing that there wasn't. Republicans do get control of the House, but they get it by a very slim margin, and they end up losing a Senate seat. So what happened? What did we learn from this midterm cycle? Well, one thing that I think really stands out is Joe Biden, Democrats had a good midterm cycle politically, relatively speaking, in spite of the unpopularity of the president, 44%. This number is from the exit poll on Election Day, only a 44% job approval rating for Biden. You know, we've been trained, we've seen in modern elections, this kind of number for a president in a midterm election has always, in modern times, meant political catastrophe for the president's party. I mean, just take a look here. These are recent presidents. This is their approval rating during midterm elections. Trump in 2018, Barack Obama in 14, and in 10, George W. Bush in 2006. Their approval ratings all basically right where Joe Biden's was this year. And you remember, 18 was a disaster for Republicans. They lost 40 seats in the House. 14 was a disaster for Democrats, especially on the Senate side. They lost 9 Senate seats. And that House 13-seat loss for Democrats in 2014, they didn't have that many seats left to lose. Otherwise, that number probably would have been bigger. 63-seat loss in 2010, 30-seat loss for Republicans, and big on the Senate side. This is what a low approval rating has meant in modern times. And Biden's number, a lot of Republicans were expecting, a lot of Democrats were fearing it was going to mean something similarly politically catastrophic, and yet it didn't. Why? What broke in Democrats' favor? Well, I think what really stands out is this. What you're looking at here is the independent vote in the midterm elections, and Democrats actually won the independent vote by 2 points. And all of these recent presidents we were just going through who had rough midterm elections, you see in their midterms, the independents broke for the opposition party by double digits. That's what we've kind of been conditioned to expect. If a president is unpopular, the independents go to the opposition party, and they do it in big numbers.
Steve Kornacki breaking it all down for us.
Well, many people are just a few days away from holiday dinners, and for some of those people, political conversations can be a real minefield.
But they don't have to be. Sorry, awkward pause. LX News national political editor Noah Pransky is here with some suggestions. I'm already thinking about the holidays. Let's talk about topics that we should maybe keep. Oh, we're going to go to the package first and then go. I'm just a mess.
It's okay.
I'm a mess.
Here's
I'm sorry.
the tape.
Go ahead. Extra points for the poop emoji.
So the lessons we learn here: avoid politicians. Talk about maybe things we agree on, but one I can tell you from experience, people don't agree on: pie. Pecan pie or pecan pie? Quick.
Pecan.
Oh, look at that. And happy holidays to all.
Happy holidays.
Indeed.
Noah, thank you. That was really good.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest-running show on television.
If it's Wednesday, President Biden and President Zelensky face to face. Ukraine's leader makes a dramatic wartime visit to the White House today. The two leaders expected to hold a press conference this hour ahead of Zelensky's historic address to a joint session of Congress tonight. Plus, developing right now on Capitol Hill, the January 6th committee is delaying the release of the full report. They are now expected to go public tomorrow with every bombshell piece of evidence it has. And it urges the Justice Department to prosecute the former president and disqualify him from ever holding high office again. In a state of emergency, in a state of uncertainty, state, local, and federal officials brace for a surge in border crossings that could start at any moment, with the fate of a pandemic-era border restriction now in the hands of the Supreme Court. Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Yamisha Alcindor in for Chuck Todd. We begin with breaking news amid a historic wartime visit to Washington. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is here in the nation's capital after leaving his country for the first time since the Russian invasion of Ukraine nearly 10 months ago. So far, he's met with President Biden, his cabinet and national security team, and will soon be holding a press conference at the White House before addressing a joint session of Congress tonight. In the Oval Office this afternoon, Zelensky thanked the U.S. government and the American people for their support.
All my appreciations from my heart, from the heart of Ukrainians, all Ukrainians, from our nation, strong nations, all the appreciation to you, first of all, Mr. President, for your big support and leadership. Thanks, Congress, and thanks from our just ordinary people to your ordinary people, Americans. I really appreciate. I think it's very difficult to understand what does it mean when we say appreciate, but you really have to feel it, and thank you so much. Great honor to be here.
The White House announced a new $2 billion aid package for Ukraine, and according to President Biden, that includes a Patriot missile battery, the world's premier defensive missile system. Here's what President Biden had to say in the Oval Office.
We're going to continue to strengthen Ukraine's ability to defend itself, particularly air defense, and that's why we're going to be providing Ukraine with Patriot missile battery and training your forces to be able to accurately use it. President Zelensky, the United States stands with the brave people in Ukraine. We stand with you. You've been a great leader. And by the way, we have a famous thing that occurs once a year. We pick the Man of the Year in Time magazine. You are the Man of the Year in the United States of America.
Zelensky's visit comes at a moment when some Republicans are questioning the involvement of the U.S. in the war and the cost of aid. The House's top Republican, Kevin McCarthy, is warning that his incoming Republican majority will not write Ukraine a, quote, blank check. But notably, Republican and Democratic leaders over in the Senate today cheered Zelensky's visit and renewed their support for Ukraine.
Continuing our support for Ukraine is morally right, but it's not only that. It's also a direct investment in cold, hard American interest.
I hope all House Republicans will attend the Zelensky address this evening. And when they do, they should listen to President Zelensky describe the horror his people have endured at the hands of Vladimir Putin.
For more on today's news, NBC's Monica Alba is at the White House. NBC's Matt Bradley is on the ground in Kyiv. NBC's Courtney Cuby is at the Pentagon. And also with me on set is former U.S. Ambassador to Ukraine, Bill Taylor. He is now Vice President for Russia and Europe at the U.S. Institute for Peace. So, Monica, it was moving to hear President Zelensky say, Ukraine appreciates so much the aid that the U.S. has been giving that country. Talk to us more about what we've been hearing from these two men, what more we know about this visit so far.
Emotional comments, Yamiche, you're right, from President Zelensky talking about wanting to give a service award from one of the Ukrainian service members to President Biden, exchanging that, and then President Biden replying by saying we have a tradition in this country about exchanging challenge coins, and even invoking his late son, Beau Biden, who served in Iraq. And so, of course, you see the two men there, very friendly. They have been in frequent contact throughout the war after the Russian invasion in February. And even President Zelensky said there he wanted to get to the U.S. sooner. He just said it was so complicated and there were so many different moving pieces, so many security concerns that they couldn't get it done until now, with the war entering, of course, its 10-month, nearly 300 days after that. So you saw President Biden there pledge that additional defense missile system, the Patriot battery, which is critical, something the Ukraine military has been asking for a very long time. And then the two men saying we're going to have this extended conversation about other factors. There's so much here to determine in terms of next steps, but the U.S. has been very clear that they want to have a conversation about diplomacy and what potential negotiating strategy could be on the table here, but that today's visit is one more about solidarity and showing that instead of trying to nudge President Zelensky in any way in terms of what to do next. But you can bet that next we are going to hear the two men take questions about what they did discuss in this more extended bilateral, and that is where a lot of Washington is wondering, with a divided Congress coming up, how that's going to all play out. And you'll hear more about that, of course, in the joint address tonight.
And Monica, you were just talking about the fact that there's some sense that this is about negotiations, possibly, even though the U.S. doesn't want to nudge President Zelensky anyway. That being said, is your sense that the U.S., in giving this Patriot systems, that it's showing that the White House thinks that there isn't going to be a diplomatic end to this war? Or do you think that there is some sense that Zelensky might be counseled to have some more negotiations with Russia, Monica?
The U.S. has said from the beginning that there's nothing about Ukraine without Ukraine. So I think senior administration officials and even the president here, when he takes questions, will say, I can recommend what I think, but this is really going to be up to President Zelensky to decide, and that, of course, we support Ukraine. That's, I think, what you can expect to hear from the president and his top aides in a little bit, as the national security teams are also meeting to hash this out. But you're right, this is a pivotal moment in the war, and given that it is going deeper into winter now with the hard ground and the potential for a more intense Russian offensive, there are all these questions, and that is why the weapon system becomes a little bit more important for Ukraine. But at the same time, the president has said, of course, ideally, they would like to see this conflict come to an end, to what President Zelensky often refers to in the form of just peace. So what that exact definition is, I think that is where the U.S. is going to come in and say, that is not for us to determine or define. That is for President Zelensky. But absolutely, that was a huge part of their conversation behind closed doors today.
And Matt, you're there in Ukraine. There are so many people there facing a cold winter, as well as continued bombardment from Russia. How is President Zelensky's trip, as well as the U.S.'s decision to send this Patriot missile system, how is all of that being viewed on the ground there?
Well, with immense gratitude. And that's something that I've been hearing both from ordinary people on the street and from government officials. And we heard it from Zelensky today. He's saying not just the government of Ukraine, but the people of Ukraine, to the ordinary people of America, expressing that incredible gratitude, because the United States really has been putting up more money, more weapons than any other individual country in the world. And that is something that is felt very much here in the halls of power in Kyiv. And, you know, this is something that is critical at this moment, because this is really a moment of impasse in Ukraine. There has been quite a lot of victories for the Ukrainians on the battlefield over the summer and into the fall. But over the past several weeks, the battlefield has been frozen. Both literally and figuratively. You know, he mentioned Bakhmut, where President Zelensky was just really 24 hours ago. And that's where the fiercest fighting is. And it really is quite intense fighting. But the front line there has not been moving. So even though the Ukrainians feel buoyed by the victories that they've had over the past several months, they really need a game changer. And that's why President Zelensky is in Washington, not just to express gratitude, but also you can believe that he's going to be asking for more. Those Patriot missiles were something that only a couple of months ago, Washington said, no way, we're not going to give them to you. I was speaking to a member of Zelensky's political party just this afternoon here, and she was saying, look, we went from a hard no on those Patriot missiles to now we're about to take receipt of those missiles, and they could be a game changer. What they want are more. They want offensive weapons, long-range missiles, not just these surface-to-air missiles like the Patriots, but also surface-to-surface missiles. Washington is still reluctant to give those because that would give the Ukrainians the capability of striking deep within Russia or even Crimea, which is not so deep within Russia, but that's something that is Ukrainian land that was illegally annexed by Russia back in 2014, 2015. They want that back, and having the capability to project their power directly into Crimea or further into actual Russia, that could be a game changer, but it could spark concerns and has sparked concerns in Washington that it could create an escalation that could lead to, well, we don't know, something like nuclear weapons, which is still a major concern. The people I speak to here, they dismiss all of this talk of nuclear weapons and say that this is not something that they think Putin is going to be doing anytime soon. It's all just empty talk. But at the same time, it's something that a lot of people throughout the world are wondering, especially people like American taxpayers who are ponying up quite a bit of cash. Namisha? Excuse me.
Thanks, Matt. And then when you think about the fact that, what Matt is talking about there, Courtney, is sort of the state of the war. You had Zelensky when he was in the Oval Office saying, I did not feel comfortable leaving my country months ago. Now I do feel comfortable. It felt like a message almost to Russia that, hey, I feel a little bit better about where things are. Can you talk to us a bit about how confident this moment might be? Because, confident, I should say, President Zelensky might be in this moment, Courtney, given the fact that he's made the decision to leave?
Yeah, that's right. So, this is coming on the heels of a pretty big victory for the Ukrainian military in the south, down in an area called in and around Kherson, where the Russian military retreated south across the river, and they've really moved into these defensive positions there. That was a big win for the Ukrainian military, even though you could make the argument that the Russians retreated. It wasn't necessarily all of a Ukrainian military win. But again, that was a victory. As Matt was saying, up in the east, sort of northeast area, Bakhmut, it's really a pretty much at a stalemate now, although there are U.S. officials who are saying that the Russians are making very, very, very small but a little bit of progress on a day-to-day basis. We're talking feet or even literally feet or yards on a day-to-day basis, but still tiny bit of progress. So the operational tempo is somewhat slowed from where we saw it just a few weeks ago. That is absolutely true. But, back on this weapons package, everyone is really focused on the Patriot system. And yes, that provides a very important air defense system. It provides what the military calls a layered system. So this gives the Ukrainians the ability to strike at, to take out incoming, including cruise missiles, ballistic missiles, and aircraft. Don't forget about aircraft, at a much higher altitude and a greater distance than they have with some of their other systems like the S-300s. But this package of nearly $2 billion has a ton of other capabilities in it that we're not really talking about. A really important one, also the first time the U.S. has ever provided it, are called JDAMs. These are systems that are attached to essentially a dumb bomb that may make them precision-guided munitions. This could be somewhat of a game changer on the ground. This will provide the Ukrainian military with the ability to have a much more precise attack capability against the Russians. In addition to that, though, this package has hundreds of Soviet-era rounds that may sound surprising to many of our viewers, Amish, and that's because, remember, the Ukrainian military has a lot of old Soviet-era systems. The U.S. has been sending in HIMARS and now this Patriot system and things, but they're trying now to help supply ammunition for some of the older Ukrainian systems that will also provide them with more attack capability and air defense capability. In addition to that, this package also includes some satellite communication capability, giving the Ukrainian military the ability to keep talking when some of their systems have been getting knocked out. So this is a really well-rounded, enormous package of equipment. And while we're focused so much on the Patriots, we shouldn't lose sight of the fact that this provides a lot of other capabilities. Some of them, like the JDAMs, will be really critical in the coming weeks when there's bad weather during the winter. We should, one of the big questions I'm really watching for today is whether President Zelensky talks about whether he thinks there's going to be a coming Russian Russian offensive when we're in really the heart of the winter. So not just where we are right now, where it's really cold in Ukraine, but where there's a permafrost, where it becomes easier for these large tanks and wheeled vehicles and tracked vehicles to move across some of the frozen ground, Yamiche.
Well, this is all such important reporting. It really does level set where we are in this moment. Thank you so much, Monica, Matt, Courtney. Now, of course, Ambassador Taylor, I want to bring you in. I start in some ways where I finished with Courtney, which is, what does really President Zelensky need in this next phase in the war? And what's the expectation that he might get more, given the fact that he's here in person making the ask?
Yamiche, I think that both Matt and Courtney have highlighted an important point. That is, the United States has gone up in its willingness to provide heavy weapons and more sophisticated weapons. It started off low and it's gone up, and now we're at Patriots and JDAMs, as both have described. That's a very good sign, and I suspect that President Zelensky and President Biden will have had this conversation about what's the next step. Because, exactly as Courtney says, there is the possibility that the Ukrainians could mount an offensive before the Russians. And if they can preempt the Russians and put the Russians on their back foot, keep them on their back foot, and have the Ukrainians be on the front foot, on the offensive, that can disrupt these Russian plans. And so that could be a real game changer. That could be the game changer where the Russians fall back. And that's what President Zelensky will be talking about.
That could certainly be a game changer. You also talk about Russian plans. How much could today's visit, and as well as the U.S. making this idea that they're going to now provide the Patriot missile system, how would all of that be seen as a provocation by Russia? Could this make things worse, even though it's hard to even think about things being worse because things are pretty bad now?
Things are pretty bad now, but mainly on the civilian side, because the Russians are losing on the battlefield. They're doing poorly on the battlefield, but the only thing they can do is attack unarmed civilian targets. Civilians, killing women and children, old people. This is all the Russians are left to do. So, yes, they are on their back foot. And they've talked before about how they're not pleased with these weapons going from the Americans and other NATO allies, by the way, to the Ukrainians, but they've never been able to do anything about it.
So it sounds like you're saying this visit isn't going to make sort of Russia any worse than it already is, because this is really sort of par for the course. They were going to continue to escalate.
And I think that the Russians are watching very carefully to see how the Americans react.
Yeah.
I mean, the Americans are describing, we are providing support for the Ukrainians, and that, according to all the message so far, we'll see how it goes tonight, is that's going to persist. That's going to last. There's another $44 billion that the Congress is about to vote on this week, and that's a message to the Russians as well.
And thinking about the aid that Congress is voting on, you already have some Republicans, Kevin McCarthy being one of them, saying that there needs to be a sort of slowdown in aid to Russia, that this can't be a blank check. Susan Collins says that these political divisions, it could embolden Russia. What's your sense of that? What do you think about that, what she's saying there?
I think she's right. President Putin, of course, would like to see divisions in the Americans, among the Americans, within the American people and society and politicians, but Putin has to be really disappointed that all of this weapons, all of this assistance, all of financial assistance, humanitarian assistance continues to come. And I suspect this $44 billion will be passed with overwhelming majorities again this week. And that's, again, a message that President Putin cannot be happy about when he sees that the strongest supporter, United States, is continuing, is persistent in its support for Ukraine, and it's not going to stop.
And in thinking about sort of where this is happening, there is this winter that we've been talking about. Do you think this could be a morale boost for people on the ground in Ukraine to see this visit? And I wonder how worried you are when you think about the winter that's coming and the possible Russian offensive if that happens.
I do worry. I've got very good friends across Ukraine, some in the army, some that we worked with while I was there before. And they tell me that they're having to do amazing things to make it through this winter. It's starting to get cold. It'll get colder, and it's going to be harder and harder. And the Russians' attacks on the electricity, which means no water, which means no heat, which means no communications, which means no electricity, no light, Putin wants to try to wreck the morale of the Ukrainians, and he's failing. The Ukrainians get angrier and angrier and more determined to win, to beat the Russians. They will not succumb.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Ambassador Bill Taylor. It's so important to have you here on an important day like this one. And we will bring you President Biden and President Zelensky's press conference live as soon as it happens. And tonight, after President Zelensky addresses Congress, be sure to watch our NBC News Now special from inside Ukraine. In the days after the city of Izum was liberated, our NBC team spent weeks inside the bombed-out city, hearing the stories of those who survived the Russian occupation and those who didn't. Life, Death, and Liberation in Ukraine airs tonight at 10:30 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now. We'll be right back with Senator Chris Murphy. You're watching NBC News Now and Meet the Press now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. As we've been saying, today is a very busy one in Washington. Not only is the Ukrainian president, President Zelensky, set to speak momentarily with President Biden and then address a joint session of Congress this evening, the Senate is in the midst of voting on a $1.7 trillion spending bill that includes more money for Ukraine, a year's worth of government funding, as well as an overhaul of the Electoral Count Act to eliminate the legal ambiguities that Trump supporters tried to exploit in January 2021. Additionally, border policy is in flux as the pandemic-era Title 42 policy is now in limbo after the Supreme Court temporarily halted its expiration. Joining me now to talk about all of this is Connecticut Democratic Senator Chris Murphy. He's a member of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee and a member of the Senate Ukraine Caucus. So, Senator, thank you for being here. We know that President Zelensky is set to address Congress tonight. What's your sense of what the U.S. and Ukraine want to accomplish, especially as this visit comes at a critical time in the war?
Well, first, it's just going to be an extraordinary scene tonight. I can't wait to be there. I've gotten to know President Zelensky over the years, having traveled there probably over a half dozen times. And remember, this is a leader who most experts thought would be deposed from power within days of the Russian invasion. A leader that many told he was told to flee to avoid capture or execution. He didn't flee. He stood his ground, and that is the reason, in large part today, that Ukraine is winning battles against Russia. I think the message here is twofold. One, it's to the Ukrainian people that the United States stands shoulder to shoulder with them. This is a day in which President Zelensky will appear before Congress. It is also a day in which we will authorize $46 billion in new funding to support their war. The message is also to Europe that we're not going away, and we hope that the Europeans are going to stick with us. And lastly, it's a message to Putin. Putin's going to be very upset, angry, embarrassed tonight. This is a war he thought he could win within weeks, and he's going to see a united front between Ukraine and the American people, and a signal that we're going to stick with Ukraine for the long haul.
And Senator, we have heard some senators, including down the Democratic and Republican side, saying just what you said, which is that the U.S. is going to stick with Ukraine in the long haul. But you've also seen, in some ways, Republicans who are incoming House Republicans saying that they are worried about how much aid Ukraine is getting. What's your sense of the support inside the Congress for Ukraine and how that could change?
I think one of the big reasons why we are approving $46 billion in aid this week is because there's not a lot of trust that House Republicans care about Ukraine in the way that America cares about Ukraine. You have heard signals from the incoming Majority Leader Kevin McCarthy that there won't be a lot of support for Ukraine from his caucus. So the $46 billion that we're authorizing right now, it's a lot of money, but it's a lot of money because we expect it to be enough to last Ukraine for all of or most of next year, so that we don't have to rely on these unreliable House Republicans who are coming into the majority.
And another thing that I want to ask you about when it comes to Ukraine is, of course, the Patriot missile systems that the United States is saying it's going to provide. What's your sense of your support for that move? And also, do you think there should be more given to Ukraine, given the fact that we know Ukraine is pushing to get more?
So I think we've been very clear with Russia from the beginning of two things. One, there's not going to be American troops in Ukraine. We don't seek a direct conflict with Russia. And two, we are going to be somewhat judicious about the systems we transfer to Ukraine. We're not going to enable Ukraine to carry out attacks in Russia. But we've also been very clear we're going to help Ukraine protect itself. And right now, Russia's tactic is to target civilians, is to target civilian infrastructure, to try to kill Ukrainian children and families by starving them to death or to have them freeze in their homes. We've got to provide Ukraine the mechanism to protect their civilians. And right now, it's the Patriot that is probably the best way to shoot these Russian missiles out of the sky. So I know that Zelensky is always pushing the envelope. That's his job. He should do that. But I think it still makes sense for the United States to draw these two basic lines: no American troops on the ground there, and being careful to provide defensive weapons, not weapons that are going to be used in attacks inside Russia.
And then that last point about weapons that could be used inside Russia, do you think the U.S. should be sending long-range missiles to Ukraine as they are requesting the United States do?
Listen, I think we're going to continue to be in a dialogue with them about what systems they need and how they are going to use them. Again, I am very comfortable with the two bottom lines that I articulated, but there may be situations in which they need more missile capacity to just protect their own territory and hit targets inside Ukraine. So let's continue this dialogue. I'm sure we'll all be very eager to hear the recommendations that President Zelensky has tonight.
And Senator, we've been talking about democracy in Ukraine. I want to ask you about democracy here. The omnibus is going to have this reform for the Electoral Count Act. How significant is that?
It's really significant. This is an 1887 law that governs how the Electoral College works, and what we found out in 2020 is that there are a lot of vulnerabilities. Now, Trump wasn't able to successfully exploit any of them, but, for instance, you saw this ambiguity over, could the vice president actually cast a vote? Could they cancel votes out when they're presiding over the Senate? Well, we took all those potential ambiguities and we got rid of them. So Republicans and Democrats wrote a new version of the Electoral Count Act, which makes it very clear that states have to abide by their law for picking electors, and they can't change up their electors just because they don't like how the election turned out. So this limits the avenues for a corrupt presidential candidate like Donald Trump to try to steal the election. It doesn't eliminate that possibility, I'll be honest, but it just narrows the avenues that somebody like Trump would have to try to steal an election after the vote is counted.
And in thinking of that, is your sense that this is going to be the only legislative action that Congress will take to try to prevent another Capitol attack, or might there be even more ways to try to narrow that possibility?
Well, we beef up some of the aspects of the budget that try to track these terror groups, these domestic terror groups. So there, are going to be new capacities in this budget to try to root out groups that are planning attacks against the United States Capitol. We are going to, open back up for business next year. We still have limited access, and I think you will, see, increased security here. And of course, it just helps to have a president who wants to defend the Capitol rather than Donald Trump, a president who was willing to let us all die on January 6th.
Strong words, Senator, but I know there are a lot of people who agree with you. Finally, Title 42, the border policy. What should Congress and the Biden administration be doing to prepare for its possible end there? What do you want to see happening?
Well, let's just be clear. This is a problem created by congressional inaction. Congress hasn't passed any comprehensive immigration reform because Republicans have blocked it, and thus we have basically an ongoing crisis at the border because we have tons of people showing up, and we don't have the right pathways with which to process them. We're going to have a lot of people coming to the United States once Title 42 is lifted. That's the authority that we used under COVID to expel migrants without allowing them to make an asylum claim. The law of the United States says you can only use that authority when there's a COVID emergency. Without the COVID emergency, you've got to allow people to apply for asylum, and we need resources to process those asylum claims. We put about $2.5 billion in this budget to help with those high numbers of people arriving at the budget, but that number probably should have been twice as much. Again, Republicans were only willing to agree to this amount. So I think you're going to see some troubling images at the border in January and February and March, and that can be solved by increased resources that Republicans are unwilling to provide us, or comprehensive immigration reform, which so far Republicans have been unwilling to pass.
Well, thank you so much, Senator Chris Murphy. A lot to talk about there.
Thank you.
And up next, the January 6th committee has just delayed the unveiling of their entire report on the investigation into the attack on the Capitol. We'll have the latest up next. Plus, we're live on the border with new developments in the back and forth over border policy, as the Biden administration is now asking the Supreme Court to delay the end of Title 42. And of course, we will bring you President Biden's press conference with Ukraine's President Zelensky as soon as it happens. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Welcome back. We'll have to wait now until tomorrow to see the January 6th committee's final full report. It comes 2 days after the committee's final public meeting in which it voted to send 4 criminal referrals of former President Trump to the Justice Department. It also comes as we await the release of the former president's tax returns. The House Ways and Means Committee voted last night to release 6 years of Trump's returns. NBC's Julie Sirkin joins me now from Capitol Hill, and also with us is Vaughn Hilliard in West Palm Beach, Florida, of course, right by Mar-a-Lago, the former President Trump's home. So, Julie, what is going on? Why is this delay happening?
Yeah, it's a great question, Yamiche. Look, I think we've heard all day from the committee that it was potentially printer issues. This is not that unlikely of a scenario given how big this report is. It's over 1,000 pages that the committee is expected to release. So it very well could be a printing issue, but you also have to look at the timeline of tonight's events as they're butting up against the deadline, of course, of Ukrainian President Zelensky's address that everyone has been talking about all day. So we know now that the committee isn't planning on releasing that report until tomorrow. They did say some material could drop today, where it's unclear as to what material they are talking about. But you're right, this comes just 2 days after the full panel voted on those criminal referrals for former President Trump, for John Eastman and some of his allies here in the House as well, to House Ethics, for example, some of those Republicans. So we're anxiously awaiting the reveal of this report. A reminder that even though the report is supposed to now drop tomorrow, the transcripts we're going to be seeing sort of trickling in the days after as well.
Printer issues, Julie. I mean, you can't make this up. This is Congress, though. Vaughn, the former president, he has been saying a lot, but also kind of relatively quiet on these big issues when you think about the fact that the January 6th committee voted to send criminal referrals against him to the DOJ. What are you expecting to hear from him, as well as those closest to him, when it comes to all of this?
Right. Things are about as quiet at Mar-a-Lago, where Donald Trump is staying, as they are at the Kinko's down the road here in West Palm Beach, where I know the printers are plentiful. So maybe we could get to work out here and help everybody up on Capitol Hill. You know, there is largely silence from the former president of the United States. He's posted a few links on his Truth social media account. He had suggested in a statement yesterday that what doesn't kill you makes you stronger, referring to himself, suggesting that the investigation by the January 6th Select Committee is only empowering him and emboldening him as he's looking to return to the White House as part of this 2024 presidential run. But, you know, we are waiting here for some key details to come out, particularly from this report that could provide better understanding of what exactly was known by law enforcement agencies ahead of the January 6th attack, to what extent were the FBI and the Pentagon and the CIA, as well as others, aware of the threats that were posed to the Capitol Hill on that day. There's a lot of outstanding questions. Of course, Donald Trump is somebody who never complied with the subpoena from the January 6th Select Committee himself. Of course, there's also testimony that the Department of Justice, we are sure, would be eager to get from the likes of his Chief of Staff, Mark Meadows. So a lot of the question marks that are still outstanding as it relates to the January 6th attack and the events leading up to it and after it, Donald Trump is very much at the center of having yet to answer the questions that are still outstanding here at this time, Yamiche.
And Vaughn, talking about other stories that have Donald Trump at the center, there is, of course, his upcoming release of his tax returns. What's your sense of how concerned the former president is, or people close to him, about those tax returns becoming public?
Right. I mean, it's important when we are looking at the scrutiny that is now years in the making of Donald Trump's not only businesses, but also personal finances. It was just less than a month ago that the Trump organization was found to have been engaged in a criminal scheme, a tax fraud scheme that lasted over the course of 15 years. Now the question here is, what more can we gather from Trump's tax returns? You'll recall on the campaign trail in 2015 and 2016, he maintained that he was under audit by but from this initial report that was put out by the Ways and Means Committee yesterday, they are suggesting that the IRS did not begin an audit of his 2015 and 2016 tax filings until 2019, when the Ways and Means Committee went to the IRS requesting information about Donald Trump's finances. And we now know that the IRS did not look at his tax filings over the course of the 4 years of his presidency until after he left office. So there are a lot of outstanding questions as to, number one, why audits were not conducted as they are supposed to by the IRS during the course of his own presidency, but also the extent to which the tax returns can be wholly understood, because it may take several days. There's a lot that goes into auditing tax returns, and that is where it may not be clear just when the committee is going to release those exactly what they all mean.
And Julie, to that point, what this all means is a critical question. What's your sense of what we're actually going to see in those tax returns, what lawmakers, Democrats in particular, what they think the big takeaways might be?
Yeah, look, we saw that 29-page report kind of highlighting the top lines of this, and as Vaughn just laid out, it was over those 6 years of tax returns for President Trump. We saw the top lines of that just yesterday, but of course, this will take some time to see because of those audits. When they do release them, we know that Chairman Neal of the Ways and Means Committee, he wants Congress to vote to codify, to force essentially the IRS to conduct these audits every single year for sitting presidents and not wait, like Vaughn just outlined, years before even starting that. There's currently no law that sort of requires them to do that. It's just this unspoken rule that the IRS is going to be doing this year by year. So that is legislatively what Neal really wants to do. And in the Senate, I mean, that's something that Chair Wyden, who's chairing the Finance Committee, really wants to take on as well. He said that today in a news statement. So all of these deadlines getting pushed together, but it's also because Republicans, of course, are going to take control of the House, where all these investigations then can die.
Well, Julie, Vaughn, thank you so much for all your reporting on Congress, Trump, and those printers. And up next, we're live at the U.S.-Mexico border as officials brace for a surge of migrants when the pandemic-era policy known as Title 42 ends. But before we go to break, we've got a special Meet the Press holiday gift for you. The Chuck Todd cast is being visited by the ghost of Christmas past, exploring what could have been with a bit of alternate political history. What if Bill Clinton had resigned? Or what if President JFK had lived? The first episode of our special 4-part series, Meet the Alternative History, is available now wherever you get your podcasts.
This is an NBC News special report. Here's Lester Holt.
Good afternoon, everyone. We're coming on the air with breaking news. Just moments from now, President Biden will be joined by Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky for a joint press conference. The pair met today in person for the first time since Russia invaded Ukraine last February. Zelensky is here in the U.S. thanking the administration for its ongoing support and to push for more aid. The White House has announced a $1.85 billion aid package containing air defense missiles and other equipment. Later this evening, President Zelensky will head to Capitol Hill to address Congress, hoping to galvanize further backing from lawmakers as the war with Russia heads into the winter. Let's go to Chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander in the East Room awaiting the news conference. Peter.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President. Lester, good afternoon to you. As we prepare for this daring show of solidarity, here comes the President of the United States, as well as the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. Zelensky, as you see, dressed in his army green sweater. The President joining him now.
President Zelensky, I'm honored to welcome you back to the White House. We spent an awful lot of time on the telephone as well as on video, but it's good to see you in person again. And we've been in close and frequent communication throughout this conflict from the very beginning, but particularly, it's particularly meaningful to talk with one another in person, look each other in the eye, because leadership through this terrible crisis has inspired the Ukrainian people, as you have done, Mr. President, and the American people and the entire world. This visit to Washington, your first trip outside Ukraine since February, comes as President Putin is escalating his attacks, his brutal attacks, targeting critical infrastructure to make life as hard as possible for not only innocent Ukrainians, but children and young children, and everything from orphanages to schools. It's just outrageous what he's doing. And we've, as we've heard as we head into the new year, it's important for the American people and for the world to hear directly from you, Mr. President, about Ukraine's fight and the need to continue to stand together through 2023. This visit also falls on the 300-day mark of Russia's brutal invasion of Ukraine. 300 days since Putin launched an unprovoked, unjustified, all-out assault on the free people of Ukraine. 300 days of Ukrainian people showing Russia and the world their steel backbone, their love of country, and their unbreakable determination, and I emphasize unbreakable determination, to choose their own path. To Ukrainian people, I say to them all, you have demonstrated, you have shown your strong stand against aggression in the face of the imperial appetites of autocrats who wrongfully believe they might be able to make might right, and they're not able to do it. Thus far, they've stood alone, you know, and but you haven't stood alone. You have had significant help. We've never stand alone. You will never stand alone. When Ukraine's freedom was threatened, the American people, like generations of Americans before us, did not hesitate. The support from all across this country, Americans of every walk of life, Democrats and Republicans alike, had the resources and to rebound and resounding united way to provide unequivocal and unbending support for Ukraine. Because we understand in our bones that Ukraine's fight is part of something much bigger. The American people know that if we stand by in the face of such blatant attacks on liberty and democracy and the core principles of sovereignty and territorial integrity, the world would surely face worse consequences. And as I said, when Putin rolled his tanks into Ukraine in February, American people are prepared to have us stand up to bullies, stand up for freedom. That's who we are as Americans, and that's exactly what we've done. Even before the invasion began and Putin threatened Ukraine by building up his forces, we helped make sure Ukraine would be prepared to defend itself, even before they crossed into Ukraine. We provided a steady stream of defensive weapons, including air defense systems and artillery, ammunition, and so much more. And we've not done it alone. From the very beginning, the United States rallied allies and partners from around the world to stand strong with Ukraine and impose unprecedented, and I emphasize unprecedented, sanctions and export controls on Russia, making it harder for the Kremlin to wage this brutal war. More than 50 nations have committed nearly 2,000 tanks and other armored vehicles, more than 800 artillery systems, more than 2 million rounds of artillery ammunition, and more than 50 advanced multiple rocket launching systems, anti-ship and air defense systems, all to strengthen Ukraine. Together, we provided billions of dollars in direct budgetary support to make sure the Ukrainian government can keep providing basic fundamental services to the Iranian people, like health care, education, and emergency personnel. This includes another $2 billion that in direct budget support from the American people that the World Bank distributed earlier this week. We provided humanitarian assistance to help the millions of Ukrainians who have been forced to flee their homes because of Putin's inhumane, brutal war. Communities across Europe have opened their hearts and their homes to help Ukrainians in need. The United States has been proud to welcome more than 221,000 Ukrainians seeking refuge since March of 2022, including as part of Uniting for Ukraine, as part of our Uniting for Ukraine program. And today, USAID is committing more than $374 million in urgently needed humanitarian assistance for Ukraine. This will help provide food and cash assistance for more than 1.5 million Ukrainian people, as well as access to health care, safe drinking water, and help stay warm in the winter for more than 2.5 million Ukrainians. The United States and our allies and partners around the world have delivered a broad range of assistance at historic speed and has been critical to bolstering Ukraine's success thus far. Ukraine has won the Battle of Kyiv, has won the Battle of Kherson, has won the Battle of Kharkiv. Ukraine has defied Russia's expectations at every single turn. And President Zelensky, you have made it clear that he is open to pursuing, well, let me put it this way. He's not open, but you're open to pursuing peace. You're open to pursuing a just peace. We also know that Putin has no intention of stopping this cruel war. And the United States is committed to ensuring that the brave Ukrainian people can continue to defend their country against Russian aggressions as long as it takes. And I want to thank the members of Congress for their broad bipartisan support to Ukraine. And I look forward to signing the omnibus bill soon, which includes $45 billion in additional funding for Ukraine. I'll also sign into law the National Defense Authorization Act, which includes authorities to make it easier for the Department of Defense to procure critical munitions and defense materials for Ukraine and other key materials to strengthen our national security. Today, I'm announcing the next tranche of our security assistance to Ukraine. $1.85 billion package of security assistance that includes both direct transfers of equipment that Ukraine needs, as well as contracts to supply ammunition Ukraine will need in the months ahead for its artillery, its tanks, and its rocket launchers. Critically, in addition to these new capabilities, like precision aerial munitions, the package will include a Patriot missile battery, which will train Ukrainian forces to operate as part of the ongoing effort to help bolster Ukraine's air defense. It's going to take some time to complete the necessary training, but the Patriot battery will be another critical asset for Ukraine as it defends itself against Russian aggression. Altogether, today's new security assistance with humanitarian funding amounts to $2.2 billion in additional support for the Ukrainian people. We should be clear about what Russia's doing. It is purposefully attacking Ukraine's critical infrastructure, destroying the systems that provide heat and light to the Ukrainian people during the coldest, darkest part of the year. Russia is using winter as a weapon, freezing people, starving people, cutting them off from one another. It's the latest example of the outrageous atrocities the Russian forces are committing against innocent Ukrainian civilians, children, and their families. And the United States is working together with our allies and partners to provide critical equipment to help Ukraine make emergency repairs to their power transmission systems and strengthen the stability of Ukraine's grid in the face of Russia's targeted attacks. We're also working to hold Russia accountable, including efforts in Congress that will make it easier to seek justice for Russia's war crimes in Ukraine. Let me close with this. Tonight is the fourth night of Hanukkah, a time when Jewish people around the world, President Zelensky and many of the families among them, honor the timeless miracle of a small band of warriors fighting for their values and their freedom against a much larger foe, and how they endured and how they overcame. How the flame of faith, with only enough oil for one day, burned brightly for 8 days. A story of survival and resilience that reminds us that the coldest days of the year, that light will always prevail over darkness, and hope drives away despair. And that the human spirit is unconquerable as long as there are good people willing to do what is right. This year has brought so much needless suffering and loss to the Ukrainian people. But I want you to know, President Zelensky, I want you to know that all the people of Ukraine to know as well. The American people have been with you every step of the way, and we will stay with you. We will stay with you for as long as it takes. What you're doing, what you've achieved, it matters not just to Ukraine, but to the entire world. And together, I have no doubt we'll keep the flame of liberty burning bright, and the light will remain and prevail over the darkness. Thank you for being here, Mr. President. We're going to stand with you.
Thank you. Dear Mr. President, please put on the equipment. Once again, Mr. President, President Biden, audience, journalists, ladies and gentlemen, I came here to the United States to forward the word of thanks to the people of America, people who do so much for Ukraine. I am thankful for all of this. This visit to the United States became really a historic one for our relations with the United States and the American leadership. In the last 30 days of this war, we have started a new phase of our interrelations with the United States. We became a real partners and allies with the content. And I felt today during all of my meetings and during our talks. Once again, I would like to thank Mr. President, President Biden, for his candid support and what is very important, the understanding of Ukraine, and for the support of the international coalition to strengthen international law. I am grateful to President Biden for his personal efforts, his steps that unite the partners and global South. When all countries of the world take some position and are focusing on cooperation and mutual understanding, this is very useful for all of the countries, for Ukraine, for the United States. I want to thank the Congress for bipartisan, bicameral support, and I am looking forward to good meetings with the members of the Congress and their support. This is the visit that I'm here today to meet with the Congress. The main issue during my today's talks is to strengthen Ukraine. Next year, our movement forward to fight for our freedom and independence. I have good news returning home. President Biden announced a new package of defense support, about $2 billion, and the strongest element of this package is the Patriots battery systems, something that will strengthen our air defense significantly. This is a very important step to create a secure airspace for Ukraine, and that's the only way we would be able to deprive the terrorist country and their terror attack to strike our energy sector, our people, and our infrastructure. We had a very good negotiation and talks about our strategic steps, which we discussed with President Biden, and what we expect next year and for what we are preparing. This is very important for all Ukrainians, and I am hopeful. And once again, thank you, Mr. President, for 45 billion, because this is a big assistance, and I hope that the Congress will approve this financial assistance for our country. This is almost 45 billion. Thank you very much for the support. Every dollar of this investment for the United States is going to be a strengthening of global security. I know that the American leadership will be strong and will play an important role in global scope. And the United States will help us to defend our values and independence. And regardless of changes in the Congress, I believe that there will be bipartisan and bicameral support. And I know that everybody works for this. And of course, during all of my meetings today, we discussed issues of standoff against terror of Russia, their destruction of our energy infrastructure. We need to survive this winter. We need to be very specific in this area. This is a key humanitarian issue for us right now. This is the survival issue. We are discussing sanctions and legal pressure on the terrorist country Russia. Russia needs to be held accountable for everything it does against us, against our people, against Europe and the whole free world. And it is very important that we have the peace formula. And for that, we offer very specific steps what America can do to help us to implement them. We propose global formula for peace summit. I'm thankful for our American counterparts that they feel us and understand how important it is to continue and stay on course and work on integrity of the country and international rule of law. We will also need, as soon as our defense capabilities will be strengthened in the next few months. I don't want to discuss it in details right now. I believe you understand why, but I am very grateful to President Biden. Thank you for your attention to all of these issues. Glory to Ukraine.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. We're going to take questions from 4 different reporters, and let's start with Alex of Yahoo News.
Thank you, Mr. President. In 2022, you presided over a bipartisan international coalition to support Ukraine. How will you keep that coalition from fraying in 2023? And President Zelensky, welcome to Washington on this beautiful winter day. What is your message to the American people?
Well, answering your questions first, I'm not at all worried about holding the alliance.
Наше союзницьке партнерство з країнами Європейського Союзу і іншими країнами.
I assume this is simultaneous. All right. Okay. I've never seen NATO or the EU more united about anything at all. And I see no sign of there being any change. We all know what's at stake here. Our European partners, all the more so. They fully understand it. This is about, we've never seen a major invasion of a European country since World War II. And they see no signs that Putin is going to do anything to change that unless we resist and we help the Ukrainians resist. We all know what's at stake. The very idea of sovereignty, the UN Charter. Putin thought he would weaken NATO. Instead, he strengthened NATO. I once said to him that we talk about he wanted to see the, Europe end up being divided. And instead, what did he do? He produced a more united Europe with Sweden and Finland joining. So I don't see any reason to believe there'll be any lessening of support. And as we reach out to our NATO allies, our Secretary of Defense and our Secretary of State, we get continued support, not only there, but also from around the world, from Japan and many other countries as well. So I feel very good about the solidarity of support for Ukraine.
Thank you for your question. Thank you very much. You asked me what are the message to American people. I think I will tell you very simple things, which are very important for me. And I think so that we have the same values and the same understanding of the life, the sense of the life. My message, I wish you peace. I think that is the main thing, and you understand it only when the war in your country, when somebody like these terrorists from Russia come to your houses. And I wish you to see your children alive and adult. And I wish you to see your children when they will go to universities and to see their children. I think that is the main thing what I can wish you. And of course, to be together with us, jointly, because we really fight for our common victory against this tyranny. That is real life, and we will win. And I really want win together. Thanks so much. Not want, sorry, I'm sure.
You call on one of your people, press person?
Yeah. Будь ласка. Канал Интер.
Yeah, thank you. Dmitry Anopchenko, Ukrainian television. President Zelensky, President Biden, I got a question to both of you, but firstly, as Ukrainian, and I mean it, I want to thank the United States for supporting my country. And, you know, my family is in Ukraine, and I definitely understand they will not be alive today if America will not support my country, both politically and militarily. So thank you for this. It's honest.
Well.
And as of my question, we enter a new phase of this war, and you definitely discussed today which path to choose, how the war could come to an end, and what's next. Will it turn into a new counteroffensive or some kind of peace talks? So, Mr. Biden, Mr. Zelensky, could you share your vision? What's the fair way to end this war, and how do you understand this word, fair peace? Thank you.
My view.
Your guy.
I think we have. I see it.
Although I like it very much already.
Ви розпочали це запитання.
You have started this question.
I'm sorry. Sometimes I switch on my native language. Ви почали з того, що ви
You have
сказали.
started by stating that your family is in Kiev and without the assistance of the United States. This is absolutely true. The U.S. leadership in this assistance is strong, and again, I would like to remind you that U.S. family will be in danger without the armed forces of Ukraine, which is very important. That concerns your questions per se. What would you like to hear? Just peace? I don't know. I don't know what just peace is. It's a very philosophical description. If there is a just war, I don't know. You know, for all of us, peace, just peace is different. For me, as a president, just peace is no compromises as to the sovereignty, freedom, and territorial integrity of my country, the payback for all the damages inflicted by Russian aggression. I'm sorry I'm I'm talking about children a lot today, but as a father, I would like to emphasize, you know, how many parents lost their sons and daughters on the front lines. So what is just peace for them? Money is nothing, and no compensations or reparations are of no consequence. They live by revenge, Otje. I think this is a tremendous tragedy, and the longer the war lasts, the longer this aggression lasts, there will be more parents who live for the sake of vengeance or revenge. And I know a lot of people like that. So there can't be any just peace in the war that was imposed on us by these, I don't know how to describe that, because we are in the White House and I can't find the proper language. So these inhumans, I would say.
Let me respond. I think we share the exact same vision. And that a free, independent, prosperous, and secure Ukraine is the vision. We both want this war to end. We both want it to end. And as I've said, it could end today if Putin had any dignity at all and did the right thing and just said, pulled out. But that's not going to happen. Not going to happen. It's not going to happen now. So what comes next? What we talked about today was we're going to continue to help Ukraine succeed on the battlefield. It can succeed in the battlefield with our help and the help of our European allies and others. So that if and when President Zelensky is ready to talk with the Russians, he will be able to succeed as well, because he will have won on the battlefield. And, you know, I don't think we should underestimate the impact this war is having on Russia and the losses they're suffering. And you saw just, I think it was 2 days ago, Putin saying that this is much tougher than he thought. He thought he could break NATO. He thought he could break the West. He thought he could break the alliance. He thought he could be welcomed by the Ukrainian people that were Russian-speaking. He was wrong, wrong, and wrong. He continues to be wrong. The sooner he makes it's clear that he cannot possibly win this war, that's when the time we have to put this president in a position to be able to decide how he wants the war to end. My turn, huh?
Please, yeah.
Phil Matterly, Matt Matterly of CNN.
Thank you, Mr. President. Welcome, Mr. President. Mr. President, to start with you, your advisors often talk about how critically important you view face-to-face interaction. I'm wondering, after spending 2+ hours face-to-face with President Zelensky, what you learned or what you took from the meeting that perhaps you couldn't glean or learn in the phone calls or video conferences, and somewhat tied to that, was there any discussion related to the U.S. assessment that Russia would not take escalatory action now that Patriots are being sent? A Patriot battery will be delivered.
Let me answer the first question, the first part of your question. You know, I get kidded for saying that there's all politics is personal. It's all about looking someone in the eye, and I mean it sincerely. I don't think there's any substitute for sitting down face to face with a friend or a foe and looking them in the eye. And that's exactly what's happening at this moment. We've done that more than once, and we're going to continue to do it. And the winter is setting in, and Putin is increasingly going after civilian targets and women and children, orphanages. This guy is, well, but he's going to fail. And he's going to fail. He's already failed because he now knows that there's no way he's ever going to occupy all of Ukraine. There's no way in which he's going to be accepted by the Ukrainian people. And so he's failed in the past, and it was very important for him and everyone else to see that President Zelensky and I are united, two countries together, to make sure he cannot succeed. And I think I may be mistaken, but I know I judge every leader by the way what they say to me, their consistency, and look him in the eye. This guy has to his very soul is who he says he is. It's clear who he is. He's willing to give his life for his country. and all the folks that came with him today. And so I think it's important for him to know we are going to do everything in our power to see that he succeeds.
Thanks.
What was the second part of your question?
I just asked if you had discussed how the U.S. calculated the escalatory effect of sending a Patriot missile battery to Ukraine.
I did not discuss that at all with the president, but we do not. It's a defensive system. It's a defensive weapons system. It's not escalatory. It's defensive, and it's easy to not. And we'd love to not have to have them use it. Just stop the attacks.
President Zelensky, again, welcome. You mentioned earlier that you wanted to make this trip for a while now. Why now? And also, can you tell me what you think the message you are sending to President Putin is, given the fact that 24 hours ago you were on the ground in the front lines with artillery echoing behind you, and now you find yourself in the White House standing next to the president?
Thank you very much for your question. As to what is the message for Putin? I am standing here in the United States with President Biden on the same podium because I respect him as a person, as a president, as a human being for his position. And for me, this is a historic moment. I can send messages to President Biden. For example, if it's not serious, you said, what's going to happen after Patriots are installed? After that, we will send another signal to President Biden that we would like to get more Patriots.
We're working.
That is our life. We are in war. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. That is my appreciation. Що стосується президента Путіна.
President Putin. In 2019, we had a Normandy meeting. In 2019, I became the president of Ukraine, and at that time, we were sending maximum messages to President Putin, telling him that there shouldn't be a full-scale invasion, to stop aggression, to renew our territorial integrity, to find diplomatic solution. God forbid, we should not have a full-scale war. At that time, he said it won't happen. He was lying. So what kind of message I can send him after he actually destroyed our life, is destroying our life? He can even go further, somewhere where the Soviet Union stayed before this. So he might want to invade those territories too. I believe that there is something mortal about his inadequate approach to the world. Why we need to send him a message? He needs to be interested in getting attention from the world, because he is not a subject of civilized people. He should be interested in trying to save something of his culture and history of his country. So that's his problem now.
This will be the last question. Olga Koshelenko, 1+1 TV channel. When the full-scale invasion started, U.S. officials said that Ukraine cannot receive Patriots because, as you said, it might be unnecessary escalation. And now it is happening. Right now, today, it is happening. And now Ukraine desperately needs more capabilities, including long-range missiles, ATACMS. Maybe I sound naive, but can we make a long story short and give Ukraine all capabilities it needs and liberate all territories rather sooner than later? Thank you.
Well, his answer is yes.
I agree.
Let me be straightforward with you here. Look, the fact is that it's important to remember that before Russia invaded, we dedicated an enormous amount of security assistance to Ukraine. And we've given Ukraine what they needed when they needed to defend themselves. And since the invasion, that has resulted in more than $20 billion in terms of security assistance. Just today, I approved another $1.8 billion in additional assistance to Ukraine for it to succeed on the battlefield. And we're focused on working with allies and partners to generate capability in 4 key areas. Air defense, as we know today, the Patriot is the best of that. Secondly is to, and we're looking to do more, we provided hundreds of advanced artillery systems and from dozens of countries. Thirdly, we've worked with partners to get Ukraine tanks and other armored vehicles. And fourthly, we've announced today another 200,000 rounds of additional ammunition. Now you say, why don't we just give Ukraine everything there is to give? Well, for 2 reasons. One, there's an entire alliance that is critical to stay with Ukraine. And the idea that we would give Ukraine material that is fundamentally different than is already going there would have a prospect of breaking up NATO and breaking up the European Union and the rest of the world. We're going to give Ukraine what it needs to be able to defend itself, to be able to succeed and succeed in the battlefield. And the other piece of this is, you may recall, one of the reasons why I have spent, well, I won't tell you the calculation, but I've spent several hundred hours face-to-face with our European allies and the heads of state of those countries, and making the case as to why it was overwhelming in their interest that they continue to support Ukraine. They understand it fully, but they're not looking to go to war with Russia. They're not looking for a third world war, and they think it can all be avoided by making sure that Ukraine is able to succeed in the battlefield. So anyway, there's more to say, but I probably already said too much. Thank you. Well, thank you all very, very much. Appreciate your time and attention. And as I said, Mr. President, you don't have to worry. We are staying with Ukraine as long as Ukraine is there. Thank you all.
Thank you so much. All the best.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain in your seats until the official delegations have departed. Thank you.
And we've been watching a news conference. President Biden, President Zelensky, after what had fairly been a surprise meeting. We learned only yesterday that the president of Ukraine would make the trip to the U.S., obviously under very tight security. But the 2 presidents met today discussing weapon systems, pledges, what Ukraine needs. And President Zelensky certainly expressing his gratitude many times, not only to the president, but to the American people for U.S. support of the war effort there. Chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander is there in the East Room where the press conference just wrapped up. Peter, what stood out to you?
Well, Lester, first of all, I was just struck by the fact that this moment even happened 10 months after Russia's brutal invasion of Ukraine began. You'll remember U.S. intelligence at the time offered Volodymyr Zelensky a way out. He said, I don't need a ride, I need ammunition. Well, today he is here in the U.S., and his country is defiantly fighting off the Russians there. So the fact that this day exists, I think, is significant. I was struck by the relationship between the 2 men and the president saying that the U.S. will stay with this as long as it takes. Neither of them indicated exactly what a just peace, as President Biden had described it, would look like, but they did say that the easiest way for this to end would be for Russia to depart Ukraine at any point. The president of Ukraine will now head to the Capitol, where he will deliver an address before Congress. Today's visit in many ways was reminiscent of one that happened this week, I think 81 years ago, when Winston Churchill was here alongside FDR, a wartime leader, the prime minister of the UK then, as World War II was underway. I was struck by the sense of humor from the comedian turned commander-in-chief, at one point saying, not that I wish or I want that we will win, I believe believe we will win, correcting himself with an American using English to speak to the folks gathered here. At the end of the day, though, President Zelensky is very focused on securing that additional $44 billion of U.S. assistance, with the Congress now debating, deliberating, going forward with that effort. And it comes on a day that the U.S. has now given the Ukrainians a new capability, that Patriot missile defense system. The president indicating the U.S. at this point has no intention to give offensive weapons to the Ukrainians, that the defensive weaponry they have right now, they hope will be sufficient. Lester?
Peter Alexander. Peter, thank you. Richard Engel is NBC's chief foreign correspondent. He has spent a lot of time in Ukraine. In fact, just returned from there quite recently. I think, Richard, you and I were perhaps struck by the questions from the Ukrainian reporters who are not just covering this in the abstract. They and their families are also living the horror of this invasion. You want to talk about that?
So I thought there were several key points that were interesting, and that two of them, in fact, were made by the journalists in the room. And they're not just journalists in the room at a normal press conference. These are average people who live in Ukraine, who are part of the war effort. The entire country of Ukraine right now is mobilized. When you go there, you very much feel that civil society, journalists, doctors, soldiers are all working toward the liberation of this country. And one of the questions that struck me as interesting and revealing was when a Ukrainian television reporter came out and said, before his question, I just want to thank President Biden, thank the United States for its support for Ukraine, because without it, my family in Kyiv would not be still alive. And that is how people across Ukraine feel. It is a matter of life and death. They've seen the war crimes that have been well documented. I've seen some of them myself. They have seen, there are now tens of thousands of allegations of war crimes in places like Irpin and Bucha and many other cities, and where Russian soldiers have committed mass rape and murder, and there have been mass graves. And Ukrainians see this either up close or on through their own media or through international media, and they know what is at stake. If they lose to Russia, they lose to Vladimir Putin. Vladimir Putin says that Ukraine should not exist as a country, does not have its own history, was always part of Russia, and should be brought back into the fold, back under Russia's heel. So that was very revealing, because it shows how personal this is for all people in Ukraine. It's a matter of life and death. For President Zelensky, his main message, I think, was just showing up. He hasn't left his country for over a year, and the fact that he's coming now to the United States shows how important the United States is, but also shows that he's confident that he can make this kind of trip, leaving his country at a time of national crisis when it's being invaded by a military 10 times the size of his own. He feels he can do it. He can leave the country. He's not going to lose his country in an instant. That was the concern in the beginning, that if he left even for a moment, that the people would break, that the armed services would break, that the country would collapse. Now, by arriving here, it shows that they believe they have some sustainability left in this fight. And then, lastly, President Biden. Going into this, there had been a lot of talk and speculation that perhaps President Biden would pressure Zelensky, would say, the time has come to make a deal. We've gotten tired of this war. It's gotten too expensive. Our European partners are tired of it. Let's just make a deal. The time has come, potentially a very bad deal. And that is not what President Biden said at all. Instead, he said, it's Putin who doesn't want to make a deal. We don't believe Putin is serious about pursuing some sort of peace. Therefore, we have to help Ukraine win on the battlefield in order to one day sit down and negotiate from a stronger position. Lester?
Yeah, President Biden saying we will stay with you as long as it takes. Richard Engel, thanks very much. And again, this evening we will hear from President Zelensky once more as he addresses a joint session of Congress, again, delivering that passion and what he wishes for his country and what he needs. That concludes our NBC News special report. We'll have much more in just a little while on NBC Nightly News. And of course, we'll be back for that address to Congress at 7:30 p.m. Eastern. I'm Lester Holt, NBC News. Thank you for watching.
NBC News, streaming free now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast. An insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The search is on for the next CEO of Twitter tonight after the company's current head, Elon Musk, tweeted that he's going to resign. Quote, as soon as he finds someone foolish enough to take the job. He adds he'll continue to run the software and servers teams. It comes just days after 57% of people who voted in his Twitter poll said he should step down as CEO. Joining me right now, Investopedia editor-in-chief Caleb Silver. Caleb, good to see you here. Musk has said he expected to reduce his time at Twitter, find someone else to run it over time. How big of a surprise is this to you?
Not really that big of a surprise, and he's got to have a plan eventually because Twitter right now, there's a lot to be figured out in terms of what's going to happen with the company. He's cut more than half of the staff, right? He's started to charge now for the verification check marks for businesses and individuals. So he's got what he thinks is the company on a path to make a profit or at least break even by the end of the year. That's what he said today in a Twitter chat. But he is trying to recruit somebody. That's not exactly the type of recruiting post you want to put out there, whoever's crazy enough to run it. But working for Elon Musk is going to be interesting no matter who takes the job.
Caleb, was this an off-ramp for Musk? Was this poll kind of just a ruse?
Yeah, probably. But remember, he owns the company. It's a private company, so he can do whatever he wants with it. Unlike Tesla, which is a publicly traded company, he's got to respond to shareholders. He's got to respond to the board of directors sometimes when he wants to. But this is a company that he bought. It was buying with a lot of his own money, so he can do whatever he wants. Is it a ruse? Probably. But you got to give him credit for using the platform, which he now owns, to ask whether or not he should still run the platform. And then heeding the vote from voters who overwhelmingly said, you know, he should probably find another CEO. Not overwhelmingly, but still the majority.
Well, you kind of mentioned why it's a rocky time for the company. In addition to slashing more than half their staff, they've reinstated far-right accounts. They've made really big changes in the verification process. So how do they go about finding a new CEO? I mean, Musk himself tweeted after he posted the poll that no one wants the job who can actually keep Twitter alive. There is no successor.
Yeah. I mean, that's way to go out there and try to recruit the best in the business. But this is the way Musk is, and this is the way he works. But what is the path to profitability? Remember, at the end of the day, Twitter is an advertising delivery mechanism. It's an advertising delivery platform. It was not keeping up in terms of revenue growth per user, like the Snapchats of the world, like the Instagrams of the world. That was the problem in the past several years with Twitter. Does he have a plan to make it profitable, or is this just another one of the companies like the Boring Company, like Neuralink, like SpaceX, that he just likes to own for the sake of owning it? We'll see. It's going to be tough to find somebody to be the CEO of this company and make it grow. But at the end of the day, this is a privately held company, and Musk doesn't have to answer to shareholders about it.
So even with a new CEO, how much is really going to change since Musk still owns it?
Not a lot. And you better believe that that CEO is going to fall in line with what the owner of the company wants. The owner of the company, of course, is Elon Musk. So, again, they don't have to respond to the board or to shareholders. They're going to have to do what he wants to do and pursue the path that he wants to set forward for the future of Twitter. Twitter is obviously a very influential platform. We all use it. The question is, can it be a good business going forward down the road? And does it even matter, given the fact that it's Elon Musk's private company?
All right, Caleb Silver, thank you. Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, home sales declined by more than 7% in November compared to October. Sales were down 35.4% year over year, making it the 10th straight month of declines. The median sales price rose 3.5% to a little over $370,000 from a year ago. Number 2, legendary Steelers running back Franco Harris has died at the age of 72. He was considered one of the NFL's most iconic athletes, was known for one of the most famous plays in American football history. His death comes just 2 days before the 50th anniversary of that play, called the Immaculate Reception. The cause of Harris's death is still unknown. Number 3, in Britain, the government is asking people not to take unnecessary car trips, avoid getting drunk, and stop contact sports. Why? because thousands of ambulance workers began a one-day strike on Wednesday. They promised to respond to life-threatening calls, but officials say they can't guarantee everyone who needs an ambulance will get one. The union is looking for big raises. Number 4, Idaho investigators have been searching for a white Hyundai that they said was close to the scene of the murders of 4 college students last month. Well, yesterday, police took a closer look at a car that crashed in Oregon about 500 miles away from the scene that matched the description. They determined the abandoned car in Oregon was not connected to the crime. Number 5, mask requirements are back in one of New Jersey's largest public school districts because of rising COVID-19 cases. The superintendent of Passaic Public Schools told parents yesterday that a school board policy requires masks when the state health department documents a high level of COVID cases. The district has 17 schools and about 14,000 students. All right, when we come back, stories of resilience in Ukraine. We'll hear directly from those who have survived the worst of Russia's war. Stay with us.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes. New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford. And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Iconic locations around the world are going dark tonight. That story coming up in the local. But first, the Ukrainian city of Izium was occupied by Russian forces for 5 months this year until September, when a counteroffensive liberated the city. It's estimated that 1,000 people lost their lives there during the Russian occupation. More than 80% of the town infrastructure was destroyed. An NBC News team spent weeks inside Izium hearing those stories of the people who survived the worst of Russia's war. Despite relentless bombardment, airstrikes, and allegations of torture by occupying Russian forces, the people are not defeated. Tonight at 10:30 p.m., a special titled Life, Death, and Liberation Izium, Ukraine, hosted by Aaron McLaughlin, airs on NBC News Now. And Aaron joins me right now. So, Aaron, we've got these allegations of torture by Russian troops in Izium that are being investigated. What did you learn during your reporting?
Well, Lindsay, we were given a tour by one of Ukraine's main war crimes investigators of the police station in Izium that investigators allege was transformed by occupying Russian forces into a prison and torture center. They allege that the occupying forces were torturing ordinary Ukrainian civilians in the upper levels of the police station, and then on the lower levels in the basement, that's where they would keep prisoners in tiny, cramped cells with no light, no heat. 4 prisoners were kept in a single cell that I saw. There were mattresses in the cell, as well as evidence that that's where the prisoners were eating. Also, that's evidence of that's where the prisoners were going to the bathroom. It was truly horrifying to see the desperation of these prisoners literally etched on the walls of the cell. Take a listen.
People who were there mark on the wall lines. You can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 days somebody was there. And in this wall, on this wall, you can see date 29 June 22. Somebody who named Lyoha, it's like Alexei, and this person wrote cross and the words, God save us.
Serhiy Bulvanov, the chief investigator there, alleges that this kind of torture center is not unique to Izium. They found torture centers, he alleges, in pretty much every village, every town that Russian forces occupied in the Kharkiv region. Now, we reached out to the Russian Ministry of Defense for comment on those allegations and have yet to hear back. Lindsay.
And Aaron, I mean, we just saw President Zelensky at the White House with President Biden. They talked about these atrocities. They talked about the resilience also. I mean, how did these people survive?
You know, it was truly stunning to be in Izium week after week and talking to the residents. They really did endure the worst of this war, primarily because of where Izium is located. It's a strategic city of 40,000. Whoever controls Izium is thought to be in good position to control Kharkiv, which is the second largest city in Ukraine. So this was intensely bombarded as Ukrainian forces and Russian forces fought for control of the city, then occupied for over 5 months by the Russian forces until ultimately Ukrainian forces were successful in pushing them out. It was difficult to see a building that was untouched by war. These people were absolutely traumatized, and they managed, many of them telling us, to pull together, and that's how many of them say they were able to survive. We interviewed one couple. They've been married 47 years, Antonina and Yevhen. They somehow sheltered from the bombardment in a basement that was over 100 years old. They told us it was their love. It was a love story. It was their compassion and understanding for each other. That's why they were able to pull through. I was speaking to another resident who told me that he survived just out of luck. It was sheer numbers at that point. Lindsay.
Aaron McLaughlin, thank you so much. And we will all be watching Aaron's special report, Life, Death, and Liberation, Izium, Ukraine, tonight on NBC News Now at 10:30 p.m. Eastern. Coming up, a warning from one former White House chef, what he's calling the front lines of climate change in tonight's original.
NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
NBC News covers hundreds of stories each day. Because you couldn't possibly read, watch, or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. From our Northeast Bureau, iconic locations around the world will turn off their lights on December 21st in solidarity with Ukrainian people who are facing blackouts this winter due to Russia's invasion. The campaign is called #LightUpUkraine and is asking people across the globe to turn off their lights at 8 p.m. tonight. The famous Christmas tree here at 30 Rock will be participating, along with Paris City Hall, Canterbury Cathedral in London, and the main Christmas tree in Prague. The campaign is also trying to raise $10 million for generators at hospitals there. From our Southeast Bureau, there will be no charges filed against former NFL wide receiver Antonio Brown following an apparent domestic incident at a Tampa, Florida home in late November. Investigators reviewed all available evidence and decided to drop the misdemeanor battery charges. From our Southern Bureau, remember this name, Maximus Williamson. He's a sophomore in high school from Texas who just broke one of Michael Phelps' swimming records. He was competing at the Winter Junior Nationals earlier this month with other 15 and 16-year-olds. Williamson swam a 400-meter individual medley in just over 3 minutes and 39 seconds, beating the 2002 record set by 17-year-old Phelps of 3 minutes and 42 seconds. Now we want to bring you today's original with in-depth reporting on a topic we've been keeping an eye on. Former White House chef Sam Kass has a message. Food and agriculture are the front lines of climate change. And scientists agree how we farm has a direct impact on how much carbon soil can remove from the air. Our own Katie Beck sat down with Kass to get the story.
Former Obama family chef Sam Kass is vocal about his appetite for change, specifically tackling climate change.
We're kind of at the place where the house is completely on fire. We have no time to really kind of debate. We have to start really making progress that's measurable year over year.
While working for the administration, Kass tilled soil on the issue of responsible food production and literally creating the first major vegetable garden at the White House since Eleanor Roosevelt.
We produced over 200 pounds of food already, going on 210.
Meanwhile, Kass dug in on policy, drawing focus on the agriculture industry and its impact on the environment.
Food and agriculture is the #2 driver of greenhouse gas emissions globally, but it's definitely on track to become #1 in the coming decades.
Now, Kass, MSNBC host Alex Wagner's husband, is sounding the alarm to current policymakers to find sustainable ways to make food.
When you look at the models and what it looks like in the future, we will not be growing coffee in any of the places we're growing it now. And the cost and volatility that comes with that is going to be so high that it's going to become increasingly expensive just to have a little piece of chocolate at the end of your day.
Kass says a bigger long-term solution will involve changing people's mind on food, a culture and behavioral shift, starting with food waste.
That's really also part of this, isn't it, in terms of using what we have and making it last and making it stretch rather than kind of carelessly throwing it away.
Absolutely. I mean, the United States, it's estimated we waste about 40% of the food we produce, which is just insane. It's crazy on every level. I mean, from a natural resource standpoint, it's just an ecological disaster.
Kass says while other big industries like energy get a big focus when it comes to impacting climate, food production process needs to be top of mind as well for decision makers.